Confirming player death. The safe house is about to fail. Countdown 3.2. Anomaly detected. Repairing. Repair completed. Player 1, 5, 2, 3, 3. Jiangli, may you have a pleasant life in the Doomsday survival game. Jiangli lay on her back on the ground. The dilapidated safe house, swaying precariously in the heavy snow, the sole incandescent light within flickering ominously. Remarkably, she was still alive or perhaps resurrected. This marked the 7th day since Jiangli entered the Doomsday survival game, randomly assigned to the novice map known as Wasteland Town. Unfortunately, her luck had turned sour as she began her journey in the dead of winter. The frigid weather made scavenging for supplies exceedingly difficult, compounded by the presence of ill-intentioned players who roamed in packs to rob others. Jiangli was slender and fair, her demeanor imbued with a gentle politeness typical of someone fresh out of academia. Even in peaceful society, there were those who preyed upon students, perceiving them as naive and easily deceived how much more perilous it was in a survival game fraught with danger. The nights in Wasteland Town were exceedingly perilous. Most players heeded the system's guidance to shelter within their safe houses, venturing out only during daylight hours to scavenge for supplies. A gang had taken note of this, lying in wait along Jiangli's path back to her safe house to rob her. In the wasteland, seizing supplies was tantamount to murder. Jiangli, deprived of basic necessities, found her hard-won resources snatched away, and to survive, she was compelled to fight back. Just yesterday, in a desperate act of defiance, she had blinded one of her assailants, scaring off several players. However, she had sustained severe injuries herself, barely managing to return to her safe house, whereupon she collapsed unconscious at the threshold. The system repeatedly alerted her that the durability of her safe house was dwindling. To avoid falling into an even more dire predicament, Jiangli took a few moments to gather herself, resigned to the necessity of searching for tools to attempt repairs on her safe house. Her surroundings were stark and bare. The cramped room was the system's initial configuration, a wooden space measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height. The wooden structure was rudimentary, containing only a few salvaged items. The bed was a makeshift arrangement of bricks and planks, with a single blanket serving as bedding. Jiangli, shivering from the cold, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, draping her clothes over it for warmth. Beside her stood a rickety table adorned with a row of empty plastic bottles. One contained half a bottle of water, which had frozen solid in the frigid season. Beneath the table lay a toolbox, stocked with a repair hammer, wrench, screwdriver, and other tools. To acquire these meager items, Jiangli had scoured an abandoned building. The repair hammer felt heavy in her hand, her fingers numb and clumsy from the cold, and she lamented the lack of sufficient wood to repair her safe house. Opening her player panel, she was greeted by a litany of negative statuses alongside a meager balance. Player, Jiangli 15233 talent. Special repair apprentice health. 3070 status. Blood loss. Starving and freezing health cannot regenerate under negative status. Safe house durability. 22,100 dilapidated state. Slowly degrading in harsh weather. Durability cannot regenerate survival points. 35 Jiangli scrutinized the information, though she had been resurrected. Her situation had not improved significantly. The safe house was the cornerstone of survival. Once its durability was depleted, it would be rendered utterly useless, and the player would lose their eligibility in the game. She needed to reinforce the house with wooden planks, at the very least to eliminate its dilapidated status, allowing for gradual restoration of durability over time. The survival system's marketplace offered timber for sale, but the prices for purchasing and recycling were drastically disproportionate. It was evident that the system profited handsomely from players' misfortunes. Suddenly, Jiangli's gaze lingered on her talent section. What did special repair apprentice entail? She had heard that players had a small chance of awakening a talent, acquiring unique skills of their own. To her astonishment, her near-death experience had inadvertently bestowed upon her a blessing. Intrigued by her newfound talent, Jiangli clicked on Special Repair Apprentice. A message appeared. You have acquired the repair skill, enabling you to restore one item daily to its fully durable state. Special. When applying the repair skill to an item, random attributes may be developed. The first repair guarantees the item will possess a blue level or higher attribute. Was this akin to enchanting an item? Moreover, the novice benefit promised a commendable attribute level. Jiang Li exhaled in relief, hastening to the wall to employ her skill on the safe house. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by crude shouts. Jiang Li, come out, or we'll tear down your safe house. The initial safe house featured a glass window embedded in the wall, casting a few faint rays of light just within Jiang Li's reach. Frowning, she peered through, cautious of revealing her presence to those outside. 2 men and a woman stood there, the very trio that had robbed her of supplies the previous day. Another man, whom she had injured, was absent, likely still nursing his wounds. As silence enveloped the safe house, the tall, thin man spat on the ground. I told you this newcomer was tough. We might as well tie her up and sell her into slavery at the black market. Yet you all insisted on keeping her around for a few days for some measly supplies. The woman beside him exhaled in annoyance, warming her hands with her breath as she joined in the complaint. This cursed weather is so cold. She stabbed Brother Wang several times and even blinded one of his eyes. We need to pool our resources to get a healer from the town center. Engaging a healer was no trivial matter. Healing players were exceedingly rare, and currently, only 2 existed in Wasteland Town, demanding a hefty amount of supplies for their services. The third member of the group, his expression darkened, stealthily circled Jiang Li's safe house, pausing momentarily at the glass window. He pointed at the window and whispered, "She's right inside. She didn't die despite the beating we gave her yesterday. She's quite lucky." Hearing this, the tall man scoffed. "Lucky? Today? We'll send her to her grave." With that, the tall man seized a crowbar and advanced, striking the safe house's door with force, repeatedly and mercilessly. According to the system's rules, a safe house was a singular entity until its durability was entirely depleted. No assault could forcibly breach it. Player Jiang Li safe house is under attack. Durability 1. Player Jiang Li safe house is under attack. Durability 1. Jiang Li observed the system notifications flashing relentlessly, prompting her to retract her hand from the safe house. While repairing the safe house could restore its durability and develop special attributes to navigate through difficulties, it was futile without food or drink inside. Jiang Li wished to avoid starvation, necessitating a foray to gather supplies. Outnumbered 3-1, she realized they would inevitably ambush her upon her exit from the safe house. She would have to confront them heated. Perhaps it was best to act while she still had some strength. With this thought, Jiang Li glanced at her limited tools and decided to use her opportunity to develop an attribute on her repair hammer. A flash of purple light enveloped the hammer, and a line of text appeared above it. "Congratulations, your repair hammer has acquired a purple attribute. Thunderstrike." Purple, Thunderstrike. Attacks carry a lightning effect, dealing an additional 10 points of damage. If the target's health is below 100 points, attacks have a 50 chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. What fortune! Such impressive additional damage and probability control truly worthy of a purple attribute. Gazing at the description, Jiang Li felt emboldened in her plan for retaliation. Gripping the repair hammer tightly, she stealthily approached the door, seizing the moment to swing it open and deliver a forceful blow to the tall man's face. It was as if thunder erupted and lightning flashed. Fortuitously, as the damage was inflicted, a state of dizziness was also randomly triggered. The lanky man, rendered powerless, dropped his crowbar with a clatter onto the floor, toppling backward. Without waiting for the male and female figures standing at a distance to react, Jiang Li seized the opportunity to grasp the lanky man's leg and drag him inside the room. The 2 outside, attempting to rush to his aid, collided with the closed door, thwarted by the safety shelter. Jiang Li commenced a relentless assault, hammering down upon the lanky man's vital points, striking the head, the chest, and the groin. Suddenly sensing something amiss, it felt as though he had struck an odd object, but the wails by his ear grew even louder. With a 50 chance to induce a 3-second daze, Jiang Li continued his relentless barrage, successfully maintaining control. The lanky man, repeatedly incapacitated, lay helplessly on the ground. The health points of novice players typically range from 60 to 80. The greater one's constitution, the higher the health point ceiling. True warriors seldom emerge in the desolate town, a novice map. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the lanky man succumbed beneath Jiang Li's hammer. "You have slain player number 59732. A key fell to the ground. Chapter 1. A unique gift. Confirming player death. Safe house imminent failure. Countdown 3.2. Abnormal occurrence detected. Repairing. Repair complete. Player 1, 5, 2, 3, 3. Jiangli, we wish you a pleasant life in the apocalyptic survival game. Jiangli lay on her back on the ground, the dilapidated safe house swaying precariously in the heavy snow, the solitary incandescent light within trembling in unison. To be alive, or perhaps to have been resurrected. This marked the 7th day since Jiangli found herself in the apocalyptic survival game, randomly placed in the novice map known as the Wasteland Town. Unfortunately, her luck had run dry, as she had begun her journey in the frigid winter of this desolate locale. The icy weather made it increasingly difficult to scavenge for resources, while predatory players lurked nearby, intent on robbing her. Jiangli possessed a slender frame and delicate features, her speech imbued with the gentle politeness characteristic of fresh graduates. Even in a peaceful society, there were those who preyed upon students, seeing their innocence as an easy target, let alone in a life-threatening survival game. The nights in Wasteland Town were exceedingly perilous. Most players adhered to the system's guidance, seeking refuge in their safe houses and venturing out only during daylight to forage for supplies. A gang had taken advantage of this, lying in wait to ambush Jiangli on her daily return to the safe house. In this wasteland, scavenging for resources was tantamount to committing murder. Jiangli, deprived of clothing and sustenance, found her hard-earned supplies snatched away, leaving her with no choice but to fight for survival. Just yesterday, when confronted, she had managed to blind one of her assailants, frightening off several others. However, she too had sustained severe injuries, barely making it back to the safe house before collapsing unconscious upon entry. The system continued to issue warnings that the safe house's durability was on the verge of depletion. To avoid further deterioration of her already dire situation, Jiangli took a few moments to gather herself before reluctantly rising to search for tools to attempt repairs on the safe house. Her surroundings were stark. The cramped room was the system's initial configuration, a wooden structure measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height. The place was bare, furnished only with a few salvaged items. The bed was cobbled together from bricks and wooden planks, and her covering a mere blanket left her shivering, prompting her to wrap herself tightly, resembling a chicken roll, while draping her clothing over the blanket for warmth. Beside her stood a rickety table adorned with a row of empty plastic bottles, one partially filled with water that had frozen solid in the frigid air. Underneath the table lay a toolbox containing a repair hammer, wrench, and screwdriver. To acquire these meager belongings, Jiangli had scoured through an abandoned building. The repair hammer felt heavy in her hands, her frozen fingers struggling with the grip, compounded by the lack of sufficient wood to make repairs. Opening her player panel, she was met with a litany of negative statuses alongside a meager balance. Player, Jiangli 15233 talent. Special repair apprentice health, 3070 status. Blood loss, starvation, and exposure life points cannot automatically recover under negative status. Safe house durability, 22,100 in a dilapidated state, slowly deteriorating in inclement weather. Durability cannot automatically recover survival points. 35 upon closer inspection. Although she had returned from the dead, her circumstances had hardly improved. The safe house was fundamental to survival. Once its durability was exhausted, it would collapse entirely, leading to her disqualification from a game. She needed to reinforce the structure with wooden planks to at least eliminate the dilapidated status, allowing for gradual recovery of durability over time. The survival system's marketplace offered wood for sale, but the purchase price was exorbitantly inflated compared to the recycling value, a clear indication of the system's merciless exploitation. Suddenly, Jiangli's gaze lingered on her talent section. What precisely was meant by special repair apprentice? She had heard rumors that players had a slim chance of awakening talents, each possessing unique skills. To her surprise, it seemed her demise had inadvertently bestowed a boon. Intrigued by her talent, she clicked on Special Repair Apprentice. A notification appeared. You have acquired a repair skill, enabling you to restore one item daily to its original durability. Special. When utilizing the repair skill on an item, you could develop random attribute bonuses. The first repair guarantees an item will possess at least a blue-level attribute. Was this akin to enchanting items? Moreover, the initial benefits promised a commendable attribute level. Jiangli sighed in relief, hastily moving to the wall panel. eager to employ her skill to repair the safe house. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by coarse shouts. Zhangli, come out, or we'll tear down your safe house. The initial safe house featured a glass window embedded in the wall, through which faint glimmers of light filtered, conveniently situated near Zhangli. Frowning, she peered cautiously to avoid revealing her presence, spotting two men and a woman in the very same trio that had attempted to rob her the previous day. One man, who had suffered a stab wound to his eye, was conspicuously absent, likely still incapacitated. As silence enveloped the safe house, the leader, a tall and lanky man, spat on the ground. I told you this newcomer was tough. We should just tie her up and sell her in the black market. But no, you had to keep her around for a few more days for the sake of some supplies. The woman beside him huffed in annoyance, warming her hands with breath while echoing his complaints. It's freezing out here. She stabbed Wangu several times and blinded him. We need to scrape together enough to pay the town's healer. Engaging a healer was no trivial expense. Healing players were scarce, with only 2 such practitioners in Wasteland Town, each demanding a hefty payment in resources. The third member's expression darkened as he stealthily circled the periphery of Jiang Li's safe house, pausing momentarily at the glass window. He pointed towards the window, lowering his voice. She's right inside despite the beating she took yesterday. She's still alive. What a tough one. Upon hearing this, the lanky man scoffed. Tough? Today, well, send her to the afterlife. With that, the lanky man lifted a crowbar and began to pummel the safe house door with a series of blows. According to the system's rules, the safe house functioned as a cohesive unit until its durability was entirely depleted. No assault could breach its defenses. Player Jiang Li safe house is under attack. Durability 1. Player Jiang Li safe house is under attack. Durability 1. Jiang Li watched as the system alerts flooded her screen, prompting her to retract her hand from the safe house's repairs. Though she could restore its durability and develop special attributes to navigate this crisis, the reality of her empty room, devoid of food or water, loomed large. She did not wish to starve. The odds were 3 against 1. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity when she ventured outside, compelling her to confront them directly. It would be wiser to act while she still possessed some strength. Resolving this, Jiang Li assessed her limited tools and decided to utilize her opportunity to develop attributes on her repair hammer. A flash of purple light enveloped the tool, revealing a line of text above the horn hammer. Congratulations, your repair hammer has acquired a purple attribute. Thunderstrike. Purple attribute. Thunderstrike. Attacks will carry lightning effects, inflicting an additional 10 points of damage. If the target's health is below 100 points, there is a 50 chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. What serendipity! Such formidable additional damage and probability control this purple attribute was indeed remarkable. With renewed confidence in her counterattack plan, Jiang Li grasped the repair hammer firmly, stealthily positioning herself by the door, and, seizing the moment of surprise, swung the door open and delivered a crushing blow to the lanky man's face. It was as if thunder erupted, accompanied by flickering lightning. Fortune smiled upon them as the damage was dealt. A state of dizziness was also randomly triggered. The lanky man, drained of strength, let his crowbar clatter to the ground and fell backward. Before the man and woman who stood at a distance could react, Jiang Li seized the opportunity to grasp the lanky man's legs and dragged him into the room. The two outside, attempting to rush to his aid, collided with the closed door, thwarted by the sanctuary's barrier. Jiang Li began to strike decisively, hammering relentlessly at the vulnerable spots of the lanky man. He struck the head, the chest, and the groin. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he felt as though he had hit an odd object, yet the anguished screams grew louder in his ears. With a 50 chance to induce a 3-second stun, Jiang Li continued to pummel, successfully maintaining control. The lanky man, repeatedly stunned, lay on the ground utterly defenseless. The health points of novice players typically range from 60 to 80, with stronger physiques resulting in higher limits. True warriors would not emerge in this wasteland town, a mere novice map. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the lanky man's breath was extinguished beneath Jiang Li's hammer. You have slain player number 59732. A key fell to the ground. Chapter 2. Grateful for the bounty at hand, this message not only refreshed in Jiang Li's system notification, but also alerted the tall, lean man's teammate. Your teammate, player 59732. Lu Hai has perished. What happened? Jiang Li observed that he was merely a fragile, wounded player. Surely, they should have had the upper hand in their confrontation. The man and woman, standing in the snow, exchanged incredulous glances. Jiang Li picked up the key and, leaning against the wall of the safe house, kicked the lean man's corpse aside. It was obstructing the entrance. The damage inflicted by the repair hammer was significant, and the dazed lean man could not resist. The scene was devoid of any bloodshed. At first glance, one might think he had merely lost consciousness, unaware that he had actually died. Jiang Li swiftly cast aside her psychological burden. After all, they had come to kill her, so what was wrong with their counterattack? Moreover, danger still loomed. As two individuals were waiting outside, regaining her composure, Jiang Li gripped the repair hammer, resembling a hunter poised with a rifle, quietly awaiting her opportunity. The crunching sound of footsteps in the snow reached her ears, accompanied by hushed conversation between the two players. What has happened? I thought I saw a flash of electricity. Could it be an item? How could that be? The scavenging zone has been searched countless times. Even if there was something valuable, it would have been taken long ago. Besides, they had surrounded her yesterday, and nothing was there. Then how do you explain Lu Hai's downfall? He was dragged into the safe house and killed within moments. Becoming a player had rendered their life points digital, significantly increasing their resilience to pain. Even if they were stabbed multiple times, as long as the wounds were not fatal, players would not immediately lose their capacity to fight. Yet, Lu Hai was struck once and rendered immobile. The female player fixated on Jiang Li's safe house, hastily creating distance, fearful that she might be next. Observing her reaction, the man cursed under his breath and moved away. With Lu Hai and Amp, Oppo's demise, she surely obtained the supply key and need not worry about sustenance. During the day, rules provided protection. Remaining here would only expose them to the harsh elements. They decided to seek out a healer for Brother Wang, as the safe house was secure and the person would not escape. Fearing that Jiang Li might possess an item, both players opted to retreat, unwilling to take the risk. Once silence enveloped the area, Jiang Li leaned against the door, patiently awaiting the arrival of 8 o'clock. Moments later, the overcast sky transformed as golden clouds ebbed and flowed like tides, dispelling the last vestiges of the dark night. The hour had arrived, 8 in the morning. The novice map afforded players protective rules. From 8 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon, no attacks could be made on a player in Oppo's safe house. This ensured players could search for supplies without the fear of their safe houses being vandalized while they were away. However, the night posed significant dangers. From 8 in the evening until 6 in the morning, bizarre and powerful monsters roamed the streets. 8-0 and Amp, Oppo's, Clock and 6-0 and Amp, Oppo's, Clock were critical moments determining the life and death of players in the Wasteland Town. The Doomsday Survival System issued a reminder. Jiang Li and Amp, Oppo's safe house was now protected. Safe house durability, 15100, dilapidated state, slowly deteriorating under harsh weather. Durability cannot recover automatically. During the protection period, the safe house is immune to the elements, and durability ceases to decline. Jiang Li exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped her. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Low life points, blood loss, and hunger left her feeling utterly miserable. She managed to stagger to the bed and collapsed, wrapping herself in a blanket. After resting for a moment, Jiang Li began to inspect the key she had obtained from Lu Hai. Item: Supply key of player 59732. Details: dropped upon killing this player. Using it will randomly yield a portion of resources. Choose to use. The key vanished in a flash of white light, and the previously barren safe house was suddenly brimming with items. 3 packets of noodles, 5 steam buns, a small carton of bottled water piled in a cardboard box, and a frying pan hung nearby. Additionally, there was approximately half a cubic meter of firewood, with a chipped axe resting atop it. This firewood, a mixture of dry branches and straw, was unsuitable for repairing the safe house, but immensely convenient for cooking and warmth. Although the axe's attack power paled in comparison to Jiang Li's special effect Ram's horn hammer, it was a minor artifact for collecting materials for survival. Even more astonishingly, a military coat was found alongside it, revealing 7 pairs of socks and a pair of leather shoes tucked beneath. Herein lies the problem. Jiangli shook the military coat, then glanced at the clearly wrinkled, unwashed socks and size 43 men and amp. Oppo's shoes. Help! The socks and shoes emitted a foul odor. The hygiene of wasteland players was utterly concerning. The collected water was a precious resource. There was barely enough for drinking, let alone washing. In the frigid winter, no one was willing to wash clothes by the river, where the surface was frozen. Moreover, mutated fish with razor-sharp teeth lurked in the depths, capable of crushing bones. Jiangli held her breath, using 2 pieces of firewood to prod the malodorous socks and shoes into the cardboard box. The shoes were too large for her to wear, and wasting them was not an option. She could trade them at the market in the town center. Finally, there was a small wooden box, unlocked and sitting beside her. Inside were 2 lighters, half a pack of cigarettes, and beneath them, a paper package containing a small piece of cured meat and 3 eggs. Meat! Jiangli swallowed hard, taking the cured meat and steamed buns to start a fire. First, she nibbled on a bun before getting to work. The frying pan contained remnants of food and grease, which pained her to see. However, considering hygiene, she decided to physically renew the pan through scrubbing. With bricks, she constructed a rudimentary stove, set the pan over the fire, and placed several slices of cured meat inside. The fat from the meat melted in the pan, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. The frozen buns were torn into small pieces and added to the pan, mingling with the meat and Oppo's flavor as they heated. How pitiful, Jiangli mused. Who would have thought that just 7 days ago, she had been picky about fried chicken and milk tea? Now thrust into a survival game, cold and hungry, scavenging daily had rendered her utterly starved. The buns and cured meat had transformed into a delicacy. Reflecting on her plight, she could not help but feel pity for herself, especially considering her injuries. Jiangli opened the wooden box repeatedly, deliberating before extracting an egg and cracking it into the frying pan for an additional meal. Before the steaming food, Jiangli pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of the game and amp. Oppo's harsh survival environment. Killing players could yield supplies. No wonder, as a newcomer, she had been targeted upon her arrival in the wasteland town. While scavenging, she frequently witnessed players engaging in fierce battles. The key had obviously dropped some of the items the lean man had left in his safe house, merely a fraction of what he possessed. Many more items were lost with the player's demise, their safe house destroyed, their whereabouts unknown. Satisfied after filling her belly, Jiangli boiled some hot water, gradually improving her physical condition. Her life points began to rise slowly, recovering at a rate of 1 point per hour, exceedingly sluggish. Given her current state, venturing out to scavenge was unwise. Thus, she resolved to rest within the safe house while organizing and storing the supplies she had acquired. Before long, only 1 piece of refuse remained in the safe house, the lean man and Oppo's corpse stripped down to his underwear. Waste not, Jiangli mentally chanted, her hands moving swiftly as she placed the collected warm clothing into the cardboard box. All of these could be traded at the market. As for the lean man, Jiangli opened the player panel, clicked on Waste Disposal, and swiftly resolved the matter. On the panel, the virtual trash can shook slightly, the progress bar stuttering. Chapter 3, A Home as Warm as Spring on the following day. Jiangli lifted her quilt and coat, yawning as she tended to the fire pit. Outside the safety shelter, the night was thick with darkness, the crimson moon casting a glow upon the earth, while shadows danced like wandering spirits in the gossamer moonlight. These phantoms, towering at 3 to 4 meters, possessed 5 or 6 arms, with their lower bodies trailing tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus. They appeared far from healthy. These creatures lacked reason, driven solely by a thirst for flesh, their formidable strength coupled with toughened hides. In the distance, a resounding crash echoed, intermixed with the anguished wails of humanity, jolting the monsters from their aimless wandering. In an instant, they turned, dragging their tentacles across the ground with a thunderous rumble. Hastening towards the source of the sound, Jiangli observed the terrifying force, instinctively lightening her movements, sighing for those venturing out into the night. The safety shelter insulated her from light and sound. As long as she did not provoke the monsters, she was generally safe. Opening the player panel, she noted the time was 5 in the morning. Health, 5170, safety shelter durability. 17100, dangerous condition, slowly deteriorating under harsh weather. Durability cannot recover automatically. Survival points, 5. With dark circles under her eyes, Jiangli examined the durability record of her safety shelter. Last night, she had purchased materials for 30 survival points to patch the house, but even after accounting for wear and tear, it remained in a dangerous state. Clearly, the house required repairs. As 6 o'clock approached, the silhouettes of the monsters began to fade, and the streets of the wasteland town returned to silence. Sign in, Wasteland Town. Day 8, earned 5 survival points, talent skill usage count refreshed. Upon seeing the notification, Jiangli felt as though she had returned to the grind of a mobile game, akin to receiving a daily draw during the early stages of play. What mysteries lay within card draws? She splashed her face with warm water, silently invoking blessings from the 3 pure ones and the Buddha. Then, taking a deep breath, she placed her hand against the wall of the safety shelter. Congratulations, your safety shelter has acquired the blue attribute, warm as spring. Blue attribute, warm as spring. In cold or hot weather, the indoor temperature of the safety shelter can automatically adjust within a range of 20 C, gravitating towards a comfortable temperature of 23 C. As the attribute bound to the safety shelter, Jiangli immediately felt the ambient temperature rise. Under the frigid conditions, the effect of the blue quality attribute could not render the indoor climate truly comfortable. However, a rise of 20 C was a rare blessing in the winter of the wasteland. Jiangli rubbed her hands together, the warmth causing her frostbitten skin to itch, prompting her to spend her last 10 survival points on frostbite ointment. Survival points, 0. The meager balance reminded her that it was time to take action. On the panel, the repaired safety shelter was now at full durability, lending her a sense of security. From now on, this would be her home. Jiangli resolved to eradicate the threat at its root. She contacted other players to gather information, learning that the Wang gang was a local tyrant in the neighboring streets, notorious for their heinous deeds. The leader, Wang Shou, was rumored to have connections with the central guild of the town and wielded considerable influence. The gang had already lost a tall, thin member, leaving a man known as Haizi and a woman who called herself Mijia. The supplies they seized from players would appear on the black market the very next day. The items for sale range from food and utensils to live individuals auctioned off. Jiangli had made enemies with them. One was dead and the other injured. And with Wang Shou and Oppo's vindictive nature, especially after losing an eye, he would undoubtedly seek retribution once he recovered. It was better to strike first. At 8:00 and Oppo's clock, Jiangli gathered her belongings, fastening her axe at her waist, gripping a repair hammer in her right hand, and slinging a scavenging basket over her back as she stepped outside. The streets were eerily silent, shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere akin to a steel jungle under the pale light of dawn. Occasionally, the fleeting figures of other players could be seen, navigating the narrow, secluded paths with a sense of wariness. Jiangli adjusted her hat, partially concealing her face as she slipped into an alley, hurrying forward while keeping a keen eye on her surroundings. She first circled around the vicinity of Wang Shou and Oppo's safety shelter and soon spotted Haizi and Mijia, who were evidently in a foul mood. Haizi bore several bruises on his face and limped as he walked, while Mijia carried a heavy cloth bag, its contents unknown. Jiangli dared not approach but followed closely behind, waiting for an opportunity to catch them alone. The pair headed towards the town center. The healing talents were indeed remarkable. They had to pay for their treatment and still needed connections through the guild to see a doctor. Mijia sighed, shifting the bag from one hand to the other, then resting it on her shoulder, indicating her fatigue. Haizi, with a grim expression, suddenly kicked a nearby can, cursing under his breath. They asked for money and dared to strike me. If only I had a talent, who would want to bow to Wang Shou? Especially after he lost an eye and still thinks himself a king. As he contemplated the costs of seeking a doctor, knowing that their funds were pooled together, Haizi's anger boiled over. They were a gang, often referring to each other as brothers, yet devoid of any genuine loyalty, merely banding together to bully players and share the spoils. Now, under Wang Shou and Oppo's pressure to produce money, who was truly willing? As thoughts of grievance swirled in Haizi and Oppo's mind. He abruptly halted Mi Jie. What if we don't go? Mi Jie was reluctant to part with the heavy bag, filled with sugar, salt, and even a few chocolate bars, the most coveted items in the wasteland town, true luxuries. However, her closeness to Wang Shou weighed heavily on her mind. He had promised her numerous benefits when he entrusted her with the goods. Upon hearing Haizi's suggestion, Mi Jie frowned and quickened her pace. Don't forget, we made arrangements with the Flame Guild yesterday. We can't afford to let them down. They won't go easy on us. Haizi, feeling threatened, wore an even sourer expression as he trailed behind, his demeanor reluctant. One moved quickly, the other slowly, and, as the distance between them grew, an opportunity presented itself at a nearby corner. Jiang Li, aware that the moment had come, dashed out from the side of the alley just as Mi Jie rounded the bend, charging forward with her repair hammer raised. With one swift strike, Haizi cried out in shock, caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush. No control. Jiang Li cursed inwardly, a 50 chance, and she failed to gain control. But there was no turning back. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and she swung again. Ridiculous, still no control. Haizi, enraged, drew a knife from his pocket, preparing to stab. In that critical moment, Mi Jie had already turned back, discarding the bag and brandishing a baseball bat aimed at Jiang Li and Amp, Oppo's head. Jiang Li resisted the urge to dodge, swiftly pulling her axe to block the bat while continuing to strike at Haizi. A flash of lightning. Haizi and Oppo's movements froze, his body trembling as if electrocuted. Chapter 4. Resolving the Wang Shou gang. Although Jiang Li had dealt with Haizi, her left hand was not as nimble as her right when she raised it to fend off the baseball bat. Sister Mi, being seasoned, deftly redirected the swing aimed at Jiang Li and Oppo's head, landing a powerful blow on her wrist instead. A dull thud echoed as Jiang Li felt a sharp pain coursing through her wrist, compounded by the force of the bat and Oppo's strike. She stumbled and collided with a nearby utility pole, barely managing to regain her balance and avoid a fall. Jiang Li and Oppo's axe clattered to the ground, her left hand hanging awkwardly. Any movement sent waves of pain through her wrist, yet she was fortunate enough to have escaped with no fractures. Quite a predicament in the wasteland. In that fleeting moment, Haizi, who lay on the ground, regained his composure, a glint of greed flashing across his face. The hammer in Jiang Li and Oppo's possession was of particular interest, since his hasty retreat from Jiang Li and Oppo's safe house, Haizi had been fixated on that repair hammer. If it were indeed a special item in the realm of survival games, such rare and powerful tools were irresistible to any player. Having been in the game for over a month, Haizi had witnessed firsthand the fervor with which players clamored for items while accompanying Wang Shou to the black market. The enthusiasm was almost fanatical. In the auction house, items were fiercely contested by numerous guilds, with large organizations throwing resources at them, supplies flowing in like a river, and mountains of food and provisions amassed. Haizi and Oppo's personal experience revealed that the weapon Jiang Li possessed was not only a formidable attacking tool, but also had stunning effects. It was nothing short of a divine artifact. Should he acquire it, neither Wang Shou nor Li Shou would have the audacity to command him or lay a hand upon him. With this thought, Haizi's greed surged, and he began to regard Sister Mi with suspicion. Such a treasure could only belong to him. He rose swiftly from the ground, forcefully pushing Sister Mi aside as he lunged for the repair hammer in Jiang Li's grasp. It was in this very moment that Jiang Li seized her opportunity. The hammer in her right hand swung slightly, striking Haizi's reaching hand, who said such a light tap could not be considered an attack. In any case, Jiang Li was intent on dealing damage. The repair hammer crackled with sound as it once again sent Haizi reeling. Sister Mi barely had time to chastise Haizi for his reckless shove before Jiang Li and Oppo's hammer came crashing down. Special effects activated. Jiang Li flashed a smile, delivering hammer strikes left and right, effectively incapacitating both assailants. You have killed. You have killed. 2 system messages popped up in succession, and 2 gleaming silver keys burst forth into the air. Jiang Li glanced at the bodies on the ground, exerting herself to drag them into a nearby, concealed structure. The act of looting was becoming increasingly familiar to her. Jiang Li prioritized resourcefulness, ensuring that nothing went to waste. She also snatched up the bag filled with supplies, decisively stowing it away. This was hard currency in the black market. Jiang Li hefted her backpack, feeling its weight as she bore it on her back. It was heavy and taxing, yet it brought her a sense of security. Today had proven to be a bountiful harvest. She navigated her way back, avoiding encounters with others. Upon nearing Wang Shou and Appo's safe house, she stealthily donned Sister Mi and Appo's clothing. Being slightly slimmer than Sister Mi, she had to improvise, stuffing her attire with items and placing wooden blocks in her shoes for added height. She smeared some soot on her face, tied up her hair, and donned a hat. In the water-scarce wasteland town, everyone went days without washing their faces, rendering them indistinguishable in their dirtiness. With her disguise, she concealed the repair hammer within her sleeve, covering it with her hand. Slowing her pace, she called out to Wang Gu, mimicking Sister Mi's tone from a distance, uncertain if Wang Shou would be deceived. Jiang Li mused that it cost nothing to attempt a ruse. Players did not always maintain a team status, as there were limitations on range. Inside the safe house, Wang Shou covered his inflamed, festering eye, his irritation palpable. He complained within himself about the exorbitant fees demanded by the healer and the inefficiency of his subordinates. They had been gone for ages. Why had they not returned with the healer? His blinded eye was nearly unbearable. Wang Shou strained his uninjured eye, rummaging through drawers in search of painkillers, having exhausted the supply on the table without knowing what remained in the cabinets. At that moment, he heard someone calling for him from outside, the voice muffled. Was it Xiaomi? Wang Gu opened the door. Wang Shou cursed in annoyance, his eye throbbing and his head buzzing. Assuming it was the healer arriving, he rushed to the door, neglecting to check through the window. As the door swung open, Jiang Li's eyes brightened, and she decisively swung her hammer down. Wang Shou was met with a critical blow, his eyes widening as he staggered backward. Since he had opened the door himself, it could not be considered an attack on the safe house. Jiang Li caught sight of the room, filled with items, and grinned, momentarily delaying her plan to finish off Wang Shou. If a player was killed, the belongings within the safe house would be lost. Jiang Li intended to leave Wang Shou incapacitated, observing his weakened state and began binding him tightly with rope. True to his reputation as the leader of a notorious gang, Wang Shou and Appo's safe house was stocked with furniture and a plethora of supplies, including a dedicated wardrobe. These valuable items were now hers. Their safe houses were located within the same neighborhood, close enough to be convenient, yet distant enough to remain discreet. Wang Shou and Appo's malevolent reputation had led other players to avoid his abode, fearing to approach. This provided Jiang Li with an advantage. She devoted the daylight hours to relocating supplies. By the time dusk descended, she had barely completed the transfer. Wang Shou, bound to a chair, resembled a crab poised for boiling, and his incessant curses were muffled by the foul socks Jiang Li had stuffed in his mouth. One last round. Jiang Li glanced at the time, a question forming in her mind. What was the shadow that appeared after 8:00 and Appo's clock at night? Being a newcomer, she was only acquainted with a few scavengers she had dealt with, none of whom exhibited malice. There were no high-ranking players among them from whom she could glean valuable information. The only certainty was that venturing out at night was exceedingly perilous. Jiang Li regarded Wang Shou, furrowing her brow as she dragged him into her own safe house. After inspecting him and confirming his inability to resist, she commenced her interrogation, demanding to know what he knew. Wang Shou was far from cooperative. Having been relieved of the sock gag, he unleashed a torrent of foul language. His words were utterly repulsive. Seeing this, Jiang Li let out a cold laugh, having prepared for this moment and devised a strategy for dealing with Wang Shou. Now, in the realm of survival games, past kindness and compassion would only lead to one and Appo's demise. Kindness must be supported by the ability to enforce it. What is the shadow that appears after 8:00 at night? Wang Shou hesitated, then spat defiantly. You wretched creature, if you dare to harm me, I will see to it that you end up in a brothel upon hearing this. Jiang Li brandished the knife she had acquired from Haizi, inflicting several cuts on Wang Shou. She repeated her question. Wang Shou writhed in a frenzy, struggling violently. Jiang Li maintained a stoic expression, raising the knife again and gesturing menacingly after several repetitions before the blade could even touch him. Wang Shou finally understood. He answered her every inquiry, eyes wide with fear, spilling forth everything he knew like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Chapter 5. Were monsters once players? The shadow, a fallen one. Upon uttering this statement, a momentary silence enveloped the safe house, rendering it eerily still. Jiang Li felt a twinge of confusion and followed Wang Shou's gaze towards the window. Beyond the half-drawn curtains, the night had fully descended, and tall silhouettes roamed the streets. This was a daily occurrence. Players owned the daylight, while the night belonged to the fallen ones. On her first day in the game, Jiang Li had been warned not to venture out after dark. The fallen ones possessed formidable strength and were instinctively drawn to pursue players for the thrill of slaughter. As the clock struck 8, these creatures would manifest on the streets, their emergence as seamless as a breath. Wang Shou shuddered, hesitantly stating, "I heard this from a guild. They referred to the monsters as fallen ones, claiming they were once players themselves." This revelation was astonishing. Jiang Li poured herself a cup of water, placing it by the fire to warm, hoping to alleviate her shock. Quite frankly, it was challenging to associate a 4-meter-tall monster with 6 arms to an ordinary human. Yet, considering the survival games in this world, absurdities were hardly rare. A thought struck her, recalling the game's warning. If a player dies, their safe house will be destroyed. What would happen if a safe house were to be obliterated? What fate awaited a player who lost their sanctuary? They would inevitably become a fallen one. Indeed, Wang Shou's information corroborated this. Due to the negative effects of low health, Wang Shou's consciousness began to blur, causing his speech to falter. Jiang Li sifted through the information she had gathered. Only a few pieces were truly significant. The notion that fallen ones were once players was a tale that had circulated in the wasteland town since at least several reset cycles ago. Players who lost their safe houses transformed into fallen ones, appearing in alternate spatial dimensions, similar to the keys obtained from slaying players. The vanished resources were lost to another space. At night, these alternate dimensions would overlap with the plane inhabited by players, thus giving rise to monsters. However, Wang Shou could not elaborate further. The terms reset cycles and alternate dimensions were merely snippets he had overheard. His knowledge stemmed from his position as a prominent figure in the Firebeacon Guild, while most had never even heard of the notion of resets in the Wasteland Town map. Upon learning of Wang Shou's connections, a glint of malice flickered in Jiang Li and Appo's eyes. "What is your relationship with the Firebeacon Guild?" The question resonated with Wang Shou, igniting a spark of hope within him. He moved his lips, threatening, "I usually work for the Firebeacon Guild. I have an important task in the coming days. If you kill me, the guild will not spare you." Jiang Li delivered a sharp slap, realizing that this guild was no virtuous organization to support Wang Shou. She turned away, rummaging through the supplies she had gathered, indifferent to his threats. Before long, Jiang Li discovered a ledger among Wang Shou's belongings. The palm-sized notebook was filled with records of transactions between Wang Shou and the Firebeacon Guild. Day 3. Stole a radio. Accidentally killed a person. Sold the radio to the Firebeacon Guild for allegiance. Day 5. Lured 2 female players. My boss gave me a bag of salt and free access to the brothel. Day 8. A couple entered the game. The man foolishly tried to protect his girlfriend. He got what he deserved. The woman was sold into slavery. Jiang Li and Appo's fury ignited as she flipped through the pages, seizing a stick to beat Wang Shou mercilessly. This scoundrel had barely been in the game for 2 days before engaging in malevolent deeds, emboldened by the support of the Firebeacon Guild. Furthermore, the black market was rife with human trafficking, treating players as slaves. Wang Shou screamed in agony, pleading for mercy, claiming he still held value. However, Jiang Li and Appo's heart was unmoved. She endured her irritation and continued to peruse the ledger as she struck him. Wang Shou had only been in the game for less than 2 months, yet the ledger recorded a staggering 35 transactions. The latest entry detailed a task assigned to him by the Firebeacon Guild, instructing him to monitor the whereabouts of a teenage girl. If she were found, the directive was to capture her and secretly deliver her to the guild, with the promise of a box of supplies as an advance. Wang Shou had accepted the task, but declined the supplies, having sought assistance from the guild for treatment after Jiang Li had blinded him in one eye. It appeared that the transaction had taken place just days prior. With a sharp crack, the stick Jiang Li wielded snapped in two. After spending some time ensuring no further useful information could be extracted from Wang Shou, she efficiently disposed of him, sending him to the waste disposal. Having completed her task, Jiang Li sighed and approached the window, drawing the curtains shut. Although she knew the safe house muffled sound and light, the sight of the shadows wandering outside still filled her with unease. Fallen players had transformed into such wretched beings. Additionally, the guild at the town's center concealed numerous secrets. Realizing it was late, Jiang Li tidied up briefly before lying down on her freshly made bed. The past few days had been bountiful in terms of supplies. Her modest safe house was nearly overflowing. She planned to trade some items at the black market. Conveniently located in the town center, Jiang Li slowly closed her eyes, mentally retracing the details of the day. Confirming that she had not been observed while transporting supplies, she finally relaxed and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Unlocking the task function. Perhaps the crisis had been resolved, but Jiang Li found herself in an unusually deep slumber, awakening in a state of confusion. In the past 2 days, her safe house had undergone a dramatic transformation. The initial dimensions of a new player's safe house measured a mere 3 meters by 3 meters by 3 meters. It was hardly sufficient for storing supplies, let alone for daily living. Now, her bed, the space beneath it, and even the narrow passageways of her dwelling were cluttered with a chaotic assortment of materials. In fact, navigating to the bathroom felt like a daunting expedition. She needed to find a way to expand her space. Frustration prompted Jiang Li to ruffle her hair as she opened the system panel to check the conditions for upgrading her safe house. Current usable area of safe house, 9 square meters. Expanding area, 1 square meter requires 100 survival points. Balance insufficient. ISNT, the price rather steep for a survival game. Jiang Li couldn't and oppose. T help but scoff. Relying solely on sign-ins to accumulate survival points, without spending a single one, would require her to survive for 20 days just to purchase an additional square meter. Sign-in Wasteland Town. Day 9. Earned 5 survival points. Talent skill usage has been refreshed. Jiang Li needed to venture out to scavenge for more supplies. In a survival game, one could never have too many resources. The pace of expanding her safe house felt agonizingly slow. Was there no other avenue to acquire survival points? At that moment, following the sign-in reward settlement, a progress bar appeared. Congratulations, player 15233, Jiang Li, for reaching day 9. Your survival duration has surpassed that of 50 players, granting you the qualification to load the task function. Please note, the task function will issue daily tasks. Completing them will yield rewards, while failures will result in resource deductions. Players are advised to carefully review the red text reminders and confirm whether to load the task function. Please note, once loaded, it cannot be deleted. Astonishing. Surviving for 9 days had allowed her to surpass half of the players. The brutality of the game was once again laid bare. Living beings were inexplicably thrust into this game, confronting hunger, cold, and the strife among players, while also facing the lurking threat of monstrous fallen. A shiver coursed through Jiang Li, a heavy feeling settling in her heart, akin to a noose tightening around her throat. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but they ultimately transformed into a curse, a release of pent-up emotion. To escape this predicament of life and death, she could only strengthen herself. Regaining her composure, Jiang Li meticulously scrutinized the system's message, her gaze now more resolute than before. This was her first encounter with such a serious reminder in a survival game. It seemed the task function was indeed of great significance. Moreover, it could not be uninstalled. Initiating tasks would set her on a different path from ordinary players, where danger and opportunity walked hand in hand. Jiang Li placed her hand over the confirmation button, taking a moment to survey her cramped, oppressive safe house. While lying back in comfort was appealing, the reality was that this was a survival game. The bullying she endured from the Wang Shou group served as the first lesson imparted by the game. Retreating would only embolden the wicked. Only through immense strength could she ensure her own safety. The The resources she had procured through cunning were a source of pride for her. Furthermore, she was no longer willing to endure the pangs of hunger and cold. She confirmed the action to load the task function. With her confirmation, a small star appeared next to her player name on the panel. Daily task. Easy explore 3 unknown streets today. Task reward. 50 survival points. 2 packs of instant noodles. Note: failure will result in a deduction of 200 grams of cured meat. Zhongli glanced at the task rewards. Indeed, to earn survival points, she needed to rely on tasks. The penalties for failure would be drawn from the supplies within her safe house, and they were quite discerning. Cured meat was a vital ingredient. In pursuit of saving money for a larger dwelling and safeguarding her precious cured meat, Zhongli began to pack her belongings, setting out to explore. Chapter 7. The found tricycle. The desolate town grew increasingly frigid, the heavy snowfall finally abating, only to be replaced by a biting northern wind. Outside, the cold gusts howled, slicing against Zhongli's face like a blade. She adjusted the hood enveloping her head, ensuring she was snugly wrapped, with only her bright, clear eyes exposed. From the supplies pillaged from Wangshu. She recalled she had stashed a pair of sunglasses in her backpack. Zhongli retrieved the sunglasses and donned them, instantly embodying a post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic, radiating a touch of fashion. Tasked with exploring 3 city blocks, Zhongli believed in the wisdom of preparation. She resolved to venture further afield in hopes of uncovering valuable treasures. The neighborhoods surrounding the safe house had been thoroughly scoured by players, leaving not even the dry branches for firewood. With a clear route in mind and a hand-drawn rudimentary map in her possession, she marked off areas with high foot traffic around the safe house, having already selected her desired destination. Before long, Zhongli arrived at a street corner, swiftly crossing the desolate thoroughfare towards an alley marked by a weathered signpost. The 2-meter-high sign lay toppled in the greenery, its blue paint nearly entirely worn away, faintly revealing the words Happiness Road. Nearby, a few tree stumps jutted awkwardly from the snow, a small bounty nonetheless. Zhongli exhaled into her palm, took out her axe, and began chopping at the stumps, tossing the cut wood into her backpack. Quality timber could be fashioned into furniture or used for repairs, while inferior wood, once dried, served as firewood. As she wandered into the adjacent alley, she suddenly noticed a series of disordered footprints against the wall, distinctly fresh. Someone had passed this way before. At least 5 sets of prints. Zhongli chose not to confront them, turning instead towards the neighborhood on her right. Beside Happiness Road lay a row of commercial establishments, their eclectic signs long since decayed, leaving only large swathes of faded plastic flapping from the doorways. Zhongli meticulously searched each shop, discovering 3 unopened packets of biscuits in a convenience store, along with 2 bottles of mineral water tucked in a corner. When she first entered the survival game, she found it perplexing that these buildings, clearly abandoned for decades, still yielded newly packaged food. Wangshu's explanation had clarified her confusion. The game's map underwent a reset period, causing the town supplies to refresh, which explained how new players were continually sustained. At that moment, Zhongli's eyes lit up. She spotted a repair shop, navigating through a heap of obstructive construction debris. She hurried to the shop's entrance and pushed open the large door, instantly enveloped in a cloud of dust. The expansive repair shop was desolate, with a rusted tricycle parked in a corner and a wooden counter near the entrance. The game's refresh mechanics seemed unreasonable. How could such a large establishment yield only 2 useful items? Zhongli inspected the counter and discovered a key nestled in the drawer, accompanied by a screwdriver and half a box of screws. Excellent, all hers. She tossed the items into her backpack and strode towards the tricycle. Upon closer inspection, she realized the single-person counter was just the right size to fit in the cargo area. Unfortunately, the tricycle appeared rather dilapidated in the past. It would have fetched a mere few coins at scrapyard. As she approached, a line of text emerged above the tricycle. Tricycle, durability 100. It will fall apart upon riding. Better find a mechanic to fix it. In the system's assessment, the tricycle was categorized as a large item, subject to durability limits governing player usage. This explained the exorbitant cost of transportation in the desolate town. Excessive wear and tear necessitated repair by players with the relevant mechanic skills. Coincidentally, Jiangli was well suited for this task. As a special repair apprentice, she had yet to utilize her repair skills that day. Upon using her skill, the battered tricycle was instantly revitalized, even the broken handlebar restoring to its original condition. Congratulations! Your tricycle has acquired the white attribute, swift as the wind. White attribute, swift as the wind. Riding speed increased by 50, reduced burden, diminished stamina consumption. Though merely a white attribute, its properties were commendable, perfectly complementing the tricycle's function. Jiangli circled the vehicle, noticing a heavy iron lock securing the wheel. The very key she had pilfered from the counter now in her grasp. Such a straightforward physical deterrent, it was rather basic. Players could easily force the lock open with the right tools, even without a key. Jiangli loaded the counter onto the cargo area, tossed her backpack onto the tricycle, and mounted it with ease. Having secured a means of transportation, her subsequent search for supplies would be far more efficient, able to haul away anything she laid eyes upon. She even found 3 notebooks, a fountain pen, a bottle of ink, and, nestled in the depths of a dusty shelf, a box of colorful paper for book covers. The vibrant wrapping paper, sealed in plastic and rolled into tubes, was particularly delightful to behold. Jiangli was enchanted by the Q-version patterns, the vivid colors stirring memories of her mundane daily life. The primary palette of the survival game was a dreary gray, with players perpetually facing danger, intensifying Jiangli's nostalgia for her once ordinary existence. These book cover papers could serve as wallpaper, bringing warmth and color to her safe house, transforming it into a true home. Determined to take them, she fervently searched the shelves, wishing she could load the towering shelf onto the tricycle. But alas, space was already limited in the cargo area, and her safe house could not accommodate it either. With a sigh, Jiangli pulled out her hand-drawn map and marked it for future reference, resolving to return when time allowed. Having traversed the entire street, her task panel updated with progress. Daily task. Easy explore 3 unknown streets today. 1-3. Jiangli checked the time. It was still early, with plenty of daylight left to complete her task. She decided to return the items on the tricycle to the safe house before setting off to explore other streets. With the added swift as the wind attribute, riding the tricycle became a joyful experience, even with a full load. The street's exit was blocked by debris from a collapsed building. While she could walk out, riding the tricycle was impossible. Jiangli had no choice but to turn around and retrace her path. As she passed through Happiness Road, she heard a cacophony of voices within. Oh no! Jiangli dared not underestimate the player's nature. Such a valuable tricycle could easily attract greedy eyes. With a burst of energy, she pedaled furiously, wishing she could sprout wings to escape Happiness Road. Thanks to the 50 speed boost from her attribute, she had already sped away on her tricycle before the group in the alley could emerge to confront her. Chapter 8. The Rules of the Black Market. A group of individuals emerged from the alley, their gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Jiangli, prompting an animated discussion among them. A young man with tousled hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, observed the 3 tire tracks in the road and remarked slowly, "When we first arrived, there weren't any tire marks on the ground. It seems they came from the nearby commercial street. Had we known, we would have checked the commercial street first. The tricycle is quite a valuable asset. We've been outpaced." This statement ignited a spark of greed in their eyes. "Captain, should we pursue them?" one suggested. "What will be the point of chasing after them? Surely we want to just greet them and advocate for peace among players," retorted a short-haired girl in the group, distancing herself from the yellow-haired youth and his companions. "We are a legitimate guild. We are not lacking a vehicle. So why should we steal from others?" Her sharp words struck a nerve with the yellow-haired fellow, who felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet he dared not confront her. For she was the team's primary damage dealer, armed with a sniper rifle and occupying a central position in their formation. The leader, clad in a leather jacket, glanced at his watch without acknowledging the yellow-haired youth's disgruntlement. "Let us not lose sight of our mission. What is a tricycle to us? I'll submit a request for the guild leader to grant you a van." His words served as a balm, dissipating the tense atmosphere within the group. However, a dilemma arose. The short-haired girls sighed in distress. Their purpose in Happiness Road was not merely to scavenge for supplies. The guild had ample provisions. They were here to search for a missing member. Generally, a missing player would not warrant the guild's mobilization. But this time it was the guild leader's sister who had vanished. The young girl not only possessed healing abilities, but also carried a precious healing item. They had scoured from the town center to its outskirts over 2 days, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. Young Yunji, possessing healing talents, is vulnerable out there. The longer she is missing, the less safe she becomes, she lamented, stamping her foot as she pulled out a map to confer with her teammates. Meanwhile, Jiangli was in high spirits, having joined the ranks of those with vehicles, deftly pedaling her tricycle between the safe house and the scavenging site. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she completed the daily tasks assigned by the system, earning herself 50 survival points. With time still on her side, she perused the task panel, noting with disappointment that only one daily task refreshed each day. Longing for a larger abode, Jiangli shook her head, gazing at the overflowing items within the safe house, sighing internally. With no opportunity to take on more tasks, she decided to venture into the black market. Initially intending to transport goods via tricycle, she reconsidered, wary of drawing attention, and ultimately resorted to stowing unwanted items in her backpack, opting to carry them herself. The black market was housed in the largest building in the town center, originally a 5-story shopping mall, though conveniently located with roads radiating in all directions. The entrance had been barricaded with construction debris, leaving only guarded entry and exit points. As Jiangli approached the fence, a doorman emerged, instructing her to halt. The doorman stood behind an iron gate, clutching a black cloth hood in one hand and a stack of tickets in the other. "Which floor do you wish to access?" he inquired. Jiangli squinted, observing the 2 distinct colors of the tickets in his grasp. She retrieved a cigarette from her pocket, engaging the doorman to inquire about the black market's regulations. Cigarettes were a rare commodity, and she had managed to acquire only 6.5 packs from Wang Shou and his companions, totaling around 100 cigarettes. Sensing the potential for advantage, the doorman's demeanor shifted from impatience to cordiality. He took the cigarette, inhaling deeply without lighting it, savoring the moment before reluctantly stowing it in his pocket. At this juncture, the doorman regarded Jiangli with a slow, assured tone. "You must be a new player. Any player who lingers in Waste City cannot avoid the black market. With resources scarce in the game, everyone must barter to sustain their survival." Jiangli smiled, unfazed by his scrutiny, redirecting the conversation back to the black market. "As you can see, there are 5 floors in the black market, with increasing restrictions as you ascend. Naturally, the treasures to be discovered improve as well." The doorman waved the tickets in his hand, indicating they served as the key to the upper levels. "Once you pass this barrier, anyone can wander the first floor, though the offerings are of little value, as they are merely players setting up stalls." As he spoke, he glanced at the contents of Jiangli's backpack, which revealed only a few tattered garments, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. "Based on what you carry, you'd only be permitted to set up a stall on the first floor. According to the rules, you can enter with a pound of food as your admission fee. Those items aren't worth a cigarette." Jiangli pressed further. "What about access to the upper floors?" The doorman scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "To reach the second floor, you'll need 5 pounds of food. I'll issue you a blue ticket. The second level is where players seek assistance from one another, allowing for task exchanges and item collateral. As for the third floor, it belongs to the talented and guild members. No fee is required to ascend, but you must prove your status as a talented individual or a guild member, or have a friend vouch for you." Jiangli opened her panel, fiddling with the talent section. "Talent, special repair apprentice. Choose to disguise, hide prefix, can be displayed as repair apprentice," although the term apprentice seemed somewhat unprofessional. The talent itself was a distinct advantage, endowing her with skills that ordinary players lacked. Moreover, repair-related talents were often invaluable in various situations within the game, serving as a secondary support role, just behind healing. Displaying her talent information, the doorman, who had previously exuded arrogance and disdain, suddenly bowed his head in respect. You should have mentioned that earlier." A smile broke across his face as he rummaged through his pocket, hesitating to return the cigarette he had just taken. Even if he wished to return it, Jiangli had no intention of accepting it. Not only was it unappealing, but she still had questions that remained unanswered. Noticing Jiang Li's disinterest in reclaiming the cigarette, the doorman's smile widened, and he quickly swung open the iron gate that had been blocking her path. It was my oversight. Please don't take it to heart. I've informed you about the first 3 levels. However, the 4th and 5th levels are quite extraordinary. According to the doorman's explanation, the 4th level of the black market was an auction house, catering exclusively to powerful clients, where the rarest items could only be found. The 5th level, reserved for the black market's dominant factions, was strictly off-limits to outsiders, and the doorman, being of a lower rank, could not elaborate further. Chapter 9. Clearance sale. The gatekeeper dared not accept any goods, instead presenting the tickets for the 2nd and 3rd floors with both hands, inquiring kindly, "Do you need assistance with your items?" Jiang Li shook her head, accepted the tickets along with the hood provided by the black market, donned them, and ventured inside. The black hood, reminiscent of those worn by bandits, appeared rather ludicrous. However, Jiang Li, unburdened by concerns of appearance, felt at ease, as if she were a fish returning to water. The atmosphere within the black market was bustling. Upon entering the marketplace, Jiang Li was enveloped by the cacophony of voices, with players enthusiastically hawking their wares, selling goods, flour, oil, and salt, trading for drinking water. Jiang Li glanced at the nearest stall, where the vendor sat on the ground, having neatly packaged the food into bags, which were piled beside them. The vendors occupied squares delineated by white chalk, leaving a 2-meter wide aisle for passers-by. Carrying a large wicker basket, Jiang Li immediately attracted attention. "Excuse me, please make way." A player approaching was about to leave when they noticed the fur coat atop her basket. With the weather in the town growing increasingly frigid, players needed ample warm clothing. Realizing this, the player quickly stopped Jiang Li, lowering their voice to ask, "How much for that coat?" Jiang Li did not rush to respond, gesturing for the individual to follow her to a vacant stall in the corner. The bustling aisle was hardly an appropriate place for conversation, and besides, she was uncertain about market prices, so she seized the opportunity to inquire about other goods along the way. Once they reached a suitable spot, Jiang Li felt more informed. She retrieved the old garment from her basket and laid them out on the ground, quoting a slightly lower price. 15 pounds of food for this fur coat. The player was somewhat exhilarated upon hearing her offer. Earlier, when passing by, they had assumed they would not find a bargain. Yet here was a surprisingly reasonable quote. The thought that this coat had once belonged to Wang Shou made Jiang Li feel a bit queasy. Moreover, there was simply no room to store it, so it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to clear out her inventory. The player rummaged through the items on the ground and then spotted a pair of leather shoes, also requesting 2 pairs of socks in a half-buy, half-gift manner. Both parties felt they had made a worthwhile exchange. To Jiang Li's surprise, she could trade even stinky socks for goods, which relieved her. She then turned to engage other interested customers nearby. The entry fee for the black market was not collected in vain. There were designated individuals maintaining order and providing weighing services. Once everyone had selected their clothing and negotiated prices, they produced their goods and handed them to Jiang Li, counting them out before her. These second-hand garments quickly transformed into bags of rice, biscuits, and various essential household items. Jiang Li even encountered a player eager to trade a copper hot pot with her, claimed to have found it in a restaurant, along with 2 boxes of alcohol fuel. The fuel was in high demand, having long since been exchanged for food and drink, while the copper hot pot remained unsold. As Jiang Li contemplated the meager cooking utensils in her safe house, she noticed that others were trading canned meats and fresh fruits and vegetables. The allure of hot pot began to tempt her. Seeing her interest, the player fished out a piece of beef hot pot base from their pocket. The transparent packaging revealed a vibrant orange hue, and just one glance was enough to evoke craving for the spicy aroma of hot pot. "Would you like a trade? I also have a packet of hot pot base to offer." Without hesitation, Jiang Li agreed. Who could resist the allure of hot pot? Moreover, the copper pot could serve other purposes, cooking 2 dishes simultaneously, far superior to the iron pot she had appropriated. Having sold all her clothing, she organized the goods acquired from the trade and began to leisurely browse the stalls. Chapter 10. Survival Point Item Card in the Bustling Black Market. The majority of available food consists of convenient items such as biscuits, bread, and bottled water. Players venturing outside can only make do with these provisions. Only a select few, in relatively good health, have the leisure to prepare their own meals and trade for ingredients at the stalls. Due to the varying probabilities of resource replenishment, fruits and vegetables are scarce, and since everyone must consume green plants to maintain their health, the prices of these foods remain exorbitantly high. Jiangli crouched in front of a vegetable stall, meticulously selecting a portion each of carrots, lettuce, and bok choy, as well as a packet of eggs and 4 cans of luncheon meat. The vegetables refreshed in the game come sealed in a special packaging, each portion weighing a standard 500 grams, with vibrant green leaves visible through the transparent wrapping. The luncheon meat cans are ready to eat, and Jiangli plans to open one for hot pot upon her return, leaving the rest for later. Meat is not inexpensive. Each can contains 250 grams, with a trade ratio of 1 to 10 against biscuits. Jiangli needs 5 kilograms of biscuits to exchange for a single can of luncheon meat, with the price of beef cans doubling that of pork. After concluding their transaction, the stall owner, observing the near-empty stock, approached Jiang Li with a proposition. "Young lady, I have half a kilogram of potatoes left. If you take them, I'll throw in these few spring onions at a discount." The notion of a discount successfully halted Jiang Li's departure, and her basket accumulated a few more ingredients. Nearby, another vendor was selling spices and seasonings, diligently portioning out the requested condiments onto a stack of paper. 50 grams of salt, yes, that's more than enough for a while. I'll also take a small bottle of cooking oil. Without oil, my stomach won't feel right. As the customer spoke, they tugged at their black hood, urging the vendor to hasten their movements. The surrounding environment felt stifling. The mall's glass windows had long since shattered, and with the black market's strict import and export regulations, the enforcers had boarded up unnecessary windows with wooden planks, leaving only a few ventilated openings. Lacking any electrical power outside the safe house, torches provided illumination, making prolonged stays uncomfortable. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat uneasy, completed her spice purchases before wandering around for a while and then ascending to the second floor. The grand elevator at the center of the hall had fallen into disrepair, a relic of a bygone era, with only the stairway in the corner remaining functional. A bouncer at the stairway demanded tickets from those wishing to ascend. Jiang Li presented her ticket and, upon reaching the second floor, felt an immediate improvement in her breathing. The players milling about appeared more presentable. While the glitz and glamour were non-existent, at least everyone was dressed neatly, suggesting they were well-fed and warmly clad. A server, carrying a wooden board inscribed with the menu, navigated through the crowd. Spotting Jiang Li, they hurried over, a frozen smile creeping onto their face. "Miss, would you like to dine? We have freshly prepared hot dishes, as well as milk tea and coffee." Initially, Jiang Li had no intention of engaging with the sales pitch, as the service here seemed rather pricey. However, her gaze swept over the menu, and suddenly she realized the charges were indicated in survival points. Can survival points be traded? Contemplating her future grand residence, Jiang Li accepted the menu, flipping through it while inquiring with the server. Survival points are typically acquired through system tasks. How do you facilitate trading? Clearly, Jiang Li was not the first to pose this question, as the server answered with practiced ease. "You may have heard of item cards. We can provide a type of item card that assists players in collecting and spending survival points." As they spoke, the server produced a thin card from their pocket. The card was silver, cool to the touch, exuding a metallic texture, adorned with intricate and chaotic patterns. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, questioning the difference between this and a bank card. If such a tool truly existed, it would undoubtedly be a high-level main item serving as the backbone of the banking system. Given that her repair hammer could also carry attributes and effects akin to a beginner-s artifact, it was hardly surprising that similar banking items would appear in the game. Jiang Li toyed with the item card in her hand, deciding to obtain one. The demand for survival points among players was ever increasing. Without flexible trading, the development of her safe house would be severely restricted. Moreover, the item card was anonymous and required no binding. It could simply be used as long as one held it. Although she hadn't sold any food from the menu, the willingness of a customer to acquire an item card was a satisfactory achievement for the server. Her smile grew more genuine as she led Jiang Li to the innermost booth on the second floor. As Jiang Li observed the sway of the server's skirt and the tailored suit accentuating the male server-esque physique. She couldn't help but ask, "Why wear such thin clothing? It's freezing outside, and this place isn't much warmer." The server glanced back at Jiang Li, noting only curiosity in her eyes, devoid of mockery, before shedding her false pretense. "It's the boss's requirement," she replied, a tremor in her voice. "If we don't comply, we face punishment in the basement." Jiang Li hesitated, recalling the ledger that detailed the sordid dealings between Wang Shou and the Firebeacon Guild. Nearly half of the transactions involved the trafficking of players as slaves in the black market. Clearly, the power of the black market was not to be underestimated. As Jiang Li surveyed the bustling trading hall, her gaze grew more complex. The item card was costly, but fortunately, Jiang Li was a gifted individual. The administrator responsible for distribution registered her talent information as Repair Apprentice after seeking her consent. When asked how she wished to be addressed, Jiang Li remained cautious and replied that her name was Jiang Xiaobai. The administrator presented her with the item card, smiling as they said, "Miss Jiang, this item card incurs no fees, but we hope you will allow us to facilitate connections when players seek repair talents." So, it's like a middleman. Some players, unable to access talents, could only rely on the black market for intermediaries to assist in contact. Jiang Li nodded. This was a minor issue. After all, others could only find her when she was at the black market, and the power of communication lay in her hands. Registering for the item card felt like saving money. Eager to explore the second-floor hall with the item that permitted the trading of survival points, Jiang Li wasted no time. She had recently acquired a considerable amount of supplies through her clothing sales and had inquired about the trade prices. 1 pound of biscuits could be exchanged for 10 survival points. In an instant, the heavy basket behind Jiang Li transformed into the dreamlike area of her safe house. Only 10 pounds of biscuits were needed to exchange for a square meter. What was there to hesitate about? Jiang Li exchanged all the rations she had no desire to consume, even pulling out a few packs of cigarettes buried at the bottom of the basket. Upon seeing the cigarettes, players immediately flocked to her, creating a lively scene. Before long, Jiang Li's survival points skyrocketed, surpassing the 4-digit mark. Chapter 11. The Bounty for Wealth, Survival Points. 1056. Jiang Li felt a sense of satisfaction, unexpectedly realizing that the most valuable item was the cigarettes she had previously scorned. Indeed, such addictive substances were difficult to resist, even for players who had become ensnared by them. The pressure of survival within the game was immense, rendering cigarettes and alcohol as the most benign outlets for frustration. It was a rare occurrence for someone to sell cigarettes, and soon a throng of players gathered around Jiang Li, clamoring to purchase. The excitement drew in passers-by, who, unaware of the situation, couldn't help but converge to see what treasures Jiang Li was offering. The crowd swelled, nearly blocking the corridor. Jiang Li quickly clapped her hands and shouted, "All sold out. Please disperse, there's nothing left." A hand reached out from the crowd, attempting to snatch the can of meat she had reserved for herself, but she swiftly swatted it away. Exasperated, Jiang Li exclaimed, "This is for me to eat. There's more for sale downstairs. Go find it yourselves." With that, she hastily gathered her belongings and squeezed through the crowd, only to collide with a group of people ascending the stairs. Among them was a short-haired girl who, upon reaching the upper floor, waved for a server and loudly proclaimed, "We wish to issue a bounty, a substantial one." The phrase substantial bounty immediately captured the attention of the crowd, and those who had missed out on the cigarettes rushed over. Jiang Li paused to see what the bounty entailed. Nearby, players began to speculate fervently. She recognized them. The short-haired woman was a firearms prodigy, notorious for having eliminated several attackers during her awakening at Garbage Mountain. 1 shot, 1 kill, remarkably skilled, she was later invited by the Wind and Cloud Guild for focus training. When it was revealed that this team belonged to the Wind and Cloud Guild, the crowd became even more animated. What could have transpired that a major guild needed to resort to issuing a bounty to random players? The Wind and Cloud members approached the trading platform, filling out a form. The short-haired girl paused at the bounty amount, turning to the person in charge for confirmation. The team leader furrowed his brow and stated, "Listed at 10,000 survival points. A reward of 1,000 points for valid clues and an additional 10 000 points if we can ensure the young lady returns safely, plus a favor from the guild. The expressions of the teammates shifted, and after a few exchanged glances, they reluctantly pushed a blonde member forward. He wore an uncomfortable expression and quietly urged, "Captain, isn't that amount a bit excessive? We would also owe the guild a favor." Before the captain could respond, the short-haired girl grew impatient, glaring at the blonde. "Yunji has saved you more than once. What's with your stinginess now? Bringing her back safely is our priority." Humiliated in front of everyone, the blonde clenched his fists, struggling to maintain a forced smile. "I too wish for the young lady's safe return. Let us proceed, as the captain suggests. Lulu, please finalize the bounty." Chen Lu filled in the numbers, and the server bowed, promptly producing a large bounty notice to affix to the bulletin board. Jiangli approached to take a look and was momentarily dazzled by the figures displayed. A mere clue could yield 1,000 survival points, and the subsequent 10,000 survival points made her swallow hard. These were not just cold, hard numbers on a bounty notice. They represented the dream home Jiang Li had longed for. Most importantly, the description of the young lady, Shun Yunji, bore an uncanny resemblance to the last entry in Wang Shou's ledger. Was this not an opportunity for her to strike it rich? Intrigued, Jiang Li speculated that the Wind and Cloud Guild had only now posted the bounty after exhausting all private avenues in their search. Yet Wang Shou had received orders from Fenghua days ago. The timing was indeed thought-provoking. Jiang Li considered her next move and decided to inquire about the reputations of Fenghua and Wind and Cloud Guilds from other players. One player, having just purchased cigarettes from her, was quite generous and well-informed. The reputation of Fenghua is hard to gauge. Their methods are rather forceful, he said, taking a drag from his cigarette. Jiang Li understood that this implied Fenghua's reputation was not particularly favorable. He continued, providing additional information about the two guilds. "I've heard there's some old grudge between them. Best to steer clear of the major guild's affairs to avoid bad luck." Thanking him, Jiang Li was about to approach the Wind and Cloud members when she suddenly realized she was still in the black market's territory. With so many eyes around, it was not the ideal setting for discussions with the Wind and Cloud Guild. After all, players selling in the black market might have connections with Fenghua behind the scenes. Seeing the Wind and Cloud members hurriedly come and go, Jiang Li promptly dismissed her thoughts of heading to the third floor and decided to follow them closely. Once outside the black market and having crossed 2 streets, Chen Lu halted. She unshouldered her sniper rifle, pointing at a corner, and called out loudly, "Are you following us for a reason?" Truly a gifted individual. Her perception was quite sharp. Jiang Li, eyeing the dark muzzle of the gun, refrained from rushing out and called out, "I possess a clue." Upon hearing this, Chen Lu paused her actions and retracted her weapon. "You may step forward. We of the Wind and Cloud Guild are known for our integrity. The bounty will not shortchange you." Her words were candid, prompting her teammates to step back a few paces and allow space for their conversation. Jiang Li sighed with relief, reaching for her concealed repair hammer as she cautiously approached the corner. Chen Lu assessed the young girl before her, seemingly casual in her scrutiny, concluding that Jiang Li was likely a newcomer to the game. Given the harsh realities of the apocalyptic survival game, prolonged exposure worsened a player's physical and mental state. She likely wasn't a spy from another guild. Aware that Chen Lu was analyzing her, Jiang Li remained unfazed and recounted Shun Yunji's physical characteristics. However, she described the details based on the mission issued by Fenghua, specifically noting the date of Shun Yunji's disappearance, information not included in the bounty notice and known only to their internal members. It appeared that Jiang Li indeed had a genuine lead, not merely seeking to deceive them for personal gain. Chen Lu extended her hand, and a teammate promptly provided a prop card. Their respective cards drew near, and both their system panels displayed a prompt simultaneously. "Do you wish to transfer 1,000 survival points to the player?" Chen Lu confirmed the transaction. Jiang Li glanced at the system notification, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Transfer successful. Survival points, 2056. The Wind and Cloud members were indeed quite generous. Jiang Li chose to conceal her involvement in Wang Shou's demise and the fact that Fenghua had already been secretly searching for Shun Yunji days prior. alongside details of the peripheral members accepting the mission. As for the ire of the Wind and Cloud Guild, she had no desire to involve herself further. Her sole focus was on swiftly returning to expand her safe house. Chapter 12. One room, one hall at the entrance of the safe house. Jiangli accidentally knocked over a wooden rack while opening the door, becoming completely engulfed by the clutter. Through the ajar door, she could see the interior overflowing with items, leaving no space to step. With a sigh, Jiangli retrieved her still warm survival points to expand the safe house. Expanding area. 1 square meter requires 100 survival points. She exchanged for an additional 15 square meters, designing the house as a one-room, one-hall layout. Current usable area of the safe house, 24 square meters, according to the system's rules, regardless of how the interior of the safe house was expanded. Its exterior retained its modest initial appearance, unaffected by space limitations. Jiangli checked options on the system panel, deciding to transform the house into a rectangular shape of 3 by 8 meters, dividing the interior into 2 rooms, one serving as a living room and storage area, the other as her bedroom. Since this was to be a place of rest, an excess of clutter would create a stifling atmosphere, diminishing the space available for activities in her bedroom. Although a 2-story layout could be arranged, the space taken by stairs would be less practical than a single floor. In construction mode, Jiangli felt an absolute mastery over the safe house, able to allocate each space at will, as if she were a deity. When she withdrew her consciousness from construction mode, the mental exertion left her momentarily disoriented, and it took some time to regain her composure. She stepped inside, surveying her new home with a sense of fulfillment. Upon entering, the first room was the living area, measuring 3 by 6 meters, totaling 18 square meters. The front half was designated for organizing, while the back half was for storing supplies. A 1-meter-wide corridor on the right led directly to the bedroom. The safe house's glass window was installed along this corridor, facing the street, allowing Jiangli to observe the outside world conveniently. Leaning against the window for a moment, Jiangli then proceeded to her bedroom. It was rather cramped, furnished with her wooden bed and a sturdy 3-legged table. The furniture from Wangshu had been cumbersome to transport, and with dusk approaching, she had opted not to take larger items. The bedroom lacked lighting and windows, rendering it dim and difficult to see. The low light only deepened Jiangli's exasperation. The bed was propped up on bricks, a sight that evoked both pity and tears. It was simply intolerable. Jiangli mused that she was no longer a penniless novice in the game. Surely, it was time to improve her living conditions. With the intention to spend, she opened the system marketplace, browsing the available furniture, only to fall silent moments later. She was aware of the system's unscrupulous nature, but the prices were shockingly steep. A plain single iron frame bed was priced at 300 survival points. That could buy 3 square meters of space. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiangli. Before entering the game, she had watched numerous crafting videos from prominent players. After all, it was just a bed. She could purchase inexpensive wooden planks from the system and repurpose scavenged materials to create something splendid and save money in the process. Since the night had fallen and there were no recreational activities, engaging in carpentry to pass the time seemed a fitting choice. Determined, Jiangli rummaged through the clutter in the living area, acquiring what she needed while purchasing additional materials from the system. With tools readily available, she toiled for nearly 2 hours, her body steaming and even breaking a sweat. Finally, she crafted a finished product, though rough around the edges. It was a source of personal pride, as it was made with her own hands. Jiangli fashioned a 5 by 2 meter single bed and even created a bedside table, replacing the broken wooden bed and rickety table in her bedroom. The counter she had salvaged from the commercial street was easily transformed into a fine table. After moving these items into her bedroom and surveying the space, she found a wooden rack to lean against the wall. On this rack, she placed carefully selected snacks, including unopened cans of meat and soft bread. From her bag, Jiangli produced 3 bars of chocolate, 100 grams, examined them closely, and after swallowing her saliva, positioned them prominently on the snack rack. From then on, this chocolate would be a treasured item. Imagining waking up each day to see her favorite snacks displayed on the shelf brought a sense of relief from the pressures of survival. After tidying up the bedroom, She utilized the light filtering in from the living area to inspect her work and ultimately decided to purchase a long strip light from the system marketplace. A 1-meter-long light tube appeared on the floor beside her, devoid of wires or plugs. The System S products were undoubtedly of high quality and easy to install. Standing in the center of her bedroom, Jiangli raised the light tube toward the ceiling and mentally commanded it to install. The light tube levitated, obediently following her thoughts to adhere to the wall, quickly merging with the ceiling. A soft glow illuminated the room, adding a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Yet, this was still insufficient. The four walls felt overly confining. Glancing at her balance, she decided to purchase a glass window from the marketplace to install on the wall beside her bed. The system offered single-pane glass, ensuring that the safe house's exterior would not reveal the window's presence. Curious, Jiangli could not resist pushing against the glass window once it was affixed to the wall. Surprisingly resilient, it felt more like an embedded glass outer wall than a window. This was reassuring, providing her with a greater sense of security. By the time Jiangli finished her arrangement, it was already past midnight. She nestled into her newly made soft bedding, finally free from the worry of collapsing boards when turning in her sleep. Drowsiness soon overcame her. After a yawn, she quickly drifted off. Player, Jiangli, 15233. Talent, Special Repair Apprentice. Health, 6972. Sustain a minor injury while woodworking. Status, Normal, health regenerating slowly. Safe house durability, 100-115. Increased durability limit due to expansion. Survival points, 157 points. Chapter 13, Hot Pot and Snack Street. Sign in, Wasteland Town. Day 10. Earned 5 survival points. Talent skill usage has refreshed. Jiangli glanced at her survival point balance and let out a sharp exclamation while lying in bed. Indeed, the temptation to indulge in impulsive spending was greater at night. Survival points, 162 points she needed to continue saving. Opening her tasks, Jiangli discovered they were similar to the previous day, albeit with slight variations in rewards. Daily task, easy explore 3 unknown streets today. Task reward, 50 survival points. 3 bottles of drinking water, 500 milliliters. Note, failure will deduct 1 liter of drinking water resources. The rewards for daily tasks were modest, primarily aimed at providing survival points and encouraging players to venture out and explore. Wrapped in her blankets, Jiangli sighed. The cold weather made it increasingly tempting to remain immobile within the warmth of her bed. Yet life must go on. She rolled out of bed, feeling her empty stomach, and decided to have 2 meals today. The previous night, as carpentry work had consumed her time, leaving her to satiate her hunger with merely 2 packets of soda crackers. And the hot pot ingredients she had purchased remained unprepared. This would serve as her first meal of the day. Jiangli retrieved the copper hot pot she had exchanged for, setting it atop the makeshift stove assembled from bricks in her living room, and began to heat water. She poured a bottle of mineral water into each side of the pot, adding base seasoning to one side, while leaving the other plain. The vegetable packages provided by the system weighed 500 grams each, requiring no washing. She could simply open the packaging and toss them into the pot. Grabbing a raw carrot, she bit into it, savoring the taste. Remarkably delicious. Her hands moved swiftly, watching as bubbles formed at the bottom of the pot, and she cracked an egg into the clear broth. The egg quickly solidified in the hot water, transforming into a delectable poached egg. The red broth, enriched with beef tallow seasoning, simmered vigorously, releasing an enticing aroma that whetted Jiangli's appetite. Working diligently, she placed lettuce and bok choy on the edge of the pot, cutting the carrot into chunks to add to the broth. She only used part of the vegetable package, leaving the remainder secure in the bag on the table for later. Finally, she opened a can of luncheon meat and added it to the red pot, tossing a handful of noodles into the clear broth. Jiangli relished her breakfast-lunch hybrid, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Even as she rode her tricycle out, she continued to savor the enjoyment of her meal, particularly the robust flavor of the hot pot base. Though it was a rare find, consulting her hand-drawn map for a moment, she resolved to visit the snack street for a stroke of luck. After all, her task was to explore uncharted neighborhoods. Any place would suffice. In a vast world, nothing was more paramount than the pursuit of sustenance. Jiangli pedaled her tricycle through the streets, stopping at unfamiliar blocks to annotate her map for future explorations. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of a snack street. The towering archway at the street's mouth had long succumbed to the elements. Its colors faded, yet the engravings hinting at the night market still remained visible. Dismounting her vehicle, she hurried to the first establishment for inspection. The door stood ajar, revealing a chaotic interior littered with discarded refuse. And the iron tables and chairs for customers were in a state of disrepair. These iron fixtures were welded to the ground, and some were rusted, failing to capture Jiang Li's interest. Turning away, she proceeded to the next shop, a small noodle house, where the kitchen door bore a padlock. Observing the rusty latch, she took a hammer and struck it twice, breaking the lock. Inside the kitchen, she rummaged through the cabinets and unearthed a 1-kilogram bag of flour, a bottle of drinking water, and a small portion of 50 milliliters peanut oil. A fortunate find. With a smile, Jiang Li loaded her discoveries onto the tricycle and returned to retrieve the stainless steel steamer used for dumplings from the kitchen. There were 2 small steamers, which she intended to keep for herself. As she continued her search, several shops yielded nothing of value. The game's supply refreshes were not plentiful. Jiang Li remained undemanding, determined to salvage anything useful from the shops, even if they lacked resources. Just as she was about to conclude her exploration of the snack street, Jiang Li exited a bubble tea shop and unexpectedly spotted a player standing beside her tricycle. With her left hand grasping her newfound possessions from the shop and her right resting on the repair hammer at her waist, Jiang Li's gaze grew cold. Her heart filled with caution. The individual was a young man, sporting long hair and appearing relatively clean, suggesting he had not been in the game for long. Otherwise, maintaining such long hair amidst the scarcity of water resources was quite a challenge to assess. Jiang Li approached quietly until she was within 2 meters of him, at which point the young man seemed to notice her presence, leisurely turning around. Yuan scratched his head, startled to find someone standing behind him. He flashed a friendly smile and greeted her. "Hello, I was just curious about your tricycle." "I mean no harm." Jiang Li scrutinized him. He held a bag containing some food, yet she had gathered an ample supply on her vehicle. He must have come from another street. Jiang Li touched her hammer, adopting an impatient demeanor as a warning. Keep your distance from other people's belongings. Such behavior could lead to dire consequences in the game. Yuan appeared slightly embarrassed, stepping back apologetically. "I just entered the game yesterday and haven't seen other players, so I was a bit curious. Your tricycle is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it?" This inquiry left Jiang Li speechless. The new player orientation for this survival game was particularly poor. When she first entered the game, she had been equally uninformed, and her initial missteps had led to unwanted attention from Wang Shou, who extorted and robbed her daily, nearly selling her into slavery on the black market. Jiang Li placed the 50 grams of sugar and 100 grams of tea powder she had found in the bubble tea shop on her tricycle, ignoring him as she mounted her vehicle. Her cold demeanor made Yuan feel awkward. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Jiang Li coldly remarked, "Resources are scarce here. You must gather everything yourself. The currency of reality has become worthless. Nothing can be bought." With that, Jiang Li continued pedaling forward, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan to ensure he did not attempt to ambush her. Yet, he appeared genuinely inexperienced, standing rooted in place, his earlier demeanor not feigned. As Jiang Li noted that the last few shops on the street had already been searched by Yuan, she chose not to enter, but rather rode past. Daily task: easy explore 3 unknown streets today. 1-3. The task reminder flashed, prompting Jiang Li to proceed to her next location. On the silent street, Yuan, clutching the food he had found, sighed. Despite the previous player's brusque tone, her demeanor had surprisingly conveyed a sense of friendliness, offering him subtle reminders. This was a survival game, not a reality imbued with the tranquility of a civil society. Chapter 14. A snowy night with dogs. Jiang Li spent the entire morning diligently completing her tasks, striving for efficiency. Her encounters with other players at the snack street highlighted her inadequacies in weaponry. Fortunately, she met a novice who bore no ill intentions towards her belongings. Had she crossed paths with a rogue, conflict and a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Although the repair hammer proved useful, it remained a close combat weapon, easily detectable by enemies before she could even approach. If only she could obtain a sniper rifle like Chen-Lu's. As Jiangli pondered how to acquire a ranged weapon, she suddenly felt a chill on her face. Looking up, she noticed the already gray sky had darkened further. Snowflakes drifting down from above. Oh no, it was snowing again. With a sense of resignation, she glanced at her completed daily tasks, turned her vehicle around, and hastened back to the safe house. The snow intensified rapidly, transforming from tiny flakes to large snowflakes, whipped by the cold wind and striking her face, nearly obscuring her view of the path ahead. Wearing sunglasses, Jiangli struggled to discern the direction, nearly veering her vehicle into a ditch several times. Thankfully, she was not far from home. Before long, she pushed open the door to the safe house and shook off the snow that accumulated on her. She then dragged her vehicle inside and began to inventory the supplies in the cargo area. The door to the safe house was tightly shut, and a newly kindled fire, complemented by the blue, warm as spring attribute, gradually warmed her body. In her hurried journey, she had lost quite a few items from the vehicle. With the heavy snowfall outside, visibility was so poor that anything that fell and rolled to the roadside was beyond her reach to retrieve. Jiangli stamped her feet, exhaling warm breaths into her palms as she organized the remaining supplies into the storage cabinet. Fortunately, she had secured the food at the bottom of the cargo area during her exploration, and what she had lost was not of great value. After attending to her tasks, she changed into clean clothes and sat by the fire to eat. The snow had been falling since midday and showed no signs of stopping by nightfall. Jiangli remained attentive to the sounds outside. During the day, only the soft sound of falling snow was heard, but once the clock struck 8, the noise abruptly escalated. She instinctively shivered, sensing a drop in temperature within the safe house. Adding 2 more logs to the fire, she ensured it blazed more fiercely. She placed a chair in the hallway and sat by the window to observe the situation outside. The weather was unusually severe today. Even during the night, when Jiangli had nearly met her demise, the wind and snow outside had not been as fierce as they were now. A system notification appeared. Safe house durability, 96/115. Severe weather, reducing durability by 5 points per hour. The rate of decline was alarming. Jiangli was not residing in a crumbling shack. Under normal circumstances, a safe house facing typical snow and wind would experience minimal durability loss, if any at all. Suddenly, she heard a few roars outside, reminiscent of beastly growls. Perhaps influenced by the weather, the fallen on the streets had become particularly agitated, even beginning to turn on one another. The sounds of 2 fallen battling nearby filtered through the storm, reaching the safe house as mere whispers. Visibility was severely impaired. The snowflakes were so large that she could barely see 2 meters outside. Jiangli clenched her fists in anxiety, hoping the conflict would not spill over to her doorstep. Given the fallen's imposing stature, even a slight collision with the safe house could lead to a significant drop in durability, causing her great distress. In this critical moment, Jiangli felt no hint of drowsiness, resolutely remaining by the window until dawn. As the sounds of the fallen grew fainter, indicating a resolution to the conflict, she let out a sigh of relief. However, her moment of respite was abruptly interrupted by a faint noise outside the safe house door. She crept quietly to the door, listening to soft whimpers and the sound of claws scratching against the wood. The situation outside was uncertain. Jiangli had initially no intention of opening the door. Yet, as she approached, she caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent of blood. This was unacceptable. The geographical position of her safe house was not particularly concealed, situated conveniently near a junction. If other fallen were to pass by and discover the animals outside, they could easily locate the safe house. In a flash of inspiration, Jiangli hurried to the bedroom, detached a window from the wall, and then installed it beside the main door. Thanks to the innovative technology offered by the marketplace, the window was remarkably easy to remove. She simply reached out, and it came away effortlessly. Jiangli felt she had stumbled upon a clever and economical solution, allowing her to monitor the external environment effectively. Once the window was affixed beside the door, her view cleared, revealing a large dog and a small pup waiting at the entrance. After a moment of careful observation, she confirmed they were indeed dogs, not wolves, and quickly opened the door to usher them inside. The 2 appeared to be mother and child. Under the glow of the living room lights, their snow-drenched fur gleamed darkly. Upon entering, the larger dog expressed gratitude with a soft bark, gently grasping the pup by the scruff of its neck and leading it inside. As it walked, the larger dog limped slightly, revealing an injury to its left hind leg, the bones seemingly misaligned. The pup, unharmed, nestled against its mother, licking her wound with concern. Zhongli noted the dog's intelligence and decent temperament. Once inside the living room, it sought a small corner to lie down. The larger dog, evidently hungry, occasionally glanced at the food Zhongli had placed by the fire. It made no move towards it. The pup, however, was more spirited, attempting to inch closer to the food only to be gently pulled back by its mother. Having previously raised a dog herself, Zhongli felt a sense of familiarity and fondness for these animals. She had once adopted a playful mutt from a neighbor who could not care for a litter of pups, and though the little dog initially annoyed her with its clinginess, it soon grew into a well-behaved companion, learning simple commands and frolicking joyfully. One night, when she encountered some drunken troublemakers, it was the dog that bravely charged forward, scaring them off. As she assessed the larger dog's physique, she noted it was a female, while the pup was male. The larger dog's shoulder height reached above her knees, and the male's frame appeared more robust. This little male pup would surely grow into a fine guardian. With this thought in mind, Zhongli stood up and prepared some of the food she had cooked over the fire, portioning out a small share for the two dogs. She approached cautiously, placing the food midway between herself and the dogs, then lowered her head to begin eating. This was a test. Eating first signified the food was safe, and placing it in the middle allowed her to gauge the dog's willingness to approach her. As the larger dog carried the food back to the corner, Zhongli noted the atmosphere between them had softened. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she envisioned a future filled with the companionship of these dogs during her adventures. Chapter 15. Medicine storage. The snow in the desolate town ceased at 6 o'clock. Zhongli seized the last moment to exhaust her repair skill from the previous day, restoring her safe house's durability to its full value. This time, she acquired a perk titled White, as steady as a mountain, which enhances the wind resistance of her shelter. Regrettably, the perk's level was too low, yielding only minimal effects, merely delaying the erosion of durability caused by strong winds. The glass window by the door remained intact. Upon approaching, Zhongli was taken aback by the thick blanket of snow outside. In just one night, the snow had accumulated to calf height, posing significant challenges for players venturing outdoors. Those who braved the harsh weather were either desperately in need of supplies or had tasks to complete, unwilling to forfeit their resources. Zhongli had once belonged to the former group. Now, she was part of the latter. Crucially, due to the weather's hindrance to exploration, daily tasks had been adjusted accordingly. The workload had been alleviated with a threefold survival point reward. Daily task: easy explore an unknown street today. Task reward: 150 survival points. A fruit supply pack, 500 grams. Note: failure will incur a penalty of 1 canned lunch meat. Zhongli did not hesitate for even 2 seconds upon opening the task. She promptly gathered her belongings, intending to have breakfast before setting out at 8 o'clock. There was nothing that money could not resolve. Even if she had to crawl out, she was determined to earn those triple survival points. The two dogs nestled in the corner of the living room observed Zhongli's actions. As she prepared breakfast, they gradually approached, wagging their tails. Zhongli paused her hand over the pot, silently adding an extra handful of noodles. The water in the pot began to boil, quickly softening the noodles. She then tossed in a handful of greens, sprinkled some salt, drizzled a bit of oil, and soon a fragrant breakfast noodle dish was ready. She served a bowl of noodles with broth included, placing it before the dogs. The larger dog licked its lips before diving into the bowl, slurping eagerly. The smaller dog, anxious and unable to reach, spun around in a comical manner, appearing rather endearing. Zhongli glanced at them, then retrieved a smaller bowl, filling it with noodles and broth for the little one. As she watched the dogs eat, she contemplated that they needed names. Otherwise, how would she call them? An idea struck her. Squatting before the larger dog, she declared, "From now on, you shall be called Wonkai." She then patted the small dog's fluffy head, deciding, "You will be Fuguai." These names were akin to internet celebrity monikers in the canine world, calling out Wonkai or Fuguai on the street would likely turn many heads, much like calling out Zhang San or Li Si among humans. Moreover, these names embodied a straightforward and sincere wish for prosperity. The dog now named Wonkai raised its head, licking its mouth while nudging the empty bowl. Fuguai continued to devour the contents of its bowl, nearly burying itself within it had the bowl been larger. When the clock struck 8, with the safe house under the protection of the rules, Jiangli strapped on her large backpack. The deep snow outside made walking feel laborious, akin to trudging through mud, while concerns lingered about potential debris hidden beneath. Riding her tricycle was utterly out of the question. Today's task required merely exploring a street. Yet, Jiangli was wary of encountering sudden snowfall like the previous day, so she dared not stray too far from her safe house. She took out a map, quickly identifying her destination. Currently, her food supplies were ample enough to last over a month, but her water resources were somewhat lacking, sufficient for only about 15 days. However, her stock of medicine was alarmingly low. The abrupt drop in temperature had left Jiang Li with a cough, thankfully mild, presenting only a slight discomfort in her throat. Most of her provisions were sourced from the Wang Shou gang. While her basic needs were met, she lacked essential medications, particularly pain relievers and anti-inflammatories. Recalling Wang Shou and Appo's worsening eye injury, she suspected those painkillers and anti-inflammatories had been squandered during that time. Such medications were not inexpensive in the black market, and she had hesitated to purchase them during her last visit. Muttering under her breath, she stood at the entrance of her safe house, orienting herself before plunging into the thick snow. The refreshment of game supplies was closely tied to the map's buildings. She sought food in the snack street and fabric in the clothing market. If she wished to procure medicine without parting with her wealth at the black market, she would have to venture into the clinic district and test her luck. The world outside was adorned in a silvery cloak. The snow lent a delicate beauty to the desolate wasteland. Yet, Jiangli had no inclination to appreciate it. As she walked through the snow, she felt as though she might freeze, constantly wary of debris beneath her feet. A journey that would typically take 10 minutes by bike extended to a full hour on foot, with her hood pulled tight around her head and face. Only her nose remained exposed, turning crimson from the cold, necessitating several wipes with a handkerchief. It was a rather pitiful sight, yet not a matter of great concern. In the wasteland, one had long ceased to care about appearances. Jiangli paused at an intersection, straining to discern her direction. The snowfall had nearly led her astray, but her sense of orientation was commendable, bolstered by the map's guidance. Even with landmarks obscured by the heavy snow, she successfully located her destination. The first establishment she approached was a dental clinic, its door firmly locked. Without hesitation, Jiangli smashed through the glass window and climbed inside. Chapter 16. Guild Conflict. Jiangli entered the clinic's lobby, where 2 rows of steel chairs were welded to the floor and a reception desk stood not far away. The desk appeared desolate, adorned only with 2 stacks of used documents, their edges aged and yellowed. Jiangli methodically opened each drawer and discovered 3 adhesive bandages within. The lobby was fully visible, while a corridor led upstairs, flanked by 3 scattered offices. She searched each room and thoroughly scoured the 2nd and 3rd floors of the clinic. However, the yield of medical supplies was disappointingly low. After rummaging through the 3-story building, she managed to find merely a few bandages and a 500 milliliters bottle of disinfectant alcohol. Jiangli sensed something amiss. A clinic of this nature should logically possess a storage room or warehouse. Yet, despite her thorough search, none could be found. Returning to the reception area, she lamented the inability to transport the sturdy desk, as she had not arrived on a tricycle. Just as she was about to turn away, the handwriting on the documents caught her attention. Perhaps it would be worth a glance? The 2 files were evidently aged. One contained client registrations, while the other served as a management log for the clinic supplies. Had the former receptionist also fulfilled the role of warehouse manager? Jiangli shook her head, dismissing her skepticism, and hurriedly flipped through the inventory management log in search of clues. According to the records, Jiangli ascended to the 3rd floor once more, where she discovered a partition within the lounge. The clinic's lounge was uniquely decorated, with a full-length mirror for staff to change, which, rather curiously, functioned as a pivoting door. Jiang Li, bemused, pushed the mirror aside, revealing a cluttered room filled with various items. One side was piled high with discarded waste, while the corner held 2 supply packages. She approached and picked them up, glancing at their contents before stowing them at the bottom of her backpack. Inside, she found a roll of medical gauze and a compression band. The gauze could be used to secure and dress wounds, while the compression band was the yellow latex tubing typically tied around the wrist during injections. Among the discarded items, she found little of use. A half-open pack of cotton swabs caught her eye, but the torn packaging rendered them unfit for use. Pressed for time, Jiang Li descended to explore the adjacent shop. After visiting several establishments, she managed to procure another bottle of alcohol and a roll of gauze, but nothing further. As she exited, she couldn't help but frown, glancing up at the sign ahead. A few steps further revealed a pharmacy just meters away. This was far more enticing than the clinic. Surely, a place dedicated solely to selling medicine would yield better finds. Jiang Li quickened her pace, rushing into the pharmacy, instantly captivated by the expansive wall of shelves. The wooden shelves on the left displayed an array of bottles and white packaging boxes, while the right side was lined with numerous small drawers, accompanied by a stone mortar for grinding herbs. Was this a pharmacy that blended Eastern and Western medicine? The game's resource distribution seemed remarkably equitable, allowing both doctors and practitioners opportunities for employment. Unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine, Jiang Li opted to inspect the left shelf first. At first glance, it appeared to be brimming with usable items. However, upon closer inspection, she realized the survival game would hardly be so generous. As she approached, it became evident that the glass medicine bottles were all empty, and the majority of the white boxes felt light, indicating their lack of contents. After rummaging through the left shelf, Jiang Li managed to secure 5 anti-inflammatory pills, 3 cold medications, and 2 pain relievers and antipyretics each. This haul was not too shabby. With the Western medicines collected, she turned her attention to the right cabinet, pondering over the names of the traditional remedies displayed above. She recognized the characters individually, but their combined meaning eluded her. Pulling open the nearest drawer, she was met with emptiness. A sigh escaped her lips. Searching for medicine was far more perplexing than her usual scavenging for supplies. Each drawer felt like a blind box waiting to be opened. Jiang Li retrieved paper and pen from her backpack. Carefully wrapping the herbs she found in paper while labeling them with their names. Although she was not a physician and lacked knowledge of medicinal applications, the value of these items was undeniable. They would surely attract discerning buyers in the black market. Just as she busied herself, the sudden sound of brakes echoed from outside. A voice rang out, "This is the street. Let us split up to search carefully and don't miss any leads." Jiang Li tensed, recognizing the clamor of approaching footsteps, and surmised that a vehicle had arrived, likely carrying a considerable number of individuals. Vehicles and fuel were precious resources, typically only mobilized by powerful guilds. The shout suggested that they were intent on not letting any information slip. If they were to encounter her here, these thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Upon entering the pharmacy, she had noticed a small door leading to the back. It was the perfect opportunity to hide. Jiang Li moved cautiously, pushing the drawer she had just opened back into place before swiftly vaulting over the counter and making her way toward the small door at the rear. The dimly lit area beyond the door revealed an abandoned restroom to the left and a staircase leading upstairs to the right. A quick glance into the restroom confirmed its emptiness, providing no hiding spots. Jiang Li promptly made her way up the stairs, discovering that the second floor served as the pharmacy's storage, filled with various items suitable for concealment. Ascending further to the third-floor rooftop, she found an open space adorned with old drying racks. Jiang Li had no intention of lingering in the pharmacy. Places brimming with medicinal supplies were bound to attract other players. She could not gamble on the outcome of hiding. If discovered, the overwhelming numbers of her pursuers would likely spell her doom. Fortunately, the buildings on the street were densely packed and relatively uniform in height, with the exception of a central hospital that soared 8 stories high, while the others stood at 3. Upon reaching the rooftop, Jiang Li set her backpack aside and bent down to observe the street below. She spotted a van parked at the street corner with a man guarding it, effectively blocking the exit. This was precisely the direction from which she had come. Should she attempt to retrace her steps, it would inevitably alert the man, drawing the attention of others. It seemed she had no choice but to proceed in the opposite direction. Turning her gaze towards the central hospital, the tallest building in the vicinity, she noted that it was only 2 buildings away, both of which were 3-story structures. Jiangli mapped out a route. The drying racks nearby could serve a purpose, providing a 2-meter-long pole to assist her in crossing the gap between buildings. Without hesitation, she set her plan into motion. Seizing the opportunity, while the guild members had yet to search the pharmacy, Jiang Li secured the iron door to the rooftop and bound the latch with wire. Having completed this task, she dismantled the long pole and began her relocation. With steady hands and agile movements, she quickly jumped through the corridor window of the 3rd floor of the central hospital. Chapter 17. The simple slingshot. As Jiang Li landed, she swiftly turned to stow away the long pole, intending to erase any evidence of her window escapade. However, she soon noticed another footprint on the windowsill, still smeared with the snow and mud from outside. It was a large man's shoe. Jiang Li's expression darkened instantly. The prints led from the corridor to the stairwell, indicating the owner had ascended to the upper floors of the hospital. The mud had yet to dry, suggesting the intruder had passed by only moments ago. Unwilling to linger on the lower floors or encounter unfamiliar players, Jiang Li decided to follow the footprints upward. The marks continued until the 7th floor before veering into the corridor. Jiang Li was currently on the 6th floor of the central hospital, and she quickly found a Dr. S office to conceal herself. Given the hospital's stature, it was clear that it had once been a private establishment. The director's office at the far end of the corridor was spacious and lavishly furnished, complete with a lounge and storage area. Jiang Li secured her weapon on her person, hid her backpack in the storage room, and took refuge in the lounge. She opened the system panel to check the time. It was now 10 a.m., still early enough for her to wait until the guild members on the street dispersed or find an opportunity to slip away. After some time, having exhausted considerable energy, she retrieved 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and popped them in her mouth. These candies were high in energy and easy to carry, which she had thoughtfully packed before leaving. At that moment, a faint tapping sound echoed from the ceiling. Jiang Li instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting the pristine white walls of the lounge and the opulent chandelier. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? The sound was so soft and subtle. Furrowing her brow, she realized that the owner of the footprints must be above her, though she could not ascertain which room they occupied. Reflecting on the layout, she deduced that the 6th and 7th floors were likely similar, and the intruder had likely chosen the most convenient hiding spot, the director's office. Jiang Li recalled how protagonists in novels often deciphered Morse code. But this was no school lesson. How many ordinary people could understand it at a mere sound? Moreover, the tapping was intermittent and devoid of any discernible pattern, conveying no useful information, only confirming that someone was indeed upstairs. Realizing this, Jiang Li immediately stifled her breathing, hoping to maintain the advantage of being concealed while her enemy remained oblivious. Uncertain of the upstairs player's intentions, she resolved to exercise utmost vigilance. Before long, she heard the distinct sounds of a door opening and footsteps above her. Were there multiple individuals in the 7th floor room? The one responsible for the tapping was evidently directly overhead, presumably in the lounge. Yet, the sounds of the door and footsteps originated from the office, with no other activity in between. With a crash, what sounded like a glass bottle shattering reached her ears, followed by an angry reprimand. "I knew you couldn't stay still. After days of hunger, you still have the strength to struggle. The people on the street are from the Flame Guild. You wouldn't want to fall into their hands, would you? Shen Yunji, you know better than anyone how Flame will treat you." Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock. Had she just heard a bounty of 10,000 survival points mentioned? The bounty notice from the Wind and Cloud Guild and the image of Chun Lu during the card transaction flashed through her mind, ultimately fixating on the reward amount. Was this fortune falling from the sky? She silently thanked the dog and resolved to reward it with a feast upon her return. As she glanced up at the ceiling again, her perspective had shifted. She had located Shen Yunji and intended to return her to the Wind and Cloud Guild to claim the bounty. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring her own safety. The individual holding Shun Yunji captive in the central hospital posed an obstacle, while the members of the Flame Guild searching the streets were another concern. Jiangli surveyed her tools. The repair hammer was formidable in close combat, but lacked range. She needed a ranged weapon to effectively confront her adversary. After rummaging through her backpack, she pondered the elastic pressure bandage she had on hand. Her innate skill could imbue it with random attributes, yielding remarkable effects. Yet the attributes would be limited by the item's inherent properties. If she directly enhanced the pressure bandage, the result would likely be a healing item. Strengthening its medical efficacy did not align with her urgent need for a weapon. A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Li, prompting her to venture into the adjacent examination room and remove a hook from the force stand. This was a hospital. While it was difficult to find fresh medical supplies, acquiring discarded medical instruments was a breeze. Jiang Li cut a piece from the pressure bandage, secured it to both ends of the hook, and placed a piece of gauze in between. Thanks to her repair skill enhancing her dexterity, she managed to craft a somewhat crude contraption that resembled a child and Oppo's toy, but was recognized by the system as a slingshot. Despite its lack of precision, it retained the essential design of a slingshot. Jiangli nodded to herself, utilizing her repair skill on the makeshift slingshot. A purple light flickered across it, revealing an attribute. Congratulations, your simple slingshot has acquired the purple attribute, Perfect Accuracy. Purple attribute, Perfect Accuracy, within a 20-meter range, as long as the projectile's trajectory is unobstructed. It will hit its mark. Jiangli was momentarily elated at the sight of the purple glow, but her excitement waned upon reading the attribute's note. The concept of perfect accuracy certainly justified its purple grade, directly resolving Jiang Li's concerns about hitting her target. Regrettably, it did not enhance her attack power, and the 20-meter range limitation was due to the slingshot's inferior materials, as it was not crafted from professional-grade components. With insufficient attack power, she would need to utilize projectiles for assistance. Jiang Li scoured her surroundings, quickly gathering a bag of materials, including needles and shards of glass. Ultimately, she fell silent. It was not her fault that she resorted to such underhanded tactics. There were simply no better options among the discarded medical equipment. Her adversaries were in for a misfortune. She slung the bag over her shoulder, ensuring to add extra layers to avoid pricking herself with the needles. Now fully prepared, she resolved to extract Shun Yunji before the Flame members arrived. Ideally, she would evade a confrontation with them. The guild members seemed to come in waves, an endless cycle. Jiang Li was not keen on exposing herself to trouble. If she could discreetly claim the bounty, that would be best. With this thought in mind, she swiftly ascended to the 7th floor, her movements light and soundless. The 7th floor, situated similarly, indeed contained another director's office. Jiang Li studied the closed office door. It was not the flimsy wooden door of a small eatery, making a forced entry somewhat challenging and potentially counterproductive. She needed to devise a method to trick the door into opening. Glancing around, she noticed a window at the end of the corridor ajar, and recalled the glass window adjacent to the lounge. The moment for her perfect accuracy had arrived. Jiang Li wrote a note with her left hand, wrapped it around a shard of glass, and launched it toward the lounge window with the slingshot. A crisp sound resonated as the glass shattered, provoking an irate outburst from within. Chapter 18. The Talent Plunder. Now, Chang Gao was in a state of agitation, having committed 2 significant acts. The first was the theft of the Talent Plunder scroll from the Fire Beacon Guild, after which he defected. The second was the abduction of Shun Yunji, the young lady of the Wind and Cloud Guild, a girl endowed with the healer talent. It was now the 6th day since Chang Gao's defection, and due to the heavy snowfall and plummeting temperatures, resources for warmth and sustenance were critically scarce, compelling him to return to the safe house to retrieve supplies. This very action had betrayed his whereabouts, leading the Fire Beacon members to track him down to this very street. The Talent Plunder Scroll held immense value, with only a single copy existing in the entire wasteland town. Such an artifact could only be sourced from higher-level maps, as novice maps could not yield them. Being a seasoned manager within the Fire Beacon Guild, Chang Gao was privy to many secrets, and his audacious theft of this precious item incited the ire of the guild Jiang's upper echelon. Should he be recaptured by them, his fate would undoubtedly be worse than death. The sole solution lay in seizing Shun Yunji's talents before he was caught, thus transforming himself into a rare healer. As he gazed upon Shun Yunji, bound within the resting chamber, a complex expression crossed his face, tinged with madness. 6 days had passed, and he had yet to fulfill his plan. Activating the scroll. Activate. The talent plunder scroll, in Chang Gao's hand, shimmered with a violet light. The ancient parchment adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. As the scroll glowed softly, the dormant characters were illuminated one by one. Chang Gao's breath quickened, his gaze fixated upon the scroll, envisioning a future where he could defy fate. If he became a talent bearer. At that moment, the parchment emitted a faint crackling sound, seemingly unable to bear the strain. Another failure. This was a prestigious item from a higher-level map, a violet grade. Chang Gao felt despair wash over him. After numerous failures, the scroll was on the brink of destruction. Why was her talent compatibility so high that even a violet grade item could not plunder it? In the town, there were only 2 known healing players, and Shun Yunji was a hidden trump card of the Wind and Cloud Guild. She was the most opportune target. However, Chang Gao had not anticipated that despite his meticulous preparations, he would encounter such challenges in seizing her talent. It turned out that the scroll was not infallible. A projectile struck the weathered glass window, shattering it, and a glass shard containing a note rolled to Chang Gao's side. Upon opening it, he read the message, "Collaborate to escape." Chang Gao leapt up, erupting into a torrent of curses. After repeated failures, his mental strain was nearing the breaking point, sustained only by his insatiable greed for power. Jiang Li's note made him realize he had been discovered, and the search conducted by Fire Beacon members heightened his anxiety. Chang Gao could not abandon his quest to plunder another talent. He yearned for strength. Yet, the challenge of taking Shun Yunji, a living person, was formidable. Moreover, after 6 days of attempts, he had been unable to seize her talent, and nearly ruined the only artifact he possessed. An additional observer lurked in the shadows, watching him. Jiang Li stood in the corner of the corridor, a vantage point obscured from the office's line of sight, the ideal ambush spot. A needle was poised at her fingertip, the slingshot taut. Chang Gao did not open the door, instead hiding in the corner like Jiang Li, his finger resting on the trigger of his weapon. The glass window connecting the office and corridor had become a no-man and Oppo's land. Neither would be foolish enough to expose themselves within the strike range. Jiang Li sighed inwardly, wishing to avoid a stalemate with her opponent. Whoever had the audacity to kidnap the young lady of the Wind and Cloud Guild and hide for so long was certainly no mere lackey like Wang Shou. Jiang Li had considered a sneak attack, but the office's iron door was robust, difficult to breach. Furthermore, she feared he might possess firearms or make a desperate move, knowing that only a living Shun Yunji held any value. With Fire Beacon members nearby, should Jiang Li engage in a duel that led to mutual destruction, it would be disastrous for her. Under these compounded pressures, Jiang Li resorted to writing the note, feigning a desire to collaborate with Chang Gao. After a brief silence, Chang Gao coughed, his voice hoarse. "Are you from the Wind and Cloud Guild?" Jiang Li offered no reply. She was no safer than Chang Gao inside the room. Speaking would risk exposing her location in the corridor. Quite prudent, Chang Gao mused, and after a moment's thought, he dismissively stated, "Regardless of your origins, you must be connected to the Shun siblings. Cooperation is acceptable. Fire Beacon is our common enemy." Ah, so there was hope for collaboration, Jiang Li considered. She was acutely aware of Chang Gao's murderous intent. While he spoke of partnership, he was ready to betray her at any moment. Coincidentally, she harbored the same intention. Half a minute later, the iron door of the office swung open, revealing a girl on the brink of collapse before Jiang Li. This was Shun Yunji, appearing delicate and fair, her pale face adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Her hands were bound behind her back, and she was thrust forward by Chang Gao, stumbling as he used her as a shield. Upon seeing the target of the bounty, Jiang Li's finger twitched on the slingshot. She felt the urge to act, but was unsure she could incapacitate Chang Gao in one strike. If she harmed her own survival points, it would be catastrophic. For the sake of the reward, Jiang Li remained exceptionally patient, voluntarily sharing intelligence. The Fire Beacon Guild has dispatched a whole team, entering the street from the right side. I just came from that direction. Though there are also personnel stationed at the left entrance, they are significantly fewer. Hearing a strange voice, Shun Yunji blinked, her frail form swaying slightly, inadvertently obstructing Chong Gao's line of fire. Regardless of whether the newcomer was connected to her brother, it represented an opportunity for her escape. Even if she failed and perished here, it would be preferable to the fate of having her talent plundered. Should Chong Gao attempt to ambush Jiang Li, the first bullet would surely strike her. Jiang Li and Shun Yunji shared a fleeting glance, establishing a subtle understanding. Chong Gao instinctively sensed something was amiss. However, his primary concern was evading the pursuit of Fire Beacon, and he dismissed this detail from his mind. Upon stepping out and catching sight of Jiang Li, Chong Gao could not suppress a scoff. He had expected a formidable opponent outside, but was instead met with a young woman wielding a comical slingshot. Such a ludicrous toy could truly be of use, and the small hammer dangling from her waist. He doubted she could even draw near before he dispatched her with a single shot. While his thoughts raced, Chong Gao maintained an outward appearance of composure. This was for the best. He merely wished to use Jiang Li to divert Fire Beacon's attention, facilitating his escape, rather than genuinely engaging in a partnership. The weaker Jiang Li appeared, the more advantageous it was for him. Let us proceed, as you suggested, through the left side. I will escort this young lady. My movements are quite restricted, so I shall rely on you to scout ahead. Chong Gao tugged at the ropes binding Shun Yunji, infusing his words with a hint of menace. He anticipated some resistance, yet to his surprise, Jiang Li readily agreed, stepping forward first. Chapter 19. Escape and a blade. Jiang Li walked ahead, abruptly halting just after turning the corner on the 5th floor. Someone was coming from below. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Gao furrowed his brow, and indeed, faint sounds drifted up from several floors beneath them. Ever since Jiang Li awakened her innate abilities, her perceptive skills had significantly enhanced, allowing her to detect anomalies even before the more experienced Xiao Gao. Seeing her pause, Xiao Gao assumed she wished to hide and couldn't help but scoff. They were there to capture someone. Hiding would likely prove futile. His previous managerial position had not been for naught. He was well acquainted with the internal dynamics. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to share some information with Jiang Li for a safer escape. We should leave as quickly as possible. They've mobilized a vehicle, at least a 10-member elite team, with one or more innate abilities in their ranks. Even the weakest support type among them is not to be underestimated. Such a statement made Jiang Li question Xiao Gao's identity. His familiarity with the situation seemed suspicious, as if he had once been part of it. However, she refrained from exposing him, pretending not to notice, and asked, "Since you've spent a considerable amount of time in the hospital, do you know which route we can take?" Xiao Gao narrowed his eyes, concealing a hint of cunning, and gestured for Jiang Li to proceed towards the staff passage. The luxurious elevators of the private hospital had long since ceased to function, and while the elevator shaft could be a viable route, it was exceedingly difficult to navigate, particularly with a hostage in tow. The spacious staircase posed the risk of encountering enemies, which would swiftly escalate from stealth to open combat. After weighing the options, the abandoned staff passage appeared to be the most suitable choice. As Jiang Li stepped into the dim, damp corridor, she noticed a light switch on the wall and feigned pressing it. This action startled Xiao Gao, who was pushing Shun Yunji, causing him to instinctively draw his gun. Fearing she might turn hostile, Shun Yunji widened her eyes, prepared to shield herself. Observing their reactions, Jiang Li feigned embarrassment, saying, "I forgot there's no power." Realizing it was a false alarm, Xiao Gao gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to curse, and urged them on. Only then did Jiang Li feel secure enough to turn her back fully to Xiao Gao and scrutinize the path ahead. The trio stealthily descended, maintaining silence and vigilance. The staff passage was merely a wall away from the hospital corridor, and they could sense their proximity to the enemy increasing. After descending several floors, Jiang Li even heard footsteps from the wall outside. At such a close distance, they instinctively halted, holding their breath to avoid drawing attention. Once the danger had passed, Jiang Li arrived on the 1st floor and attempted to push open an iron door, only to discover it had rusted shut. She was momentarily speechless. This door would not yield easily, and escaping would inevitably create a commotion. Xiao Gao had not anticipated this predicament. Although he had hidden in the hospital for several days and had scouted the terrain, he and T examined every detail meticulously. Break it open? Jiangli indicated her repair hammer, inquiring through gestures. Xiao Gao's expression darkened. If they resorted to that, it would be no different from barging in. Shall we hide here and wait for them to leave? Upon hearing Jiang Li's suggestion, Xiao Gao shook his head, asserting that they should not linger. The traces of his presence from a few days spent upstairs were still fresh, and he had no time to clean up. The members of Fenghua would soon ascertain that he was hiding in the hospital. There was, however, a potential strategy if Jiangli could act as a decoy, creating a diversion to draw away their pursuers. Xiao Gao considered this possibility, but ultimately refrained from voicing it, knowing it was implausible and could jeopardize their fragile alliance. Just then, several shouts echoed from the third floor, originating from the windows at the end of the corridor. Jiangli quickly grasped the situation. The chaotic footsteps outside indicated an opportunity had arisen. Footprints were left on the window ledge. They were preparing to corner them upstairs. In that instant, Jiangli focused intently, confirming that everyone on this floor was rushing upward. She raised her repair hammer and struck it forcefully against the iron door. With a resounding clang, the door swung open. Jiangli was the first to dash out, swiftly escaping the hospital's lobby and racing towards the alley between the buildings. Just as she plunged into the shade of the alley, a gunshot rang out behind her, followed by Xiao Gao's expletive. They had timed their exit just right, but their frantic escape did not escape the notice of the Fenghua members on the street. Well-equipped, they spotted the trio's disheveled appearance and immediately raised their weapons, aiming for Xiao Gao's legs. However, their shots went wide. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Gao rolled and crawled away, inadvertently loosening the ropes binding Shen Yunji. Jiang Li hurriedly assisted her, preventing her from falling. In that fleeting moment of contact, Jiang Li discreetly slipped a blade into Shen Yunji's restrained hands. The gunfire echoed through the street, audible to everyone nearby, prompting them to converge on the scene. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing back to see Shen Yunji gritting her teeth and keeping pace, which surprised her. She had not anticipated that the seemingly frail girl, having endured several days of hardship, was still determined to keep up. Xiao Gao trailed behind, dashing alongside Jiang Li, while occasionally firing his weapon to suppress their pursuers. The handgun appeared lightweight, yet its magazine capacity was unexpectedly ample, likely a prop. With Xiao Gao providing covering fire, Jiang Li raced halfway down the street and suddenly spotted two individuals charging toward her. Without breaking her stride, she launched two needle projectiles from her slingshot. Thanks to her remarkable aim, the projectiles struck the eyes of both assailants, resulting in simultaneous screams that sent a shiver down her spine. Jiang Li sighed internally. She could hardly be blamed for her ruthless approach. Those diminutive needles, if they failed to incapacitate the enemy's ability to wield their firearms, would surely cost her life. The two Fenghua members, their vision compromised and hands trembling from bloodied eyes, struggled to maintain their grips on their weapons. As Jiang Li dashed past them, she collided with one, swiftly seizing a gun. It felt somewhat heavy, but she thought, why not take advantage of a free weapon? With the blockade breached, a multitude of paths lay ahead, leading into nearby, chaotic neighborhoods. As long as they could evade their pursuers, finding them again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly after witnessing Jiang Li acquire a firearm. His murderous intent grew ever stronger. She sensed an ominous premonition and instinctively lunged forward. Rolling on the ground while glancing back at Xiao Gao, she saw the gun barrel rise, the finger on the trigger already poised to fire. In a split second, Shen Yunji broke free from the ropes Jiang Li had secretly severed earlier, deftly wielding the blade in her slender fingers. A gunshot rang out, striking the muddy ground where Jiang Li had just stood. Meanwhile, a crimson line appeared across Xiao Gao's neck, blood gushing forth as his towering figure toppled backward. Breathless, Shen Yunji's face remained pale, yet her eyes sparkled with a newfound vigor. This was the innate ability of a healer, capable of both saving lives and taking them. A swift cut to the throat. Chapter 20. The trial of the town. Jiangli rose to her feet. The first thing she did was reach for Qiugao's firearm. Fortune had smiled upon her once more. Beside her, Shen Yunji glanced back at the distance of their pursuers, quickly ducking down to rummage through Qiugao's belongings. Extracting a talent plunder scroll, there was no time for further actions. The two of them took off running. As Shen Yunji began to falter, Jiangli raised her hand and fired 2 shots backward, feeling the recoil jolt her arm. She exhaled a deep breath, pulling Shen Yunji along as they dashed toward a nearby residential area. After an indeterminate period, Jiangli finally shook off their relentless pursuers, and the two of them found refuge in a concealed building, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. They exchanged glances, both appearing disheveled, yet feeling an unexpected sense of exhilaration. Jiangli coughed a couple of times and opened her system panel, noting that it was already noon. Her daily tasks had been completed the moment they fled the street. She hoped that the members of Fenghua had not taken the backpack she had hidden in the storage room. Perhaps it was prudent to lay low for a few days before returning. Compared to the substantial bounty from the Fenghua Guild, the supplies in the backpack were hardly significant. Moreover, Jiangli had also acquired a prop handgun from Qiugao. This was Jiangli's first encounter with items beyond her additional attributes, and from the item information, it appeared indistinguishable from what she had modified with her talents. However, the special effect name of the item was notably simpler and more straightforward. Green Triple Magazine. Under normal circumstances, the magazine holds 15 standard bullets. With the special effect bonus, it can be loaded with an additional 30 standard bullets, without any carrying weight or space limitations. Below the description, there was a notable remark. Once, someone wagered that my gun was empty. I showed him the answer. The triple magazine, devoid of weight and space constraints, meant that possessing one firearm equated to having 3, without the need for reloading. Jiangli was quite pleased. After checking the current ammunition, she promptly replaced the gun she had seized from a Fenghua member. The ordinary empty gun could be dealt with in the black market. Wait, it might attract Fenghua's investigation. Noticing the markings on the gun barrel, she handed it over to Shen Yunji. This weapon was better suited for the professionals in the Fenghua Guild. A small favor in exchange for some supplies would suffice. Jiangli waved her hand, realizing that it was impractical to keep the ordinary firearm. Thinking of the guild, Jiangli's thoughts drifted to the impending survival points, a smile blossoming on her face. Recently, the bounty for locating Shen Yunji had spread throughout the town, and she worried about unforeseen complications, urging her to act. Who do we seek now? Jiangli inquired delicately, contemplating the Fenghua team that had issued the bounty. The implication being, who would be responsible for the payment? Upon hearing Jiangli mention the bounty from her guild, Shen Yunji quickly grasped the situation. Let us find my brother. He has ample resources at his disposal. And the guild owes you a favor, so he must recognize you. All right, I haven't thought of the favor yet. Let us settle the accounts first. Of course, Jiangli was unfamiliar with the route. The more she interacted with others, the more she realized that the locations of players' safe houses were sensitive topics. After all, the durability of a safe house directly impacted a player's gaming experience. It could not be moved, and if exposed, it became a live target. No one could accept having their safe house exposed to prying eyes. Jiangli even asked if it was truly safe for her to know their specific residence, or if the Shun siblings had alternative plans. Understanding her concerns, Shen Yunji explained, the issue with safe houses is not entirely insurmountable, as long as one can obtain concealment items. The safe house can be disguised within a certain area. In this game, there is no problem that cannot be solved with items. Shen Yunji sighed, noting that the item yield in the novice map was exceedingly scarce, far from comparable to that of advanced maps. Even their guild had spent a considerable sum to auction a single concealment item. This was a precious asset for the guild, intended for the next generation's leader. This young lady held a position just below the top within Fenghua, possessing knowledge of many secrets concerning the wasteland town. Now that Jiangli had saved her, she was willing to share information as long as it did not jeopardize the safety of the guild. It turned out that the reset period for the wasteland town occurred every 3 months, with each game year experiencing 4 resets corresponding to the 4 seasons. Supplies in the town would refresh at the start of the reset, serving as a starting benefit for new players. In the following 2 months, additional players would gradually be introduced. To maintain balance, the game would refresh supplies near new players' safe houses, but this was still incomparable to the initial benefits. Jiangli understood that she was among the later players, having entered the survival game over a month after the reset, meaning that she had been in the game for nearly 2 months. Players not starting from the same point would inevitably lead to greater conflict. Newcomers inherently faced disadvantages. Jiangli speculated that the system was aware of this imbalance, intentionally refreshing supplies near safe houses as compensation. Did players possess inherent differences? Hearing this, Shen Yunji pondered for a moment and proposed a hypothesis. Some say that late-starting newcomers have greater potential for awakening their talents because their talent affinity is relatively higher. Although there is no solid evidence, Shen Yunji shared a darkly humorous quip. Perhaps it is because later players face harsher survival conditions, with those lacking potential easily perishing, leaving behind only the stronger survivors. Neither Jiang Li nor Shen Yunji laughed. The atmosphere grew palpably somber as they spoke of survival's harsh realities. Indeed, were it not for Jiang Li's resurrection and awakening of her talent, she would either be dead or enslaved in the black market, with the best outcome being reduced to a mere servant. Thoughts of the basement mentioned by the waitress and Wang Shou's notes on visiting brothels filled Jiang Li with revulsion. The conditions of the first 2 months had been tolerable, allowing players time to collect supplies and adapt to the game, while the final month would be the true test. According to records left by previous guilds, the reset of the wasteland town would simulate seasonal disasters, with the final month being particularly severe. The recent heavy snowfall and drop in temperature were ominous signs. Jiang Li's batch of players would soon face extreme cold weather, and only those who survived would be deemed competent. This meant that the conditions would continue to worsen. With no new players entering the map, the supply chain would come to a complete halt. The only means of acquiring supplies would be through task rewards. No wonder the guild possessed this knowledge, yet kept it tightly sealed from ordinary players. If this information were to leak, the guild would lose its prophetic advantage. And under the pressure of survival, players would inevitably revolt, leading to even fiercer competition for resources. Shen Yunji's willingness to share this information with Jiang Li was a rare and precious trust. Jiang Li raised her gaze to the gray sky, resolute in her determination to survive. The next step was to stockpile supplies. Chapter 21. The bounty acquired under the influence of concealed props. Jiang Li felt as though she had stepped into a dense fog, with only the cold sensation of her legs and the snowy ground reminding her of the illusion she had fallen into. She closed her eyes, attentively listening to the sounds around her. Moments ago, she had been in a vacant area by the roadside, taken a few steps by Shen Yunji, and suddenly, the scenery before her had transformed dramatically. Even though Shen Yunji had given her a heads-up before entering, Jiang Li instinctively became wary. The thick fog obscured her vision, rendering it nearly impossible to locate the corresponding safe house. A hand reached out from the front, gently grasping Jiang Li's sleeve and guiding her forward with a soft pull. After traversing a mere 5 steps, Jiang Li looked up to find the entrance to the safe house before her. "We have arrived," spoke Shen Lu, who then released Jiang Li's sleeve and returned into the fog to fetch Shen Yunji. "I spotted you from afar, circling the intersection 3 to 5 times. Yunji, are you afraid of being scolded at home?" Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a bit speechless, initially thinking the circling was some sort of ritual for entering. As she pondered this, the grand door swung open. A lavish foyer unfolded before her, spacious enough to host a ball, bathed in the warm glow of a crystal chandelier. The plush carpet, sofas, and heater, all adorned in intricate Baroque style, made one feel as though they had fallen into the dreamlike existence of European nobility. Jiang Li's gaze lingered on the walls, fixating on the gilded relief sculptures, lost in thought. Setting aside all else, it was evident that the president of this establishment was quite wealthy, as the air was thick with opulence. Shen Yunji's brother was named Shen Yunting, but Jiang Li felt that the moniker Shun Wansan was far more fitting for him, alluding to a legendary merchant from the Ming dynasty reputed to possess an inexhaustible treasure. The polygonal hall led to various rooms, most of which were closed tightly, save for the kitchen and restroom, which stood ajar. Chen Lu invited Jiang Li to sit on the sofa, the warmth from the heater enveloping her in comfort, and served her snacks and hot tea. Please wait a moment. Miss Jiang, the president is in the study discussing matters. I will check on the situation. Upon hearing her address, Jiang Li nodded gently. It appeared that after receiving survival points from Chen Lu, the latter had conducted an inquiry into Jiang Li's alias in the black market. Before long, Chen Lu emerged with an apologetic expression, holding a prop card. The president has been delayed by circumstances. He asked me to convey his gratitude. The promised survival points will be transferred in full. As she spoke, Chen Lu paused briefly to mention the scroll Xin Yunji had obtained from Qiu Gao. This scroll, having been tampered with multiple times by Qiu Gao, was on the brink of destruction and could only be used one last time. It was a shared trophy belonging to both Jiang Li and Xin Yunji, specifically highlighted by Xin Yunji. Following their discussion, the Fengyan Guild would provide compensation for its retrieval in 3 days. Chen Lu did not elaborate on the reason for the delay, but she cautioned Jiang Li to keep today's events confidential, both for her safety and because the scroll pilfered from Qiu Gao held utility for their guild. Jiang Li, unfazed by the situation, had found through several encounters that the Fengyan Guild indeed operated with integrity, and she believed they would not renege on their commitments. Moreover, she had already gleaned ample information from Xin Yunji. Perceiving Jiang Li's indifference, Chen Lu sought to ensure her comfort, even gifting her a box present. Player transfer received. 11,000 survival points. 11,267. The generosity was apparent with the extra 1,000 points. With her savings surpassing 5 digits, Jiang Li expressed her intent to take her leave, feeling as though she were floating as she walked home. Having money brought a sense of security. The gift box from Chen Lu was substantial, and she was also provided with a token, serving as a testament to their goodwill. Upon returning to her safe house, Jiang Li kindled a fire to ward off the chill and began to reflect on the day's events. She had acquired 2 items, lost her backpack, and forged a connection with the Fengyan Guild, though she had also undoubtedly offended the Fenghua Guild. The thought of Fenghua's demeanor sparked a flicker of disdain in Jiang Li. Ever since she learned that the Fenghua Guild had been backing individuals like Wang Shou, aiding in their misdeeds, her attitude toward them had soured. Disrupting their plans had indeed provided a sense of relief. With that in mind, Jiang Li steadied her resolve and began to unwrap the gift box. The Fengyan Guild had demonstrated their sincerity, delivering everything promised in the bounty. The gift box contained 4 items. A box of 500 grams of chocolate, featuring flavors such as dark chocolate with a creamy center and milk hazelnut, presented so exquisitely that one would hesitate to indulge. A box of 500 grams of fruit candies, each flavor displayed in a transparent jar, vibrant and colorful. A box of 500 grams of pineapple pastries, with small packets inside arranged haphazardly. And the final box, a wooden one, tucked in the lower right corner, packaged with exceptional care, distinguishing it from the other 3 snack boxes. Upon opening it, Jiang Li discovered small packets of tea leaves within. The contents weighed 20 grams, seemingly modest. However, considering the context, it was a rare luxury. 1 gram of tea could brew an ample cup, meaning the wooden box contained enough for 20 servings. Such generosity. Perhaps this is a token of gratitude for saving Xin Yunji? Jiang Li couldn't help but shake her head. The day's gains were indeed commendable. The gift box merely represented the guild's social niceties, while survival points and weaponry remained the true currencies of value. She placed these high-quality items on the wooden shelf beside her bed, invigorating her motivation to rise. It was only then that she submitted her daily tasks. Task reward: 150 survival points, a fruit supply package, 500 grams. The survival points were credited, bringing her current balance to 11,417 points. The fruit supply package materialized before Jiang Li, revealing an apple, 2 oranges, and a few scattered strawberries within its transparent wrapping. Fortune smiled upon her. As she had randomly received strawberries, Jiang Li's eyes brightened, and she eagerly sampled 2 strawberries, saving the remainder for later. The crackling fire emitted a comforting sound, while Wang Kai and Fu Gue lounged nearby, basking in its warmth, their fur glistening in the orange glow. After tidying up her belongings, she filled her stomach before rolling up her sleeves to inspect her injuries. During her escape, she had narrowly avoided several gunshots, leaving her arms and knees with bumps and abrasions. As the injuries were not severe, she had neglected to tend to them in her haste to flee. However, with time passing, she had forgotten about them, and now, as her body relaxed, those minor wounds began to throb subtly. Chapter 22. A time for respite. Jiangli rummaged through the room and unearthed half a bottle of safflower oil, contemplating deeply while holding the small vial in her hand, which was scarcely larger than her fingertip. This was the only remedy for her bruises. As for superior alternatives, the ones sold directly in the marketplace were exorbitantly priced, bordering on extortion. After assessing her supplies, she resolved to intensify her efforts in gathering more resources over the next few days. With the weather expected to worsen and players scavenging the area, the availability of new materials would dwindle, leading to an increasingly precarious situation regarding food and water. Her provisions should suffice for about a month, while her water supply could last for half that time if conserved judiciously. However, she was lacking in medicine and timber. The relentless snow and howling winds at night would diminish the durability of her shelter. Although she could restore it using her repair skills, Jiangli preferred to allocate her expertise towards enhancing her overall capabilities. At this juncture, restoring the durability of her shelter would require an ample supply of wood. Moreover, the looming challenge of survival was compounded by the plummeting temperatures. The fire pit within her dwelling needed to be kept ablaze, necessitating a substantial reserve of fuel, be it firewood or charcoal. As Jiangli jotted down notes in her notebook, her head throbbed with mounting concern as the list of required items filled an entire page. She realized that additional visits to the black market were imperative. For newcomers, survival in this game was particularly challenging during the reset period of the wasteland town, with the final month proving to be exceptionally arduous. If they could endure this phase, players would finally be able to depart from this map. But where would they go next? Contemplating this, she dragged her pen across the paper, leaving a long mark. Perhaps a month's worth of supplies would not suffice. The wasteland town still afforded novice protection, but future challenges within the game would inevitably become more daunting. No one could predict what awaited them after clearing the game, as this was a post-apocalyptic survival endeavor. The weight of these concerns dulled the joy Jiangli felt from accumulating a substantial number of survival points. Glancing at the time, she decided it was best to rest. Having nearly pulled an all-nighter and been relentlessly pursued during the day, her body cried out for respite. When she awoke, it was already the following morning, and her first action was to check the durability of her shelter. Perhaps the extreme cold was still in a state of abeyance, allowing players a brief respite. The night had been remarkably tranquil, and the heavy snowfall had dissipated. Although the temperature remained below 10 degrees Celsius, the snow, which had previously reached her calves, now lay merely in a thin layer. Faced with this peculiar occurrence, Jiangli rubbed her temples, accepting the situation with a sense of normalcy. The melting snow was fortuitous, as it would enable her to ride her tricycle and significantly enhance her collection efficiency. On the 12th day of her journey, Jiangli earned a new skill point. However, she was not in a hurry to utilize it. As the daylight might bring unforeseen circumstances, it was wiser to save the points for now. This time, she prepared thoroughly for her outing, equipping herself with 3 essential items. The repair hammer served as a melee weapon, while the slingshot was capable of striking true within a 20-meter range, even if its damage was minimal. A well-placed shot could compensate. As for the green item she had salvaged from the rival Gao, a handgun with a 3-fold magazine. Jiangli counted the 25 bullets within and decided it prudent to keep it close at hand. Though she had never practiced shooting and had merely picked up the gun recently, her earlier attempts had been haphazard, lacking in both technique and experience. The recoil had nearly numbed her arm. Nevertheless, possessing a firearm could be quite intimidating. Should any trouble arise, brandishing the gun might deter others, who would remain unaware of her inexperience. Just as Jiangli mounted her tricycle, her dog, Wang Kai, whimpered and attempted to leap onto the vehicle. Observing its injured leg, she noted that it could not engage in combat, but could serve as a vigilant companion in the back of the tricycle. With Wang Kai accompanying her, She felt reassured that her tricycle and supplies would remain protected during her explorations. Good dog, she praised, stroking its head, before lifting Wang Kai onto the tricycle and wrapping it in an old piece of clothing. Little Fu Gui, the younger pup, circled the tricycle a couple of times, but its short legs hindered it from joining them. Jiangli lifted the small dog and placed it in the living room's dog bed. Although the little one seemed somewhat displeased, Jiangli rewarded it with a slice of ham, instantly bringing joy to the pup, which settled down happily with its treat. Facing the biting wind, Jiangli pedaled her tricycle with vigor, swiftly traversing the area around her shelter, collecting an impressive haul on each return trip. She dismantled a rickety table and chairs with her axe, preserving the usable wood to repair her shelter's durability while utilizing the damaged pieces for firewood. Rusted metal frames were also loaded onto the tricycle, as they might prove useful one day. With a significant number of survival points in her possession, Jiangli no longer scrutinized her finds as meticulously as before. After transporting her latest haul back to her shelter, the living room quickly became overcrowded. She decided to invest her survival points in expanding her space, constructing a large room to serve as a warehouse. Current usable area of the shelter, 60 square meters, bedroom, 6 square meters, living room, 18 square meters, warehouse, 36 square meters. The supplies that had cluttered the living room were relocated to the newly established warehouse, thereby freeing up substantial space in the living area. Jiangli contemplated making further adjustments, considering the living room also served as a dining area and kitchen, while also accommodating 2 dogs. Additionally, she often engaged in repairs and modifications to household items within this space. Upon reflection, she realized that rather than being spacious, her living area felt rather cramped. Resisting the urge to spend more, Jiangli continued her scavenging efforts. She made several trips back and forth, gathering a modest amount of wood and scrap metal. But valuable supplies remained scarce. With approximately 2 months passed in the game, new players had become increasingly rare, and the availability of fresh resources had dwindled even further. Furrowing her brow, Jiangli suddenly recalled the food street she had visited 2 days prior. The long-haired player she encountered there was likely a newcomer. Having entered the game not long ago, their shelter must be situated nearby. The resources available on the food street would align with the recent refresh cycle, suggesting that unexplored streets in the vicinity might still hold valuable items. The weather was reasonably pleasant that day, and the system's daily tasks still required exploration of 3 streets, offering a reward of 50 survival points and 3 bottles of drinking water. Having completed 2 streets already, Jiangli resolved to investigate the area near the food street next. Chapter 23. A helping hand. The weather today was quite pleasant, free from the hindrance of heavy snow. As Jiangli observed numerous players emerging to scavenge for supplies while on her journey. Riding her tricycle, she was particularly conspicuous compared to ordinary players, and a group of individuals foolishly believed they were stealthily trailing her. Jiangli, unwilling to indulge them, drew her firearm and discharged a warning shot into the sky, casting a dark glare in their direction. The gunshot reverberated, shattering the icicles hanging from the nearby structures. The followers behind her were startled, meeting her gaze and instinctively retreating a couple of steps, terrified that the next shot might be directed at them. Jiangli scoffed, dismissing the onlookers with a curt command to scram, exuding an imposing presence as she holstered her weapon and departed. Without a doubt, her decisive display of drawing the gun left no room for doubt about her intentions. To truly fire upon someone would expose her, rendering her vulnerable. As she pedaled her tricycle with increased speed, she contemplated the necessity of acquiring more ammunition to hone her skills. Mastery of firearms was essential. Each refresh brought forth unique attributes, and relying on sheer luck with her innate skills, particularly hoping for perfect accuracy, perk, could take an eternity. The caliber of such attributes was not trivial, and by sheer fortune, she had secured a purple attribute on her slingshot. Passing through a food street, Jiangli parked near a department store. Upon seeing her exit the vehicle, Wang Kai, her loyal canine companion, attempted to leap down as well, but Jiangli instructed him to stay put. He complied, peering out from beneath the blanket, his fluffy head surveying the surroundings. The department store was a hodgepodge of merchandise. and Jiang Li scoured each shop, occasionally placing miscellaneous items on her tricycle. While rummaging through a hardware store, Wang Kai, left outside to guard the vehicle, suddenly barked loudly. Without hesitation, Jiang Li abandoned her finds and hastened outside, just in time to witness two players approaching her tricycle. Wang Kai stood alert on the vehicle, his tail raised, issuing warnings with fervent barks. The two players, undeterred, exchanged glances and one brandished a club, intending to strike Wang Kai. Today we struck gold. A vehicle and a dog. If we kill this mutt and skin it, we'll have a fine meal. One of the men exclaimed, his greed evident. Let us not waste time. The dog's owner is surely nearby. We can grab what we want and flee. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Li swiftly adjusted her slingshot to target their wrists and released two iron nails that embedded themselves in their necks. The nails, rusted and dull, failed to incapacitate them entirely, yet they elicited pained cries as they yanked them out, clutching their bleeding wounds in panic. Turning to face Jiang Li, their expressions shifted to a pallid hue. Before they could advance, Jiang Li acted once more. She showed no mercy. Her earlier retreat from the formidable team was due to their overwhelming numbers and superior gear. These two wretches dared to plot against her. Allowing them to escape would only forge a lingering enmity. Minutes later, Jiang Li left them behind, collecting two supply keys in the process. Wang Kai, panting heavily, approached her, nuzzling her arm, and was soon calmed down to resume his vigil atop the tricycle. Jiang Li continued down the street until her tricycle was laden, at which point she resolved to return to her safe house before venturing back out. After a day of exertion, Jiang Li felt sore and weary, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 5:20 in the afternoon. This would be her last trip for the day. With a sigh of relief, she thought of the towering pile of goods in her new warehouse, her spirits lifting considerably. Just then, shouts of violence echoed from a nearby alley, and a shadow burst forth. The slick snow caused the figure to lose their footing, sprawling on the ground. Jiang Li, weapon at the ready, prepared for potential conflict upon seeing the fallen individual. As the figure raised their head, though disheveled, their long, dark hair was unmistakably familiar. Jiang Li's expression morphed into one of curiosity. This person had been in the game for only a few days, yet still appeared so naive and innocent. "Help! I'm offering this to you," Yu Wenyan exclaimed, realizing he was cornered, rolling on the ground with a black box raised high in his right hand. From the alley behind him emerged three players wielding steel pipes and knives, their demeanor menacing as they shouted threats. Jiang Li was all too familiar with such scenes. During her scavenging, she frequently witnessed solitary players being ambushed by groups. In a survival game, heroics were ill-advised, barring extreme circumstances. She preferred to avoid entanglements that could invite trouble. However, this situation was different. Spotting the black box Yu Wenyan presented, Jiang Li recognized it as a broken radio, perfect for her expertise, easily reparable. Satisfied, she felt a sense of obligation to assist in return for the offering. Her demeanor softened slightly, and Yu Wenyan immediately sensed the shift, gaining confidence as he hid behind the tricycle, chin held high. "You think you can meddle in our affairs, all alone?" One of the muscle-bound players sneered, tapping the ground with his steel pipe, his tone dripping with menace. Jiang Li, having maintained her faade of authority throughout the day, remained unperturbed, casting a disinterested glance his way. "Two fresh corpses lie on the road. Do you wish to become a third?" she retorted coolly. The muscle-bound man scoffed, clearly unimpressed by her threat, but was abruptly halted by a tug from his companion behind him. The cohort, trembling, pointed to the distance where two bodies lay unmoving. With his poor eyesight, the muscle-bound man squinted but failed to discern the truth until he turned back to find Jiang Li sporting a sinister smile, brandishing her firearm with casual ease. The scene was unsettling. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the muscle-bound man gulped and slid to his knees in apology. They were rogues, not foolish. Initially intent on robbing Yu Wenyan, they quickly recognized Jiang Li as a formidable adversary, and none were willing to gamble their lives. In an instant, the tables had turned. Jiang Li smiled, aiming her gun at the muscle-bound leader, issuing a command to Yu Wenyan. "Search them. Let us reclaim some of our own." At her words, Yu Wenyan, who had previously appeared flustered, suddenly sprang to life, eager to rummage through the muscle-bound man's belongings. The latter, face contorted in despair, remained motionless under the threat of the gun, allowing Yin to do as he pleased. Chapter 24. Achieving cooperation before long, Yin, with an assortment of items pilfered from the trio, dutifully placed them on Jiang Li and Appo's tricycle. A cursory glance revealed the collection consisted primarily of scrap metal, with the sole usable item being a nail clipper. How dismal! This thought elicited a subtle shift in Jiang Li's gaze toward the three men. It seemed that the most valuable possessions they bore were the steel pipe and iron knife they wielded as weapons. Noticing Jiang Li and Appo's expression, the muscular man trembled slightly as he relinquished the steel pipe with great reluctance. "Boss, this is all we have left. We truly are destitute." The two younger men echoed his lament, their voices tinged with grievance. "We only intended to intimidate him and seize the radio. It was all a misunderstanding. It was our first time committing a wrongdoing." Observing their tear-streaked faces, Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly dismissed them. With the matter resolved, she turned to Yin and inquired, "Are you familiar with innate talents? Newcomers who start late possess a greater potential for awakening innate talents, as their compatibility with such talents is typically higher." The jesting remark made by Shen Yunji lingered in Jiang Li's mind. No one could ascertain the veracity of such conjectures. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Li regarded Yin, who had only recently entered the game after 2 months. Yin hesitated briefly before revealing his status panel. Player, Yin, 68595. Talent, Apprentice of the Mystical Gate. Is this it? My skill is divination, and for the past few days, I've been scavenging based on my readings. As he spoke, Yin's excitement was palpable as he produced 3 coins from his pocket. At that moment, he had been participating in a cosplay event in reality, and upon entering the game in his robe, he was utterly taken aback by the dilapidated safe house at the outset. With the frigid surroundings and lacking sustenance, it nearly sent Yin into despair. Fortunately, upon awakening his innate talent, he nervously fished out the coins he had used to buy soda, calculating where he might find food and drink. Thus, he made his way to the snack street. Yin's talent skill divination was classified as supportive, usable once a day. The simpler the query, the higher the accuracy. It was no wonder he had such fortuitous luck in uncovering the exceedingly rare radio, an item of considerable value even in the black market. This divination skill lacked any offensive capabilities but proved quite useful in support. Jiang Li contemplated that currently everyone's talents were in their nascent stages. She was an apprentice, while Yin was merely a novice disciple. Reflecting on the astonishing knife skills displayed by Shen Yunji, it was likely that her abilities were closely tied to blades. Only players with innate talents could traverse the dangers of survival games and endure longer. Yin glanced at the supplies on Jiang Li's tricycle, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He thumped his chest earnestly, clutching his divination tools, and proposed, "Boss, I see you're also in search of supplies. Why not team up?" He would utilize his skills to divine which direction held valuable items, while Jiang Li, with her formidable combat prowess and transport, could efficiently gather resources. This notion was quite appealing to Jiang Li, who recognized the diminishing availability of supplies on the map. Often, upon exploring, she found that the truly useful items had already been claimed by earlier players, leaving behind only what was deemed worthless. It was a waste of time, and Jiang Li had no inclination to follow in the footsteps of others scavenging for scraps. By collaborating with Yin, they could directly target areas with greater resource availability, thus enhancing their efficiency in gathering supplies. Jiang Li pondered, "Cooperation is agreeable. However, you must allocate 60% of the items you discover to me. Furthermore, should we encounter formidable foes, be prepared for me to abandon any burdens." As for what she found, it would rightfully belong to her. Expecting Yin to negotiate, she was surprised when he nodded in agreement, setting a time and place for their meeting the following day. As the hour grew late, Jiang Li prepared to return home, taking the opportunity to enlighten Yin on the rules of the wasteland town. Upon her arrival home, the clock had just struck 7. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, though thankfully there were no signs of rain or snow. Jiang Li wheeled the tricycle into the living room, first cradling Wang Kai, then kindling a fire to boil water and prepare a meal. The trio, Jiang Li and her 2 dogs, huddled by the fire for warmth. Jiang Li crafted a makeshift sofa from wood and old clothing, reclining upon it to unwind. Having spent the entire day without rest, she had only managed to stave off hunger with a few pieces of bread at noon, and now her appetite was insatiable. The supplies she had gathered were sufficient for 3 days of sustenance, complemented by the drinking water earned from completing daily tasks, marking a gratifying haul. Jiang Li dedicated half her time to collecting miscellaneous items, sorting the wood she had gathered into 2 piles for storage in the warehouse. On the left, she neatly arranged a modest stack of planks for repairing the safe house, estimated to restore approximately 200 durability points. To the right lay firewood, mixed with various twigs and scraps for kindling, enough to last her for half a month, given her heating habits. In a corner of the warehouse, remnants of scrap iron and industrial materials were also piled high. Since awakening her innate talent, Jiang Li's manual dexterity had markedly improved. With idle time in the safe house, she often engaged in crafting items like tables and chairs. After organizing her finds from the day, she finally retrieved the broken radio. The panel indicated its durability was at 0, in a far worse state than the tricycle they had encountered earlier. Without the intervention of a skilled repairman, restoration seemed impossible. Jiang Li decided to expend her repair skill for the day on the radio, restoring its durability and unveiling a white attribute. Congratulations! Your radio has gained the white attribute. Soap opera. White soap opera. The channel includes 3 novels that can be played via the radio. Although the plot contains some flaws, it serves as a good pastime. Jiang Li gazed at the now rejuvenated radio, her expression grave as she turned the dial. After a few crackles, a gentle female voice emerged from the device. Welcome to the overbearing president and his little wife. In a city overrun by zombies, the president of the Thunder Guild. The narrative backdrop seemed to borrow elements from other maps within the apocalyptic game. Jiang Li's interest was piqued, intending to sift through the chaotic storyline for useful information. However, she quickly found herself overwhelmed. The story commenced with a befuddled female protagonist besieged by zombies who, in her flight, stumbled and fell, only to be rescued by the domineering president, who forcefully kissed her, declaring, "You are my woman from now on." Following this were a plethora of cliché lines from the president and inappropriate descriptions that were entirely out of place. Jiang Li raised her hand to her forehead, feeling secondhand embarrassment as she endured what felt like mental pollution. No wonder the attribute was labeled soap opera. It made her want to curl her toes in discomfort, and she could no longer tolerate it, hastily shutting off the channel. Chapter 25. A Bountiful Harvest. Jiang Li listened to the beginnings of 3 novels, filtering out the absurd elements, and meticulously noted the survival maps that formed the backdrop of each story. The titles were Zombie City, Endless Sea, and Yokai Town. The first 2 were straightforward enough. One depicted a thrilling survival scenario amidst a zombie-infested landscape, while the other presented the challenges of scarcity on the open sea. The safe houses would also adapt to their respective contexts, such as a ship on the water. As for Yokai Town, it appeared to be a higher-level map, delving into the realm of supernatural confrontations. Regrettably, the novel set in Yokai Town was a cliché harem narrative, where the male protagonist collected spirits with ease. After listening for some time, Jiang Li felt utterly dazed. As she lay in bed, preparing to sleep, the protagonist's over-the-top flirtations echoed in her mind, leaving her with a sense of mental fatigue. The next day, Jiang Li awoke with dark circles under her eyes, her mood nearly palpable. Sign in, Wasteland Town, Day 13. Earned 5 survival points. Jiang Li prepared a simple breakfast, took along her dog Wang Kai, and cycled to the rendezvous point she had arranged with Yuan Yuan. From a distance, Yuan Yuan spotted her conspicuous tricycle and eagerly leaned out of the window, waving at her. Being of modest strength, he dared not linger by the roadside, fearing detection by other players. When Jiang Li finally stood before him, he sighed in relief, retrieving his divination tools from his pocket. Jiang Li regarded the 3 coins, relics from the real world, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. With hands clasped together, Yuan Yuan placed the coins in his palms, closed his eyes, and began to chant softly. The coins were then cast forth, shimmering faintly as they landed on the ground. Yu and Yuan focused intently, then pointed northward, declaring, "My divination suggests heading north. There's a community with abundant resources." Jiangli nodded, patting the tricycle's railing to signal Yu and Yuan to hop on. She disdained the idea of him walking and preferred the faster pace of the vehicle, which boasted speed enhancements. This male university student appeared rather fragile. She hoped he wouldn't collapse from exhaustion before their task even began. Wang Kai, lying in the cart, stared with wide eyes, inching closer to sniff Yu and Yuan's scent, which startled him greatly. "This dog won't bite, will it?" he asked nervously. Jiangli sighed and replied, "If Wang Kai bites you, just bite him back." Hearing this, Yu and Yuan, feeling conflicted, took a seat at the farthest end of the cart, distancing himself from Wang Kai. Following Yu and Yuan's directions, Jiangli navigated through a series of turns until they arrived at an old, dilapidated community. The jungle of steel and concrete appeared particularly desolate in its aging, with rows of residential buildings standing tall, each boasting 20 to 30 stories. Although Yu and Yuan's abilities were subpar, perhaps even less than Wang Kai's, his talent proved unexpectedly useful. Upon entering a residential building, Jiangli immediately discovered 2 supply packs in the first room she explored. This was a fortuitous start. The 2 fresh supply packs lay beneath the kitchen counter, so conspicuous that they had clearly not been claimed by any players yet. Jiangli moved swiftly, gathering items until the cart was nearly full. Her meticulousness in exploration surpassed even that of a sweeping endeavor. Anything that could be disassembled and deemed useful was swiftly collected. Yu and Yuan, with wide eyes, decided to assist her, helping to transport the items. Their cooperation significantly increased their efficiency, and by noon, they had cleared 3 buildings. The tricycle was brimming with supplies, and Jiangli even found a garage, prying open the shutter door to serve as a temporary storage space. They had already agreed on a division of their haul, with Jiangli receiving the lion's share. To avoid any mishaps, they decided to return the supplies before continuing their search in the afternoon. As Jiangli returned, Yu and Yuan hid in the garage, guarding the remaining supplies, lowering the shutter door to conceal himself. Alone, he felt a flicker of anxiety and could not resist opening a packet of biscuits to calm his nerves. Biscuits, cucumbers, soda. Yu and Yuan belched contentedly and, spotting Jiangli's return through a crack in the door, hurried out to greet her. "Why don't you take a break? I'll handle the lifting," he suggested. Jiangli released her grip on a box, allowing him to take it. She settled down to eat and drink while occasionally directing the transport of supplies. Fortune smiled upon them. In addition to the usual bottled water, they stumbled upon a case of canned soda. The sweet and tangy effervescence of the soda slid down her throat, offering an indescribable sense of delight. Holding the soda can, Jiangli squinted as she surveyed her surroundings. Compared to the previous days of scavenging, today had indeed been a bountiful harvest. In the future, she could collaborate more with Yu and Yuan to bolster her stockpile of supplies. After a brief respite, she made another trip home, assisting Yu and Yuan in delivering the goods during her 3rd round. This time, Yu and Yuan could not distance himself from Wang Kai, as they were both squeezed into a corner amidst the clutter. Yu and Yuan trembled, glancing at Wang Kai's sharp teeth mere inches from his neck, mumbling, "I was once chased and bitten by my neighbor's wolf dog. I've been afraid of dogs ever since." Wang Kai rested his head on Yu and Yuan's shoulder, rolling his eyes in a display of disdain. Jiangli, overhearing the commotion, remarked with a touch of exasperation, "Just try to endure, as long as you don't move. Wang Kai won't bite you." Jiangli placed the dog beside Yu and Yuan for safety, as her back was a vulnerability while riding. Oddly enough, Wang Kai and Fu Gue exhibited a remarkable intelligence. During perilous nights, Wang Kai could locate players' safe houses to knock for help while skillfully avoiding the fallen. Jiangli had tested Wang Kai's intellect and found it comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. With a bit of practice, he could grasp her intentions with a single gesture. As they followed Yu and Yuan's guidance, Jiangli weaved through the roads and soon spotted a solitary, safe house in the distance. "We and Appos, VE arrived," Yu and Yuan shouted, eagerly jumping off the bike and attempting to invite Jiangli inside as a guest. Jiangli fell silent, pondering how this boy lacked caution. Ever since her experience with Wang Shou's gang, She had learned to conceal the location of her safe house, remaining vigilant with every return. Yuan's demeanor was somewhat naive, believing everything he was told, and Zhongli had directly guided him to her doorstep while delivering supplies. Recalling that several residential buildings remained unsearched, Zhongli urged Yuan to hurry with the tasks at hand. This safe house was in its initial state, comprising only a cramped space constructed of wooden walls, with very few belongings inside. Zhongli wasted no time, scavenging materials from the pile of clutter to fashion a makeshift chair and sat down to rest. Chapter 26. A return to the black market by 4 in the afternoon. Zhongli finally concluded her workday. A rough tally indicated that the supplies she had gathered amounted to 6 days' worth of rations, with water being scarce, sufficient for only 3 days. As for the miscellaneous items, Zhongli had no time to inspect them closely. They were merely hastily piled in the warehouse. Daylight was precious, and a detailed inventory would have to wait until the evening when she could attend to it leisurely. In addition, Zhongli completed her daily tasks, earning 50 survival points and 2 packets of instant noodles as a reward. The location was not far from the central hospital, making it convenient for her to return home. She planned to stop by the hospital first to check if her backpack was still there before heading to the black market to trade and procure some necessities. Upon hearing about the black market, Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity, eager to accompany her. After all, it was free for endowed individuals to enter the black market, and both possessed such talents, allowing them to benefit from this privilege. On the 6th floor of the central hospital, Zhongli found her backpack, hidden securely in the office, intact with the medicines and supplies she had previously discovered. It seemed the commotion during their escape had drawn the attention of the firebrand members on the entire street, especially with Shen Yunji's appearance, which had made them particularly vigilant. Additionally, due to Qiu Gao being killed by Jiang Li and Shen Yunji, the firebrand did not conduct a post-incident search. Jiang Li retrieved the backpack and returned home to store her tricycle and supplies, sorting through some unnecessary items to trade at the black market. Yuan waited 2 streets away, peeking around with a burlap sack slung over his back, looking quite suspicious. When he spotted Jiang Li approaching, relief washed over him, evoking a sense of safety akin to seeing a family member. Noticing his naive demeanor, Jiang Li felt a twinge of guilt. Her own physical prowess and combat skills were not remarkable, hardly qualifying her as a true powerhouse. Newbies were indeed easy to deceive. As they walked toward the black market, Jiang Li shared her accumulated experiences with Yuan, who nodded eagerly in response. Upon catching sight of the tightly secured building that housed the black market, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thanks to you, I think I finally understand how to navigate this game." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, impressed by his steady mindset. It had only been 2 or 3 days, yet he had already accepted the necessity of struggling for survival in this apocalyptic game. The gatekeeper of the black market lounged lazily in the shade, squinting as he spotted Jiang Li and Yuan approaching. It took him a moment to recognize them fully. He sprang up from his chair, still recalling the cigarettes he had procured last time, and hurried over to open the door. Jiang Li did not dismiss the encounter lightly. She pulled a cigarette from her pocket and handed it to him, casually inquiring about any recent events. Hearing her query, the gatekeeper eagerly handed over a black hood while animatedly recounting the happenings. "Hey, just the other day, the firebrand clashed with the Wind Cloud Guild," he exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "We don't even know who started it, but the fighting was intense." "Is that so?" Others might have been oblivious, but Jiang Li had anticipated this. After all, she had witnessed Shen Yunji being escorted back to claim her bounty. The Wind Cloud Guild could not possibly let that slide. Rumor had it that Shen Yuntian cherished his sister like a precious gem, and the healing class was invaluable to any guild. Daring to target Shen Yunji, even if it was Qiu Gao who initiated the confrontation, the firebrand had harbored thoughts of seizing the talent-plundering scroll from the outset. Speaking of that scroll, Jiang Li had indeed been tempted by it, but it would serve her little purpose, proving difficult to sell and likely attracting unwanted attention. Allowing Shen Yunji to take the scroll and thereby forge connections with the Wind Cloud Guild ultimately promised greater benefits. With the firebrand's most coveted scroll now in Shen Yunji's possession, they would not simply let it go. The intricacies of their interests were convoluted, and considering the timing of the two guilds' conflict. It coincided with a day when Shin Yuntian had been preoccupied with a meeting potentially related to this incident. Noticing Jiang Li's indifferent expression, the gatekeeper's eyes darted, and he shifted topics. You've come at a fortuitous time. It's 4:30 now. There's an auction on the 4th floor starting in half an hour. And I've heard there are some valuable items up for bid. Yu Wenyin perked up at the mention, his expression filled with longing as if he wished he could sprout wings and fly upstairs immediately. Jiang Li calmly tugged at him, signaling him to don the same black hood as the thieves. As they entered the black market, the stifling heat enveloped them. The bustling noise resembled that of a marketplace, shattering the high-end illusions one might have had about the black market. Jiang Li glanced at the time, with nearly half an hour to spare. There was no need to rush upstairs. Navigating through the throngs of people, she found an empty spot and began to unload her supplies from the backpack, calling out her wares without hesitation. Clothing for sale. We have cotton jackets, pants. Buy larger items and receive socks for free, along with sports shoes and leather shoes. It was a promotional tactic reminiscent of her previous visit. Wasteland players were not swayed by flashy marketing. Value for money was paramount. Jiang Li set her prices lower, maintaining a stoic demeanor, yet a large crowd gathered around her stall. Her small scale for weighing supplies hardly paused, as she occasionally produced transaction cards to collect survival points amid the astonished gazes of passersby. The trading items available in the black market were not inexpensive, which explained why most first-floor players were still engaged in barter. Generally, only those on the second floor or above possessed the financial means to transact. As Jiang Li busied herself, a hand stealthily reached from the corner of her stall, attempting to pilfer the supplies she had momentarily neglected. Jiang Li lifted her gaze, swiftly retrieving her slingshot and striking the thief squarely on the knee with a marble. Ouch! The would-be thief crumpled to the ground, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Not far off, the patrol personnel assigned to the black market noticed the commotion and approached with guns drawn, demanding to know what had transpired. Without needing Jiang Li to explain, onlookers eagerly recounted the events, which visibly irritated the patrol officers. What audacity! To steal in the black market, they exclaimed. Once outside the black market, regardless of whether it was theft or robbery, should it result in injury or death, they would not intervene. However, within the confines of the black market, breaking the rules warranted severe punishment. The patrol officers aimed their guns at the thief, ordering him to rise and pay a fine 10 times the value of what he had stolen. Initially reluctant, the thief pleaded with Jiang Li, his face twisted in desperation. Jiang Li, however, had no inclination to show compassion. She merely cast a glance at him and continued her sales. As the thief hesitated, the patrol officers grew impatient, releasing the safety on their firearms with a click. The thief, suddenly weak-kneed, scrambled to empty his pockets, surrendering all his possessions and using his survival points to cover the fine. According to regulations, the tenfold fine for theft was split between the victim and the black market. Unexpectedly, Jiang Li found herself with an unexpected windfall as she collected the items, noting that the time was nearly right for her to head to the auction on the 4th floor. Chapter 27. The auction. As one ascends through the floors of the black market, the opulence of the surroundings intensifies. Jiang Li feigns admiration for the gilded decorations, her gaze seemingly drifting past the guards stationed at the black market. Each level is fortified with checkpoints where identities must be verified to proceed. Particularly between the 3rd and 4th floors, armed guards stand rigidly, their presence underscoring the stringent security measures in place. Yu Yuan registers his talents with the black market's management, adopting a pseudonym as a codename at Jiang Li's suggestion, thus securing a complimentary trading item card. The auction hall features not only scattered seating, but also private boxes, which are exclusively accessible to major guilds. As Jiang Li settles into her seat, she notices a procession entering through the VIP corridor. The guild members, confident in their prowess, do not bother to conceal their identities, approaching with an air of authority. At the forefront is Chun Lu, shielding Shin Yunji, flanked by others fully equipped and ready for combat. Observing this, the black market management's expression grows tense, and they step forward to offer a word of caution. It is inappropriate to enter an auction house appearing as if ready for a brawl, should firearms accidentally discharge, the consequences could be dire. Chen Lu offers a subtle smile, her weapon remaining undisturbed, and states, Director Zhang, the president has likely conferred with your boss. Given the unique nature of the items being auctioned, we have taken special measures to ensure safety. Wiping sweat from his brow, Director Zhang's demeanor relaxes slightly. If the president of Fengyan had indeed given prior notice to their boss, permitting Chen Lu and her team to enter fully armed, any ensuing chaos would not be deemed his fault. With this thought, Director Zhang reaffirms his eager smile and promptly ushers the Fengyan team into their box. Just as Director Zhang settles the Fengyan group, he steps outside only to be met by the imposing presence of members from the Firelight Guild. Fortunately, the two factions do not collide. Recently, these guilds have been at odds, and a confrontation in the auction hall could jeopardize the event. A sense of foreboding washes over Director Zhang as he suppresses the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. With an exasperated sigh, he embraces his professional demeanor and approaches the guests. From a distance, Jiangli observes the two guilds entering their respective boxes in succession. The black market guards heighten their vigilance, while other attendees, including solitary players, adopt a curious stance. With the resonant sound of gongs, the auction stage's curtain suddenly rises, revealing a striking duo, one male and one female, both exceptionally beautiful. The male auctioneer, clad in a tailored tailcoat, engages the audience with a few warm-up remarks before nonchalantly loosening his collar. Jiang Li's eyes sweep over the auctioneer's throat and the hint of his chest, acknowledging the black market's indisputable nature. Yet this is not the focal point. The auctioneer declares the commencement of the event, and staff roll out the first item for bidding, a prop. Jiang Li looks up, unable to discern the details from afar, relying on the auctioneer's description for information. Being the inaugural item, it must be of commendable quality to entice the audience and ignite the atmosphere. The item is a green prop, categorized as a lifestyle aid, taking the form of a frying pan. The auctioneer enthusiastically promotes it, declaring, this skillet boasts a green tier attribute, all flavors included. After testing, it is proven to possess over 30 home cooking recipes. Simply insert the ingredients and seasonings, and it will automatically prepare the dish within a set time. Such a remarkable item. Jiang Li, often dismayed by her culinary skills, which merely consist of cooking ingredients until they are edible, is intrigued. Players who reach the auction house possess a certain level of capability. They are unlikely to experience hunger, and with improved conditions, they naturally seek enjoyment. After a long day scavenging for resources, returning to a safe house to cook can be exhausting. Owning a device that automatically prepares meals could significantly enhance one's quality of life and save time. To demonstrate the skillet's capabilities, the auctioneer prepares a dish in mere minutes, producing a meal that is visually appealing and aromatic. To elevate the bidding process, servers distribute samples for attendees to taste. Jiang Li receives a small portion, potatoes braised with meat, just enough for 2 or 3 bites. The potatoes are tender and fluffy, and without witnessing the cooking process firsthand, one might struggle to believe that such a dish could be prepared so swiftly. The savory sauce is perfectly seasoned, making it a delightful accompaniment. Despite her modest culinary skills, witnessing the skillet's effectiveness stirs a desire within Jiang Li. However, the atmosphere shifts as guests commence bidding, and the fervor for the prop is palpable. The audience in the open seating area competes with materials, quickly escalating bids beyond 100 units, followed by the box owners announcing survival points. The conversion of currency units sees the bids rise steadily, eliciting joy from the auctioneer. Box 9 bids 2,000 survival points. Box 7 bids 2,100 survival points. Jiang Li sets down her bidding paddle, shifting her mindset to contemplate the potential profits from selling her crafted items. It seems entirely feasible to amass wealth. The box owners, backed by their guilds, unleash lavish bids that place them in a different realm from ordinary players. For a green tier cooking prop to fetch nearly 3,000 survival points, could it be used to prepare a communal feast for their entire guild? Having witnessed the true value of the prop, Jiang Li assesses her own collection of items, vowing to keep the secret of her unique talent closely guarded. Should this information become public, other players would inevitably regard her as an anomaly. while others possess repair-based talents that merely restore durability or enhance manual skills. It is unfathomable for anyone to have the ability to transform ordinary items into props with added attributes, as Zhongli does. Currently merely an apprentice in repair, she has already managed to produce items with purple attributes at the most basic level, hinting at an immeasurable future. Although the level and function of the items she creates are random, even the most basic white items are coveted treasures among players. Who wouldn't wish to possess a few hidden advantages? Zhongli can leverage the scarce output of items within this survival game to sell her creations at high prices, exchanging them for more essential resources. With such thoughts in mind, Zhongli grows increasingly composed in her seat at the auction hall, her bidding paddle remaining untouched. She can produce items. There is no need for her to invest in high-priced acquisitions at the auction. Chapter 28. The auction scroll. As the first green-grade item fell into the hands of another, the auctioneer fervently introduced several white-grade items, which, in Zhongli's view, were akin to mere trinkets. The guild's financial prowess was evident, with 3 out of 5 auction items claimed by the clientele in the private boxes. A nearby casual player could not contain his grievances, stating, "These large guilds are numerous and powerful, feasting on the spoils while leaving us with naught but scraps." Glancing at the clock, it was already 5:40 p.m., edging closer to the pivotal hour of 6, which rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Everyone had come in pursuit of items, and now they risked leaving empty-handed. This complaint incited murmurs among those nearby, and a few sighed in resignation. Rumors circulated that the highlight of today's auction was a remarkable treasure, and with competition so fierce, many doubted they would secure it, merely hoping for the privilege of witnessing it. Just then, the auctioneer paused, seemingly receiving an urgent cue from backstage. Following this, he signaled for the staff to unveil the item cloaked in crimson fabric. "I believe you have heard the buzz," he announced. "Today's Paisida assistance is exceedingly rare, with only one existing in the wasteland town." He dramatically pulled away the red cloth, revealing a scroll nestled within a gleaming glass case, the ancient brown parchment glimmering under the spotlight. Zhongli instantly recognized it as the scroll that Chang Gao had stolen from the fire beacon. After she had rescued Shen Yunji, Shen had killed Chang Gao and brought the scroll back to the Wind and Cloud Guild. And now, astonishingly, it had surfaced in auction. The fire beacon had been relentlessly pursuing this item, and its public display was bound to incite turmoil. It was perplexing that the black market had deemed it appropriate to include such a coveted item in the auction. The esteemed guests present were well aware of the lore surrounding the gifted. In the realm of survival games, such gifts endowed players with formidable power and superior growth potential. The auctioneer stood flanking the glass case, his voice rising and falling in an engaging cadence, captivating the audience with their movements. However, the nature of gifts was capricious. Not every player could awaken to one, yet now lay an opportunity before them. The scroll. As they revealed the scroll's details, the words "Gifted Plunder Scroll" sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Who wouldn't yearn for a gift? Those present at the auction either possessed gifts themselves or had affiliations with influential factions. The latter group was precisely those who most coveted the Gifted Plunder Scroll and held considerable resources. In an instant, the auction house erupted into a cacophony of chatter, as many casual players began to band together, seeking allies to pool their funds. But would the fire beacon truly allow this scroll to slip away? Zhongli, privy to more insider information than most, felt her brow furrow in concern. A foreboding sensation washed over her, and her instinctive reaction to the impending crisis compelled her to rise and exit the venue. Yuan Yuan was still engrossed in the auctioneer's presentation, but upon noticing Jiang Li's intent to leave, he hastily followed suit. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. Just as Jiang Li had taken a few steps, a tremendous crash echoed from the fire beacon's box, shattering the glass window. "Shen Yunting, how dare you?" Through the shattered window, several figures leaned over the railing, their faces contorted with rage as they gazed at the auction stage. Jiang Li caught a glimpse of the black market officials in the shadows, their expressions pale as they rushed to intervene with the fire beacon. Director Zhang cursed under his breath, finally exhaling the tension that had gripped him since Chun Lu's entrance. Yet he had to maintain composure to placate the fire beacon. Brother Zhou, please remain calm. Grant me this favor, and let us discuss this matter amicably. What is there to discuss? Shen Yunting is auctioning off our guild's stolen item. The black market must provide a satisfactory explanation. The voices within the box gradually diminished as the staff struggled to maintain order, signaling for the auction to proceed. In the wind and cloud box, Shen Yunji reclined on a plush sofa, amused by the dwindling commotion outside. She had long heard of the close ties between the black market's upper management and the fire beacon. It was rather entertaining to see Zhou Chao, a combat gifted of the fire beacon, swallow his pride at Director Zhang's intervention. Zhou Chao was notorious for his brash demeanor, often clashing with others, leading ordinary players to resent his domineering nature, earning him the moniker Fire Lion. Shen Yunji had taken precautions to ensure Chen Lu and her team remained vigilant against any immediate threats during the auction. To her surprise, Director Zhang had managed to pacify Zhou Chao and uphold the auction's order. With the auction item escorted by wind and cloud and the stolen item from the fire beacon, perceptive players began to connect the dots regarding the brewing conflict between the two guilds, their gazes shifting toward the gifted plunder scroll with newfound intensity. Everyone desired a valuable treasure, but whether it would remain in their possession was uncertain. The previously exuberant players now sighed, murmuring, "A scroll acquired at such a cost may soon become a death warrant." With the fire beacon's looming presence, many regained their composure and opted to withdraw their bids. As the atmosphere grew subdued, the auctioneer, accustomed to enticing bids, hesitated to utter his usual persuasive phrases. "Let us proceed swiftly. They are merely here for a paycheck." Eager to conclude the auction, this purple grade item, with its unique properties, drew significant attention, yet few were willing to take the risk of claiming it. Those with true strength were even scarcer. A number of casual players, feeling the pressure from the private box, nervously raised their paddles to bid. Aside from the fire beacon and wind and cloud, members of other guilds participating in the auction were engaged in urgent discussions. While the item was indeed precious, was it worth inciting a conflict with the fire beacon? The last month of the reset period is critical for our guild's legacy. I do not advocate for a confrontation with the fire beacon. There were distinctions in strength among guilds. While the fire beacon had offended many, they undeniably possessed the might to back it up. Smaller guilds convened internally, either opting to withdraw or planning to disguise their identities. Send someone to the hall to masquerade as casual players. Do not reveal our identities. The guild manager clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to acquire the scroll. He faced a dilemma akin to Chong Gao's. He held a position of authority within the guild, yet lacked the martial prowess to match. With basic physical attributes and intellect, he navigated the beginner maps with ease, serving as a senior executive. But what lay ahead? Once the reset period concluded, venturing into more challenging maps would leave players without gifts abandoned by the management. He was unwilling to relinquish his power, and thus resolved to contend with the fire beacon. In the adjacent box, someone lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke with a sardonic smile. "Ha! The fire beacon, what are they so impressive for? I've long been displeased with them. It's time to stir the pot." One single scroll had unraveled the intricate web of factions within Wasteland Town. Chapter 29. The arrangement of the signal fires. As Jiangli exited the auction house, the bidding in the hall escalated dramatically, soon attracting bids from distinguished guests in private booths. Initially, Feng Hua intended to utilize conventional methods, offering a modest sum to reclaim the scroll. However, as more competitors entered the fray, including factions hostile to them deliberately inflating the price, it became evident that no one wished to suffer such a disadvantage. Had it not been for Qiu Gao's betrayal, the scroll would still be securely in their possession, negating the need to participate in this auction. Furthermore, the higher the auction amount escalated in the pursuit of the scroll, the greater the resources funneled to the Fengyun Guild from the black market. To Feng Hua, this seemed an irksome affair that benefited others at their expense. Jiangli noted that after a few bids, Feng Hua appeared to retreat, seemingly withdrawing from the auction battlefield. This, in turn, instilled a sense of unease among the remaining bidders. Feng Hua would not concede so easily. It was likely he was already counting his forces. preparing to confront the successful bidder outside the black market. Faced with this looming crisis, a few independent players in the auction hall set down their bidding paddles. Compared to contemporaneous players, they might be strong, but ultimately, two fists could not contend against four hands. Observing the withdrawal of certain bidders, Hua Shizi Zhou Chao scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the independents. Fox, I have stationed men outside the black market. The scroll must not fall into the hands of others. The young man seated across from Zhou Chao nodded slightly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Yet, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down the spines of those who met his gaze. This was also a member of the Fenghua Guild. No one knew his name, and players predominantly referred to him as Fox. While Fox lacked Zhou Chao's formidable strength, he wielded his own influence, serving as a strategist within the Fenghua Guild, making him a more troublesome figure than Hua Shizi Zhou Chao. Fox smiled leisurely, saying, "There's no need for haste. Once the auction concludes, you will need to maintain order outside. Let us not forget, our desired outcome extends beyond merely reclaiming the scroll." As Jiangli surveyed her surroundings while departing from the auction hall, she could not help but cast a glance at the private booth occupied by Fengyan. This booth was remarkably quiet. Regardless of the cacophony of the auction outside, no bids were placed. It was unexpected for the Shun siblings to exhibit such decisiveness, willing to use the talent plunder scroll as bait. Chen Lu and her group, fully armed, were unlikely to merely be escorting items without ulterior motives. With this thought, Jiangli quickened her pace, eager to vacate this perilous place. The sky outside had turned a murky yellow, and it was getting late. Few players remained, trading in the lower levels of the black market. Jiang Li and Yu Wenin hurriedly ascended to the third floor, drawing the attention of others. Several independent players, having sensed something amiss, had already left the auction house, which only fueled the curiosity of ordinary players. They lacked the qualifications to participate in the auction on the fourth floor, and, seeing the complex expressions on others' faces, felt an insatiable itch to uncover the truth. "Friend, what transpired at the auction upstairs?" One player, believing Jiang Li's appearance made her approachable, quickly approached to inquire. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, extending her hand in a dismissive gesture to maintain distance. She had no desire to recount the intricacies of the events, merely offering a piece of advice for the individual to leave the black market promptly. Unfortunately, it was already too late. As Jiang Li passed by a window, she noticed that the main road leading out of the black market was blocked. On one side was a barricade set by the black market itself, and on the other, a van obstructed the center of the road. Jiang Li sighed and hurried to another window, only to discover the same arrangement. It appeared the Fenghua Guild had anticipated this move. From a distance, Jiang Li observed the thugs positioned to block the path, their demeanor domineering, insisting that passing players remove their hoods. Whether they were searching for members of Fengyun or, Jiang Li recalled her escape from the central hospital, where she had crossed paths with members of Fenghua. They likely remembered her appearance at that time. Although she had taken measures to conceal her identity while preparing to rescue Shen Yinji, the rudimentary disguises she employed might not suffice. As Jiang Li considered the player who had approached her earlier, an idea began to form in her mind. She called Yu Wenin over to offer a few urgent instructions before actively engaging with the other players. Jiang Li feigned a worried expression, divulging some details about the auction and the situation outside the black market. Everyone was aware of Fenghua's methods. While they were not directly targeting them, there was a fear that the thugs might exploit the situation, intent on squeezing out a share of the profits. Upon hearing her words, the other players instinctively weighed their gains from the black market that day. Given the greed of Fenghua's thugs, it was entirely plausible they would attempt to extract tolls. Sensing the impact of her words, Jiang Li suggested, "Why don and Oppos? We band together? Strength in numbers might deter them from being overly aggressive." Yu Wenin blinked in agreement, echoing her sentiments. "Indeed, we are numerous. They may think twice before crossing us." The crowd, largely inclined to follow suit, recognized that Jiang Li and her companion had just descended from the fourth floor of the black market, indicating they were likely stronger than those who could not access that level. Moreover, Jiang Li's plan bore no significant risks. Consequently, many concurred and began rallying their friends until dozens gathered. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Li seized the opportunity to smear more dirt on her face. There were 8 thugs stationed to block the road, brandishing weapons and exuding arrogance, clearly intent on bullying and extorting. They were puzzled to see a large group of players advancing towards them. The leader of the thugs swallowed hard, propping his baseball bat on the ground, and turned to scold a lone player nearby. "What are you waiting for? Get lost." After issuing this command, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately swaggered over towards Jiang Li and her group. The players from Wasteland Town appeared disheveled, clad in tattered clothing and unkempt in appearance. The collective presence of dozens suggested a refugee-like aura, accompanied by an overwhelming odor. The thug leader's expression was one of utter confusion as he surveyed the crowd. Dreading the realization of being overshadowed by the throng, he was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. After a mere glance, he hurriedly waved his hand, signaling for the group to disperse. Just as Jiang Li took a couple of steps, still not having the chance to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard a Feng Huang member stationed by the van call out, "The one in the bamboo basket, turn around and let me see." Chapter 30. Returning upon hearing these words, Jiang Li feigned ignorance, calmly surveying the speaker. Yu Wenyang, who had been cautioned earlier, took a deep breath and used the large sack on his back to bump into an adjacent player. The massive sack, filled with supplies, collided with the unfortunate individual, provoking a flurry of curses and sending the hapless player tumbling to the ground. The crowd, already jostling through the checkpoint left by the Beacon of Hope, was tightly packed, and one person falling triggered a domino effect, causing chaos to ensue. Yu Wenyang donned an innocent expression, clutching the oversized sack while apologizing to the onlookers. "I was merely curious. I didn't expect the sack to be so large that it knocked someone over. Are you all right, brother? Did you hurt yourself?" As he finished his apologies, he attempted to squeeze his way out. His movement inadvertently propelled other players forward, akin to a surging tide. Seizing the moment of confusion, Jiang Li lowered her head slightly, her form slipping through the crowd with the grace of a fish, making her exit. The member of the Beacon who had just spoken scratched his head, muttering to himself, "He seems somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him." The leader shot him a glare, irritably retorting, "Every day, you're just causing me trouble. We're supposed to be keeping an eye on the Wind and Cloud group, not wasting time on every Tom, Dick, and Harry." Chastened by the reprimand, the man nodded in agreement, abandoning the thought of pursuing Jiang Li. Jiang Li stood at a street corner, waiting for Yu Wenyang, intending to discuss their exploration plans for the following days. However, unbeknownst to her, Yu Wenyang, having created chaos at her behest, had attracted the attention of others. The player he had just collided with intercepted him, making aggressive demands for compensation. Yu Wenyang maintained a courteous demeanor, offering a pack of biscuits as an apology. His mindset had not yet fully adapted, and he fell prey to the other's provocation. In a society where civilization had crumbled, any unreasonable demands should be firmly rejected. The player, seeing Yu Wenyang's willingness to negotiate, pressed further, attempting to extort more supplies from him. "This pack of biscuits? You nearly broke my arm. You should at least give me half a sack of goods. What kind of logic is that?" The individual was clearly unscathed, even resorting to such extortion. "Have you lost your mind? It was just a bump. My sack contains only lightweight items. There's no injury here." Yu Wenyang's eyes widened as he grew increasingly irate in his rebuttal. It dawned on him that there were hardly any good souls in this game. As long as one displayed goodwill and courtesy, they would be beset by villains like sharks sensing blood in the water. Yu Wenyang resolved not to engage further. He turned to leave, only to find the man had summoned 2 friends, trapping him in a triangular formation. "Do you know the rules of the game, newbie? The bigger fist gets the final say." The man sneered, his greedy gaze flitting over Yu Wenyang's supplies. Initially, he had only wanted half of the newbie's goods, but since Yu Wenyang was so ungrateful, he decided to take it all. At that moment, an impatient Jiang Li retraced her steps and, from a distance, spotted Yu Wenyang cornered. Another classic case of bullying. Jiang Li sighed, glancing at the onlookers, and swiftly dealt with the 3 scoundrels. Her ruthless efficiency earned her 3 supply keys, instilling fear in those contemplating a sneak attack or scavenging. They dared not meet her gaze and hastily vacated the area. In truth, Zhongli had hoped to extract some survival points before resolving the situation. Perhaps the supplies gained from defeating them would be worth more than the points. However, time was of the essence, and the environment was unsafe, so she reluctantly relinquished that thought. Yu Wenyang, who had been in a state of panic, nearly believed he would meet his end there, and he was overwhelmed with gratitude upon being rescued. Sister, this place is far too brutal. There are always those wanting to rob and kill. Zhongli rolled her eyes, pushing the blubbering Yu Wenyang aside, secretly muttering about the naive rookie. It was not wise to openly ridicule him, as he was her teammate. She suggested that he practice more or save up to procure some gear from the black market. He was simply too fragile. As she spoke, Zhongli nearly forgot that she had been in a similar position just half a month prior. Reflecting on it, she felt her courage and boldness had surpassed his. Zhongli's combat prowess had improved significantly, thanks to her excellent equipment and several offensive items at her disposal, as well as a shift in mindset born from life-and-death situations. The two agreed on a time to meet the following day and return to their safe house under the increasingly dimming sky. Zhongli opened the door, and two dogs rushed to greet her, their tails wagging furiously. She exhaled, warming her hands before habitually kindling a fire, preparing to cook for herself and the dogs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the direction of the black market. Though distant, Zhongli sensed the disturbance. Peering out the window, she saw flames shooting into the sky, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Are two guilds really clashing so fiercely? Have they resorted to using explosives? She mused. However, could one still scavenge for explosive supply packs in the wasteland town? Furrowing her brow, she recalled her encounters with the Wind and Cloud Guild, sensing that the influence of such large guilds extended far beyond the novice maps. Even with collective strength, it seemed improbable for a guild to amass such substantial resources in merely 2 months. Moreover, those clandestine messages. How could ordinary novice players learn of such secrets as the reset period without higher entities intervening? Never mind, she concluded. As long as she survived long enough in the game, the guild's secrets would eventually reveal themselves. Zhongli retrieved the roasted potatoes, the aroma wafting enticingly, and brewed a cup of hot drink, warmth flowing through her limbs. After satiating her hunger and thirst, she began to tally her gains from the backpack. This time, she had acquired a significant amount of seasonings at the black market, particularly salt and sugar, along with a large bag of chili peppers. Salt, an essential commodity, had been so exorbitantly priced during her first visit to the black market that she could only afford a small 50g bag, considering the impending cold weather, which would hinder player travel and limit the replenishment of supplies. Zhongli adopted a hoarding mentality and spent her funds on 500g bags of cooking salt. Just to purchase the salt, she exhausted her survival points and food earned from her previous ventures at the market, even supplementing it with 20 pounds of noodles. Her subsequent purchases were drawn from her savings, including a 500g bag of dried chili peppers. Due to the frigid temperatures and the unaffordable nature of strong liquor, many players prefer to carry a few dried chilies in their pockets, occasionally chewing on them to warm up. After acquiring the seasonings, Zhongli strolled through the market for a while longer before finally obtaining a few basic medicinal supplies, 5 fever-reducing tablets, half a roll of medical gauze, and, through some haggling, a box of cooling oil. Chapter 31. Organizing the safe house today, I retrieved my backpack, which contained a portion of the medications Zhongli had found on Hospital Street during her last visit. 5 anti-inflammatory tablets, 3 cold medicines, 2 pain relievers, and 2 fever reducers. A 500 milliliters bottle of disinfectant alcohol, 3 adhesive bandages, and medical gauze. Zhongli crafted a wooden box to serve as a dedicated medicine cabinet, storing the medications beneath her bed. She fished 3 supply keys from her pocket, and upon their use, several piles of items materialized in the living room. Food, beverages, and a few pieces of furniture that were of no use. Zhongli gathered the unnecessary items into a corner of the living room, while the useful ones were stored away, simultaneously taking stock of her supplies. She had enough food to last approximately 3 months, primarily consisting of dry rations, with fruits, vegetables, and meat products that needed to be rationed. Combined, her drinking water and beverages would suffice for 2 months. To conserve clean drinking water, Jiangli began to collect snowmelt. The river water in Wasteland Town was tainted and home to piranhas. Players would never dare to drink from it, no matter how parched they were. Snowmelt was readily accessible, and after boiling, it could serve as potable water. It was also suitable for washing hands and laundry. However, for drinking, players had tried it, and it acted more effectively than a laxative, resulting in a day spent in distress. As Jiang Lianapo's routine in the safe house now included boiling snowmelt. Her consumption of firewood had significantly increased. Fortunately, she had gathered quite a bit of firewood recently, which should last her at least another month without worry. With ample supplies, her living conditions had improved considerably since she first entered the game. Sensing the odor emanating from herself, Jiangli glanced at the melting water in the pot and was struck by the urge to bathe. It had been nearly half a month since her last wash, and she had been out and about, scavenging for supplies, occasionally rolling in mud. Thankfully, it was the cold winter. Had it been summer, the stench would have been unbearable. With this thought in mind, she reasoned that bathing would only require some hot water, which she could easily heat with firewood. She accessed the system shop and finally purchased the bathtub and toilet that had long piqued her interest. These items had tempted her for quite some time, yet she had hesitated to spend her survival points, as she had to dispose of her daily refuse into the system's trash bin. While she could manage with makeshift bathing, using the toilet had become increasingly inconvenient. With a sigh of relief, Jiangli eagerly entered construction mode, expanding her bathroom by 6 square meters and installing the newly purchased bathtub and toilet within. The items procured from the system shop came equipped with drainage functionality, requiring no additional effort from her. As long as players were willing to spend, the service was always considerate. To facilitate cooking and boiling water, Jiangli constructed a makeshift stove from bricks, reminiscent of a rural earthen stove. The countertop, half her height, featured an opening for a pot, with space below for a fire and a bellows nearby. Jiangli had encountered rural stoves in her childhood, particularly enjoying the warmth they provided during winter. Although her memories had faded, her innate talent for repair shone through, and she managed to construct a rudimentary earthen stove based on her limited exposure. Truly, a testament to her survival game's T0 support talent. Jiangli felt a surge of accomplishment, having saved a portion of her survival points. The water for bathing did not need to be excessively hot. She boiled 3 pots of water in a large iron pot she had collected, pouring it into the bathtub until the water level just covered her calves. Even though the safe house was warmer than outside, Jiangli dared not linger too long over her bath. The last thing she wanted was to catch a chill and fall ill. After refreshing herself, she quickly donned the clean, warm clothing she had prepared earlier, followed by her thick coat. A shiver ran through her as she brushed her unruly hair. Initially, Jiangli had considered washing her hair as well, but she ultimately decided against it, fearing that being too tidy might attract unwanted attention from other players. An ostentatious appearance was not suitable for survival in the outside world. Wang Kai, her loyal companion, approached to sniff around and settled by Jiang Li's feet, curling up and slowly drifting into slumber. Feeling weary herself, Jiang Li yawned and decided to carry her 2 dogs into the bedroom for a cozy rest. The safe house's construction mode was truly a marvelous feature, allowing her to alter the layout at will. Jiang Li redesigned the space, merging the wall between the living room stove and the bedroom, and purchased materials with her survival points to build a new bed, creating a heating facility akin to a northern earthen Kong. This way, the fire beneath the stove would warm the bed in the adjacent room. Jiang Li placed a medicine box on a shelf alongside several treasured items. The dog's bed, made of soft blankets, lay at the foot of the bed, allowing for warmth and comfort. The previous wooden bed had been sufficient, but with the replacement of the large Kong, the space felt considerably cramped. Jiang Li had to expend survival points to expand the bedroom by 3 square meters. After a long day of labor, she gazed at her dwindling balance with a twinge of regret. Fortunately, the expenditure had been worthwhile. She had stocked up on supplies and repaired her home, with no waste at all. Player, Jiang Li, 15233. Talent, Special Repair Apprentice. Health, 75-75. Status, Normal, Safe house durability. 150-160. Expanded area increases safe house durability limit. Survival points. 6357. The safe house now comprise 4 sections. A 36 square meter warehouse, a 9 square meter bedroom, a 6 square meter bathroom, and an 18 square meter combined living and dining kitchen area. This home was steadily improving. Jiangli felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling that she had yet to utilize her talent skill for the day. Such opportunities must not be squandered. Should she enhance her living supplies? Or should she invest the skill in a weapon to draw advanced attributes? Glancing at the frying pan on the stove, she hesitated for a moment before retrieving her long and used axe. It would be wiser to accumulate more equipment. Her immediate needs for food and drink could be managed for now. The chipped axe glimmered with a flash of white light, its rusty blade suddenly revitalized, now possessing the effect of cutting hair with ease. It was of white quality. Jiangli moved to the warehouse, swinging the axe to test its edge. In the past, chopping would require her to awkwardly strike the log against the ground. But now it felt as effortless as slicing through meat. Even as a white-quality weapon, its sharpness was remarkable. After a busy day, having organized the firewood she would need for tomorrow, Jiangli could no longer resist the pull of exhaustion and trudged off to rest. The large Kong was warm and inviting. Her 2 dogs jumped up to explore the new bed, quickly snuggling together and settling down. In the subsequent days, Jiangli continued her routine of scavenging for supplies. Her figure traversed the remote streets, the creaking sound of her tricycle almost incessant. Each trip brought more resources, steadily enriching the safe house. Jiangli made several visits to the black market, where members of the Wind and Cloud faction occasionally appeared. Explosions could frequently be heard in the central area of the town. Eventually, Chun Lu sent word through an intermediary at the black market, preparing a batch of supplies for her, along with 10,000 survival points. This was part of the previously discussed distribution. The scroll had ultimately been taken by the Changhe Guild, and the chaos had subsided somewhat. During these sunny days, it felt as if the survival game was offering players a final shred of mercy. On the 18th day of Jiang Li's registration, snow and wind returned. Chapter 32. Entry upgrade. Having learned from her previous experience, Jiang Li swiftly gathered her belongings and returned home upon witnessing the snowfall. As she pedaled her tricycle, it felt as if she were propelling herself through the very surface of Mars. In the days leading up to this, she had meticulously sorted through the enhanced items, selling the unnecessary ones on the black market, opting for survival points in exchange rather than material goods. While no explicit announcements had been made, the discerning players could sense trouble from the attitudes of the major guilds, compounded by the lack of resource refreshes in the game, which led to a dramatic surge in the prices of essentials like food. As resources grew increasingly scarce, conflicts among players became alarmingly frequent. Consequently, the value of items soared, and Jiang Li seized the opportunity to sell a few white-tier items amidst the chaos. Survival points, 23,562. Her savings lent her a sense of security, and the intensity of this snowfall surpassed the last. The howling winds carried the mournful wails of the fallen, echoing through the streets. The sound was hauntingly chilling, enough to send shivers down one's spine, even from the confines of a safe house. Awakening in the dead of night, wrapped in thick blankets, Jiang Li found herself unable to drift back to sleep. With a sigh, she turned her gaze toward the system panel, watching the durability of her safe house dwindle. Her anxiety mounting, sleep eluded her, so she decided to entertain herself by tuning into the radio for some melodramatic novels, venting her frustrations to pass the time. Players trapped in survival games often found themselves in tedious situations, and the system shop offered various items for entertainment. For instance, there were paper books and gaming consoles. However, Jiang Li found their prices rather steep. A novel about the painful experiences of youth, approximately 200,000 words long, which detailed the unrequited love of a campus heartthrob, seemed to serve no purpose other than to evoke tears, priced at a staggering 100 survival points. Jiang Li scoffed at the idea, pondering better uses for that money, such as accumulating survival points to expand her safe house into a grand villa. The book, surprisingly, had decent sales. Upon examining the book categories, she discovered that such novels were among the cheapest in the shop, while instructional books that could enhance a player's survival capabilities were notably pricier. Emergency Treatment for Wounds paper book priced at 600 survival points, with a skill book version priced at 6,000 survival points. Types of Firearms and Usage Techniques paper book priced at 800 survival points, with a skill book version similarly marked up tenfold. Product Explanation. Paper books serve as resources for players to self-learn and memorize. Skill books can be used directly, enabling players to absorb knowledge that they will never forget. What a cunning rule! Zhongli furrowed her brow at the tenfold pricing of skill books. This meant that affluent players could easily pay to learn, rapidly widening the gap between them and the average players, even among those who had entered the game concurrently. The disparity between the strong and the weak would be as vast as the sky and the earth. While the price of skill books was exorbitant, their efficacy was undeniable. And Zhongli, who had just cursed the merchants for their inflated prices, found herself hesitating. Before entering the survival game, she had been an ordinary person, unfamiliar with combat techniques, let alone marksmanship, skills that could not be mastered overnight. Now, she could simply purchase skill books with survival points to become an expert in no time. It was hard not to be tempted. Glancing at her balance of survival points, she suppressed her inner thoughts. Her funds were limited, and she needed to be frugal in acquiring skills. As she listened to the unfulfilling content from the radio, her anxious heart gradually calmed, and she quietly awaited the dawn. Obscured by the snowstorm, the world outside her safe house was engulfed in darkness, leaving Zhongli uncertain of how heavily the snow had fallen. The occasional cries of the fallen hinted at the severity of the weather. The upgraded safe house, with its concrete walls, was far more reliable than the initial wooden structure. After several expansions, its current durability cap was 160 points. However, in the desolate town during the night, the difficulty of survival escalated sharply, with durability diminishing at an alarming rate, almost 15 points per hour. Initially, Zhongli contemplated using wooden planks for repairs, but as soon as she attempted to affix a plank to the wall, she realized the futility of her plan. To restore just 1 point of durability, she needed to expend 2 units of wood. Given the current circumstances, sustaining her safe house until dawn, when the new player protection period would commence, would require nearly 200 units of wood, an exorbitant cost. After tallying her supplies, she discovered a mere 570 units of wood in her warehouse. Abandoning that plan, she utilized her repair skill just before dawn, resulting in the emergence of a green entry, as warm as spring. When she first repaired her safe house, she had received a similar entry, albeit at a blue grade, capable of adjusting the temperature within a range of 20 degrees. This green, as warm as spring, automatically merged with the existing blue, as warm as spring, favoring the higher grade entry. The green and blue lights intertwined, swirling in the air before coalescing. The green entry vanished, while the blue remained, its hue subtly transforming from a light sky blue to a deeper, more vibrant royal blue. The attributes also experienced a change. Blue, as warm as spring, in cold or hot weather. The indoor temperature of the safe house can automatically adjust within a range of 25 degrees, gravitating toward a comfortable 23 degrees. The adjustable temperature range had indeed been enhanced. It appeared that entries of similar attributes could fuse, with higher grades assimilating lower ones. Perhaps if enough lower grade entries were fused, a qualitative transformation could occur. From blue to purple tier, the hierarchy of entries: white, green, blue, purple, and the legendary red. Sign in, Wasteland Town, Day 19, earned 5 survival points, talent skill usage count reset. Finally, after enduring the anxious wait for the protection period to commence, Zhongli exhaled in relief and approached the door, eager to venture outside. As soon as she opened the door a crack, a gust of frigid air rushed in, threatening to extinguish the flames of her indoor fire. It was bitterly cold. Zhongli could only see an expanse of white snow, with gusts of wind carrying flurries of goose-down snowflakes that enveloped her completely. It was no exaggeration. The snowfall was indeed monumental, overwhelming in its sheer volume. Instantly, she slammed the door shut behind her. In stark contrast to the biting cold outside, the 25-degree warmth of her safe house, combined with the crackling fire, was utterly irresistible. Moreover, Venturing outside in such weather was out of the question. Jiangli settled into her living room, adopting a mindset of relaxation, treating this as a well-deserved holiday. She felt her stomach grumble, having only eaten a light meal, and retrieved a bag of instant noodles from the warehouse, along with an egg and a sausage. Setting a pot on the stove to boil water, she prepared a poached egg, subsequently adding the noodle cake and seasoning. The sausage was pan-fried in a nearby skillet until crispy and fragrant. Yet that was not enough. She tossed in a handful of greens and broke a cucumber in half for a refreshing snack. The meal was delectable, and she savored every last drop of the broth. After satisfying her hunger, Jiangli began crafting, attempting to recycle the scrap materials she had scavenged. Chapter 33. The 3-day gathering. Today's routine tasks were dispatched as usual. Yet this time, Jiangli found herself unable to complete them. The penalties for her tasks deducted 2 bottles of 500 milliliters drinking water. And as she observed the water on her table vanish after the task settlement, a sigh escaped her lips. Indeed, the task module was a double-edged sword. One could only take solace in the fact that the game adhered to its own rules and refrained from arbitrarily assigning overly difficult tasks that indiscriminately penalized players for resource acquisition. In her moments of boredom, Jiangli practiced the tactile sensations of her talents, enhancing her safe house with a plethora of furniture. The once empty and chaotic living room now boasted a harmonious arrangement of wooden sofas and tables, with a vase adorning the coffee table, holding several sprigs of wooden branches. To mitigate the starkness of the bare cement walls, Jiangli hung a few wooden carvings, infusing the space with a warm, homely atmosphere. A row of polished wooden stools sat against the wall, temporarily idle. Engaging in woodworking was indeed a therapeutic endeavor, and Jiangli found herself unwittingly absorbed in the craft, only realizing the extent of her creations after a significant amount of time had passed. She even contemplated selling her works in the black market for survival points. But the wooden items were too cumbersome, and furniture was not deemed a necessity among players, leading to minimal demand. It would be more prudent to retain them for herself. By the following morning, the heavy snowfall gradually ceased, prompting many players to venture outside into the deep snow. Jiangli joined them, not in search of resources, given the inefficiency of such pursuits in this environment, but rather to head directly to the black market, concurrently passing through several blocks to complete new daily tasks. A multitude of players shared similar intentions, and Jiangli found herself among ordinary players heading toward the town center. Initially, there was a cautious atmosphere as everyone remained vigilant against potential treachery. Yet, as the crowd swelled, a sense of courage emerged, and they confidently strode along the path. It was inevitable. With people congregating from all directions, maintaining a 2-meter distance was already a considerable feat, let alone concealing one's presence. Upon reaching the black market, Jiangli spotted the gatekeeper swathed in a cotton coat and thick hat, resembling a plump penguin standing by the roadside. He hopped momentarily, producing a loudspeaker from behind him to address the crowd. The governing faction of the black market had decreed the opening of the barriers, offering the 1st to 3rd floors for free to all, with this trading event set to last 3 days. After 3 days, the black market would close, and its staff would disperse, forcing everyone to confront the harsh trials of the survival game. Yet, upon hearing this announcement, the crowd's expressions were devoid of joy. Those who thought to come to the black market at such a time were, for the most part, not naive. They were acutely aware that the survival conditions had shifted. A few players maneuvered through the throng, seeking familiar companions to inquire about their situations. "Well, my sister, she resides in your neighborhood. Why hasn't she come today?" The person opposite fell silent for a moment before squeezing out 2 words through frozen lips. "Express condolences." The disastrous blizzard had obliterated many players' safe houses, leading to the elimination of those without sufficient resource reserves. Jiangli recalled the rapid deterioration of durability during the night, her heart heavy with dread. For players who were unaware of the need to gather wooden boards in advance and lacked adequate survival points to purchase materials from the system store to repair their safe houses. The outcome was all too predictable. Should a safe house be rendered completely uninhabitable, the player would lose their qualification in the game, descending into the realm of the Forsaken. Perhaps the wails heard during the past 2 nights belonged to those who had once been vibrant, living individuals. Perhaps out of this consideration, the black market had generously waived entry fees for players and displayed an abundance of materials for sale. Essential wooden boards, heavy oil, salt, and compressed biscuits that could stave off hunger were stacked in crates, alongside bottled water. Jiangli pushed her way into the crowd, inspecting the goods. While the offerings were commendable, their prices had surged by 50% since her last visit, and only survival points were accepted for transactions. Given the current scarcity of resources, the prices were still bearable, not entirely exploitative. However, Jiangli had already prepared her provisions, rendering it unnecessary to squander survival points on such items. Just then, Yu and Yuan squeezed through the crowd to greet Jiangli. "I spotted you from afar. Are you planning to purchase something?" Yu's face bore the weight of dark circles, a clear indication of several consecutive sleepless nights, yet he managed to speak with a resonant tone. It seemed he was unfortunate. Having entered the game not long ago and now facing the final month of the reset period survival challenge. Although endowed with a talent that guided him to resource-rich locations, he lacked any enhancement in combat prowess. It was only through collaboration with Jiangli that he had managed to accumulate some supplies, sharing a portion of wooden boards with her. Yu dared not close his eyes at night, fearing the collapse of his home should he inadvertently succumb to sleep. Thus, he diligently repaired the durability of his safe house, enduring 2 arduous nights of snow and wind. Upon seeing the materials for sale in the black market, he considered that his supplies would barely last half a month and resolved to purchase some provisions to take back home. Jiangli observed her surroundings and noted that many endowed individuals were not lingering on the first floor, but instead making their way upstairs. She gestured for Yu and Yuan to investigate the upper levels first. As she surveyed the displays along the way, it was evident that the black market was indeed preparing to disband temporarily. The once opulent decorations had been dismantled, leaving only bare walls and columns. The upper floor still hosted youthful and beautiful attendants to provide guidance, yet their numbers had significantly dwindled, and their attire was less refined than during her previous visits. Jiangli produced her transaction card, swiping 10 survival points as a tip, facilitating her inquiries for information. The black market had always functioned this way. With the impending worsening of the weather, players would find it increasingly difficult to venture out. Without customers, transactions would naturally falter. The attendant displayed a bitter smile, her lace collar concealing fresh wounds beneath. Yu and Yuan scratched his head, having never seen Wang Shou's diary and rarely hearing rumors about the black market and slavery. Noticing the attendant's injuries and her uneasy demeanor, he instinctively asked, "Will workers like you find themselves unemployed?" The attendant glanced around, confirming that her supervisor was still engaged in conversation at the counter with several endowed individuals, then lowered her voice to explain. The enforcers outside would be temporarily dispersed, yet perhaps they would be summoned back in the future upon arrival in a new map. As for individuals like us, she sighed, her tone laced with despair as she divulged the cruel and sordid truth. We were sold here, forced to sign a slave contract with the black market. Even if we pass the newcomer test, we cannot escape their control. The slave contract, it seemed, was a type of artifact. Jiangli glanced at the transaction card in her hand, realizing that the black market was akin to a colossal tree deeply rooted in the survival game, an unfathomable behemoth. Chapter 34. The bustling commission at that moment. Another server, balancing a tray, noticed the situation and appeared to be acquainted with the individual before Jiangli. She hastened over, casting a fierce glare at the other person, and whispered reproachfully, "How dare you speak of these matters? If the management finds out, it will result in punishment." After that, she shielded the young server behind her, offering an apologetic smile to Jiangli. The girl was newly arrived and simply unaware of the rules. Guests should merely listen, as the black market provided us with our essentials, and we have always been grateful with no grounds for complaint. After speaking, she set down the dishes from her tray nearby, indicating her wish that Jiangli and her companion would help keep this under wraps and not disclose it to the black market authorities. Jiangli and Yu Wenyang watched the server's hurried retreat, enveloped in a moment of silence. "Let us go. The notice board has been updated. We must focus on our own affairs first." The new announcements were plastered with commission requests, primarily centered around repairs, healing, and combat. Players surmised that the weather in the wasteland town was about to turn bitterly cold, and with limited time to venture outside, they aimed to gather necessary resources in the coming days. With the black market lifting restrictions, ordinary players could roam freely. And clusters of 3 to 5 players conversed in various corners of the hall. Repair commission, repair of motor vehicles, tools provided, professional required, remuneration, 300 survival points. Hey, the pay for car repairs is only 300 points? You're treating us like beggars. This price was evidently too low. As soon as the commission was posted, onlookers began to voice their disdain. The commission poster stood defiantly to one side, hands on hips, rebutting, "What is low about it? If you want to do it, plenty of others will." The crowd rolled their eyes, and someone, perhaps deliberately, shoved the poster, forcing him out of the way. The person protested loudly, even as someone discreetly stepped on his foot during the scuffle. Treatment commission, seeking a benefactor to act as a liaison, requires someone with healing talent. Fee, 800 survival points. It was clear that healing talents were lucrative. 800 survival points was merely a fee for the intermediary, not even the cost of saving a life. Players clicked their tongues in amazement, eager to awaken their own healing abilities. No wonder healing talents were held in such high regard. With such a low awakening rate and limited daily skill usage, they were indeed precious. There are only 2 healing talents in town, someone sighed, explaining, with such a low awakening ratio and a daily skill limit, they are truly valuable. Surely there are more. The Phonian Guild recently posted a bounty for healing talents. Fragmented discussions were drowned out by the clamor as players chatted while swiftly scanning the notice board for commissions they could undertake. Time was of the essence. Those with skills could thrive, while ordinary players found themselves increasingly desperate. Not long after the crowd derided the 300 survival points repair commission, a burly man approached the poster to negotiate. "I was a mechanic before entering the game. I lack talent but possess skill. Let me give it a try. But your price is far too low. At least 500 survival points." Had it not been for his dire hunger and concern for the coming days, he would not have stooped to such a meager offer. However, the commission poster remained arrogantly dismissive, looking down his nose. "My vehicle is an item with attributes. A mere common mechanic won't do. I require a talented individual." At this, disdainful glances were cast upon him by the crowd. What a nerve! To offer such a pittance, yet expect a healing talent to use their abilities? The self-nominated player held back his impulse to slap him, eventually turning away. Soon, another mechanic was hired, prompting other players to jot down their own skills on paper. Those skilled in first aid, cooking, and more listed their abilities regardless of their utility. One even described himself as a former nightclub heir, boasting extensive romantic experience, perfect for being hired by wealthy, assertive female players. Of course, male players were also welcome, an increased price. Jiangli was taken aback by this astonishing resume and couldn't help but glance a second longer. Despite the player's features being obscured by a robber-style mask, his physique was undeniably impressive. Yu Wenyang, feeling rather disheartened, glanced at his own frail frame and thought of his esoteric talent. Employment seemed a daunting prospect. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Jiangli set off to find the management of the black market, the same individual she had previously registered her pseudonym and talent with. The management office was at the end of the corridor, the door wide open, revealing several familiar faces seated on the reception sofa. Shun Yunji was perusing a ledger of talents, while Chun Lu stood guard by the door, and a blonde-haired individual scribbled notes on a scrap of paper. Upon seeing someone approach, Chun Lu did not lift her head but flatly stated, "The Phonian Guild has matters to attend to. Please return in half an hour." Before Jiang Li could respond, Shen Yunji's gaze fell upon her, lingering on the repair hammer at her waist. This weapon was unmistakable. She gestured for Chun Lu to clear the way. "It's Miss Jiang from our guild. Please let them in." Jiang Li had always used the alias Jiang Xiaobai, and although there may have been moments of carelessness in the past, since the 7th day of the game, she had been particularly cautious, ever vigilant to keep her identity concealed. Talents in the game varied vastly. Yu Wenyang could be a disciple of an esoteric sect, and who knew when they might encounter someone with a peculiar curse talent. Upon hearing Shun Yunji's words, the black market management appeared surprised, not expecting these two talent holders to be connected to the healing player within the Fengyun Guild. The blonde-haired individual, a guild member privy to more secrets, flickered his eyes. Seemingly lost in thought, he continued to jot down notes, his unusual expression unnoticed by the others. Jiang Li seated herself on the sofa, sampling snacks from the fruit platter on the table. During her previous visits, the management had not been so courteous, nor had they offered refreshments. This time, it was evidently due to the guild's influence. As the publicly recognized healer of Fengyun, Shen Yunji's movements were no longer as unencumbered, requiring the presence of two guards for her outings. Previously, the black market owner had been willing to support Fengyun's interests by auctioning off the talent plunder scroll, hoping for her assistance with healing. Given the status of the black market owner in the wasteland town, they surely could afford a physician, yet each talent had their specializations. Shen Yunji was a doctor, while the other two healers were classified as physicians. Chapter 35. Commission tasks. When it comes to healing injuries, their skills prove effective. However, as novice players, their talents remain rudimentary. The physician excels in diagnosis and potion preparation, maximizing the efficacy of medicinal herbs, while decoctions yield results. Their healing process is rather slow. Shen Yunji, possessing a beginner's prefix in her medical role, invested in 2 skill books from the marketplace to expedite her surgical abilities. Previously, the black market had consistently favored the guild of Fenghua, colluding to enslave players and facilitate the disposal of stolen goods. This time, the collaboration between Fengyun and the black market materialized due to the sudden dissolution of the latter caused by adverse weather, coupled with the urgent need for Shen Yunji's medical expertise. This information was obscure to most, yet Fenghua, leveraging its prior placements, found it relatively easy to uncover the truth. Infuriated by the black market's betrayal, Fenghua lost face and in their pursuit of the scroll, antagonized other guilds. Most regrettably, they failed to reclaim it. Shun Lu intercepted them, leading a joint force with the guild that had seized the scroll to ambush Fenghua's party. The entire team was eliminated without leaving any survivors, and the news of their defeat solidified an irreconcilable enmity between the two factions. After completing a surgery, Shen Yunji descended the stairs and noticed the notice board, reflecting on the recent skirmishes between her guild and Fenghua, which had resulted in significant damage to various vehicles and equipment. She approached the office to consult the roster. Coincidentally, Jiang Li had registered his talent as a repair apprentice in the black market, precisely fitting the category of talent sought by Fengyun. Shen Yunji perused the roster, casting a curious glance at Yuan Yuan. The talent of Xianmin was indeed a rarity, an exceptional existence. In comparison to ordinary players, Shen Yunji possessed a greater understanding of survival games. As the difficulty of survival instances escalated, the involvement of supernatural forces became inevitable, making such rare talents invaluable as they progressed. With enthusiasm, Shen Yunji extended an invitation. "Might I inquire if you both would be interested in joining our Fengyun Guild? The resources for growth are abundant." The personal invitation from a high-ranking guild member stirred interest among the black market overseers nearby. Just as the black market is deeply rooted in the survival game, renowned guilds have established branches across various survival maps. Both Fengyun and Fenghua are prime examples of this, which explains their astonishing growth rates and access to clandestine information. Joining such a guild would provide a formidable backing, ensuring support during trials in other survival maps. Shen Yunji's offer was enticing, and for a fleeting moment, Jiang Li contemplated acceptance. However, the uniqueness of his talent weighed heavily on his mind. Should he join the guild, it would not be long before his gift was exposed. Without sufficient strength, his talent would merely attract envy, rendering him a prize target for control. Considering the risks, Jiang Li declined. Yuan Yuan, being a newcomer who had entered the game late, remained unaware of the advantages and disadvantages of joining a guild. Moreover, the recent conflict between Fengyun and Fenghua had escalated to the use of heavy weaponry and explosives, with the sounds of gunfire reverberating from dusk till 8 in the evening, continuing into the next day. The thrill of battle was intoxicating. Yuan Yuan hastily shook his head, fearing that upon joining Fengyun, he might fall victim to enemy fire. Despite the consecutive rejections, Shun Yunji maintained her composure, while the blonde-haired individual grew visibly displeased. As mid-level executives of a prominent guild, they were accustomed to being revered wherever they went, never having faced such refusals before. The blonde furrowed his brow, ready to speak, but was halted by Chun Lu's hand on his shoulder. His volatile nature hinted an inclination to utter unkind words. There was no need to offend Jiang Li after failing to win him over. Though sarcasm lingered on his lips, he was silenced by Chun Lu, and a flicker of discontent crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a barely perceptible smirk. Although the invitation had faltered, Shun Yunji remained amicable towards Jiang Li, for she owed him a debt of gratitude, compounded by the favor Feng Yun still owed him. Miss Jiang, the information on the notice board outside is rather chaotic. If you're seeking commissions, perhaps you should consider our Feng Yun Guild, Shun Yunji suggested while retrieving a meticulously compiled list of losses from her pocket. The saying goes that the sound of gunfire equates to a fortune lost, referring to the costs of warfare. The skirmish between the two guilds did not quite reach the level of full-scale battle, yet the manpower and resources expended were immeasurable. In terms of medical supplies, they fared well, as large guilds lacked for medicine, especially with Shun Yunji's healing capabilities minimizing casualties. However, Feng Yu's counterattack inflicted significant damage upon Feng Yun. Initially, Feng Yun possessed 9 vehicles, primarily vans and trucks, each deployment necessitating fuel consumption, and the vehicle's durability gradually waned. Among them, 2 trucks proved invaluable for the guild's resource collection. Unfortunately, both fell victim to Feng Yu's opportunistic sabotage. One was utterly destroyed, reduced to mere fragments, while the other sustained damage yet remained reparable. Shun Yunji sought Jiang Li's assistance in mending the damaged truck, offering a reward of 1,500 survival points, contingent upon its full restoration. She also assured that if the truck possessed any attributes and evolved into an item during the repair process, Feng Yun would compensate based on market value. Typically, ordinary repair specialists could restore items to their full durability through their skills, with only an exceedingly slim chance of mutation during the repair that could lead to an item evolving into a superior object. This process, however, was not due to the repairer's influence, but rather the inherent probability within the survival game's items. Jiang Li was an exception. For her, the 1 in 10,000 chance served merely as a baseline. If Feng Yun was willing to provide compensation, Jiang Li could agree, but only for a single repair, as the risks would increase upon subsequent attempts. Yun's talent, skill, divination also caught Shun Yunji's eye, prompting her to request his assistance in a reading. After finalizing the details of their collaboration, the group rose to leave. Given the crowded and chaotic nature of the black market, it was prudent for Shun Yunji to avoid lingering outside, as her status made her a potential target. Had it not been for the urgency of the black market boss requiring Shun Yunji's presence for surgery, the guild leader would have been reluctant to permit her departure. Before exiting the management office, the trio from Feng Yun donned black hoods, blending inconspicuously into the bustling crowd. They ventured outward, making their way to a secluded alley several streets away before removing their hoods. In the black market, such disguises allowed them to merge with the masses, while outside, they became conspicuous. At that moment, a dart gun barrel emerged from the window of a nearby residential building, targeting Shun Yunji's figure, which stood out distinctly in the scope. The aim wavered slightly. Evidently, a living healer was deemed far more valuable than a deceased one. The mission dictated the capture of Shun Yunji if possible, while the fate of the others was inconsequential. Thus, the ambushers took aim at Chun Lu and pulled the trigger. Chapter 36. Resolving the unexpected with a muffled sound, a bullet struck Chun Lu's right arm, causing blood to gush forth. It was a silent shot. Someone lay in ambush in the shadows. Jiang Li felt a shiver run down her spine as instinct overtook thought, prompting her to leap over the wall of the alley. The others quickly followed suit. As Shun Yunji scaled the wall, she instinctively drew her weapon and fired 2 rounds into the dark. Jiang Li and she grasped Chun Lu's arm, attempting to assist her over despite her incapacitated right side. Fortunately, Yuan, quick-witted and suppressing his anxiety, crouched down to lift Chun Lu, allowing them to hoist her up together. Another silenced gunshot rang out, its source indistinguishable. A bullet struck Jiang Li's right side, sending fragments of brick flying and grazing her cheek, leaving a streak of crimson. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Li retrieved her slingshot, unleashing a barrage of precise shots. Soon, a cry of pain echoed from a nearby residential building, as their assailants clutched their bleeding eyes and fired wildly. Huang Mao, who had been crouching by the wall, sensing something amiss, could not resist peeking up. In that instant, he locked eyes with several figures atop the wall. Chen Lu let out a cold chuckle, words escaping her lips like venom. So the traitor we've been searching for all this time is truly you. The previous leaks of information from the Fengyun Guild had raised internal suspicions. Huang Mao, a veteran among the current players, despite his unlikable demeanor, possessed notable skills. During a discerning meeting attended by only a few within Fengyun, Chen Lu had voiced her suspicions about Huang Mao. It was not born of personal animosity, but rather a recognition of his dubious nature, making him a potential breach for hostile forces. However, accusing a traitor is a deeply disheartening matter, and to maintain the guild's stability, the Shun siblings had chosen to remain silent. This time, Shun Yunji intended to take Chen Lu to the black market discreetly as her guard, but Huang Mao, upon seeing them prepare to leave, had approached them intentionally. Little did they anticipate such an unforeseen turn of events. Although the route had been plotted by Shun Yunji herself, and they had even lingered at the black market for a while, encountering Jiang Li was entirely unexpected. Moreover, Huang Mao had remained right under their noses, with no opportunity to relay any messages outward. Had it not been for the recent ambush and Huang Mao's odd behavior, Chen Lu might have remained uncertain of her suspicions. Fengyun truly lacks finesse. If they're sending people to lie in wait, why not use a sniper rifle or other high-caliber weaponry? Chen Lu remarked, her left hand wielding a firearm as she dispatched an enemy from the residential building. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat resigned, thought it fortunate that they were not using high-caliber weapons. Otherwise, a single shot could have blown off a limb, rendering the situation far more dire than a mere gunshot wound. While conversing, Shun Yunji produced a folding umbrella from her pocket, unfurling it to shield everyone. This was a prop umbrella with the attribute green, as strong as Fort Knox, capable of generating a protective shield with a 2-meter radius that absorbed damage inflicted upon it. Although there was a damage cap, ordinary bullets would pose no threat to its defense. Boasting excellent attributes, the item was limited by its usage time, allowing it to be deployed for only half an hour each day, and it could not be retracted prematurely. The 2-meter radius even encompassed Huang Mao, leaving him with no escape as Chen Lu rendered him powerless and bound him. As they stood within the protective barrier, waiting for the 30-minute countdown to conclude, they contemplated their next steps. Fengyun had sent more than one ambusher, but the shield's activation rendered Jiang Li and her companions untouchable by external attacks. This commotion quickly alerted the Fengyun Guild, prompting a fully armed team to rush over to provide assistance. Faced with such circumstances, Fengyun had no choice but to withdraw their ambushers. Otherwise, their lives would be at stake. Once the shield's countdown ended, the group emerged to confront a throng of burly men from the Fengyun Guild, each staring wide-eyed at one another. Chen Lu, clutching her wounded arm, offered a brief explanation to her companions, instructing them to haul Huang Mao away like refuse. The Fengyun Guild deployed 2 vans, with all but the driver's seats removed to accommodate the large number of robust men. Jiang Li and Yu Wenyuan were invited into one of the vehicles, receiving the privilege of 2 small stools. However, due to the rough terrain of the wasteland town, Jiang Li found herself seated on the stool for only 2 streets before having to mimic the guild members and sit directly on the ground. As the bumpy ride was quite uncomfortable, their destination remained the safe house of the guild leader, Shun Yunting. Jiang Li suddenly felt less envious of Shun Yunting's lavish abode, realizing it was the collective property of the guild, albeit currently under the leader's stewardship. Upon arriving at a concealed location obscured by hidden props, the seasoned driver of the van pressed the accelerator, charging forward. As white mist enveloped them, Jiang Li blinked and found the van had entered an open garage. The garage, designed to accommodate 2 levels, was spacious and housed a variety of vehicles with a battered 4.2-meter cargo truck positioned prominently in the center. This truck, capable of carrying over 6 tons, could easily replace 2 or 3 vans, having its roof removed and modified for greater cargo space. The arrangement of vehicles within the garage clearly indicated the truck's esteemed status within the Fengyun Guild. No wonder Shinyunji had been so infuriated when one was destroyed. After confirming the target with her affluent employer, Jiangli began to employ her skills for repairs. The sheer size of the vehicle rendered the effectiveness of her skills somewhat sluggish. Nonetheless, she busied herself, picking up nearby tools and inspecting the truck from top to bottom. Though she lacked mechanical knowledge, having accepted the job, she felt compelled to adopt a professional demeanor, ensuring her employer felt justified in their expenditure. Idling idly while the guild members passed by would inevitably invite scrutiny. Indeed, witnessing Jiangli diligently laboring, the guild members standing guard expressed admiration and even brought her work meal. A meal? Jiangli feigned reluctance, dismissing the offer a couple of times before relinquishing her wrench, washing her hands, and diving into the food. This work meal was quite generous, featuring 2 meat dishes, a vegetable, a soup, and even a dessert clearly intended for guests. The fragrant steamed pork and crispy fried fish were particularly enticing. Reminded of the mutated piranhas in the river, Jiangli couldn't resist casting a few extra glances at the fried fish. Noticing her curiosity, the guild member quickly clarified. This fish isn't from the river outside, it's from the system's marketplace. The prices in the system's marketplace were notoriously steep, making the offerings of Fengyun's meals remarkably appealing. Chapter 37. Utilizing skill books, Jiangli blended into the dining scene, noting that the time was ripe to conclude her final task. A faint white glow emanated from the cargo truck, coalescing in midair into an inscription, double load capacity. As the name implies, this vehicle had been augmented. The individual serving Jiangli was left dumbfounded, causing him to loosen his grip and his chopsticks slipped from his fingers. He then let out a high-pitched shriek reminiscent of a groundhog, leaping from his seat and racing into the main hall of the guild headquarters. Our truck has mutated. It's a white-grade item. Upon hearing this, the members of the Fengyun Guild abandoned their meals, rushing outside, circling the truck in wonder. I've never seen such a large item before. I want to take it for a spin. Imagine the ease of transporting goods with a load capacity of several tons. The commotion was overwhelming, prompting Jiangli to step back and lean against the wall, lost in contemplation. It seemed her skills had a distinctive character. When the effects were outlandish, the inscriptions bore idiomatic names, while more straightforward effects were simply described. It might be random, but it was of little consequence, as it did not impede usage. Regaining her focus, Jiangli began to settle the bill with Chunlu. The initially agreed-upon repair cost was 500 survival points, but with the truck's mutation into a white-grade item with double load capacity, Chunlu calculated a 4-fold payment, totaling 6,000 survival points. With this substantial sum credited to her account, Jiangli felt an indescribable contentment and soon bid farewell to Yu Wenyuan, who had similarly profited. Though the Fengyun Guild expressed interest in further employing her services to repair vehicles over the next few days, Jiangli graciously declined, citing a reason to avoid suspicion. It was fortunate to encounter an inscription during repairs, but if it occurred repeatedly, it would clearly raise concerns. Yu Wenyuan arranged to return in the coming days to assist Fengyun in mapping out resource-rich districts. The operational capacity of a large guild far surpassed that of an individual player, enabling them to deploy multiple vehicles for thorough searches, yielding significant rewards. The collective strength was formidable. Fengyun contributed both manpower and resources. Although proceeds would not be divided proportionally, their offered prices for supplies were undeniably generous. Everyone was striving for survival. Jiangli glanced at her balance, mentally planning the expenditure of her survival points. Survival points, 29,562. Shall I purchase a skill book? Firearm types and techniques paperback, priced at 800 survival points, while the skill book version costs 8,000 survival points. Jiangli had coveted this book for quite some time, recognizing that for knowledge requiring extensive practice, directly purchasing the skill book was the most economical choice. especially given her lack of training conditions and adequate time. Additionally, the Introduction to Body Training skill book was priced at 10,000 survival points and prominently featured in the system store, ranking high in sales. Its effect allowed players to directly comprehend body training techniques, gradually strengthening their physique and increasing their health points cap. Upon entering the game, Jiang Li's health points cap was 70. To gather resources, her daily step count could outpace that of her former social media acquaintances, wearing out 2 pairs of shoes in the process. With extensive exercise and a low-fat, low-salt diet, she had shed considerable weight and now envisioned the possibility of achieving an 8-pack in the future. As her physique improved, her health points cap increased to 75, enabling her to withstand a bit more damage. Jiang Li added both books to her shopping cart, continuing to browse the system store in search of means to enhance her capabilities. Upon returning home, her 2 dogs, having heard the commotion, emerged from the bedroom, wagging their tails. Wang Zai even clutched a soft cotton toy in his mouth, eagerly pushing his beloved plaything into Jiang Li's hands. "All right, you enjoy that. I'm off to find something to eat." Jiang Li patted the dog as head. Having feasted on a meal courtesy of the Fengyun Guild, she decided against cooking for herself, opting instead to share some dry rations with her 2 furry companions. Watching them devour their food, a sense of fulfillment enveloped her, alleviating the survival pressures weighing on Jiang Li's heart. Initially thinking that this wretched game was a futile endeavor, she had come to cherish the feeling of returning home after adopting her dogs. With a wry smile, Jiang Li opened her shopping cart and purchased the selected skill books. As she confirmed the order, the system store reminded players to use skill books only in safe environments to avoid mishaps. Was there a reason behind this? Regardless, being in her own home, there was no safer place in the game. Jiang Li glanced past this notification, not taking it to heart. Unlike paperback books, skill books appeared as substantial scroll-like sheets of white paper, floating in the air, awaiting Jiang Li's handprint. As her thumb made contact with the skill book, a warm sensation coursed through her fingertips, and her name, along with her player ID, materialized across the vast expanse of blankness. Subsequently, a soft golden light emerged from the skill book, swirling and dissipating within moments. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt dizzy, an overwhelming influx of fragmented knowledge forcefully inundating her mind. The proper grip of firearm, techniques for shooting, the disassembly and assembly of guns. False memories were thrust upon her, demanding her original self to master and assimilate them. The torrent of knowledge rendered Jiang Li momentarily dazed, as if ensnared by a cognitive fog, while she sat on the sofa in a stupor. No wonder the store advised using the book in a safe environment. Employing it in perilous wilderness would be tantamount to self-destruction. Her 2 dogs sensed the disturbance, anxiously tugging at Jiang Li's clothes, attempting to rouse her. After a brief interlude, Jiang Li regained her senses, her face darkened, and her mind flooded with countless grievances. Though the process of acquiring skills was somewhat absurd, gazing at the prop handgun mounted on the wall, a strange sense of familiarity washed over her. The gun's mechanics felt imprinted upon her very soul. With a moment's reflection, knowledge emerged in vivid clarity within her mind. Spending 8,000 survival points was not in vain. Jiang Li picked up the other book, Introduction to Body Training, and proceeded to utilize it in the same manner. Thankfully, it was the skill book version. Mastering body training was hundreds of times more complex than the solitary calisthenics she had previously skipped, making comprehension solely through graphics and text quite challenging. The skill book expedited Jiang Li's understanding of body training, enabling her to perform a complete set of exercises fluidly and accurately. After approximately half an hour of continuous practice, Jiang Li was left breathless, her entire body aching and her legs trembling. Her warm clothing was soaked with sweat, as if she had been pulled from a pool. While the exertion appeared minimal, it was far more exhausting than her morning foraging for supplies. Needing to rest against the wall, Jiang Li recalled a case of energy drinks stored in the warehouse and fetched 2 cans, gulping them down eagerly. Once she had somewhat recovered her strength, she retreated to the bedroom to wipe away the sweat and change into fresh clothing, striving to avert the possibility of catching a cold. Chapter 38. Last week, Jiangli spent a total of 18,000 survival points on 2 skill books. An extravagant expenditure that left her sighing. Ultimately, it was the pressure of finances. After painstakingly saving to reach the 2,000 mark, she found herself back to just over 10,000. Jiangli opened the game panel and submitted today's mission, which rewarded her with 50 survival points and a 500-gram fruit supply pack. Inside the fruit pack, she discovered a handful of mulberries, several large round blueberries, and a dragon fruit. The quality of this blind box was quite impressive, prompting Jiangli to decide to put it away for a few days before indulging. The following 2 days boasted fine weather, during which Jiangli managed to enhance a weapon and an auxiliary item, both of white quality. The weapon was a kitchen knife, upgraded for increased damage, though its low attribute level rendered it unsuitable for her use. The auxiliary item was a whip. Originally, Jiangli intended to transform it into a weapon, yet it yielded an unorthodox attribute, floating in ecstasy. Pondering the whip in her hand, she couldn't help but question the peculiarities of skill judgments. Perhaps it would be best to sell it. Jiangli donned a disguise and took her unwanted items to the black market for sale. Survival points, 18,772. The 2 items fetched 3,204,000 survival points, respectively. Private transactions lacked the competitive fervor of an auction and were not as lucrative as dealings with the affluent Stormman Guild. Jiangli felt she hadn't secured the best prices, but the advantage of this method lay in its discretion and safety. Counting her remaining balance, she felt a pang of reluctance as she left the black market. Today marked the last day of the black market gathering, and future attempts to find players for trade would not be as convenient. As Jiangli exited the black market, a gust of cold air greeted her, causing her to shiver involuntarily, instinctively pulling her neck into the thick fur collar. The weather was decent, windless, rainless, and without snow, but the temperature continued to drop, making the environment outside the safe house increasingly unbearable. Players understood this was their final opportunity to collect supplies, and naturally, competing for resources was far quicker than scavenging the meager items scattered across the map. Jiangli chose not to ride her tricycle, opting instead to walk back on foot. Along the way, she witnessed 2 instances of players engaged in deadly confrontations. As one side perished, a shimmering silver supply key hovered in the air, its allure snatched up by the bloodied hand of the victor. Jiangli cautiously distanced herself from the battlefield, readying her weapon for a cold standoff should escape prove impossible. Some retreated while others eyed her as prey, hoping for bountiful rewards following a skirmish. In a vast wasteland town, the fragile reason that most players had barely maintained shattered in an instant, giving way to malevolent thoughts. Clutching her repair hammer tightly, Jiangli bit her lip as she gazed at the fallen player before her, wiping the blood splattered on her face with her left hand. She would not actively hunt others, yet if someone sought her life, she would have no choice but to claim the life of another first. From the black market to the vicinity of the safe house, a route she had traversed many times, Jiangli had retaliated twice, slaying 3 players. As she beheld the safe house standing at the crossroads, her home within sight, a sigh of relief escaped her. However, just then, a wave of scorching heat accompanied by a whistling wind surged from behind her. Jiangli swiftly sidestepped, her high ponytail sweeping through the air, narrowly avoiding a fireball. The ends of her hair were singed by the intense heat, nearly igniting, but she extinguished it just in time. A fireball? What kind of item was this? Or perhaps it was a skill derived from some talent. The fireball, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, collided with a nearby building, exploding against the cement wall with a resounding blast, accompanied by a faint echo. One could only imagine the destructive power such an attack would wield against a person. Jiangli dashed into a roadside shop to evade further assault. She glanced back, noting that her pursuer had yet to reveal themselves, still lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. The distance from the safe house to Jiangli was not far, just a few dozen meters, but the area around the house was a wide-open intersection. To run across would expose her to enemy fire, turning her into a target. Jiangli dared not gamble on whether she would be shot. She could only suppress her rising anxiety and swiftly contemplate who might be attacking her. Clearly, someone capable of launching a fireball was not a desperate player resorting to robbery. With such power, they could live comfortably if they joined a major guild. Wait, a guild? Jiangli furrowed her brow, recalling the rumors surrounding the fiery Zhou Chao. His nickname was said to stem from his volatile nature, while others claimed his talent allowed him to control flames in battle. The only powerful adversary Jiang Li had recently offended was the Blaze Guild. On several occasions, their plans had been thwarted while she was present, and due to the betrayal of the blonde-haired player in the recent rescue incident, her involvement had come to their attention. It would not be surprising if Zhou Chao mistakenly believed she had deep ties with the Stormwind Guild and sought revenge against her. Jiang Li mentally scoffed, questioning why Zhou Chao would target her instead of confronting the Stormwind Guild. Regardless of her frustrations, her immediate concern was to devise a means of self-preservation. It was afternoon, and there were 5 or 6 hours until nightfall. Given Zhou Chao's combative style, he would not linger in confrontation for long. Sure enough, gunfire erupted outside the shop as a robust figure approached, exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. Jiang Li was armed as well, though her weapon lacked the potency of his, and a heavy, ochre shield floated before Zhou Chao, providing him with formidable protection. Another defensive item. No wonder he dared to expose himself so boldly. Knowing Jiang Li possessed ranged attack capabilities, Jiang Li attempted to fire twice. Having studied the skill book, her marksmanship was quite precise, and both shots struck true. However, the bullets were thwarted mid-air by the shield, as if ensnared in a thick mire, losing their momentum. Is that all you've got? Better to stay hidden until I come to get you. Zhou Chao taunted, pulling the trigger once more, sending a bullet hurtling toward Jiang Li's gun hand. Reacting quickly, Jiang Li pivoted and pressed tightly against the wall at the corner. Glancing around, she spotted the staircase leading to the second floor and ascended rapidly. This was an abandoned storefront, designed for dining. The first floor served as a dining area for customers, while the second housed various private rooms. Jiang Li pushed through the door of a side room near the stairs, and upon entering, she spotted a shattered window. Let an oppose. Let's try the window. Jiang Li swung her repair hammer, breaking the window enough for her to pass through, then removed her thick cotton jacket to cushion the shards of glass. Pressing down on the windowsill, she moved with the agility of a bird, flipping outside in an instant and using her hands to navigate along the outer wall of the second floor. At a height of only 4 meters from the ground, Jiang Li glanced down, accurately gauging her landing spot. She pushed off the wall with her feet and leaped down. She had prepared for the impact, landing on the ground with her knees and legs feeling the strain, yet it was bearable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li disregarded the situation behind her and sprinted towards her safe house. On the second floor of the restaurant, Zhou Chao kicked open the door, and upon seeing the broken window, his expression darkened. Approaching the window, he aimed his gun at the rapidly fleeing figure of Jiang Li. The bullet flew perilously close to Jiang Li's heel, sending concrete splinters flying in her wake. In the face of such danger, Jiang Li tapped into her survival instincts, accelerating her flight towards the safety of her house. Chapter 39. The oncoming storm. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Zhou Chao could not help but curse himself for choosing to launch his attack near Jiang Li's home. At that moment, he completely forgot his previously arrogant mindset. After all, he was an attacker with a natural gift, adept at manipulating flames, and rarely suffered defeat in combat. Now that his prey had returned to her sanctuary, he faced a dilemma. Should he continue the assault, seeking to exhaust her defenses, or retreat? Zhou Chao felt a pang of reluctance. His pursuit of Jiang Li was indeed motivated by the interests of the Fengyan Guild, but more so, he yearned to monopolize the item she had displayed. Had he brought even a couple of allies along, Jiang Li would have had no chance of escape. Inside the safe house, Jiang Li fixed her gaze on the scene outside, watching as Zhou Chao turned away, his face etched with discontent. Before departing, Zhou Chao hurled a fireball, striking the outer wall of the safe house with a resounding impact. Player Jiang Li's safe house is under attack. Durability -5. Immune. During the period of rule protection, durability halts decline. The damage from a fireball was unexpectedly severe. Jiang Li felt a twinge of pain. She recalled that at the beginning of the game, A lanky man with a crowbar had to strike several times just to reduce durability by a single point. Although Jiang Li had witnessed Zhou Chao's departure, the hour was still early, and players could still roam outside. She could not shake the fear that Zhou Chao might be lying in wait nearby, anticipating her emergence into the open. Having narrowly escaped Zhou Chao's clutches once, she doubted he would relent so easily. As a combat adept capable of wielding flames and equipped with a protective shield, he was nearly invulnerable. Such a high-damage, high-defense opponent was indeed formidable. Contemplating her situation, Jiang Li recognized that as a support adept at a disadvantage in combat, it was imperative to prepare a greater array of powerful items. Better safe than sorry. After a quarter of an hour, the outside fell eerily silent, prompting Jiang Li to retract her gaze and settle onto the sofa in the living room. Lifting her pant leg, just a moment before leaping into the safe house, fragments of concrete had splattered against her ankle, leaving behind a deep gash. The situation had been dire when she crawled out of the window, though she had used her clothes to cushion the glass-strewn ledge as she leapt. The exposed skin inevitably bore the brunt of the jagged edges. Her wounds required cleaning and disinfecting. After a considerable effort, she managed to tend to them and bandaged her hands and ankles. The reinforced bandages brought a soothing sensation to her injuries, inducing a languorous feeling that inexplicably enveloped her in a sense of despondency. She longed to give in to apathy. The series of harrowing experiences she had endured were increasingly intense, with several instances of narrowly escaping death. A chill ran down her spine, and she suddenly felt cold. She hastily gathered 2 pieces of firewood and tossed them into the stove. It was no illusion. The temperature outside had plummeted dramatically. When she had stepped out earlier that day, she had felt an unusual chill, but she had not anticipated that the day would end with a sudden cold front sweeping through the wasteland town. Seated by the warm fire, Jiang Li's gaze remained fixed on the scene outside. The first sign of change was the wind. Withering branches and discarded debris swirled across the ground. The gusts grew stronger, causing signs on abandoned storefronts to tremble. A plastic board fell with a clatter, only to be caught in the air and whisked away by the howling wind. Several meters of plastic were lifted, colliding with low tree stumps and obliterating them. Occasional thunderous crashes echoed as various objects collided in the gale, each resulting in a cacophony of destruction. This spectacle awakened a primal fear of natural disasters within the onlookers as players huddled in their safe houses, peering out at the world beyond the walls with a sense of awe. One brave player dared to push open the door, extending a hand to feel the wind's force. Unexpectedly, as soon as the safe house door swung open, he was nearly lifted off his feet by the ferocious gust. Fortunately, the wind was directed inward, merely knocking him to the ground. Had he been standing outside, he could have been swept away into the skies. Now, no one dared to venture out. The safe house was their lifeline. Those players unable to return home in time sought refuge in towering buildings, gazing out at the tumultuous scene with grim expressions. If they could not make it back to the safe house before 8 o'clock, the frenzied and predatory fallen would tear them apart. Jiang Li's gaze shifted as she noticed a player in the distance, dragging heavy stones bound to his body. This method made movement cumbersome, yet it was indeed effective against the winds. As long as he was fortunate enough to avoid being struck by debris, reaching home would not prove too difficult. Upon seeing Jiang Li's safe house, the player's eyes flickered with caution, and he promptly altered his course to steer clear of it. Time trickled by, and as night enveloped the town, the fallen emerged from the shadows that lurked everywhere. In inclement weather, the fallen grew particularly frenzied, exhibiting a bloodthirsty hunger not only for the living, but also engaging in brutal skirmishes amongst themselves. Wang Zai, upon hearing the roars from outside, emitted a whimper, pressing his warm body against Jiang Li's arm as he nestled on the sofa. Glancing down at the crackling fire, the flames danced, casting a mysterious light upon her features. The iron pot hissed, steam rising from the bubbling broth, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Tonight's dinner consisted of dumplings, made from the pork and scallion mixture she had procured from her supplies. The cold weather paired beautifully with the dumplings from a 500-gram supply pack. She had prepared 25 dumplings, boiling them to perfection. Before serving, Jiangli sprinkled a spoonful of salt into the pot, then retrieved bowls and plates to portion out 10 dumplings for her 2 dogs, saving the remainder for herself. Her bowl was specially garnished with vinegar and chili oil, and as she consumed the dumplings, the warmth enveloped her, nourishing her from within. After finishing 1 bowl, she still felt a twinge of hunger and decided to open a pack of instant noodles, using the remaining broth to cook them, cracking an egg into the mixture. After her meal, she rested for a while before unrolling a carpet she had traded for, laying it in the empty space in the living room. This would become her practice area for physical training. She kicked off her shoes and stood on the soft carpet, stretching her body while positioning her back toward the cozy fire, unafraid of catching a chill. Planning not to rise early the following day, she dedicated herself to 3 additional training sessions, resting whenever fatigue set in before resuming. Upon completing the final set of exercises, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Wang Kai, who had been lounging by the fire, approached her and affectionately licked her cheek, offering silent encouragement. Jiangli turned to him, applying medicine to his injured leg. The dog's recovery ability was impressive after several days of rest. His once ghastly wounds had begun to scab and heal. After washing up, Jiangli carefully unwrapped her bandages to apply ointment, tidying herself before sinking into bed, where she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 40. Cold wave. Jiangli vaguely sensed a warmth in her body, accompanied by a throbbing headache and a clammy back soaked in sweat. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she was running a fever? This feeling was quickly engulfed by a tumult of chaotic thoughts, akin to a drowning person struggling for breath. Just then, the incessant barking of dogs pierced the fog of confusion, startling her awake. She reached out to flick on the bedside lamp, her eyes opening to the blinding brightness emitted by the overhead bulb. For a moment, she was momentarily dazzled. With great effort, Jiangli turned herself over, dragging her heavy body to find the antipyretic medicine on the wooden shelf by her bed. She intended to swallow it with warm water, but upon reaching for the cup, a wave of icy coldness struck her. This was peculiar. Jiangli had a habit of placing her water cup in the warmest spot by the fire, and by midnight, the water should have been pleasantly warm. As she felt inside, she could only detect a trace of residual warmth. The rest of the cup was chillingly cold. Jiangli sighed, realizing that her fever-induced disorientation had prevented her from noticing the drop in temperature sooner. She pursed her lips and swallowed the medicine dry, then made her way to the living room to ignite some dry leaves with a lighter, rekindling a fire for warmth. The safety house could block the fierce winds, but it could not shield her from the biting cold. In fact, a thin layer of frost had formed in the corners of the living room. Her safety house was supposed to maintain a temperature of 25 C, yet without any visible water, the surroundings had frozen. Just how frigid was the wasteland town outside? Beyond the window lay an impenetrable darkness, so silent that even the howls of the fallen were absent, as if all living creatures were huddled away, summoning their strength to resist the chill. The crackling of burning wood echoed as the warmth spread outward. Jiangli leaned closer to the flames, adding 2 bottles of mineral water to the pot to heat. Once the water warmed, she eagerly scooped a spoonful to drink, soothing her sore throat with much-needed moisture. After consuming a bowl of water, the effects of the antipyretic swiftly took hold. Jiangli soon felt her mind swimming with dizziness and an indescribable fatigue washing over her. She gathered a substantial amount of firewood, arranging it in the fire to ensure it would burn well into the next day, before returning to her bed to close her eyes. The haze from the fever was quite uncomfortable, but fortunately, the medicine had taken effect, allowing her to slip into a restful sleep. When Jiangli awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. She shook her head, feeling much clearer, though her body still bore the lingering aches from the fever. Even in daylight, the temperature was only marginally warmer than the previous night, with the thin ice in the corners still unmelted. The fierce winds had abated, leaving a thick layer of ice on the ground. It was unlike the situation after the heavy snowfall, where players could still venture outside. Now, the landscape was a treacherous expanse of frozen earth, where a single misstep could lead to a slip, and it was terribly cold. Jiangli tossed a bowl of water outside, and it shattered midair into ice shards, the sound crisp as they hit the ground. Witnessing this, she abandoned her plans to venture out. The penalties for failing daily tasks weighed heavily on her mind, but thankfully, it was only 2 packs of instant noodles. With a serious expression, she selected a box of pickled vegetable instant noodles from the warehouse and placed it in the corner of the living room. In case of a failed task, she would use these for her punishment. A box contained 24 packs, which could cover 12 days based on the penalty for daily tasks. For someone like Jiang Li, who had diligently stocked her supplies, this was hardly a burden. Due to her still recovering body, Jiang Li canceled her training for the day. After dining, she purchased several printed survival manuals from the system shop and began studying essential survival knowledge. Titles such as Comprehensive Guide to Daily Living and Detailed Uses of Herbs on Maps caught her eye. To thrive in a survival game, self-sufficiency was paramount. Upon opening the shop, the glaring prices felt exploitative. Jiang Li had taken to crafting her own furniture wherever possible, investing time and effort to make her home cozy and fulfilling. Her interest in herbal knowledge stemmed from her previous discoveries in the local pharmacy near the central hospital, where she had found several medicinal herbs, regrettably without knowing their properties or uses. These herbs were not as marketable as clear-cut tablets. When she inquired in the black market, no player expressed interest in purchasing them. Some suggested she could sell them to the healer players, but the offered price was significantly lower than their actual value. Jiang Li, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, dismissed the idea of selling, since this was not a skill she urgently needed to master. She refrained from buying skill books and opted for printed materials, beginning her diligent study. The printed book, valued at several hundred survival points, was not overly expensive. It contained a comprehensive catalog of all herbs in the game, with a thickness comparable to the palm of her hand. From common medicinal plants to rare herbs thriving in unique environments, each entry was accompanied by illustrations and detailed descriptions. Jiang Li silently encouraged herself, believing that with enough patience, she would complete the book. After all, she was in no rush. Most of the herbs listed were not ones she would encounter at her current stage. Days passed in this manner, with the outside environment remaining too hazardous for travel. Even clad in layers of clothing, players would shiver under the fierce cold. Walking on the icy surface was treacherous, and after half an hour of struggling, one could hardly cover a few meters. Rather than waste energy attempting to venture outside, it was far more prudent to remain in the safety of her home. This posed a severe challenge to player supply reserves, as many fell victim to the cold, hunger, and disease in silence. On the 30th day of Jiang Li's check-in, she had just utilized her skills on the fire pit when a series of system-wide announcements flashed before her eyes. Map announcement. The 376th Wasteland Town Survival Challenge is nearing its end, with 80 of players eliminated. Congratulations to the survivors for qualifying for the final test. Map announcement. The Survival Challenge countdown stands at 15 days, with the first 3 days easing the difficulty, reverting to extreme cold thereafter. Players should seize this final opportunity. Map announcement. Guild inheritance spaces are about to open, allowing various guilds to store supplies for 3 days. After 3 days, the space will close, awaiting the next reset period. The trio of announcements brought exhilarating news. In just 15 days, players would be able to leave the wasteland town and shed their novice status. Moreover, the game provided a 3-day buffer. But wait, Jiang Li furrowed her brow. At this point, what supplies could possibly remain scattered throughout the town? This 3-day period was clearly a signal for players to compete for resources. Chapter 41. Unlocking the chat and trading zone upon discerning the malevolent intentions behind the survival game. The initial joy that surged within Jiang Li dissipated entirely. Players were required to endure 15 days in the desolate town, and following the recent calamity, only 20% of players had managed to survive. It was likely that many had exhausted their resources, rendering them ill-equipped to face the ensuing fortnight. Jiang Li could foresee the chaos and brutality of the next 3 days. For some players, it would present a harrowing dilemma of life and death. A global announcement materialized on every player and Oppo's system panel, revealing the third message that unveiled the guild's greatest asset, the inheritance space. It was no wonder that the major guilds possessed such a significant advantage over ordinary players, as they had a unique opportunity to nurture the next generation of guild members. As the announcement appeared, Jiangli noted that the weather outside had remarkably turned sunny. The warm and radiant sunlight bathed the earth, seemingly imbued with magical power, melting the long-frozen ice into water. This surreal scene instilled a profound sense of absurdity among the players. The external temperature had not risen significantly, remaining well below freezing. However, such was the nature of the survival games world, irrational and illogical. Jiangli dismissed her musings and began to organize her available items. Over the past few days, she had selected several items that were of no use, and she intended to trade them for survival points. Unfortunately, the black market was closed, and without a bustling trading venue, selling for a premium proved challenging. Another message appeared. Congratulations, player 15233, Jiangli. Your survival duration has surpassed 80 of players, and the chat feature for the current map has been unlocked. In Jiangli's mind, a translucent blue panel materialized, featuring a chat box that could be resized, continuously refreshing with new messages. Player 39521, 3 kilometers. Wow. This chat even has distance. How do I turn it off? Random nickname. You can modify your settings in the lower left corner. Haven't you been online? Turn off your location quickly. Midnight Butcher. Player 39521 is within 1 kilometer. As soon as I can go out, I'll come find you. Momo. Turn off your location before you speak. Be wary of those with ill intentions. And remember to change your nickname to prevent disclosing your player ID. Passerby. Don't accept friend requests casually. Mutual friends will reveal the proximity of each other's safe houses. In the chat, some sought to take advantage of the situation, while others shared valuable experiences and cautions. Jiangli scrolled through the chat records, experimenting with a newly introduced chatting feature. The system stipulated that each player could modify their nickname once per dungeon map, with no duplicates allowed. This function served as a temporary code for players, a notion that amused Jiangli, as the incessant banter in the chat alleviated her inner gloom. Being able to modify her name was a relief. Jiangli changed her default nickname to Jiang Xiaobai and disabled the distance display. She had not anticipated that. Despite being merely a novice map, 80% of players had already been eliminated with half a month still remaining. Among the surviving 20%, how many would endure the full 15 days? Above the chat box, a line read, Desolate Town, 10,000, indicating the current number of existing players. In the blink of an eye, the number changed from 2,000 to 1999. It was daytime, and the durability of safe houses would not decrease. The ice outside had yet to fully melt, and players were unlikely to venture out. So, had this player perished from starvation in their own home? The public chat paused for a few seconds before erupting into a flurry of discussions at an accelerated pace. Madman Zhang San, has someone died? Spare some change. If someone died, so be it. People die every day in this game. I'm about to starve. Can someone spare some food? Orange, I have food. What will you trade? Spare some change. I have nothing but a bare home, but I can send pictures in private chat. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you a selfie of my 8-pack abs. I'll trade for 2 steam buns. Justice Superman. How can there still be people trying to scam food? Unilateral blacklist. I'm a professional. Brothers, I'll trade a 500 G pack of cured meat for a case of water. Anyone interested? Madman Zhang San. A case of water has 24 bottles of 500 milliliters. You think a single pack of meat is worth a whole case? Is the meat made of gold? I'm a professional. If you want gold, I have that too, along with jewelry. Let us trade for some food. Passing dog. Who wants that? I'll trade a bottle of water for 2 loaves of bread. If interested, search my nickname in the trading zone. Jiangli opened the trading zone beside the chat panel, which was already filled with numerous requests from quick-fingered players. One could search by player nickname or item category. The interface was simple and clear. Most trading requests involved bartering for food and supplies, while a few high-value items could be auctioned, with payments made using survival points. An auction? That explained the swift dissolution of the black market. They had the inheritance space and likely understood that the last half-month would allow 3 days of freedom, yet they did not seize the opportunity to profit. For novice players, with the system's integrated chat panel and trading zone, who would risk venturing into the black market and exposing themselves to external dangers. As Jiangli had surmised, The black market would shift its focus to managing commissions for players as they transitioned out of their novice period, collecting fees while selling dubious goods. Jiangli glanced at her items and selected the least valuable white-tier weapon to apply for auction. Your auction application has been approved. Please click to confirm and submit the item. The auction will be displayed in the trading zone for half an hour, and bidding will officially commence after the display period ends. During the bidding period, all players may place bids, and the survival points will be temporarily deducted from your balance and held by the system. This was a commendable system, preventing players from disrupting the auction with reckless bids. Jiangli nodded slightly. As the seller, she preferred this method. However, it was less favorable for bidders. If funds were insufficient and two desired items were auctioned simultaneously, they could easily end up with nothing. Jiangli set the bidding period for 2 hours, allowing interested players to place bids within that time frame, with the highest bid winning before the deadline. Upon completion, the system would deduct 10% of the transaction amount as a service fee specifically for item auctions. For newcomers, items remained a rare commodity. Her weapon was deemed the most valuable item, prominently displayed at the top of the trading zone, leading to a surge in views and interest. It was evident that once the auction commenced, there would be considerable bidding competition. Earning income without leaving her home brought immense satisfaction to Jiangli. Were it not for the lack of a rating system, she would have readily given this feature a 5-star review. Chapter 42. The Revelry of Thugs. At that moment, Jiangli noticed several peculiar messages in the chat box. Player nickname: Fish is requested to be your friend. Note: Big Shot, I'm Xiao Yu. I found your nickname through divination. Note: Big Shot, I just saw you speaking in the public area. Jiangli slowly typed a question mark on the screen. Could it be that this style of note was? How infuriating. Could such a talent be utilized in this manner? Jiangli accepted the friend request, and the player with the nickname Fish promptly sent a selfie. Indeed, it was Yu Wenyan. This fellow's safe house was rather modest. Yu Wenyan sat on a seat constructed from cardboard boxes, surrounded by a haphazard pile of supplies. He exhibited no semblance of caution. It appeared he had been working for the Wind and Cloud Guild and had received a handsome reward, as long as he did not attract the attention of other players. Surviving the remaining 2 weeks would pose no issue. After confirming the identity of her new friend, Jiangli noted his nickname with his real name, Yu Wenyan. Fish, Big Shot. Do you know how I and Amp, Oppos, V, been surviving these past 10 days? I've been eating and sleeping every day. Fish. Also, I've been divining daily to see when I could strike it rich, but unfortunately, I freeze like a dog within 2 minutes of stepping outside and have to retreat helplessly. This fellow is quite chatty. Jiangli replied with a simple, thereby concluding the unproductive conversation with an air of aloofness. She reopened the trading area, waiting for the auction of her items to commence while browsing through other players' trade requests. Demand: food and drinking water. Offering: wooden board materials. Note: ample materials, negotiable for large quantities. Interested parties are welcome to communicate with me. These items piled up like a mountain in Jiangli and Oppo's warehouse, rendering any purchase unnecessary. Demand: 1 fever-reducing medication. Offering: 5 fruit supply packages. 1 box of drinking water. Jiangli swiftly clicked on this trade, successfully securing the deal. 1 fever-reducing medication was hardly worth such an abundance of supplies. However, due to the bitter cold and the life-saving nature of the medicine, the price had been artificially inflated. Simultaneously, numerous players lamented over this newly confirmed transaction. To seize the opportunity meant profit. With the trading area freshly opened and prices still fluctuating, she could later split the fruit supply packages and drinking water for resale, earning a handsome profit from the price difference. Currently, the most sought-after items in the trading area were the wooden boards used for fortifying safe houses, alongside various food and heating supplies. In addition to listing her items for auction, Jiangli had also placed 7 or 8 handmade furniture pieces for sale, though regrettably, they were not in high demand, with view counts disappointingly low. She was in no rush, setting appropriate prices and patiently awaiting buyers. A notification flickered, and upon inspection, Jiangli found that the system had pushed her a notification about an auction she was following. This white weapon, a former rusty and chipped fruit knife, had undergone a transformation through Jiang Li's meticulous polishing and modification. After utilizing her skills, its appearance had undergone a remarkable change. The blade was slender and gleaming, embodying a delicate beauty akin to gossamer. The edge shimmered like a streak of light, exuding a chilling aura. Although initially a fruit knife, its current form resembled that of an assassin's dagger. Observing such an exquisite appearance, many participants in the auction were captivated by the weapon's accompanying damage enhancement attributes. A minute before the auction commenced, hundreds of players eagerly placed bids. Jiangli had set the auction to start from 0, with no restrictions on bidding increments. Even a single survival point could suffice. The bidding amount swiftly soared, surpassing 1,000 survival points in the blink of an eye, and the figures continued to fluctuate. Jiangli, satisfied, rubbed her wrist, pleased that her aesthetic design had proven successful. Drawing from reference materials, she had polished and modified the fruit knife to achieve such a stunning appearance. Had it retained a mere ordinary fruit knife look, it is doubtful that so many players would have shown interest. When the bidding concluded, the weapon sold for an impressive 4,550 survival points, with the fees deducted flowing into Jiang Li's balance. As she glanced at her inventory, preparing to list a second item, she noticed 3 auction announcements appearing in the trading area. Evidently, her profitable endeavors had piqued the interest of other players, prompting them to list their surplus items for auction. With 3 auctions crowded together, it was inevitable that attention would be diverted. Jiangli submitted her items and scheduled her auction at a time staggered from theirs. Having completed this task, she began her training for the day. The physical training had indeed proven effective. Over this period, Jiang Li's health had increased by a remarkable 5 points. Gradually, she could distinctly feel her body becoming considerably lighter, and her strength had slightly increased. The opening of the chat and trading areas facilitated the swift exchange of resources among players. The crises of the past 3 days had proven less challenging than Jiang Li initially anticipated, yet players continued to fall victim to misfortune. Most of the casualties were those who, during the early days of the chat's introduction, unwittingly revealed their safe house locations. Not everyone possessed the means to conceal their safe houses. A large house by the roadside was visible to anyone passing by. Some nefarious individuals lay in wait, choosing to attack other players' safe houses between 6 and 8 o'clock, regardless of the time of day. They would gradually chip away at the durability of the safe houses until they were on the brink of collapse, forcing the occupants to emerge and confront them. In these 3 days, several groups of players had indeed passed by. Some approached with a mix of flattery and threats, coercing her to part with supplies, while others were greedy enough to covet her entire stock. In the end, they all met their demise, becoming unwitting victims. Jiang Li hummed a tune, bending down to inventory her supplies in the warehouse. Over these few days, she had accrued a substantial amount of resources. The player count in the chat panel had been steadily declining. Now, only around 1,200 players remained. It was a pity that among those she had eliminated were several who possessed the keys to abundant food supplies. Instant noodles, bread, and cases of drinking water, some of which had never been opened, were among their loot. These individuals, clearly lacking for sustenance, still conspired with others to commit robbery. These past 3 days represented a revelry for thugs, while simultaneously serving as a nightmare for countless players struggling for survival. With the introduction of the chat panel, communication among players had become instantaneous. On the 3rd day, Jiang Li observed a group of thugs passing by her safe house, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. She was poised to wait for them to fall into her trap, ready to capitalize on the protection of her safe house to claim another round of victims. To her surprise, the leader of the group repeatedly waved his hand, spat on the ground, and cursed. "Don't mess with this place. There's a fierce woman inside who strikes hard. Let's get out of here." With that, they fled, fearing Jiang Li would emerge from her dwelling. Jiang Li felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she realized they had already dashed over 100 meters away. Chasing after them would be a futile endeavor, and she reluctantly abandoned the idea of confrontation. Chapter 43. The Siege of Zhouchao. As Jiang Li remained at home, patiently waiting for an opportunity, the Fengyan Guild was on the brink of ensnaring their target. Shen Yunji stood atop a high-rise building, peering through her binoculars at the disheveled Zhou Chao as he fled. Had everyone become so complacent during this period of inactivity at the safe house that they had allowed their skills to atrophy? Discontent tinged her words, reaching Chun Lu and Appo's ears, prompting her to pull the trigger. The recoil of the sniper rifle jolted her whole body. The specially crafted bullet struck Zhou Chao's shield, creating a spiderweb of cracks across the earthy-colored surface. Zhou Chao's prowess was not to be underestimated. He held a significant position within the Fireblaze Guild and possessed numerous means of self-preservation. However, the fact that an entire combat team from their guild had failed to corner Zhou Chao at the designated location was indeed a disheartening outcome. Chun Lu sighed. The plan had been too hasty. The game had provided them with merely 3 days, during which the Fengyun Guild had to gather their members and keep a close watch on Zhou Chao and Appo's movements. Zhou Chao was not lacking in resources, but he had a peculiar penchant for reveling in battle and relishing the torment of his adversaries. Initially, a group had mistakenly perceived Zhou Chao's safe house as an easy target, brazenly attempting to rob it. To their astonishment, upon opening the door, they were met by the formidable Fire Lion. Zhou Chao incinerated the leader of the group alive, forcefully usurping their position and commanding his newly acquired subordinates to plunder players. Upon learning of Zhou Chao's departure from the safe house, the Shen siblings wasted no time seizing the opportunity. They dispatched individuals to monitor his exit and deliberately set a trap to lure him to their ambush site. The lackeys surrounding Zhou Chao soon found themselves caught in the crossfire between two major guilds, ultimately becoming pawns and sacrificial lambs, either perishing in the chaos or fleeing for their lives. Zhou Chao, possessing considerable strength and driven by his ambition and greed, had amassed a considerable fortune. He boasted more than 3 protective artifacts. His most frequently used was the shield that guarded him, virtually impervious to harm. During the shield's activation, only attacks with special effects could inflict damage. Just this one item effectively neutralized the combat capabilities of those in the Fengyun Guild who lacked innate talents. With defenses impenetrable, how could one hope to engage in battle, armed with a plethora of treasures? Zhou Chao forcefully broke through the Fengyun Guild's blockade and fled towards the densely built urban area. Chun Lu acted decisively, simultaneously opening the chat to direct her team and swiftly relocating her position with her sniper rifle in tow. They had to eliminate Zhou Chao before nightfall. Allowing him to escape would lead to endless troubles. Shun Yunji nodded slightly, her brow furrowing as she fixated on the direction Zhou Chao had fled. She stated, "The one who previously collaborated with our guild, Jiang Xiaobai, resides in the nearby neighborhood, doesn't she?" It was a question, yet her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Chun Lu paused momentarily, turning to follow her gaze. Indeed, the guild had conducted an investigation into the relevant information. "Then let us contact her," Shen Yunji declared firmly, indifferent to whether it was through the exchange of survival points or sharing a portion of the spoils from eliminating Zhou Chao. Her sole objective was to ensure Zhou Chao's demise today. Inside the safe house, Jiangli set aside her carpentry work, glancing at the incessant notifications on her system panel. "Fishy. Boss, there's a job offer with substantial rewards." "Jiang Xiaobai, what kind of job?" "Fishy. It's information from the Fengyun Guild concerning the Fire Lion Zhou Chao. They insist on communicating with you directly." "Fishy. They lack your contact, and upon inquiry to me, I wanted to gauge your interest in providing your information concerning the Fire Lion Zhou Chao." The harrowing experience from that day flashed through Jiang Li's mind, igniting a burning desire for vengeance. Through Yuan Yuan and Chun Lu's acquaintance, she grasped the situation in just a few exchanges. Without hesitation, Jiang Li agreed, swiftly preparing to intercept Zhou Chao. Ever since that life-and-death crisis, Zhou Chao's name had been irrevocably inscribed on her blacklist. Jiang Li harbored a profound disdain for those who threatened her life. She held a grudge on this matter. To survive, she had to eliminate those perilous elements. Moreover, the Fengyun Guild had always been generous. A mutually beneficial situation was one she could not afford to miss. In recent days, Jiang Li had gathered several new artifacts. Before heading out, she equipped herself with a thrice-enhanced damage amplification gun, donned protective outerwear, tucked a precision slingshot into her pocket. Strapped on a stunning effect repair hammer at her waist, slipped into acceleration combat boots, and filled her backpack with healing bandages and potent analgesics. Finally, she donned a bulletproof helmet. Fully armed, Zhongli pushed the door open and mounted her twice-enhanced blue Wind Chaser tricycle, charging forward with the might of a bulldozer. She felt invigorated. Not only was she ready to confront Zhou Chao, but she would dare to take on 10 of him. Messages from Chun Lu flooded in, sharing the location coordinates, and Zhongli stealthily positioned herself in the direction of Zhou Chao's escape, preparing for a surprise attack. A cacophony of sounds drew nearer, and Zhou Chao, injured, sprinted down the broad street, pursued by members of the Fengyan Guild. Zhongli lowered her head slightly, concealing herself in the shadow of the buildings, casting sidelong glances at Zhou Chao's movements. Those accustomed to combat were particularly sensitive to direct gazes, especially as she struggled to contain her murderous intent. To avoid alerting Zhou Chao to her ambush, she focused only on the periphery, mentally calculating the distance. 30 meters, 20 meters, Chun Lu, having previously coordinated with Jiang Li, fired from her elevated position. Bolstered by her innate skills, this bullet bore a formidable armor-piercing effect, shattering Zhou Chao's shield with a resounding impact. The residual force propelled the bullet into Zhou Chao's shoulder, sending him sprawling 5 meters forward. How could it not have detonated? Chun Lu frowned, magnifying her view through the scope to discover a faint blue glow emanating from Zhou Chao's attire, a fleeting shimmer. This was the body armor he wore, significantly reducing the bullet's damage. Recognizing this, she fired again, this time aiming for Zhou Chao's head. In his precarious state, Zhou Chao attempted to evade the bullet with a roll, only to be caught off guard by a steel nail hurtling towards his eye. Unable to find other vulnerabilities, he realized that targeting his exposed eyes was indeed an effective strategy. Regardless of the cat and Oppo's color, as long as it caught the mouse, it was a good cat. Jiangli silently chanted, swiftly drawing her firearm to join in the assault. The eyes were undoubtedly Zhou Chao and Oppo's most vulnerable point at that moment. Upon seeing the approaching steel nail, he instinctively sacrificed his arm to deflect its trajectory. Yet, Jiangli wielded the surefire slingshot. A conceptual artifact was not merely a name. Zhou Chao rolled and turned, only to find the nail still hurtling toward him with relentless determination. Unable to suppress his shock, he exclaimed, "What is this thing?" The next instant, a scream erupted from his throat. Blinded, Zhou Chao clutched his eyes and collapsed to the ground, his combat effectiveness drastically diminished. Nevertheless, his innate ability remained intact. Jiangli had exposed her position during her assault, and her proximity to Zhou Chao was perilously close, merely 10 meters away. That distance was far too short. A searing flame erupted from Zhou Chao, the temperature distorting the air around him, waves of heat surging towards Jiang Li's position. Chapter 44. Victory in a moment of peril. Jiang Li propelled herself backward with a swift kick, her accelerated boots scraping against the ground as she retreated rapidly. Yet, this was insufficient. The blind Zhou Chao was consumed by rage, as if he foresaw his grim fate. Surrounded by the wind and cloud, gilled and grievously wounded, he had no hope of escaping this street alive. If that were the case, he would take one more person down with him before his demise. Jiang Li had unwittingly become the target for Zhou Chao's vengeful outburst. "Ha! I'll let you escape that day, allowing you to return to your safe house. Now you dare to have the audacity to confront me amidst the wind and cloud." Zhou Chao bellowed, his eyes hollow and terrifying like the eyes of a creature ensnared in nails. The blood tears he shed were scorched by the flames, rendering his face ghastly. To onlookers, Jiang Li appeared exceedingly frail in the face of Zhou Chao's explosive fury. Her retreat could hardly match the ferocity of his pursuit. Moreover, a wall loomed behind her. There was no escape left. Chun Lu gritted her teeth and unleashed her skill once more. Bullets, imbued with tremendous force, sliced through the air, striking Zhou Chao and producing a dazzling explosion of light. Yet, Zhou Chao merely staggered for a moment, dismissing his injuries, and continued to lunge toward Jiang Li with relentless ferocity. What did it matter if he was shot? The power he had drawn from his innate talents surged through him, dulling the pain of his wounds. Conventional weaponry was rendered ineffective, and the members of Wind and Cloud attempting to engage Zhou Chao found it nearly impossible to close the distance amidst the encircling flames. Indeed, a dying struggle is the most tenacious. Under Zhou Chao's talent level, he would typically be incapable of wielding such ferocious flames. However, Chen Lu's attacks were not entirely without effect. In the brief moment Zhou Chao hesitated, Jiang Li seized her opportunity. She executed a flying kick, her boots striking the wall, utilizing the rebound to propel herself toward Zhou Chao. The Wind and Cloud captain, rushing in with his large shield, gasped in astonishment, witnessing Jiang Li seemingly hurling herself into the flames. Yet, Jiang Li was far from foolish. She was adorned with a bulletproof steel helmet she had personally reinforced. As a blue-grade item, its defensive capabilities were undeniable. The helmet made first contact with the flames surrounding Zhou Chao, activating its protective properties and shielding Jiang Li's head securely. She collided with Zhou Chao, synchronizing her momentum with his advance while brandishing her repair hammer. After the impact, Jiang Li fell to the ground, dazed and slightly disoriented. Would she suffer concussion? A bitter smile crossed her lips as she beheld the fallen Zhou Chao, hastily employing her repair hammer to maintain his state of dizziness from the skill 5 Thunders. The electrocuted Zhou Chao resembled a deflating balloon, the flames enveloping him dissipating entirely, transforming him from a fiery giant to a mere shadow of his former self. At that moment, the Wind and Cloud captain, belatedly arriving, swung his shield down upon Zhou Chao's head before turning to assess Jiang Li. Clearing his throat, he managed to speak through his astonishment. "Your hair is on fire." "Huh?" Jiang Li paused her actions, quickly brushing back her ponytail to reveal the singed tips still flickering with flames. "What a disaster." Jiang Li smothered the flames, angrily kicking Zhou Chao's lifeless body. The battlefield was now under the control of Wind and Cloud, tasked with confiscating Zhou Chao's equipment to nullify his remaining combat potential. Interrogators prepared to extract any information they could from him while he still breathed. Shen Yunji designated Chen Lu for the follow-up, while she approached Jiang Li with the items retrieved from Zhou Chao. Initially, Jiang Li was meant to serve merely as an ambusher in Chen Lu's plan. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Chao would unleash such latent potential, resulting in such dire circumstances? The greater Jiang Li's contribution on the battlefield, the more her rewards should be adjusted. Shen Yunji was perceptive. Zhou Chao possessed 2 offensive items, 2 supportive items, and 3 defensive items, though many have been damaged in the skirmish. For instance, the yellowish shield shattered by Chen Lu had become a mere badge, riddled with cracks due to the forced break. The metallic badge appeared grayish-white, and upon inspection, Jiang Li received a system notification indicating the item was irreparably destroyed. Even with her skills, she could not restore it. The 2 supportive items were similarly damaged. Holding one in her hand, she discovered one was utterly beyond salvage while the other, being blue-grade, could potentially be repaired to green-grade quality. Although its efficacy would be diminished, it could still be utilized after some restoration. Item: Kiss of Venus. Type: necklace. Quality: blue, severely damaged. Entry: dreamlike, capable of producing a sustained illusion for a single designated target lasting up to 10 seconds, with a precise effect depending on the mental strength of both the user and the target. Remark: this is an item that does not belong to the novice map, and due to the battle, it has been severely damaged, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Please find a way to repair it. Noticing Jiang Li's lingering gaze on the necklace, Shen Yunji pushed it toward her. "Consider this a bonus. Take it, as it will not count towards the distribution of items." With such an item in the hands of the Wind and Cloud Guild, Shen Yunji would need to find a repairman to restore it, rather than expend additional effort to acquire a green-grade item. It was more prudent to gift it to Jiang Li, thereby maintaining their mutual rapport. Jiang Li graciously accepted, nodding her appreciation. The necklace was an aesthetically pleasing accessory, and its inherent effect piqued her interest. Sometimes, an ephemeral illusion could determine the outcome of a battle. Evaluated from a supportive perspective, this necklace was indeed a rare gem. So what if it was severely damaged? That posed no significant challenge for Jiangli. At that moment, a member responsible for interrogating Zhou Chao approached with a troubled expression. Zhou Chao burned through his innate potential to unleash that earlier power, but it drained his life force. We only managed to ask him a few questions before he suddenly passed away. After a brief pause, the member added, "However, there is good news. We managed to confuse Zhou Chao's consciousness with the item, prompting him to transfer his remaining survival points to Captain Chen's account." Shen Yunji waved her hand dismissively. Speaking calmly, I suspected as much from his demeanor. Since we could not extract anything further, let us compile the information we've gathered. As she spoke, Shen Yunji took the silver supply key from the member, casting an inquiring glance at Jiangli. "It's still early. Let us tally the supplies here." Jiangli nodded in agreement. The key operated silently, yet the vast array of supplies spread across the ground left her in awe of Zhou Chao's amassed fortune. How on earth had he gathered such an abundance? Jiangli was astounded to find the wide street littered with boxes of all sizes, various household items haphazardly strewn about. It felt as though the road had transformed into an open-air warehouse. Even the seasoned members of Wind and Cloud couldn't help but swallow hard. They had never encountered such a bounty outside of their guild's storerooms, and this was merely a fraction of the supplies Zhou Chao had stored in his safe house. Chapter 45. Distribution of benefits. At this moment, Chun Lu approached with a light-hearted stride, sharing the survival points she had acquired from Zhou Chao with everyone. Acquired 99,733 survival points. Nearly 100,000 survival points constituted a significant sum. According to the customary practices of the Fengyun Guild, each member who participated in the hunt for Zhou Chao would be rewarded today. Jiang Li, having contributed substantially as an external aid, would receive a 10% share of the spoils after deliberation. One must not underestimate this 10%. In contrast to the preparatory efforts of the Fengyun Guild, Jiangli had only spent 2 hours from the moment she received the news until the settlement of rewards. Before her involvement, over 30 members of Fengyun had pursued Zhou Chao relentlessly. By the end of the battle, most were injured, and 5 members had tragically perished. Yet Jiangli, a solitary figure, was poised to claim 1/10 of all materials and survival points. Were it not for Zhou Chao's terrifying last stand, which directly threatened Jiangli, her perilous efforts and pivotal role in his defeat would have gone unrecognized. It was likely that discontent was already brewing among some. Shen Yunji, the core of the guild, and Chun Lu, whose combat prowess was evident, had made their decision collectively, leaving little room for dissent among others. Of the several items acquired from Zhou Chao, aside from a necklace that Shen Yunji had graciously bestowed upon Jiangli, the rest were of no interest to her. She chose to allow the Fengyun Guild to convert her share into survival points. What followed was an abundance of resources. Jiangli had no objections to the distribution method. After completing the transaction for survival points with Chun Lu, she selected a section of the street for resource allocation, declaring it as her own. Thus began the diligent process of transportation. Fortunately, Jiangli's tricycle had undergone 2 upgrades, making it effortless to pedal and remarkably swift, rivaling the efficiency of motorized vehicles. While the Fengyun Guild was still managing the distribution and mobilizing vehicles for transportation, Jiangli had already made several trips at an astonishing pace. Onlookers merely felt a gust of wind as she sped past, and by the time they turned to look, she had already vanished into the distance. The Guild's drivers initially vied for the double-load truck, but upon witnessing the remarkable speed of Jiangli's tricycle, they felt their own vehicles utterly lacking in comparison. The pedal-to-the-metal pace of the truck paled in comparison to the nimbleness of her tricycle. Determined to complete the transport before nightfall, Jiangli was so busy that she scarcely had time to drink water, even expanding the warehouse within the safe house midway through. Originally spanning 36 square meters, the newly affluent Jiang Li waved her hand, enlarging it to 80 square meters. After finally finishing the transportation, a rough inventory revealed that the food and drinking water had increased by 2 months' worth. Wooden materials piled high, surging from approximately 2,000 units to 3,500. The firewood and fuel for heating were abundant, and Jiangli felt that even indulging in an all-natural wood-burning stove, her stock would suffice for over 2 months. Counting the resources was a joyful endeavor. Yet, as Jiangli sat in the safe house, gazing at a heap of clothing, her spirits dampened. One could only wonder how many players Zhou Chao had victimized. The varying sizes of these garments evoked an unwilling contemplation of their origins. With a sigh, Jiangli placed the clothing into the trading area, pricing them slightly lower to expedite their exchange for food and supplies. Over the past few days, Jiangli had hosted a total of 5 auctions in the trading area, successfully selling a fair number of miscellaneous items. In the novice dungeon, items were still a rarity, and due to the value assessment of goods, nearly every auction was prominently featured in the trading area. Notifications flickered, and Jiangli received proactive inquiries about her listings. My crispy juice chicken. Boss, I'd like to trade for that long coat you have listed, but I don't have food. Would soap suffice? My crispy juice chicken. I have 2 bars of soap, totaling 500 grams, brand new and unopened. The sender shared an image of the item, and upon system verification, it was indeed an unopened soap package. Truly, there was an item for everything. Jiangli checked the system marketplace for the price of the same soap, which was an astonishing 300 survival points per package. Absurd. One could hardly rely on the marketplace's pricing. It was akin to daylight robbery. However, by comparing the pricing, Jiangli realized that soap was among the lower-yield items in the system's refresh. With this in mind, she agreed to the trade. Before long, the soap package appeared before her, containing 2 rectangular bars of milky white. As Jiangli unwrapped it, a sweet aroma wafted out, reminiscent of the handmade milk soap she had encountered previously. Due to the unique materials produced by the system, this soap was not only suitable for washing hands and faces, but also possessed a formidable cleaning power for garments. Jiangli decided to list all the unwanted clothing at once, and almost simultaneously, dozens of players sent her chat messages. She could not help but rub her temples, lamenting her oversight, and proceeded to respond to each message. After several days of usage and exploration, players had largely mastered the functions of the chat and trading areas, making haggling a commonplace occurrence. Jiangli opened one message, and, upon reading it, her eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Air Yuan. Sister, can you lower the price on that clothing? It's quite expensive. QEQ. Yuan Air Yuan. Sister, I'm underage, just a baby. Could you gift it to me? Jiangli glanced at the price she had set, which was slightly below market value to facilitate a quick sale. Even in a survival game, the audacity of some players was astonishing. Jiangli, lacking the patience for further discourse, promptly blocked the user to prevent any further wasted time. After bypassing several inconsequential messages, Jiangli selectively replied to a few. Many players were reluctant to part with basic survival resources, preferring to trade items they no longer needed. For instance, the soap she had just acquired, or the second-hand books and thermos she would soon receive. The joy of bartering became somewhat addictive, and before she knew it, night had fallen. It was only when Wang Kai nudged her sleeve that Jiangli was jolted back to reality. As the exhilaration faded, the fatigue from a busy afternoon prompted her to yawn. After a brief tidying up, she nestled in a bed. A few days prior, she had enhanced her heated bed with the attribute peaceful sleep. Lying down instantly enveloped her in comfort, ensuring her sleep quality was unparalleled. Having been accustomed to late nights recently, and with her schedule disrupted, the upgraded bed now allowed her to fall asleep almost immediately when fatigue set in. Chapter 46. Game Settlement. The cold wave arrived in the dead of night. Jiangli, drawing from her previous experience, set an alarm and groggily rose from her bed to add fuel to the fire beneath the stove. To prolong the warmth, she placed 2 sets of honeycomb coal, igniting them until they glowed a vibrant red. The following morning, after checking in, Jiangli retrieved the necklace, Venus's Kiss, and confirmed her intent to activate its skill. This item bore the blue attribute dreamlike, yet due to severe damage, it could not perform its intended function. After Jiangli's restoration, the item information changed. Item, Venus's Kiss. Type, necklace. Quality, green. Attribute 1, dreamlike. Capable of creating a lasting illusion on a single designated target for a maximum of 5 seconds. with the effect's potency dependent on the mental strength of both the user and the target. Attribute 2. Dispel Falsehood, enhancing the wearer's mental resistance and providing some defense against illusions. Note: hey, buddy, you fixed it, but remember that the skill from Attribute 1 has a cooldown. It can only be used once per day. Jiangli examined the necklace in her hand, noting that its quality had indeed downgraded to green after the repair. Both attributes pertain to illusions, one being an active skill and the other a passive effect. She adorned herself with the exquisite gem necklace, tucking the pendant deep within her clothing. The 3 days allotted by the game had elapsed, and now commenced the lengthy final challenge of 12 days. Rubbing her still aching head, Jiangli snipped away the singed ends of her hair with scissors. In the days to come, she need not venture outside, nor concern herself with maintaining an immaculate appearance that might draw attention. Jiangli had long grown weary of her soiled garments and the grime caked in her hair. She secured her hands with gloves, cracked open the door of her safe house, and struck the icy surface outside with a hammer. The ice blocks she collected were boiled in a cast iron pot and then poured into the bathtub in the bathroom. In the frigid ambient temperature, the bathwater cooled rapidly, compelling Jiangli to work swiftly. After a brief rinse, she donned a thick cotton coat and settled beside the fire for warmth. The wait grew somewhat tedious, prompting Jiangli to open the chat box and read the players' complaints. Do we still need bottles? It's freezing. Too cold. I was frozen awake in the middle of the night. Passerby, hang in there, brother. In 12 days, we shall be liberated. White Cat, is the liberation about experiencing various natural disasters in the new map. Dog emoji. The open chat allowed players to bolster one another's spirits, their lively banter alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the strategist of the Blaze Guild, Fox, sat in his home with a grim expression, contemplating the gray chat box with Zhou Chao. Their conversation had halted at noon the previous day, where Zhou Chao had boasted of his amassed fortune through player robbery. Fox, aware of Zhou Chao's nature, had previously advised him to temper his behavior and avoid any pitfalls. However, Zhou Chao's domineering and avaricious character made him treat robbing players as a source of amusement, disregarding Fox's counsel entirely. Now, Zhou Chao was dead. Fox felt no particular outrage. He had worked alongside Zhou Chao within the Blaze Guild, often disapproving of him, yet had never shown it due to Zhou Chao's strength. Nevertheless, Zhou Chao's demise undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the guild's combat power. Zhou Chao possessed no less than 6 or 7 items and was a fire combat talent. Who could have slain him? The Wind and Cloud Guild had not concealed their assault on Zhou Chao. A throng of players had nearly chased him through half a town, with many witnesses hiding in safe houses. The Blaze Guild scouts quickly gathered the news. Old grudges and new animosities were rekindled. Fox shook his head and opened a chat with the guild leader, sending a message. Fox, the inheritance space has been closed. Once we reach the new map, let us inform the higher-ups about Zhou Chao's death. Fox, that esteemed individual, had once favored Zhou Chao and provided resources for his training. Now that an accident has occurred, we must ensure it doesn't implicate us. Outside the safe house, the world lay encased in ice, the relentless cold wind sweeping through every corner of the desolate town. Armed to the teeth, players could only endure outside for a maximum of 2 minutes before retreating back to safety. Jiangli utilized these fleeting moments to hammer out numerous ice blocks, storing them in her warehouse. She understood that once melted, the ice would no longer serve as drinking water, but gathering it for cleaning and washing constituted a valuable resource. Most importantly, Jiangli was uncertain of the challenges the next survival map would present, so she endeavored to amass as many supplies as possible. Her warehouse brimmed with cases of mineral water, yet she could not bear to waste drinking water in such a manner. After a day of labor, Jiangli removed her leather gloves and began preparing dinner. The little dog was growing rapidly, its once stocky frame transforming almost daily. Soon, it would resemble its mother, the formidable Wonkai. With food and drink aplenty, Jiangli and her 2 dogs gathered around the fire, the 2 pups frolicking in play while she watched, a smile rarely leaving her face. If time could remain suspended in this moment, it would be a splendid experience, abundant food, drink, and the companionship of dogs save for the inability to venture outside, there was little to lament. Check-in, Wasteland Town, Day 37, earned 5 survival points. Check-in, Wasteland Town, Day 40, earned 5 survival points. Finally, on the 45th day of Jiang Li's check-in, the game announcement echoed once more. Map announcement. The 376th Wasteland Town Survival Challenge is nearing its end. 93 of players have been eliminated. Congratulations to the 702 survivors who have qualified for passage. Map announcement. The beginner challenge's treasure chest will be delivered to each survivor's safe house within 10 minutes. Please be attentive to receive it promptly. As the announcement concluded, a wooden treasure chest appeared in the center of Jiang Li's living room, radiating a dazzling light. She approached and heaved the heavy wooden lid open. A burst of brilliance erupted, with a multitude of items spilling forth and scattering across the floor. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Li discovered that the majority of the fallen items were food and water, with a smattering of wooden materials and 2 luminous orbs floating in the air. These orbs were evidently the most coveted rewards, as players in the chat box eagerly shared their excitement. Fortunate one, wow. I touched an orb and drew 8,888 survival points along with a blue item. Not saved by destiny. Must you flaunt it? It's just a lottery. What is so impressive? Lone Prince, 16 kilometers, haha. I hit the jackpot. 6,666 survival points and a blue auxiliary item. Passerby A, how dare you disclose your location? Lone Prince, 16 kilometers, who would dare to go out now? You freeze solid within 2 minutes. Who could come to steal from me? Lone Prince, 16 kilometers, wait. Who is knocking? I'll go check. The next moment, this player vanished entirely, leaving no further messages despite the calls from others in the chat. Chapter 47. Gene Enhancement Agent Jiang Li raised her hand to touch the glowing point, and the scattered light revealed a notification on the panel. Congratulations, player! You have drawn 5,200 points from the survival point rewards, which have been added to your balance. This number was neither too high nor too low, placing her reward in the upper middle range compared to others. The item lottery served as a reward settlement for this instance, and the game was rather generous. The prize pool was filled with at least white tier items. After all, out of the initial 10,000 players, only 702 had survived. Despite being labeled a beginner's map, its difficulty was not to be underestimated. Jiang Li took a deep breath, silently invoking a blend of Eastern and Western blessings before tapping the adjacent glowing point to draw an item. A soft blue light flickered, and a test tube floated in midair, which Jiang Li took down. Within the transparent test tube, the contents were a mysterious black liquid. She shook it gently, observing bubbles rising within. Was this also an item? Item, Gene Enhancement Agent. Type, Special Item. Quality, Blue. Attributes. None. Special items cannot have attributes. Remarks. Direct consumption can activate the body's potential without adverse side effects. The specific effects depend on individual physical condition. Remember to drink the entire vial in one go. Do not waste it due to trembling hands. Holding the test tube, Jiang Li instinctively opened the system and Oppo's shop to search for similar products, only to find it utterly devoid of such items. No direct sales channels for this agent? No wonder it was classified as a special item. She carefully read the effects and remarks. Upon seeing that there were no adverse side effects, she felt reassured and uncorked the vial, downing its contents in one swift motion. To be frank, the taste of the agent was utterly dreadful, evoking an absurd illusion of drinking oil. Had it not been for the prior warning in the remarks, she might have spilled it due to her trembling hands. Ugh! Jiang Li quickly covered her mouth, suppressing the bizarre taste as she swallowed and hurriedly rinsed her mouth with water. Minutes later, a surge of warmth coursed through her body, and her limbs tingled, causing an involuntary shiver. Something felt different. Jiang Li turned to glance at the axe in the corner, typically used for chopping wood, and lifted it to gauge its weight. The heavy iron axe suddenly felt feather-light, akin to wielding a plastic toy. After a few practice swings, she unexpectedly let go of the axe, and with a swift motion, she leaped forward, catching the wooden handle just before it hit the ground. Incredible! Just a few minutes after consuming the Gene Enhancement Agent, Jiang Li felt a remarkable enhancement in her physical capabilities. Her strength and reflexes had doubled, seizing the moment while the effects were still potent. She stood on the mat and executed 5 repetitions of her training routine, remaining calm and composed. In the past, she would have been exhausted after just 3. Feeling a warm sensation radiate through her body, she flexed her fingers, the joints emitting faint cracking sounds, brimming with untapped energy. Meanwhile, her 2 dogs observed as their owner dashed into the storage room, wildly swinging the nearly ethereal axe in a frenzy of chopping. Wang Kai's eyes widened, transitioning from excitement to boredom, ultimately curling up on the mat for a nap. Even after it awoke, Jiangli was still chopping wood. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, and the fallen continued to create a cacophony that pulled Jiangli from her immersive workout. She exhaled deeply, only then realizing that after a full day of physical exertion, the effects of the agent had been entirely absorbed. Jiangli looked around and saw a towering stack of firewood, filling an entire wall of the storage room. Her stomach grumbled with hunger. She set down the axe and headed to the food area, selecting a large bag of provisions. Jiangli felt ravenous enough to devour an entire cow, her hands deftly preparing noodles and chopping vegetables. She cracked 5 eggs into the pot, reserving 3 for herself and 2 for her dogs. After adding a half tube of noodles, the boiling pot filled with a cloud of fragrant wheat aroma. She chopped 2 small cabbages to accompany the scallions and cured meat, finishing with a drizzle of sesame oil. Wang Kai and Fu Gui instinctively approached, sitting by the stove, unable to contain their drool. Jiangli tasted the broth to check the seasoning, then served herself a generous bowl, devouring the contents eagerly. From the pot, Jiangli consumed 5 bowls of noodles, while the dogs feasted until their bellies were round. Rubbing her stomach, Jiangli pondered how her appetite had dramatically increased since taking the agent. No matter, she had plenty of supplies. The warehouse contained enough provisions to last at least 4 months, with her survival point balance reaching a new high. Unlike other players bragging about their lottery items in the public chat, Jiangli cherished the strength boost granted by the gene enhancement agent. She had no shortage of items, but such an agent was rare and unobtainable even with currency in the system shop. Player, Jiangli, 15233. Talent, Special Repair Apprentice. Health, 100-100. Status, Normal. Safe House Durability, 200-204. Living Room, 18 SQM. Bedroom, 9 SQM. Bathroom, 6 SQM. Storage, 80 SQM. Survival Points, 70512. Jiangli opened the trading section and noticed many players listing their freshly acquired rewards for exchange. Food and wooden materials, as guaranteed items from treasure chests, were now abundant and had slightly decreased in value. With dozens of items listed for trade, many players promoted their auctions in the public chat, hoping to attract more attention. Survivors, now well-stocked, shed their earlier despondency, and the chat buzzed with merriment. There were now 701 survivors. Passerby, that so-called lonely prince, has he vanished? Qin Shi Huang. If you don't provoke trouble, you won't face demise. After clearing the dungeon, one should enjoy their good fortune in silence. Yet some choose to reveal their location, bringing trouble upon themselves. Reckless Zhang San. I wouldn't dare to flaunt like that. Let alone revealing my location, I'd only show off my crimson underwear. Scholar Jun, enough reckless. This isn't your playground with Sundaing. Shaking Mushroom. Stop with the jokes. The wasteland town is devoid of supplies and frigid. Could it be a zombie dungeon or something? Passerby, based on my decade of reading novels, there will undoubtedly be zombies, as well as island survival scenarios. Desert heat and fog disasters. The list is endless. Having finished her evening routine, Jiangli, lying in bed, decided to join the discussion sparked by others. Jiang Xiaobai. Everyone, remember to set the alarm on your panel for 6 in the morning. Tomorrow, the game will randomly present 3 maps for players to choose one to enter. Jiang Xiaobai. Don't oversleep. The selection period is from 6 to 8. If you haven't made a decision by then, the game will choose for you. So be wary of entering a high-difficulty dungeon. These rules were gleaned from the radio, and with the survival game laden with hidden intricacies, had she not been attentive in gathering information, she might have faced dire consequences tomorrow when selecting a map. Chapter 48. The mysterious figure as Jiangli prepared to drift off to sleep. She was suddenly startled by a cacophony of disordered sounds from outside, reminiscent of irregular music, with pitches fluctuating erratically. She opened her eyes, torn between the desire to resume her slumber and the urge to investigate the anomaly. At this hour, no player would be wandering about, let alone making a racket that might attract the fallen. The sound seemed to circle her safe house, lingering persistently. After a while, an intense urge welled up within her, compelling her to leave the safety of her abode and confront the source of the sound. To go, or not to go. A hint of confusion flickered in her gaze, caught between self-admonition and the indistinct whispers of hallucinations echoing in her ears. Fortunately, the necklace around her neck began to serve its purpose, sending a slight sting with a gemstone pendant pressed against her chest. Jiang Li snapped back to reality, realizing she stood at the threshold of her bedroom, her right hand resting on the doorknob. She felt a sense of resignation. Just a few more hours, and she would transition to a new map. Why did an incident have to occur now? Under the protection of her necklace, she donned a warm cotton coat and bravely ventured into the living room. First, she gathered chains and miscellaneous items to securely barricade the front door, preventing herself from being misled into opening it and inadvertently placing herself in peril. Then, she moved to the window embedded in the wall, cautiously probing the corners of her safe house. The trial of the dungeon was nearing its conclusion. The weather was calm, devoid of wind or snow, and even the ominous clouds above had dispersed. The blood moon hung high in the night sky, resembling the very night she first entered the game. Its crimson light cascaded down like gossamer, casting faint silhouettes of the fallen outside. What was lurking beyond her safe house? Jiang Li felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Just as she was about to shift the window once more, her vision suddenly blurred. A shadow materialized before her, its form visible through the clear glass, as if engaging her in a silent stare. To the figure outside, it must have seemed as if they were confronting a solid wall. Yet, the intensity of this gaze was overwhelming. It felt as if she could see her own reflection in the depths of the other's eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. The shadow's pupils were pitch black, the sclera a stark white, and a fiery red hue traced the corners of its eyes like searing embers. Adorned with a silver crown and a wooden mask, it gripped a staff in its hand. Bathed in moonlight, the staff glimmered with a cold, white radiance, and delicate silver bangles clinked softly on its wrist as it moved. This ensemble bore a striking resemblance to the ancient witch archetypes of legend. Although Jiang Li was witnessing this figure for the first time, an uncontrollable association surged within her mind. The kiss of Venus, necklace around her neck, radiated a brilliant light, the sapphire pendant becoming unbearably hot, struggling to keep her sanity intact. How close she had come to succumbing to hallucination yet again. According to the rules of survival games, players were supposed to be utterly safe within their sanctuaries. This was the first time Jiang Li had felt threatened in her own space, regardless of the other's intentions. The sensation of being ensnared in an uncontrollable illusion was infuriating. Who could possibly breach the game's rules? The witch, for now. She would refer to the figure as such, Jiang Li mused, frowning as she pondered what might draw this entity to herself. Had she recently stirred up any trouble? The witch raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing her pale visage, her voice low and melodious. You have modified the attributes of the kiss of Venus? The simplicity of this statement sent Jiang Li's heart racing uncontrollably. So it was because of that. She reached out to touch her necklace, the sapphire pendant still emanating a burning heat, reminding her of the item's origins. The embers of war, Zhou Chao, and the note she had first seen when the necklace came into her possession. Note, this is an item not originally belonging to the novice map. Severely damaged due to combat, its effects greatly diminished. Please seek to repair it. Jiang Li understood that the necklace was an external item, yet she had no idea how it had ended up in Zhou Chao's hands. Initially, she had presumed its origins were tied to the Emberfire Guild, preserved in the legacy space for the next batch of newcomers. Regardless of how convoluted its journey was, it could have merely traversed through the black market or similar avenues, inadvertently filtering from higher-level maps into the novice zone. However, the current situation suggested that the necklace's origin was even more extraordinary, capable of attracting such a peculiar presence. The witch's power undoubtedly exceeded the containment limits of the novice map. Even now, as she stood outside Jiang Li's window, her form seemed to gradually dissipate with the passage of time. Despite the barrier of the safe house, her words still exerted influence over Jiang Li, albeit significantly weakened. Jiang Li foresaw that had she been lured outside by the voice from the beginning, she would have fared poorly against the witch, likely succumbing to a mere exchange of glances, enchanted to the point of kneeling before this entity like a devout worshipper before a deity. Receiving no response from Jiang Li, the witch appeared unconcerned. From her fingertips, a crimson letter materialized, gently descending onto the snow outside the window. Subsequently, she removed a silver bangle from her wrist, casually tossing it atop the letter. The sounds around her abruptly ceased, and the shadow outside vanished, leaving behind a dreamlike stillness, as if nothing had transpired. The space where the witch had just stood rippled momentarily before settling back into tranquility like the surface of disturbed water. Jiang Li gazed outside, noting that the spot where the shadow had stood bore no footprints, only the red letter and silver bangle remaining. Time seemed to stretch as she waited, and eventually, a stumbling fallen passed by, its formidable tendrils poised to brush against the edge of the letter. One tendril was silently severed by the fabric of space, eliciting a bone-chilling wail from the fallen as it fled, dragging its injured form away. Jiang Li sighed, turning to sit on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest as she quietly awaited dawn. At 6 a.m, the alarm rang, and players who had been chatting all night in the chat column erupted in excitement. Madman Zhang San, my new map options have appeared. The 3 choices are Mist-Encircled City, Road Survival, and Scorching Hell. I haven't decided which dungeon to choose yet. Shaking Mushroom. They all seem like beginner dungeons, involving no metaphysical powers, so they shouldn't be too difficult. Red Hair Among Men. My luck is fantastic. I have the same options as my good brother. Lubu Among Horses. My brother and I are choosing to go to Nature's Revival. The name and cover of this dungeon are clearly promising, suggesting abundant resources and plenty of food. Passerby, good luck to you all. As players continued to confirm their choices, the number of participants in the chat column gradually dwindled, and the frequency of messages decreased. It seemed players were departing the current map, simultaneously being removed from the chat by the system. Jiang Li stared at the 3 dungeon options before her, her mind in turmoil. Just then, a new message arrived. Fish, fish, fish. Boss, I've cast a divination. Chapter 49 Invitation Letter. Jiang Li was presented with 3 map options: Natural Revival, Endless Insect Plague, and Zombie City. The first option, Natural Revival, was depicted in a silhouette of towering green forests, exuding a tranquil and serene ambience. With such lush jungles, it seemed plausible that food would be plentiful. It was no wonder that many players expressed their desire to venture into this instance, perceiving it as relatively safe and resource-rich. Upon glimpsing the second option, Endless Insect Plague, Jiang Li immediately turned away in disdain. The image showcased a horde of monstrous creatures resembling giant cockroaches, which was rather repulsive. The mere thought of engaging with such creatures throughout the entire instance sent a shiver down her spine. As for the final option, Zombie City, it was a familiar acquaintance. She had gathered substantial information about it through the radio broadcasts of mediocre novels, enduring numerous convoluted love stories involving the domineering president and the runaway sweetheart. Jiang Li glanced at the message from Yu Yuan, inquiring about the results of his divination. At this juncture, it was likely related to the selection of the instance map. She swiftly dismissed the grotesque cockroaches, deliberating between Natural Revival and Zombie City. Fish, fish, fish. The options I received are less than ideal. All feature bizarre creatures. I'm at a loss for how to choose, so I decided to consult my divination. Fish, fish, fish. I plan to head to Zombie City. It has a lower difficulty level and plenty of resources. Fish, fish, fish. Boss, where do you intend to go? After some contemplation, Jiang Li deemed her temporary partner in Oppos as talent reliable, as he had not faltered before. Furthermore, compared to the uncertain Natural Revival, the already familiar Zombie City held a distinct advantage. With this thought, she raised her gaze to the 3 reference images displayed on the panel. The vast green expanse of Natural Revival evoked a chilling sensation within her. If players were to contend with plants, Wouldn't that mean enemies lurked everywhere? Better to confront zombies. With her mind made up, Jiangli promptly replied to Yuan's message and prepared to confirm her choice. Just then, the silver bracelet resting atop the red invitation letter caught the sunlight, reflecting a faint glimmer. Her fingers trembled slightly as she turned to look out the window. This was an object left behind by a mysterious individual, and the reaction of the fallen ones upon their approach confirmed its extraordinary nature. Should she take such an item along? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved firmly. The mysterious figure undoubtedly posed a threat, but since they had already set their sights on her, evasion was futile. Moreover, given the displayed power, there was no need for them to go through elaborate means to eliminate her, let alone leave a letter behind. With this in mind, Jiangli casually retrieved a broomstick, clearing away the chains and debris obstructing the door, and strode purposefully to within 2 meters of the letter. Cautiously extending the broomstick to probe, she found no anomalies. Unlike the previous day when the fallen one had its tentacles severed, the silver bracelet and letter remained undisturbed as she maneuvered them closer, eventually grasping them in her hand. Item: ordinary silver bracelet. Type: jewelry. Quality: none. Attributes: none. Can actively use spatial slicing twice with a damage radius of 1 meter. Notes: this is truly just an ordinary silver ornament, even a minor component of jewelry, merely imbued with the power of its last owner, allowing for a brief utilization of extraordinary might 3 times. Originally capable of 3 uses of spatial slicing, one had already been expended by the fallen one yesterday. It could serve as a temporary tool. Jiangli slipped the silver bracelet into her pocket and examined the red letter closely. Upon opening the envelope, she discovered a gilded invitation, the cover mirroring the same striking red, resembling a vivid flame at first glance. The invitation also triggered a system notification. Item: unknown. Instance invitation letter. Type: special item. Quality: purple sealed state. Attributes: open sesame. When the holder recites this incantation, they may gain the qualification to enter the unknown instance. Notes: the invitation remains sealed. It is not yet time to unlock it. Please be patient, holder. It seemed this invitation was of no immediate use, leaving Jiangli with a complex array of emotions. Perhaps this was the mysterious figure's objective? The previous owner of the necklace was Zhou Chao, who might have been the original target of the mysterious individual. However, Zhou Chao had met his demise at her hands alongside the Fengyun Guild before the instance's conclusion, leaving her as the recipient of the invitation. Jiangli felt a premonition that the opportunities and dangers associated with this invitation were far greater than she had initially anticipated. Very well, fortune favors the bold. She accepted the item. Upon returning to her safe house, Jiangli inquired with her friends, Shun Yunji and Chen Lu, but unfortunately, their map options did not align with hers. Following 2 consecutive confirmations of the instance, the system issued a reminder. Players are about to leave the wasteland town. The safe house is commencing a transition. Please remain calm and do not extend your body beyond the safe house's spatial boundaries. The reminder appeared 3 times, with the latter half of the statement highlighted in red. Jiangli raised a hand to her forehead, realizing that even the system seemed wary, likely due to some foolish players who had ventured their heads out during spatial transitions. A slight tremor coursed through her, and the snowy scene outside the town suddenly blurred, transforming into a gray-white vista reminiscent of static on an old television set. This state persisted briefly. After 5 minutes, the safe house stabilized. However, outside the window, the gray-white snow pattern remained unchanged. Jiangli refrained from opening the door, settling in the living room to await the system announcement. She had confirmed the instance around 7 in the morning, and it was evident that other players had not yet finalized their choices. The player count for the map was still in the matching phase. Just past 8 o'clock, a resounding and majestic bell tolled throughout the city. Welcome to the map, Zombie City, with 10,000 players entering the map simultaneously. Safe house landing points are randomized. Map announcement: the 295th Zombie City Survival Challenge officially commences. The main survival task for players is to check in for 100 days while remaining alive. Map announcement: side missions will be randomly issued, possibly involving the indigenous inhabitants. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Player 1, 5, 2, 3, 3. Jiangli, the Doomsday Survival game, wishes you a pleasant experience. Check-in. Zombie City Day 1. Earned 50 survival points. Talent skill usage has been refreshed. Jiangli stood by the window, gazing at the throngs of people and bustling traffic beneath the towering skyscrapers, almost believing she had returned to the world she had grown up in. Indigenous inhabitants, main tasks, and side missions. The main task relates to the player's assessment at the conclusion of the instance, focusing on survival, checking in for 100 days. Should one fail to check in, it would mean death. Jiangli exhaled deeply, scrutinizing her surroundings and the safe house-s environment. A stack of paper currency lay on the coffee table. The numbers clearly visible, presumably the local currency. Due to the system's randomized landing points for players' safe houses, she found herself situated in a high-rise building, with the safe house transformed into a suite within. Pushing open the door, she found herself facing a gleaming corridor with a layout of one household per stairwell. This was a promising start. Chapter 50. The Zombie City. It is well known that during a zombie outbreak, high-rise buildings offer greater safety than those at ground level. At the very least, Jiangli wishes to avoid an unwelcome encounter with a horde of zombies the moment she opens a door. The layout of one household per floor also provides her with a more convenient opportunity to install defensive measures. Currently, the city seems to be in the early stages of the outbreak, with order yet to unravel. Observing the movements, expressions, and behaviors of the locals reveals little distinction from real human beings. This is a fabricated world. Jiangli pressed the elevator button and soon melded into the throng of commuters at 8 in the morning, seizing the time to gather supplies. Why must one go to work on a Monday? A girl sitting by the bus window playfully pouted at her boyfriend, and during such moments, she felt entirely encapsulated in the monotonous routine of work life. Her boyfriend, looking pale and curled up on the seat, murmured, "Baby, I think I'm unwell. My head hurts." Upon hearing this, the girl grew anxious and hurriedly inquired about his condition. "Weren't you fine just before we left? What should we do?" "Let us take a sick day." Jiangli averted her gaze, a sense of foreboding creeping in her mind as she shifted her position away from the boy. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred on this bus ride. When they reached the next stop, the girl assisted her boyfriend off the bus. Jiangli glanced at the route sign and disembarked at the department market, entering the establishment to seek her target stores. She had counted the money she received upon entering this scenario. Exactly 100 bills, amounting to 10,000 yuan. This sum was modest. However, compared to shopping at a small grocery store, the department market offered a more comprehensive and convenient selection. While on the bus, Jiangli exchanged information with Yuan, who had also received an initial capital of 10,000 yuan. Only friends within the same map could communicate. Those from different maps, such as Shinyunji, could not send messages at all. The chat bar was bustling with player discussions. "Whining monster, can't we just rob in this world? They're merely locals." "Penal punishment, you could try, but since the game provided 10,000 yuan, it likely disallows robbery." "Casual bystander, order hasn't collapsed yet. Please, let us refrain from wrongdoing. I used to be a pickpocket, and now I'm in jail." All right. Dude, that's tragic. But you kind of asked for it." Jiangli observed the lamentations of the pickpocket player, feeling a sense of exasperation. This was a case of losing both the woman and the soldiers. Stealing led to incarceration, causing him to miss the most precious time for stockpiling supplies at the onset of the game. With swift strides, Jiangli dashed into the food street, inquiring about prices from 3 different shops and jotting down the categories and quantities of items she required on a scrap of paper. 5 boxes of compressed biscuits, 3 boxes of cooking oil, 20 boxes of mineral water, various seasonings. Her pen flew across the page, her urgency contagious to the shop owner, who inexplicably began to feel rushed as well. "Is there anything else?" "Shampoo, laundry detergent." "Oh, you want to restock, right? That's fine." Jiangli lifted her gaze to meet his, sliding her list across the table. "Look, these are the items I need, and the quantity is not trivial. Please offer a discount for wholesale prices. As for the daily necessities, just a small service fee will suffice. Prices are transparent here. There is nothing difficult to inquire about." With a slight smile, her expression was impeccable. I'm purchasing these goods for a grocery store. It's a long-term business, so don't try to shortchange me. Upon hearing this, the shop owner paused, silently recalibrating the prices. Jiang Li, pressed for time, noted that he was preparing to organize her items, leaving a few bills as a deposit before turning to leave. The food store owner called out in vain, watching as Jiang Li walked away without looking back, his frustration evident as he stamped his foot. I've never encountered a customer like this, not even leaving a contact number. Jiang Li, sharp of hearing, caught his mutterings and sighed inwardly. In this survival game, players were cast into a new world with only money and nothing else. Jiang Li had no contact number and was reluctant to spend money. Even purchasing an old mobile phone would cost hundreds. Currently, she was an undocumented individual without an ID and could not access a phone number. Soon enough, disaster would strike, and communication towers would gradually cease operation, rendering mobile phones useless. The shop owner stood there, glancing at the list on the table and the bills beside it. Forget it. The customer has already left a deposit of several hundred yuan. They're unlikely to default. He merely instructed his staff to prepare the items for loading. Even if the customer were to flee, it would be no great loss. Next, Jiang Li headed to a clothing store. With limited funds, she had specifically asked passers-by about this market, drawn by its comprehensive selection and reasonable prices. She hurriedly traversed a row of glass windows, ignoring the stores that did not align with her objectives, until she ventured into a more obscure alleyway. At the entrance of an underground parking garage, a series of stalls sprawled out, with many vendors using loudspeakers to repeat their promotional slogans. Store owner fled, selling at a loss. Return my hard-earned money. Clothes for 10 yuan a pound, 20 yuan for 3 pounds. Don't miss out as you pass by. Jiang Li approached and rummaged through the garments of the stall. The clothes here paled in comparison to the fashionable offerings in the front windows, but their only advantage was their affordability. In light of the price comparison, outdated styles and unappealing colors were of no concern. She eagerly grabbed a large sack provided by the vendor, diving into the stall to frantically select items. Thanks to genetic enhancements, her speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. Before long, she had filled 3 large sacks, lifting them with one hand to weigh them. The stall owner, observing Jiang Li's remarkable strength, swallowed hard, discreetly kicking the mechanism of the large iron scale. Typically, such stalls would use a scale that weighed slightly less than 8 ounces, and it was common practice to cheat customers. Jiang Li placed the sacks on the scale and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Initially, she had planned to reason with the vendor, but to her astonishment, he was compliant and did not attempt any tricks during the weighing process. This worked out well. Jiang Li paid the price, and the vendor even voluntarily rounded down the total. She secured the 3 large sacks with rope, effortlessly slinging them over her shoulder, and swiftly made her way to the next destination. Her impressive display caught the attention of passers-by, despite her slender frame. She was capable of briskly carrying 3 sacks larger than herself. Next, Jiang Li purchased a water filter and disinfection tablets, essential for water treatment. After all, once the zombie virus spread, the city's water supply would soon be contaminated, and having disinfection tablets on hand would be prudent. Chapter 51. Virus outbreak. The owner of the water station scrutinized Jiang Li while counting his money and curiously inquired, "Beautiful lady, are you planning to engage in outdoor activities?" These days, few people purchase disinfectant tablets. Jiang Li took a few gulps of the mineral water gifted by the owner and waved her hand, saying, "My relative works in a government office and mentioned some recent news, advising me to prepare these items. Perhaps a water source has been contaminated." The owner harbored doubts. As water treatment plants were widespread, it was hard to fathom what level of contamination could disrupt the lives of the populace. Being a customer, he refrained from undermining her statement and added that he too would stock up on supplies. Jiang Li sighed internally, hoping the owner truly took her words to heart. When the zombie outbreak commenced, the supplies hoarded would become life-saving resources. In this scenario, the inhabitants were referred to as natives, exhibiting behaviors and expressions indistinguishable from real humans, possibly existing in some parallel universe. Having purchased nearly everything she needed, Jiang Li returned to the grocery store, heaving a large burlap sack onto the delivery truck, causing the vehicle to tremble. The driver was facilitated by the owner. She settled the payment and departed with the truck. Jiangli occupied the driver's seat, saving time and travel expenses on her way home, while also worrying about potential mishaps during the delivery. The roads were not devoid of individuals with flushed faces and abdominal cramps, yet no one connected it to the zombie outbreak, at most discussing infectious diseases or food safety concerns. Halfway through the journey, the driver furrowed his brow and suddenly said, "Miss, I'm sorry, but I seem to have a bit of a stomach issue. Ouch, it hurts terribly. Can we stop for a restroom?" As he spoke, he began to steer the vehicle to the roadside, but Jiang Li, quick-witted, intervened. "Driver, could you please remove your sunglasses for a moment?" she said, subtly distancing herself from him. "Huh, what is the matter?" The driver seemed puzzled, but upon observing Jiang Li's tense demeanor, he lifted his hand to remove the sunglasses. Jiang Li noted the flush on his cheeks, his vacant gaze, and particularly the alarming state of his eyes. Whites increasingly visible, pupils constricted, threaded with crimson veins. This was dire. She realized she was seated beside a future zombie. At this thought, Jiang Li quickly responded, "Driver, you go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car." The driver, albeit confused, was in considerable discomfort and hastily parked the vehicle by the roadside, preparing to extract the keys. Seeing this, Jiang Li swiftly employed an illusionary item, making the driver believe he had taken the keys, while she secretly concealed them. Apologizing silently, she awaited the driver to enter the public restroom before shifting to the driver's seat and starting the vehicle, pressing the accelerator. Though she had previously obtained a driver's license, she had never operated a truck. With time pressing, she had no choice but to rise to the challenge. Fortunately, it was nearing 11 o'clock, and the roads were relatively clear, unlike during peak commuting hours. The wide, straight highway led directly to the community housing the safe house, the towering structures visible from a distance. Upon reaching the community, the security guard halted the truck as its width prevented entry through the designated paths. With a sigh, she took a detour to the underground parking garage, locating the corresponding unit and beginning to unload the cargo. Thankfully, there was an elevator, and after nearly an hour of labor, she managed to transport everything upstairs. As she repeatedly traveled between floors, she encountered a resident from the same level. After several exchanges, stopped her to inquire, "Young lady, what on earth are you doing? You seem to be moving a lot of water and boxes. Don't tell me you're using the upper floors as a storage facility?" Wiping sweat from her brow, Jiang Li offered vague responses, noting that the inquisitive resident lived directly below her. The building stood 38 stories tall, including a basement parking level and a rooftop terrace. Jiang Li resided on the 23rd floor, and she swiftly transported the items out of the elevator and through the corridor directly into the safe house. The player's safe house replaced the building's internal structure, free from spatial constraints, with no worries about load-bearing or soundproofing issues. Most importantly, it provided security. As long as the door retained durability, even the force of cannon fire could not breach it. At that moment, the player chat bar erupted with fervor. Someone shared an image depicting a recently mutated zombie. In the bustling shopping mall, a pale-skinned youth appeared, attacking anyone in sight, his face grotesquely contorted, teeth bared, and a darkened tongue dangling from the corner of his mouth. "Salty fish sauce, help. I was just rushing to gather supplies." And someone nearby suddenly exhibited symptoms of the virus, transforming into this monstrous form. The player, nicknamed Salty Fish Sauce, despite calling for assistance, swiftly pushed a shopping cart towards the newly mutated zombie. In the ensuing collision, the zombie became wedged between the cart and a shelf, allowing Salty Fish Sauce to snatch a mop from a nearby cleaner and deftly bring the zombie down. The cleaner stood astonished, while nearby natives shrieked in terror, prompting the security guards to rush over. Observing the guards charging towards him, Salty Fish Sauce cursed his luck, as bystanders likely perceived him as a deranged individual attacking a stranger. "Salty Fish Sauce, guys, I think I'm in trouble. The mall security insists on taking me to the station." "White Cat, haha, you're really out of luck. Hi dang, instead of chatting here, hurry and escape. Being locked up will prevent you from returning to the safe house." Jiang Li scratched her head, suddenly recalling the truck driver she had abandoned at the public restroom. She hoped he wouldn't report her too swiftly. Players in this world were akin to undocumented individuals, lacking identification. Even if the driver reported her, it was unlikely the authorities would act promptly. Furthermore, the driver's condition indicated he was likely carrying the zombie virus. Gazing at the image of the mutated being, still retaining human semblance, yet starkly different from the living, Jiang Li couldn't help but sigh. Ji Xiaobai, I wonder how strong the zombies are in this scenario. They should be relatively easy to deal with shortly after mutation. Those capable should engage and attempt to discern their weaknesses. As her message appeared on the public screen, it incited a flurry of discussions among players. Some deliberated strategies to confront the zombies, while others covertly observed to glean insights. Shortly after the first zombie's emergence, alarms resonated throughout the city. Amidst the wailing sirens, broadcasts urged citizens to stay indoors and to check for any signs of viral infection among those nearby. Chapter 52. The weakness of zombies. 10,000 players were scattered throughout the city, each having endured the trials of the novice dungeon. Far from the naive newcomers they once were. With an array of items and skills at their disposal, the recently mutated zombies posed little challenge. Moreover, upon entering the Zombie City dungeon, the first day's daily quest revolved around eliminating zombies. Daily quest. Easy kill 3 zombies. Quest reward 100 survival points. 2 packs of 250g soda biscuits. Note, failure will result in a deduction of 2 instant noodle packs. Jiang Li glanced at the quest panel, adjusted her fully equipped gear, and stepped out of the safe house. This time, she opted against taking the elevator. The environment was unstable, and the power could fail at any moment. Jiang Li was not willing to gamble her life for fleeting convenience. Being trapped in a high-rise elevator during a power outage would leave her with no chance of rescue. The building was also equipped with a staircase as a fire escape, located just across the corridor. She hurriedly descended, and upon reaching about 10 floors down, she heard a series of screams and cries for help from below. Someone's been killed. Old Zhang is eating people. My God! Amidst the chaotic footsteps, a group of individuals burst from the corridor, colliding directly with Jiang Li as she descended. Leading the charge was an elderly man in a vest. His hair gray, but his movements surprisingly agile compared to the panicked youth behind him. Upon spotting Jiang Li, he gasped and quickly intercepted her. Young lady, run downstairs. Old Zhang has somehow become infected with that disease mentioned on the broadcast, and now he is actually eating people. The young individuals following him, presumably his relatives, were pale with fear, their lips trembling, struggling to articulate their distress. Among them was a young girl in a floral dress, clutching a small backpack, evidently just retrieved from school. She pouted and began to wail, "Grandma was eaten by Grandpa. Grandpa is so scary." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Li turned her head to glance into the corridor where the security doors stood wide open, eerie sounds of chewing emanating from within. She signaled to the elderly man, withdrew her handgun from her pocket, and cautiously approached. The once frantic old man was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Jiang Li's gun, but his eyes soon gleamed with hope. Anyone wielding a gun must be a government agent. Are you a plainclothes officer? Let us go and apprehend old Zhang. With Jiang Li's firearm in sight, the crowd visibly relaxed, their expressions shifting to hopeful anticipation as they watched her enter the household. Inside the living room, several tables cluttered with unfinished mahjong tiles stood, while beneath one, an elderly woman lay motionless, her throat gruesomely torn, blood pooling around her. The mutated old man was hunched over her body, gnawing at the flesh of her shoulder. As Jiang Li stepped inside, the zombie paused, seemingly sensing the fresh scent of living flesh in the air, indicating a heightened awareness of sound or smell. Jiang Li raised her weapon and fired. The bullet struck the zombie's chest, pushing it back momentarily, but it showed no further reaction, seemingly devoid of pain. The recently mutated zombie still bled like a living person, albeit mixed with strands of gray. Jiang Li employed various attack methods, ultimately delivering a fatal shot to the creature's forehead, ending its life. She combined the information she had gathered with snippets gleaned from third-rate novels and shared her findings in the public chat. Many players were engaged in similar exchanges, and soon they had compiled a comprehensive set of weaknesses regarding zombies. The newly mutated zombies possessed significantly increased strength compared to ordinary humans, yet they moved sluggishly, driven solely by instinct and a hunger for fresh flesh. Lacking vision, their perception relied primarily on enhanced hearing and smell. Zombies could infect others through bites or scratches, with bites being more dangerous due to the transmission of saliva, leading to a faster infection onset, turning an ordinary person into a new zombie within approximately half an hour. Scratches, however, did not guarantee transmission. At least, among the players, some had remained lucid and without fever symptoms after being scratched. Shinyu sauce. I finally made it back to the safe house, having taken down 5 zombies along the way, exceeding my quest requirements. How frustrating that the system offers no extra rewards. Casual bystander. Is your experience more thrilling than mine? I was almost reported by the security for pickpocketing right at the start. Casual bystander. God knows how I escaped from the detention center. Everyone inside was bitten by zombies. It turned into a zombie den. It must be said that joy often lies in the misfortunes of others. With the tales shared by Shinyu Sauce and Casual Bystander, players felt their own experiences were relatively manageable, easily stockpiling supplies and completing daily tasks without significant hurdles. The channel buzzed with a cheerful atmosphere. Zhongli stood in the living room of the house, a trembling group of people behind her, staring at the gruesome scene. The children were taken aside for comfort, while several young adults, suppressing their nausea, questioned, how did old Zhang become infected with that virulent disease? I recall he was recuperating at home due to a leg fracture and hadn't ventured out much. The elderly man beside them stomped his foot, sighing, how would I know? Given the circumstances, we should call the hospital and arrange for an ambulance. With the fallen zombie, now completely motionless, the group's courage began to swell, and they cautiously leaned forward to observe. However, the hospital and emergency services lines were all busy, with the broadcast reporting similar infections across the city. Medical resources were simply insufficient. As they debated, Zhongli glanced at her daily quest, noting her progress at 1-3, before turning to exit. The others watched her head downstairs, their instincts urging them to follow, yet fear of the unknown dangers below held them back. After exchanging looks, they ultimately decided to return to their homes. Only the elderly man followed Zhongli, chattering incessantly. I've lived over 60 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. It's just like the zombie crisis depicted in novels. Zhongli remained silent, her peripheral vision catching a shadow in the corridor. In a split second, she raised her weapon and fired. The lunging zombie was struck, tumbling into the stair railing, crimson and gray blood splattering across the floor. Chapter 53. Side quest. Upon witnessing a series of shocking scenes, the elderly man trembled and hastily pursued Jiang Li's retreating figure. He implored, Miss, could you assist me in rescuing my granddaughter? I am willing to pay any amount. Jiang Li stood at the entrance of the apartment building. Having just encountered an individual being devoured by zombies during the transformation process, she dispatched the 2 zombies with ease and remarked nonchalantly, in these chaotic times, money will soon lose its value. Once the supply of electricity and signals is cut off, the funds in online banking will become mere intangible numbers. The old man clenched his teeth, having amassed a considerable fortune through a lifetime of hard work. Now, in his twilight years, he had developed a passion for collecting and possessed numerous valuable items. I can offer you gold. In times of chaos, gold is worth more than antiques. Would that suffice? Zhongli remained indifferent. She had previously scavenged gold in the wasteland town, but had been unable to sell in time. With the zombie outbreak, the world seemed to have shifted toward a state of zero-cost acquisition. Why risk her life to save someone she had no connection with when she could gather supplies instead? Seeing Jiang Li's refusal, the old man became anxious, akin to a fly in a hot pan, though the young woman appeared capable. Her adeptness at dispatching zombies suggested she was no ordinary individual. He was not foolish enough to resort to moral coercion, which would only offend her. However, if she would not accept money or gold, what could possibly persuade her? Suddenly, the old man took a deep breath, stepped forward to block Jiang Li's path, and lowered his voice. I possess a scroll of ancient texts, a family heirloom. You may think I am deceiving you, but this book appears ordinary. Its cover devoid of words, and for nearly a century, no one in my family has been able to open it. The pages resist moisture and fire. A side quest notification appeared. Side quest: ensure the safe reunion of the grandfather and granddaughter. Quest reward: a random skill book. Note: quest clues lie with the natives. Players are encouraged to explore. Only by completing the quest can the unreadable book transform into a skill book. Failure renders the book useless. After reviewing the details, Jiangli noted that this side quest was significantly more intricate than the daily tasks. Yet the reward was exceptionally enticing. A random skill book. The cheapest skill books in the system's marketplace were priced above 5,000 survival points, with many of practical value exceeding 10,000. How could she possibly decline? Will you accept the side quest? Seeing the prompt, Jiangli thought to herself that accepting the quest was a wise decision and selected to proceed. With her agreement, the old man finally exhaled in relief. He had contemplated seeking help from others, but the behavior of several youths witnessing the zombies attacking had left him sorely disappointed. These were all relatives, and during the escape, someone had inadvertently pushed him aside, leaving no one to assist him. Thankfully, he had maintained his fitness and managed to stay ahead of the crowd. These individuals were clearly unreliable. Jiangli was armed and decisive. If she could retrieve his beloved granddaughter from school, he would gladly part with all his possessions. The old man's surname was Zheng, and his name was Zheng Ping'an. He once had a son and daughter, but when his daughter and son-in-law perished in a plane crash during their travels, he was left with only his lonely granddaughter, Zhang Ranan, who was 10 years old and in the 5th grade. The school was located 7 kilometers away in a bustling commercial district. In the early stages of the zombie outbreak, densely populated areas were prone to calamity, and the concentration of zombies there was unimaginable. After confirming Zhang Ranan's appearance and the route to her school, Jiangli advised Zheng Ping'an, "This area is unsafe. Let me escort you home first." The quest required the reunion of the grandfather and granddaughter, and she wanted to avoid any unforeseen accidents after making such an effort to retrieve Zhang Ranan. Zheng Ping'an sighed heavily. He was a sensible man. Even if he felt uneasy, he would not intentionally complicate matters for Jiangli. "My home is in this building, on the 6th floor. My son has a government job and has been away for some time. It is only Ranan and I living together now." As Jiangli escorted him home, she repeatedly emphasized that aside from her voice, he should not open the door to anyone else. Zheng Ping'an nodded in agreement and produced a small teddy bear, saying, "When you see Ranan, give her this teddy bear. She will understand that I sent you." Accepting the toy, Jiangli returned to her safe house, shouldered her beloved tricycle, and made her way down the stairs. The distance was 7 kilometers, and if all went well, riding the tricycle would prove much more convenient. As she stepped outside, Wang Kai approached her, wagging its tail, eager to accompany her. Initially reluctant, Jiangli reconsidered upon glancing at the toy in her pocket, realizing Wang Cai's talent for locating individuals, and decided to bring the dog along. Emerging from the underground parking garage, she navigated through the labyrinthine lot and breezed past the security booth, speeding along the road. A few hours earlier, she had driven through the streets with relative ease. But now overturned vehicles littered the way, and scattered zombies wandered about. The zombies bore bloodied mouths and loitered in front of locked cars, terrifying the trapped occupants within. Jiangli glanced up, then turned back to give Wang Kai a gentle pat on the head, prompting the dog to bark in understanding. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies, who, catching the scent of the living from Jiangli and Wang Kai, abandoned the locked vehicles and staggered toward them. The passengers inside the cars breathed sighs of relief. A few, emboldened by the distance from the zombies, dashed out to seek safer refuge. As for those remaining, Jiangli averted her gaze, wishing them luck. With the acceleration provided by the tricycle, the sluggish zombies could not even graze Jiangli's hem. The number of zombies pursuing her multiplied, yet none abandoned their target due to the commotion generated by the cluster. Over time, the horde stretched out like a line of students in formation, with Jiangli's figure on the tricycle leading charge. Witnesses, both locals and players, were left speechless by the scene. As she neared the landmark of the experimental primary school, Jiangli glanced back to see an endless line of zombies trailing behind her. Wang Kai closed its mouth, exhausted from barking. With a swift maneuver, Jiangli accelerated, successfully shaking off the horde and executing a graceful drift to halt at the school's entrance. Inside the security room, the elderly guard, crouching beneath a desk, heard the commotion, began to rise, and fumbled for his reading glasses. Chapter 54. Experimental Primary School. The electric sliding doors of the experimental primary school were firmly shut. Upon noticing Jiang Li's approach, the security guard cautiously opened a small gap in the window. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Are you a parent of one of the students? The situation at the school is quite chaotic right now. The door cannot be opened. If you must enter, you could scale the wall over there by stepping on the flower bed." Jiang Li glanced at the wall the guard indicated, where a wooden sign warned students against climbing over to escape school. After a moment of silence, she pointed to the electric sliding door and asked, "Is there a risk of electric shock?" The guard, somewhat puzzled, shook his head. Without further ado, Jiang Li effortlessly lifted her tricycle with one hand while deftly climbing the stainless steel sliding door with the other, swiftly vaulting over the wall. As the tricycle hit the ground, her dog, Wangkai, squeezed through the gap in the door. The guard stood in a daze for a moment, but by the time he regained his senses, she had vanished from sight. Zhang Ranran, a fifth-grade student from Class 3, was the name echoing in Jiang Li's mind as she made her way to the second teaching building. Upon arrival, she spotted several figures moving below, one resembling an adult, possibly a teacher, while the other three were clad in school uniforms, zombies. Drawing a baseball bat from her tricycle, she swiftly struck one down and advanced towards the teaching building. The classrooms on the first floor were deserted, and the sliding door at the staircase was secured with chains and a lock. Peering inside, Jiang Li saw three male teachers standing on the steps, wielding mops and plastic buckets as makeshift weapons. "Hurry, someone is coming," one of the teachers exclaimed upon noticing Jiang Li. Another teacher attempted to open the door, but was stopped by a third, whose expression was filled with apprehension. "Don't open the door just yet. With the chaos outside, how can we be sure she hasn't been bitten or scratched?" At this, Jiang Li glanced at him, unwilling to elaborate further. "I won't enter. Do you know a student named Zhang Ranran from Class 3? I am her family member." The three teachers exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, one approached to scrutinize Jiang Li. "Doesn't Zhang Ranran only have a grandfather at home? Well, it's quite unusual for someone to come looking for her at a time like this, so she must be connected to you." With a resigned gesture, he delivered some unwelcome news. Zhang Ranran is an exceptionally diligent student and recently enrolled in the city's primary mathematics competition. This morning, as soon as she arrived at school, her teacher took her on a bus to the city center for the competition. In other words, Jiang Li had arrived too late. Feeling a headache coming on, she decided to search elsewhere, motivated by the task and oppos. As reward, the teachers at the staircase had not taught 5th grade, but they had overheard Zhang Ranran and oppos as teacher Wei Shui requesting leave that morning. Being teachers, they were somewhat familiar with the citywide competition and quickly relayed the location to Jiang Li. The math competition was held at the city center and concluded in the morning. Zhang Ranran and her teacher had yet to return to school, likely facing trouble on their way back. Jiang Li borrowed a mobile phone from the male teacher to contact the homeroom teacher, but was met with repeated notifications of the phone being switched off. Fortunately, there was a work group, and the male teacher sent out a message, eventually receiving a lead from a colleague who had a close relationship with the homeroom teacher. The last message from Wei Shui came 2 hours ago. She mentioned her phone was running low on battery. The broadcast advised citizens to seek shelter nearby. She brought her students to hide in a hotel. The photo clearly displayed notable architectural landmarks. Seizing the moment while the internet was still accessible, Jiang Li used the borrowed phone to search for the location, quickly pinpointing it to the nearby Peony Hotel. Memorizing the navigation map, she expressed her gratitude to the teacher and retraced her steps away from the experimental primary school. To show appreciation for the teacher's assistance, Jiang Li patted Wangkai and activated the dog and Oppo's barking switch, leading the zombies trailing behind her tricycle. Once she had drawn the zombies far from the vicinity of the experimental primary school, she accelerated to shake them off. At that moment, the Peony Hotel's lobby was filled with people seeking refuge, creating a tense atmosphere. A tattooed individual, smoking and reclining on the sofa, voiced his frustrations. "What on earth is happening out there? It's been hours, and I'm still not tired." Nearby, a group of youth with dyed hair and piercings huddled together, expressing their concerns. "Brother Long, those are dead things. They don't resemble humans or ghosts at all. They're like the zombies described in novels. How could they possibly tire? Hearing this, Brother Long furrowed his brow and stubbed out his cigarette on the hotel as exquisite Zeton would coffee table, leaving a charred mark that drew disapproving glances from others. The hotel staff and the front desk were distinctly separated from the guests seeking refuge. After several attempts to call the police, they finally reached someone who informed them that the city's law enforcement was overwhelmed and could not attend to the situation. Another staff member, putting down the phone, sighed and shook her head. The hospital line is also unreachable. The broadcast warned that those infected with the strange disease could transmit it. Bites or scratches could harbor the virus. Should we inform the guests and advise them to check themselves? The front desk staff exchanged glances with the nearby security guard, who went to discuss with the guests, urging those who had been bitten or scratched to come forward. At first, a few honest individuals stepped forward and were led to a separate area for isolation. The remaining guests, witnessing this, grew anxious about potential unfair treatment, eager to conceal their injuries. Brother Long discreetly glanced at the elongated scratch on his calf, seemingly nonchalant as he borrowed a jacket from a younger companion to cover it. Initially, he intended to hide it, but soon he felt a faint itch at the wound, and his vision began to blur. The younger companion sitting opposite him remained oblivious, merrily engaging with a deck of playing cards. Other guests hesitated to approach the rowdy individuals and avoided looking at Brother Long, fearful of attracting trouble. It was not until Brother Long had fully transformed from human to zombie that the surrounding individuals began to realize something was amiss. A hoarse, guttural roar erupted as the now formidable Brother Long lunged at the young man playing cards. With a chorus of screams, chaos ensued in the Peony Hotel. Zhang Ranran and Wei Shui were seated in a corner, distance from the epicenter of the turmoil. As the situation escalated, Wei Shui quickly grabbed Zhang Ranran and rushed to the front desk to borrow a room key. The pair hurried upstairs, and upon entering their room, they locked the door securely, finally allowing themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Mutated Zombies in the Grand Hall. The security captain hastily tore down the curtains, directing his comrades to rush forward and ensnare the zombies, drawing closer to bind them with ropes. His quick wit served him well. The hotel's curtains were made of thick material, and the newly mutated zombies lacked the sharp claws necessary to escape, quickly falling under the control of the security team. The fire-eyed youths, transformed after being bitten, were captured one by one, tightly bound like dumplings. Only the mutated dragon brother was an exception. Upon contact with the curtain, it effortlessly ripped the fabric in half with a menacing growl. The security personnel attempted to ensnare it with ropes, but Dragon Brother thrashed violently, pulling so hard that it nearly yanked two security guards towards it, leaving them terrified and scrambling away, abandoning their ropes in a frenzy. Despite their comrades' shouts, the duo fled upstairs to seek refuge. Enraged, the captain hurled his hat to the ground, cursing the two cowards. Turning around, he noticed the morale of the team had crumbled. Everyone was eager to flee, realizing they could not fight the zombies. They decided to hide in their rooms and wait for rescue. Without the security team to impede them, the zombies pursued the living, turning the Peony Hotel into a veritable hell on Earth. It was at this moment that Jiang Li arrived, standing before the hotel's glass facade, momentarily stunned. Groups of zombies feasted within the hall, their banquet consisting of both the living and the deceased, some even having been gnawed upon and transformed midway into zombies. Faced with such a ghastly scene, had it not been for the knowledge that Zhang Ran'an and her teacher were sheltering within the Peony Hotel, Jiang Li would not have considered entering. This was no refuge. It was a monstrous den of cannibals. As she prepared to take a deep breath, a foul stench wafted towards her, prompting her to recoil in disgust. Guests hiding in their rooms spotted Jiang Li and hastily leaned out of the glass windows, calling out to her. The hallways and stairwells were infested with zombies, rendering them impassable. They urged her to call for help. As the guests shouted, they lifted their gaze to the distant buildings. Before they could finish their sentence, their voice faltered as if choked. The once thriving city was now shrouded in dark smoke, the streets teeming with swaying figures reminiscent of demons clawing their way up from hell. Surely, The entire city had succumbed? In such dire circumstances, who had the luxury to save them? Jiangli squinted at the hotel's exterior. Its glass walls were too smooth to climb, forcing her to rely on the air conditioning units and window railings to ascend. Fortunately, she only intended to bypass the zombie-infested hall, aiming to find a suitable spot to climb to the second floor, where she could use a repair hammer to break a window and enter. The room she entered was unoccupied, its furnishings neatly arranged, and a bedside table bore a stash of snacks. Jiangli brushed off the dust from her clothes and grabbed the snacks, stuffing them in her salvage backpack: cookies, chocolate, milk, and bottled water. She also noticed a certain umbrella, a necessity in the hotel, and decided to take it as well. Despite its off-putting name, it served various purposes, its waterproof quality being exceptional. In a moment of crisis, it could even be fashioned into a makeshift tourniquet. After spending a brief moment gathering useful items, she resolved to take the mattress with her when she departed, opting for thriftiness in every detail. Better to salvage the items than allow zombies to ruin them. Having completed her tasks, she approached the door, opening it a crack to observe outside. 2 zombies were huddled in front of a door, snarling and frightening the guests within. Jiangli dashed forward in her speed-enhancing boots. Spotting the zombies blocking her path, she raised her baseball bat and swiftly knocked them both to the ground. She then rapped on the door, inquiring whether anyone had seen a 10-year-old girl. From behind the door, a voice erupted in despair. "What girl? How would I know? I haven't noticed anyone." Jiangli sighed, preparing to seek answers from others. As she turned to leave, the person hiding behind the door panicked. She cracked the door open wider, calling out to Jiangli's retreating figure. "Are you just going to leave me? How will I get out if you don't help me kill those 2 zombies?" Hearing this, Jiangli glanced back at the 2 ordinary zombies still writhing on the ground, bemused. These sluggish creatures posed little threat to an average person. While she could assist in dispatching them, the other's entitled attitude irked her. What good would it do to slay 2 zombies when they were surrounded by countless others? If she lacked the fortitude to fight back, it would be wiser to remain hidden. With this thought, Jiangli shattered the glass of the nearby fire extinguisher, retrieving an extinguisher and a pair of heat-resistant gloves, tossing them to the girl. The gloves were thick enough to prevent bites, and the extinguisher could spray dust or serve as a makeshift weapon. Even if Jiangli defeated the 2 zombies, she could not offer perpetual protection. It was better to equip the girl for self-defense. Watching Jiangli merely toss the items before departing, the girl gritted her teeth, hesitating for a considerable time before finally reaching out to drag the gloves and extinguisher into her room. Jiangli traversed the hotel corridors, seeking out rooms where zombies lurked to inquire about Zhang Ranan and Appo's whereabouts. After several attempts, she finally discovered that the hotel's receptionist was hiding in a room. The very person who had handed the room key to Wei Shui, the key designated for room 503 on the 5th floor. The receptionist's eyes sparkled with hope upon witnessing Jiangli's prowess against the zombies. "Can I accompany you to the 5th floor? I promise to be silent," she implored. Jiangli nodded, prompting the receptionist to guide her as they ascended the stairs together. The hotel's elevator was still operational, but no one dared to use it. Blood seeped through the cracks of the closed elevator doors, accompanied by faint, eerie sounds of chewing. Jiangli opted for the stairwell, with the receptionist cautiously trailing behind, treading lightly, afraid to make sound. For ordinary zombies, Jiangli found it effortless to combat them. However, as she reached the 4th floor, a strange figure suddenly charged down the corridor. It was a zombie unlike the rest. Its muscles were grotesquely developed, adorned with tattoos of a green dragon and white tiger that stretched and distorted across its form. Its robust limbs exuded an inhuman horror, and its speed far exceeded that of a typical zombie, barreling towards her like a raging bull. Jiangli leaped aside, grasping the receptionist and shoving her toward the stairwell. "You go hide in 503. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 56. Gemstones and armor inlays. The receptionist recognized the zombie. A group of security personnel had failed to subdue it, resulting in the tragedy that unfolded in the lobby. Could Jiangli manage to confront it? A thread of concern wove through her thoughts, but as she observed Jiang Li's resolute decision, she realized there was no time for the melodrama often depicted in television dramas. Hearing the retreating footsteps behind her, Jiangli maintained a safe distance from the mutated zombie. The creature charged forward with brute force, colliding with the wall in a thunderous crash. Jiangli even noticed cracks forming in the wall, a testament to the staggering physical strength of this zombie. She fired her weapon, 3 bullets striking the creature in the forehead, chest, and right leg. The impact stirred a primal rage in the beast's feral eyes, its roar echoing deafeningly. Seeing the results of her shots, Jiangli couldn't help but furrow her brow. The bullets had been thwarted by the zombie's aberrant skin. A mere scratch marred its right leg, while the bullet embedded in its chest failed to penetrate. Most astonishing was the bullet aimed at its forehead. As it made contact, a faint yellow glow emerged, repelling the projectile. With a crisp clatter, the copper bullet fell to the ground. What was this phenomenon? Perhaps the source of the zombie's mutation was intertwined with that yellow luminescence. Jiangli retreated further and, as she passed the restroom, her eyes lit up with inspiration. Without hesitation, she slipped inside. The mutated zombie, devoid of vision and guided purely by instinct, pursued her relentlessly. It burst into the restroom, only to be drenched by the faucet's water, slipping and tumbling on the slick porcelain tiles. Standing by the sink, Jiangli seized a repair hammer and began to smash the faucets, sending torrents of water gushing from the damaged pipes. In this moment, the zombie's overly developed limbs became a hindrance. Lacking intelligence and sight, it flailed helplessly in place. Jiangli, armed with a mop, prodded the creature with the long handle, watching as it struggled like a turned-over turtle in a wishing well. The wet, slippery ground hindered the zombie's ability to rise. But the question loomed, how to deal with it. Firearms had proven ineffective, and the ordinary steel nails designated for the slingshot would be of no use. Jiangli glanced at the repair hammer, pondering the risks of close combat, wary of being caught by the zombie's grasp. She rummaged through her pocket and suddenly had an epiphany. She removed the triple magazine attached to her firearm, enhancing the bullets with her skill. The magazine contained 28 bullets, and the skill's power treated them as a collective whole, producing a white, armor-piercing damage increase attribute. Though the white attribute's effect was distributed evenly among the 28 bullets, its transient nature rendered it more potent than the permanent attributes. Jiangli was quite satisfied with this development. The armor-piercing damage increase was precisely what she needed for the current situation. With the newly enhanced bullets, Jiangli targeted the mutated zombie once more. The bullets struck its chest, penetrating deeply and erupting with shrapnel. A pained howl escaped the creature as it rolled on the ground, crashing into the wall in its frenzy. Using the wall for support, it staggered back to its feet, but Jiangli was quicker, firing again before it could charge. The yellow glow that had shielded the zombie's forehead reappeared, but with a flurry of 3 shots, Jiangli shattered the barrier, driving a bullet deep into the zombie's skull. Before long, the mutated zombie went rigid, collapsing to the ground. Jiangli cautiously prodded it with her mop, ensuring it would not rise again before she approached for a closer examination. Unlike the withered heads of ordinary zombies, something within the mutated zombie's head emitted a soft glow. Drawing her attention, she carefully pried it loose, revealing a yellow gemstone the size of a fingernail. Item: Defense Gemstone. Type: Material, Quality, Green. Effect: Can be embedded in armor to increase damage resistance by 5 points with a permanent attribute enhancement. Note: Only certified repair masters can perform the embedding process. Apprentices cannot. Jiangli found the note somewhat exasperating. The gemstone was a valuable material, yet her current talent level lacked the embedding skill. The fixed 5 points of damage resistance would be permanent, as long as Jiangli donned armor embedded with the gemstone. Any attacks against her would incur reduced damage. If the damage resistance accumulated sufficiently, it might even lead to situations where an enemy's elaborate combo failed to breach her defenses. Who would have thought that a mutated zombie would yield such a treasure? Gazing at the massive creature lying on the floor, Jiangli's expression softened with warmth and joy as she hummed a tune while ascending the stairs. If only she could attract a few more mutated zombies. As the thunderous commotion downstairs finally subsided, the 3 individuals hiding in room 503 exchanged anxious glances. Just moments ago, they had shared vital information. Zhang Ranin learned that Jiangli had come to assist her grandfather, filling her with excitement. "Teacher, I want to go home soon." Wei Shui quickly restrained Zhang Ranin, fearful of attracting the zombies outside. "Ranin, hold on. There's a particularly formidable creature out there. Let's wait for this sister to resolve the situation before deciding whether to venture out." After what felt like an eternity, the trio remained apprehensive. After all, the formidable zombie's size and strength were truly daunting. When a knock echoed from the door, they were momentarily stunned, until Zhang Ranin dashed forward to turn the doorknob. Zombies certainly wouldn't knock. They lacked intelligence and relied solely on brute force. Seeing Jiangli emerge unscathed, the receptionist finally exhaled in relief and invited her in to explain the situation. Jiangli's gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Ranin, whose appearance and attire matched the description provided by Zhang Pingyan. Locating the granddaughter within the grandfather-granddaughter duo meant that she had completed a substantial portion of her task. She retrieved a small teddy bear from her pocket, offered a brief explanation, and prepared to lead Zhang Ranin away. The homeroom teacher, Wei Shui, sighed with relief. One could only imagine the tension she felt while escorting her students during the zombie outbreak, but now she could finally hand over a safe charge. However, with zombies lurking everywhere outside, she felt lost, unsure of where to go. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Jiangli advised, "I sense that this calamity will not be resolved quickly. You two should find a secure location and stock up on supplies while you have the chance." Chapter 57. Side Quest Rewards. With a sense of urgency, Jiangli hurriedly took Zhang Ranin to the second floor, exiting through a room with a shattered window. Before leaving, she quickly packed blankets and bedding from the room and instructed Zhang Ranin to gather disposable toothpaste, towels, and other items from the bathroom. Subsequently, Jiangli dismantled the window, lifted the pre-selected mattress, and leaped down from the second floor. Zhang Ranin remained in a state of shock, glancing back to see the hotel room utterly empty. As if stripped bare, Jiangli loaded their belongings onto a tricycle, squeezing in alongside the dog and Zhang Ranin, and set off at a rapid pace. At the Zheng household, Zheng Pingyan sat at the doorstep, sighing as he clutched a family photo that included himself and his loved ones. Thoughts of his daughter and son-in-law, the long-absent eldest son, and concerns for his granddaughter's safety weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and a familiar voice called out softly, "Zhengbo, open the door. I need to talk to you." It was Zhang Tianlei, the son of old Zhang. Zheng Pingyan frowned. Although he was friends with old Zhang, he had a strong disdain for the ineffectual Tianlei, who had always been a troublemaker, dropping out of school, mingling with unsavory characters, and later becoming a bully who even resorted to extorting his own parents' pensions. Zheng Pingyan could hardly tolerate him, and often admonished him whenever they crossed paths. Tianlei, well aware of Zheng Pingyan's connections through his son in the military, refrained from retaliating. "I have no intention of opening the door. What do you want? You are not welcome here," Zheng Pingyan retorted. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlei clenched his fists in frustration, cursing inwardly. He had long despised Zheng Pingyan's stern demeanor and was now emboldened by the changing times. "Zhengbo, I came to inquire about my father's cause of death. I returned home to find my parents gone. I can't just be left in the dark." Upon mentioning his deceased parents, Zheng Pingyan's heart softened, and with a resigned sigh, he opened the door. As the lock clicked, Zhang Tianlei's demeanor shifted to one of triumph as he forcefully pushed his way inside. "Old man, why were you so slow to open the door? It's not like we're in a funeral parlor." Upon entering, Zhang Tianlei was met with a scene of chaos in the living room, and he angrily began interrogating those present. The individuals who had been playing cards were too fearful to offend him. One of them, eager to deflect blame, mentioned that during the incident, Zheng Pingyan and old Zhang had been seated very close together, yet it was old Zhang's wife who had been attacked while bringing a fruit platter. This was a clever diversion, subtly directing suspicion towards the Zheng family. With only an elderly man left in the Zheng household and their considerable wealth, it seemed the perfect opportunity to exploit. Zhang Tianlei's mind raced with the plan to extort money, leading to the current situation. Recognizing his intentions, Zheng Pingyan felt a pang of regret for having been blinded by old friendship, realizing too late that he had invited a wolf into his home. Leaning against the wall, he attempted to maintain his composure. "I am also saddened by your father's passing. Let's sit down and discuss this calmly. Ignoring him, Zhang Tianlei scoffed and began surveying the decor of the Zheng household, plotting to demand a hefty sum. With his parents gone and their pensions lost, he saw this as an opportunity to acquire some cash for his indulgences. Witnessing the chaos brought on by the undead, he instinctively craved more resources. Oh, what we have here? A Tang Sankai sculpture? Zheng, old man, your family possesses quite a few treasures. As he toyed with the decorative piece, Zheng Pingyin's pained gaze did not deter him from issuing a threat. With my parents turned into zombies, you are undoubtedly implicated. If you do not compensate me with at least 100,000, I shall throw you down the stairs. His malevolent expression was evident. With zombies lurking outside, no one would be the wiser. Zheng Pingyin closed his eyes, fully aware of Zhang Tianlei's violent past. Survival took precedence. So he led Tianlei to the bedroom and retrieved a bag of cash from beneath the bed. In this day and age, where digital transactions had become the norm, cash was scarce. Zhang Tianlei counted the money repeatedly, still dissatisfied. A thought crossed his mind. His deceased father had often lamented not investing in gold years ago, as prices had soared beyond reach. Gold, he exclaimed, seizing Zheng Pingyin by the collar. If you dare to play tricks, this pittance won't suffice. Open the study safe and show me if you prefer wealth or your life. Forced into compliance, Zheng Pingyin was dragged to the study, receiving blows for any sign of resistance. With no choice left, he opened the safe, revealing antiques and gold, all of which fell into Zhang Tianlei's hands. Among the contents were tightly sealed scrolls, which Tianlei assumed were valuable artifacts, and he took those as well. When Zhang returned with Zhang Ranran, she found Zheng Pingyin weeping at the doorway. Upon learning of the events, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to criticize. She had anticipated numerous complications with this side quest, only to discover that Zhang Tianlei had stolen the family's ancestral scroll. Jiang Li's frustration boiled over, after several wishes for a high-value skill book. She quickly composed herself to confront Zhang Tianlei. The door stood wide open, the bodies of the elder Zhangs still unaddressed, while Zhang Tianlei busied himself in his room counting money. Oblivious to the impending danger, he instinctively made lewd remarks toward Jiang Li upon her arrival. Initially, Jiang Li had intended to grant Zhang Tianlei a swift end, but her anger surged, and she resolved to execute his own threatening words against him. She would break his legs and leave him to fate. A few wandering zombies, attracted by the scent of fresh prey, quickly gathered. In a forgotten corner, Zhang Tianlei, after his transformation, staggered back to his feet, disappearing into the depths of the underground garage. After dispatching the scoundrel, Jiang Li returned home to wash her hands and change attire, submitting her task with the reverence of ritual cleansing. Side quest: protect the reunion of grandfather and grandson. Quest reward: a random skill book. The scroll that lay on the table began to shimmer and transformed into a new scroll inscribed with Talent Advancement Guide, Beginner's Edition. Jiang Li accessed the marketplace, discovering the skill book's price, with a staggering figure flashing before her eyes, worth a full 100,000 survival points. Moreover, this skill book's effect was to elevate talent levels, limited to the beginner stage, making it perfectly suited for Jiang Li, holding 70,000 survival points in her possession. She had long desired to add this skill book to her cart, but had been short on funds. Now, with the quest reward, she could save a significant amount. Her talent still rested at the apprentice level in repair, rendering her unable to embed gems into equipment, making the urgency to elevate her talent unmistakable. With renewed determination, she chose to use the scroll. Congratulations, player Jiang Li, on raising your talent level, advancing from special repair apprentice to a special junior repairer. New skill acquired. Chapter 58. Novice repairer Jiang Li activated the system panel, and her talents underwent a remarkable transformation. You have acquired the skill of inlaying, allowing you to embed materials into an item once daily. Special: when using the inlaying skill on an item, there is a chance that the attributes added by the materials may critically double. The first inlay guarantees a critical hit of 3 times the fixed attribute. After defeating a mutated zombie, Jiang Li obtained a green-gray defensive gem, which could be embedded into armor to enhance damage resistance by 5 points. With a triple critical hit, that would amount to 15 points. Not to mention, gems with attributes are scarce, and the number of gems that different grades of items can accommodate is limited. Strengthening items is indeed a costly endeavor. In Jiang Li's hands, the ability to double the gem's attributes during inlaying proved far superior to simply using 2 gems without taking up additional embedding slots. This not only saved money, but also amplified efficiency. This skill was sufficient to elevate equipment usage to an art form, creating a distinct gap from ordinary players in terms of detail. The benefits of the enhanced talent level did not stop there. Jiang Li's primary skill, repair, also received a boost. The number of uses for the repair skill has increased. She can now repair 2 items daily, restoring them to their original durability. Note, only one skill could develop a new attribute each day. Compared to before, Jiang Li could repair an additional item. If she encountered a blizzard while in the wasteland town, she would no longer need to worry about the durability of her safe house. Even if she couldn't use up the extraordinary repair attempts, she could take orders in the trading area. Many players had items with damaged durability, desperately in need of assistance from those with repair talents. The going rate for services in the trading area started at 500 survival points, with no upper limit. This added an extra source of income for Jiang Li. While there was still daylight, Jiang Li left the safe house and ventured to a nearby supermarket to search for supplies. Compared to the novice map, the resources in the zombie-infested city were exponentially richer. As long as players dared to step outside to confront the zombies, they could adequately stock up on supplies from their safe houses right from the start. Upon arriving at the nearest fresh produce supermarket, Jiang Li was immediately greeted by a foul stench. This was the distinct odor of zombies, evoking visceral associations with the undead. Upon entering, she spotted a zombie cashier with a severed arm, futilely thrashing against the counter's railing. Ignoring it, she focused on gathering supplies, which was the priority. She made a beeline for the fresh produce section, where the food held the highest value and was difficult to preserve, necessitating swift collection. Perhaps it was the half-slab of pig meat displayed on the counter that attracted the attention of the zombies, as others had already wandered over and devoured it. Jiang Li felt a twinge of disdain. Such good ingredients had been contaminated by the zombies. Donning gloves, she discarded the remnants of bones and discovered that the frozen meats in the glass freezer below were still intact. With the glass barrier, the contents remained clean. Jiang Li unplugged the freezer and, after some effort, managed to lift it and maneuver it out of the supermarket. The goods were promising. In the next moment, they would belong to her. With electricity available in her safe house, she could spend a few survival points to purchase an outlet from the shop and install it on the wall for use. Following this line of thought, she couldn't resist glancing at a standing air conditioning unit in the corner. The air conditioner was still diligently working. She approached and assessed it, realizing it needed to be taken with the external unit. Not wanting to waste time, she decided to handle that last. Jiang Li also discovered that the supermarket had a second floor, which served as a storage area, accessible via a staircase made of iron shelves in the corner. The warehouse was stocked primarily with long-lasting food and daily necessities, with boxes of instant noodles and bottled water piled high. As the supermarket catered to local residents, most of the wares consisted of snacks and daily necessities, along with 8 sets of brand-new bedding. Jiang Li shut the warehouse door on the second floor, passed by the cashier, and disregarded the zombie cashier's displeasure as she extracted a large plastic bag from the register. Such large-capacity plastic bags typically cost 2 coins each, but now they were hers for free. She shook the bag open, swiftly sweeping through the shelves, packing a multitude of items without a second glance. Towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, face cream, toner, facial cleanser. Jiang Li swept from daily necessities to food shelves, only halting when the plastic bag was full. The aisles were piled high with her packed bags. It would take several trips with a tricycle to transport everything. Jiang Li purchased a lock from the system hall, secured her vehicle, and turned to lock the supermarket's sliding door. Suddenly, she heard screeching brakes behind her as 2 locals drove up, leaning out the car window and shouting, "Why are you locking the door? We also want to go in and grab stuff." They were driving a van, and one of them jumped out, attempting to shove Jiang Li aside, while the other rummaged through her gathered supplies. "Hey, there's plenty here. Should we take it or not?" Before the older one could respond, Jiang Li delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying 3 meters away. The man lay on the ground, howling as his companion hurriedly dragged him back into the van, muttering, "We didn't see the mountain. Let's go, let's go." Jiangli stood by the vehicle, not pursuing them. Looking back at the supermarket, she felt uneasy about the lock, so she began to call for help. Among her friends, Yuanyin's safe house was not far away, situated 3 kilometers from her location. Jiang Xiaobai, sending location. There's work to be done. Hurry over. Yuanyin, who was lounging inside reading comics, opened the message and finished off a chilled cola. "You. Got it. Wait for me for 5 minutes." He hopped onto his newly acquired mountain bike and navigated through the city streets, skillfully dodging the zombies that approached him. In 4.5 minutes, Yuanyin safely arrived at the supermarket entrance. Jiangli stood at the door, her gaze fixed on the throng of zombies approaching behind him, feeling a sudden headache. Just as unreliable as ever. Thankfully, zombies lacked intelligence, making them relatively easy to handle. Jiangli led the gathering horde of zombies away from the supermarket, much like walking a dog, effortlessly maneuvering around. While Jiangli transported the supplies with the tricycle, Yuanyin remained behind to guard the spot and assist with packing. Having an extra pair of hands was quite useful, and his reward was 3 boxes of instant noodles. As dusk approached, they had only managed to move half of the goods from the supermarket. The two decided to call it a day. Yuanyin returned to his safe house, gazing at the piles of supplies that still needed sorting, unable to suppress a message of exasperation. Back in Wasteland Town, finding a packet of biscuits took forever. Here in the city, it's like a welfare giveaway. I honestly can't tell which is the novice map. However, Jiangli did not let her guard down. The mutated zombies she encountered at the Peony Hotel were formidable adversaries. The strength of these mutated zombies was not inferior to that of those with talents, their only weakness being their lack of intelligence. What if the zombies continued to evolve? Jiangli switched the chat to public mode and noticed discussions among players about a poor soul's unfortunate encounter. Someone had been bitten by a zombie. Zhu Mengmeng. I saw those locals who were bitten by zombies. They all mutated within half an hour, just varying in speed. None escaped. Yikan Chunxiu. Don't spread rumors. We are players. NPCs are different from us. Yuan Dan. Hurry and find a cure. It might be helpful. As this was the first case of a player getting bitten by a zombie, everyone was keenly interested in the implications of the zombie virus. Before long, a healer declared they could offer assistance. Chapter 59. The City at Night, Medieval Quack. I have encountered an injured player and am currently administering bloodletting therapy. Bamboo Meng Meng. Astonishing. Is there truly such a healing method? Medieval Quack. You should know by my moniker that I am a professional. Within a certain safe house, a bitten player raised his wrist in despair, lamenting, "Doctor, how much more blood must I lose? My health points have already decreased by 20, and I am in a state of weakness from blood loss." The doctor, adjusting his curly wig, held a cross pendant and prayed. Calmly, he replied, "Do not fret, this is the nature of my skill. If bloodletting proves ineffective, I can also offer amputation." As the player vented his frustrations on the chat screen, a guild took charge of the matter and dispatched their professional healer. Soon, a conclusion was reached. The zombie virus presented an arduous negative status for players, continuously depleting health points at a rate of 5 points per hour. While the healer could temporarily mitigate the virus's damage, eradication remained unattainable. Uncertainty loomed over whether depleting health points would culminate in death or transformation into a zombie. This news spread like water splashing into hot oil, causing the chat bar to explode with over 999 messages, overwhelming Jiangli. It was evident that the game harbored no benevolence. This dungeon posed no food burdens, yet the virus remained the greatest challenge. The bitten player could only weep, destined to rely on the shop's red potions to replenish his health daily. A guild member who came to assist patted his shoulder in consolation, then turned to the medieval quack to demand compensation of 20 health points. Simultaneously, an advertisement was posted in the chat. Breeder, the Panda Guild is recruiting. Players from Sichuan and Chongqing preferred. Abundant benefits, including exciting spicy hot pot ingredients. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Xinyu sauce. Not interested, I prefer tomato soup. Yang Xiaolu. Not interested, I prefer 3-flavor soup. Breeder. We have pandas to pet, plenty of them. Shinyu Sauce, I've sent a friend request. Please accept. In the wake of the bitten player incident, the prices of auxiliary items in the trading zone skyrocketed, shattering auction records. Looking to purchase shield-type equipment. Prices negotiable. Vendors with stock, please DM. Trading offensive items for defensive ones, premium range bows. Zhongli sifted through her surplus auxiliary items and listed them for auction, taking advantage of the system's pinning feature. She showcased her title as a novice repairman on her profile. Her signature read, accepting orders for item durability repairs. With the majority of awakened individuals yet to reach full potential, Jiang Li's gleaming new title attracted a multitude of players. Some recognized her as a prominent item trader, and her fame surged. In a short span, hundreds of friend requests flooded in, with private messages flashing incessantly. Jiang Li had to utilize the system's filtering feature to select higher-priced offers for negotiation. Large orders from guilds like Fengyan were rare. The probability of ordinary repair skills yielding favorable results was exceedingly low. However, with a few successful transactions, she could earn around 1,000 survival points daily. As for friend requests, Jiang Li declined them all. Two-way friends could see each other's safe house locations, and until she acquired hidden items. She would not accept requests from strangers. As night descended, a blood moon slowly rose into the sky. As a player, Jiang Li had long grown accustomed to it. Perhaps in the realm of survival games, all dungeons shared this singular moon. However, the indigenous inhabitants of the zombie city perceived it differently. With the appearance of the blood moon, cries of alarm emerged from residential buildings, causing the wandering zombies in the vicinity to become increasingly agitated. The zombies lurked on the ground floor, terrifying the residents within, who took to their phones to vent their frustrations in community chat groups. One after another, they shouted in panic, questioning why they had to attract zombies to their building. If you keep screaming, I will open the unit door and let the zombies in. Though the ground floor resident's words were spoken in anger, they instantly triggered the fragile nerves of others, leading to an outpouring of arguments in the community group. As the quarrel escalated, the lights in the building suddenly went out, and messages could no longer be sent from mobile devices. Power and internet had been cut. Jiang Li approached the window and witnessed the once vibrant cityscape now enveloped in darkness, which cast a shadow over her heart. She found herself longing for the life she had before entering the game. The zombie city had turned from a mere temporary refuge into a perilous trial. A series of roars erupted as the zombies bathed in moonlight began to tremble imperceptibly, their hollow eyes glowing with a faint red light. Jiang Li raised her binoculars to observe the zombies' movements, her brow furrowing in concern. The night in this map bore no fallen beings. Yet the zombies under the moon's glow received enhancements, moving faster than during the day. Should they become mutated zombies, the changes at night would be even more pronounced, posing a formidable challenge. As the aroma of dinner wafted through the safe house, Jiang Li heard the simmering sound of soup boiling on the stove, signaling that it was time to enjoy her meal. Tonight's dinner comprised tomato meat sauce pasta, accompanied by matsutake and pork rib soup, with baked egg tarts for dessert. The semi-prepared pasta with sauce made for a quick and easy meal. The egg tarts were store-bought, along with the baking machine that Jiang Li had acquired from the supermarket. However, the soup had been simmering for a bit too long. The map's season was summer, an ideal time for mushrooms. While matsutake paired excellently with stewed old hen, regrettably, Jiang Li had found none in the fresh supermarket, so she settled for pork ribs instead. Remarkably, since departing from the wasteland town, her quality of life had dramatically improved. The wasteland town had produced scarce resources, nowhere near the abundance found in the city, where every necessity was readily available. The safe house maintained a comfortable temperature, ensuring her comfort, and after dinner, she could indulge in a popsicle from the freezer to satisfy her cravings. Her dog lay beside her, happily gnawing on pork ribs, wagging its tail in delight and rolling over to expose its belly. The meal was thoroughly satisfying. Jiang Li patted her belly, deciding to practice her body techniques a few more times later, completing her daily exercise. She opened the chat to send a trade offer to a client she had arranged for that day. The other party quickly transmitted a green item. Tang Dao. Durability 12-100. The blade has dulled. Continued use may result in breakage. Having sold items for several days, Jiangli had honed her estimation skills. This Tang Dao came with a damage bonus. If in pristine condition, it could fetch around 10,000 survival points in the trading zone. For this repair, she charged 200 survival points. It was evident that maintaining items came at a significant cost, especially for melee weapons, which often sustain damage from regular use. Jiangli utilized her skill and, shortly thereafter, sent the repaired Tang Dao back, simultaneously receiving her survival points. As the clock struck 10, Jiangli finished her evening routine and sank into slumber. Chapter 60, Potential Enemies Sign-In. Zombie City, Date 2, earned 50 survival points. Jiangli rose to sign in and, as per her routine, prepared breakfast for herself. The period of novice protection had long since elapsed. There was little difference whether one ventured out early or late. The dawn light brightened the sky, with the newly risen sun illuminating the clouds in hues of red, while the morning breeze carried the sweet melodies of birdsong. This tranquil moment was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Dressed in her gear, Jiangli leisurely descended the stairs with her tricycle, only to find a large group of locals blocking the staircase. "Move aside, please." The tricycle's substantial size compelled the crowd to part, their astonished gazes fixed upon Jiangli. A middle-aged man lay at the foot of the stairs, surrounded by scattered packages brimming with food. He must have just ventured out for supplies. His hands bore scars. He had likely been scratched by a zombie. A familiar voice resonated from below, an ant who lived on the floor beneath Jiangli. The crowd had hesitated to approach the man for this very reason, and now, upon her mention, they instinctively took a step back. He might be infected. We cannot allow him to remain in the building. The words hung in the air, eliciting varied expressions among the onlookers. After all, the catastrophe had only begun a mere 2 days prior. The locals had witnessed the horror of zombies, but still held a deep respect for law and life. To cast someone out would be tantamount to murder. Just then, the man's relatives rushed down. His wife, still clad in her nightwear, wept as she threw herself upon him. Their 3 robust sons brandished kitchen knives, seething with rage, declaring, "Let me see who dares to send my father away. I will deal with them first." As the locals remained at an impasse, Jiangli noticed a flicker of green light emanating from the man's fingertips. What could this be? A rustling sound echoed as the ivy on the building's exterior grew rapidly, surging into the room within moments. In the fearful gaze of the crowd, the deep green ivy enveloped the man entirely, resembling a thick layer of armor. He opened his eyes, casting a complex glance at his former neighbors, ultimately resting his gaze on Jiangli. He said nothing, but took his wife and children upstairs. Jiangli exchanged a glance with him, feeling an indescribable oddity in her heart. This local seemed to have awakened talent. Could it be that locals could awaken as well? Instances of awakening were reset in the dungeon. Regardless of how vibrant and agile the locals appeared, most players held a condescending attitude towards them, feeling superior. Although Jiangli did not share this mindset, she was nonetheless surprised to see a local awaken, especially considering that many players had failed to do so. She shared the incident on the public screen, and soon other players responded, recounting similar encounters with locals. In Zombie City, players shared a common enemy and, lacking the immediate urgency to compete for resources, found themselves united through the chat function. Silent Cake Maker. The local I encountered was particularly strange. He bore hostility towards me and attacked me on sight. Internet Emperor. How outrageous. An NPC daring to attack us? Did you kill him? Silent Cake Maker. Upon his death, he dropped a black key, resembling a player's resource key, but lacking information. Using it yielded nothing. Ordinary locals would not experience such phenomena. Death was simply death. Yet those who awakened possessed traits akin to players. After a brief discussion, players were left with no further leads and returned to their own affairs. To prevent zombies from breaching the building, the unit door was thoroughly barricaded, leaving only the passage to the underground garage for entry and exit. As Jiangli navigated the underground garage, she occasionally sensed a chilling gaze upon her. Turning to investigate, she glimpsed a mass of darkness lurking deep within, sending an ominous shiver down her spine. With no option to relocate the safe house, she could only make do and exercise caution when venturing out. Once again, she returned to the supermarket from the previous day. Upon arrival, she spotted Yu Yuan speeding towards her on a mountain bike. Thankfully, she had arrived just in time, sparing the esteemed figure from waiting long. Yu Yuan approached with a smile, but as he turned towards the supermarket, he halted abruptly. The glass doors were wide open, and a throng of locals busily scavenged for supplies, creating a ruckus akin to a bustling market. Realizing the lack of value here, Jiangli shrugged her shoulders, noting that the good items had already been taken the day before. Recalling a nearby police station, she suggested they head there together. The station might contain some protective gear, and ideally, they could find firearms and ammunition. Upon reaching the police station's entrance, they discovered a scattering of zombies sprawled across the ground. These were ordinary zombies, each with a finger-sized hole in the center of their foreheads, unlike bullet wounds, more reminiscent of injuries from sharp weapons. Just as Jiangli finished assessing the situation and had yet to rise, an intense pain shot through her back, prompting her to instinctively roll on the ground. A sharp, diamond-shaped metal shard sliced through the air, narrowly missing her shield and embedding itself in the earth. Someone was there. Jiangli turned to see a shadow flitting across the station's wall. Attempting to flee? They would never outrun her. Jiangli activated her speed-enhancing boots and dashed up the wall, launching herself to land squarely on the assailant's back. Her repair hammer struck with force, though there was a 50 chance it would not induce dizziness. The attacker stumbled, desperately calling upon a nearby metal door to hurl at Jiangli. Yet, her protective shield remained steadfast against the blow, the heavy door halting midair. Seeing this, the assailant's expression shifted to one of panic, their composure unraveling. Jiangli seized the moment, forcefully pushing the door aside and using the momentum to strike the attacker, wielding her hammer with conviction. Amidst the crackling electricity, the assailant's hair stood on end, and they toppled backward onto the ground. It was a local. Yu Yuan rushed over, scrutinizing the assailant's attire, puzzled. They were newcomers, having never wronged the locals. Why such a sudden and severe attack? Jiangli exerted her strength, dislocating the assailant's limbs, rendering them defenseless. This adept technique, learned from a skill book, was primarily intended for treating sprains and fractures. The term newcomers struck Jiangli, with resources sufficient. Locals had no reason to harbor animosity towards incoming players. The fundamental distinction between them lay solely in the identity of being a player. As the numbing sensation from the electric shock faded, the assailant writhed in pain from their dislocated limbs and began to plead for mercy. Jiangli fixed her gaze upon their eyes, deliberately stating, "Are you attempting to kill me to become a player?" At this, the assailant's pupils constricted, the terror etched upon their face providing a clear answer. Chapter 61. The patrol car, the ambusher's ruse was uncovered, and he opened his mouth. Yet no sound emerged from his throat. His arms trembled briefly as he shook his head violently. Jiangli observed as his lips moved in futile attempts to speak, eventually ceasing his efforts with a look of despondency. Was this a limitation imposed by the game? The ambusher paused, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "I cannot articulate it. Just reconnect my hands, and I shall write it down for you." Jiang Li's expression remained impassive as he approached the ambusher to search him, simultaneously sending a message to Yu Yuan. Jiang Xiaobai, acquire a master-servant contract from the black market. The black market organizations permeated the dungeons, with branches even in the zombie city. They prioritized monetary gain, offered superior services, and provided prompt customer support around the clock. The master-servant contract was a signature product of the black market, often associated with slave trading, and was available for individual sale. The standard version cost 5,000 survival points, while the advanced contracts had variable pricing. Upon purchasing the contract, Yu Yuan inquired further, only to be recommended a hallucinogen priced at 650 survival points. Customer service 721. It takes effect rapidly, and when used in conjunction with the contract, if the target's mental resistance is low, even fragments of subconscious memories can be extracted. After placing the order, the transaction was swiftly completed. The items arrived. Jiangli reached out to retrieve the master-servant contract and the hallucinogen, glancing at the instructions. The latter was commonly employed in interrogations, functioning as a truth serum. However, those under its influence tended to speak incoherently, making the results difficult to assess. When combined with the master-servant contract, the answers obtained during questioning would be considerably more reliable due to the contract's coercive power. Upon seeing the two items in Jiang Li's possession, the ambusher felt an ominous premonition. He continued to struggle, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If you spare me, I'll write down the restricted content for you." Jiang Li shook the syringe in his hand, saying, "You deceitfully led me to believe you needed your bones set, intending to manipulate metal with your hands. Is that it? Quite intriguing." With a swift motion, he injected the substance, then stood up to dust off his hands. Before long, the ambusher's eyes glazed over, his mind clearly unraveling as he murmured nonsensical phrases. Jiang Li activated the master-servant contract and pricked the ambusher's fingertip, allowing several drops of blood to stain the parchment. The characters inscribed in blood transformed into a dark red hue, and as the parchment turned to ash, the symbols dissipated into the air. An intangible force connected Jiang Li and the ambusher. As the master, Jiang Li could sever the bond at any moment, making inquiries significantly easier. "When did you awaken?" he asked. "Last night," the ambusher replied. "What was the situation at the time?" "I was starving. I ventured out under the moonlight to find food and was scratched by a zombie." "What is your awakened talent?" "Master, I do not know. I simply woke up and found I could control metal." "How do you distinguish players from the crowd?" "Outsiders are easily recognizable. They are marked by red lines in the crowd, and when injured, the lines shorten. It refers to life points." Jiang Li, wary of potential game restrictions, promptly extracted all pertinent information from the native before posing the most crucial question. "What do you gain from killing players?" Upon hearing this, the ambusher and Oppo's body began to tremble violently, and the earlier scene replayed itself. Unable to vocalize, he rubbed his back against the ground, repeatedly banging his head against it. Under the dual influence of the contract and hallucinogen, he managed to stammer out a fragmented response. "Replace. You all leave. Here." Before he could finish, the ambusher fell still, his head lolling to one side, lifeless. Yuan did not accept Jiang Li's transfer and approached to inspect, soon shaking his head. "He is dead." The bond of the contract dissolved for Jiang Li, rendering it a one-time use. However, it was not a loss. The crucial clues could be sold among players, allowing her to recoup her investment and potentially profit. A black key materialized beside the corpse, which Jiang Li picked up to scrutinize. The system offered no information, and the black key lacked the luster typical of player items. Yet its engravings bore a striking resemblance to those found on keys associated with awakened natives who possess qualities capable of replacing players. "Let us proceed to the security office," Jiang Li declared, surveying the surrounding architecture. She sought out a storage room, kicking the door open. Inside, the space was sparse, cluttered mainly with training equipment in one corner. Alongside old brooms and tables, a row of metal cabinets lined the walls, containing 8 sets of bulletproof vests, 10 high-pressure plastic batons, and a law enforcement recording device tucked away in a drawer. Jiang Li examined the plastic baton, noting the inclusion of metal in its primary materials, making it quite painful upon impact, and the tip was capable of delivering electrical shocks. Its damage output was significantly lower than her repair hammer, and the shocking effect was less impressive. Nonetheless, common items, when enhanced and sold in the trading area, could yield considerable wealth. Yuan rummaged around, discovering half a box of high-intensity flashlights and an unopened pack of nylon handcuffs. These flashlights could provide illumination or be directed at an enemy's eyes, causing temporary disorientation. The two of them scavenged diligently, dispatching several zombies along the way, and found ample medical supplies in the infirmary. To their delight, they stumbled upon car keys in an office, which they discovered could start 3 patrol cars parked in the yard. This equipment was undeniably extravagant. Unlike the private cars parked on the streets, the patrol cars exuded a formidable presence. Their sleek lines and robust design were striking. Equipped with crash bars, their internal engines and transmissions were specially crafted, yielding remarkable power. The passenger seat featured a workstation, while partitions separated the front and rear seats. The back seat was somewhat cramped and outfitted with restraining straps. The rear windows were secured with wire mesh, allowing ventilation but resembling a mobile prison cell. Jiang Li considered the implications, If a criminal were bound and seated in the back, their experience would be far from pleasant. Yu and Yuan, ever the curious one, flitted about like a monkey, even climbing into the back seat to grasp the iron bars, exclaiming, "Big shot, I feel so secure here. The zombies can't reach in." It felt as though he had returned home. Respecting personal preferences, Jiangli remarked as she settled into the driver's seat and started the engine, taking a few laps around the yard to test its handling. All three vehicles roared to life without any apparent issues. Jiangli claimed 2 of the vehicles, as the resources they had found were predominantly hers, filling the interior to capacity. Gazing at the 2 cars, she fell into contemplation. Her safe house was on the 23rd floor, and there was no feasible way to transport such large vehicles upstairs unless she utilized spatial items. Alternatively, she could leave them in the underground parking garage. In her frustration, Jiangli opened the trading area again, still finding no spatial items for sale. Such commodities vanished swiftly upon their appearance, either being snatched up by players or sold at auctions, or sought after from the black market, the unscrupulous middlemen. Chapter 62. The Space Gem in the City. Scattered resources are abundant, and spatial items that enhance collection efficiency have become highly sought after. With a sense of impending exploitation, Jiangli opened a private chat with the black market customer service, who responded instantly. Customer service 725. Unfortunately, the spatial items are on backorder. Customer service 725. Currently, there are 263 players ahead of you in the queue, with an estimated wait of 22 years. This statement left one utterly perplexed. It was absurd to think about waiting decades. Jiangli would clear the level in a mere 100 days and would no longer be present in this instance. Would the black market still be facilitating deliveries by then? How audacious! Jiang Xiaobai. How much do I need to pay to jump a queue? Customer service 725. Certainly, dear. Spending 10,000 survival points will elevate you to VIP status, with nearly 300 players ahead of you. Alternatively, spending 100,000 survival points will upgrade you to SVP, allowing you to claim your item within 7 days. If you spend 1,000,000 survival points, such audacity, 1,000,000 survival points. Jiangli patted her pocket, feeling financially constrained, and inquired about alternative methods. The customer service, ever considerate, noted her title as a junior repairman and recommended the Space Gem. In the game, naturally occurring spatial items are rare. Most are crafted by repairmen from gems. When embedded with attributes, a gem with a space property of 1 point represents 1 cubic meter of personal space. Customer service 725. As a distinguished master such as yourself, you can purchase the gem materials and embed them yourself to save on processing fees. Jiangli found this method quite feasible. Her talent level had just been upgraded yesterday, and she had yet to employ her embedding skills. The first use of a skill would surely result in a critical hit exceeding 3-fold. In terms of space, the difference between 1 cubic meter and 3 cubic meters is substantial, with a 10-fold difference in value. Jiangli accessed the products recommended by customer service, keenly investigating the finest space gem available. Item: space gem. Type: material, quality, blue. Effect: can be embedded in items to increase space attribute by 20 points, with a permanent enhancement in attribute value. Note: a luxury item in survival games, also a well-known lottery. Many repairmen enjoy embedding it, wagering on a stroke of rare fortune. This gem is among the finest in the zombie map, albeit slightly beyond her budget, priced at 120,000 survival points. Jiangli possessed only 80,000 survival points, and even when accounting for unsold items, she barely grazed the threshold of 100,000. Reluctantly, she considered purchasing a green space gem instead, but the prospect of missing out on the rare critical hit was disheartening. After all, her first repair had yielded a novice artifact, transforming her repair hammer into a purple item. Luck was always at its zenith during those initial moments. Noticing Jiang Li's hesitation to place an order, the customer service inquired about her reasons and introduced a pawn service. Should a customer find themselves financially constrained, they could utilize the black market as a pawn shop. Both live and dead pawns were accepted, and the black market would even provide a contract free of charge, outlining the detailed terms clearly. However, all contracts contained a default clause. should the customer default or fail to redeem their pawn. The black market reserves the right to dispose of the pawned item. Collecting exorbitant handling fees while utilizing others' pawned items was a masterful maneuver indeed. Recalling the tricycle she had ridden over, Jiang Li sent the item information and opted for a live pawn. Her tricycle, having undergone 2 enhancements, boasted the attributes blue, swift as the wind, and white, fleet-footed, providing acceleration and weight reduction benefits. The superior blue attribute, combined with a human-powered pedal design, made for an incredibly economical mode of transport. Customer service, noticing the sizable transaction, responded with heightened enthusiasm, showering her with sweet, syrupy words. However, while drafting the contract for redeeming the pawn, Jiang Li delivered news that shattered the customer service's spirits. A pawn of 30,000 survival points. To be redeemed in 2 days. Customer service 725. Are you certain? That is a rather short time frame. A 3-day pawn incurs a minimum handling fee of 5,000 survival points. Jiang Xiaobai, absolutely. With the tricycle traded away, she acquired the coveted gem. Jiang Li examined the expensive space gem delicately between her fingers. It was semi-transparent, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, refracting radiant light under the sun. For embedding, it was ideal to select a close-fitting item for ease of transport and security against loss. Jiang Li removed her necklace, Venus's Kiss. Originally blue but downgraded to green due to damage, possessing 2 attributes that enhance the wearer's mental resistance. She seldom parted with this necklace. Would you like to embed the gem into the item Venus's Kiss? Confirm. Under the guidance of her skill, Jiang Li witnessed the space gem and the necklace's pendant merge into one. It was not merely embedding, it was a fusion, in a dazzling display of light. The pigeon egg-sized gem gradually diminished, coalescing into a resplendent pearl at the pendant's apex. Congratulations! Your gem embedding into the item Venus's Kiss has triggered a 10-fold critical hit. Item Venus's Kiss now has an additional 200 points of space attribute, providing 200 cubic meters of personal space. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled as she quickly donned the necklace again, cherishing it close to her heart. This necklace could now be deemed her most valuable possession. Such an expansive personal space could incite a storm in the trading district. No player could resist such temptation. A standard 1 cubic meter of personal space is valued at around 1,000 survival points, while 3 cubic meters fetches 10,000 and 5 cubic meters commands 30,000. Thus, Jiang Li's 200 cubic meters were exceedingly precious. Calming her racing heart, she quickly regained her composure. No wonder the note mentioned many repairmen viewed space gems as a lottery. At this moment, she felt akin to someone who had just won 5 million in a lottery, justifying her decision to extend her skill for an additional day. With a swift gesture, Jiang Li first stored one of the patrol cars parked in the courtyard into her space, keeping another for her journey home. She returned to the security office's storage room, ready to reclaim the items that had previously been too cumbersome to transport. As she swept through the room, not a single old table, chair, or broom was left untouched, even emptying the office filing cabinets. Upon completing these tasks, she stopped by 2 supermarkets on her way back, filling her space to the brim with their resources. Driving the patrol car through the streets, she barreled through the zombies obstructing her path, the robust power and sturdy bumper effortlessly clearing the way. Once back in the underground garage, she stored the vehicle in her space, carrying only a backpack. Chapter 63. The neighbor on the 22nd floor. Jiang Li traversed the staircase when a voice called out, and a figure peeked from the side. It was Wang Baiman, a resident from downstairs. With her permed hair and lips painted a vivid red, her eyes were fixated on Jiang Li's shoulder bag. Earlier that morning, she had raised the alarm about a middle-aged man being bitten by a zombie and incited the residents to cast him out. Jiang Li, present at the time, found no favor in Wang Baiman's sharp tongue. The notion of directly discarding someone who could simply be quarantined was rather ruthless. Unlike their previous encounter in the elevator, where Wang Baiman had subtly chastised Jiang Li, she now attempted to establish a rapport with a new form of address. Little sister, you certainly work hard coming and going at all hours. Jiang Li merely cast her a fleeting glance, intent on continuing her way home. An awkward silence enveloped them. Wang Baiman's eyes flickered with displeasure as she hurriedly added, I noticed you moved a lot of food and drink into your place. Could you spare some for me? I have nothing to cook with at home, and I'm starving. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, refusing outright. There are plenty of supermarkets outside. You can get your own supplies. During her outings, she had witnessed many residents diligently gathering resources. Given the slow movements of zombies during the day, a few shouts could rally a group to handle them effectively. It was hardly appropriate to sit idly at the door and beg for handouts. The notion of borrowing in such times, where food equated to survival, was utterly absurd. If she conceded, Wang Baiman would likely perceive her as an easy target, leading to future entanglements. Wang Baiman's gaze faltered upon hearing the refusal. It was clear she was hesitant to venture outside, hence her waiting for Jiang Li's return. Despite seeing Jiang Li stockpiling supplies during her last elevator trip, she was unwilling to lend even a little. With a forced smile, she shamelessly remarked, Oh dear little sister, don't be so unkind. We're neighbors after all. Lending a bit won't hurt you. Sometimes a loss can be a blessing. Was this not a manipulative tactic cloaked in moral obligation? Amusement flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as she provocatively retorted, Do you want this blessing then? Wang Baiman was momentarily taken aback, quickly erupting like an agitated rooster. How dare you speak like that, you uncouth little girl? Hey, don't walk away. Where's your compassion? Realizing Jiang Li was unyielding, Wang Baiman licked her lips and suddenly lunged for Jiang Li's shoulder bag. Such a feeble ploy was laughable. Without turning around, Jiang Li grasped Wang Baiman's hand that reached for her bag, applying a slight pressure. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sickening crack of a joint. Echoing eerily, Wang Baiman tumbled down the steps, instinctively crawling away upon seeing Jiang Li's imposing figure. Those who act improperly face dire consequences. Humans are far easier to deal with than zombies. In the dim light, Jiang Li exuded an unmistakable aura of danger, her words sending a shiver down Wang Baiman's spine. Her lips trembled, and she dared not look up, the bravado she had previously shown evaporating. With a derisive hum, Jiang Li ignored her, opening her door to step inside. Wang Kai, her loyal dog, wagged its tail in greeting, immediately rushing to stand protectively in front of Jiang Li, sensing an unfamiliar presence. It barked loudly, baring its sharp teeth before charging downstairs. Witnessing this, Wang Baiman screamed, using her uninjured hand to brace herself as she scrambled back into her home. Wang Kai, Jiang Li called softly, and the obedient dog returned to her side, nudging its furry head into her palm. Once safely inside her sanctuary, Jiang Li utilized her remaining survival points to expand her living space, transforming it into a garage. 2 imposing patrol vehicles were parked within, one selected as her primary mode of transport, which she proceeded to enhance with her skills. Modifying such substantial items required considerable time. As she prepared a meal, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator, she mixed honey lemonade in a pitcher, transitioning from the sweltering 30-degree heat outside to the coolness of her haven, accompanied by a chilled beverage. Felt exquisite. After a brief respite, boredom nudged her to browse the trading area. She planned to redeem a tricycle in 2 days, necessitating transactions in the meantime. Recognizing the value of spatial items, she uncovered a lucrative avenue, transforming gemstones into useful products. By leveraging her skills to double their attributes, she could sell them for significant profits. After dinner, Jiang Li entered the warehouse, waving her hand to transfer the supplies stored within her spatial dimension. Initially, the warehouse had ample space, but now it overflowed with items collected from the zombie-infested city, reaching from floor to ceiling. These provisions would sustain her for over 5 years. Standing at the edge, gazing at the cluttered room, her desire for expansion intensified. Not every map boasted such abundant resources. She needed to seize the moment and accumulate enough savings. At that moment, a message from a scheduled client pinged, inquiring if she could assist in repairing durability. With business knocking, turning it away was illogical. Jiang Li agreed, and soon, 800 survival points were credited to her account. Originally, the item for repair was a vehicle, but the client had altered their request to a defensive item, citing damage from a heavy impact, and expressed a few grievances. Fireworks. I don't know what's wrong with the people in this map today. I encountered two awakened talent residents while innocently walking by the roadside, and they ambushed me. Zhongli instantly perceived an opportunity, replying that she could exchange information for survival points. Zhang Xiaobai, I have some intriguing tidbits from the awakened talent residents. If you wish to know, it cost you 500 survival points, and it's confidential. The price startled Fireworks. What news could possibly be worth that much? While 500 survival points was substantial, Zhongli had a solid reputation among players, recognized as a capable figure. After a moment's hesitation, Fireworks agreed. Within half an evening, Zhongli replicated the transaction, selling the same information to 27 players. The resulting survival points were invested in the black market, where she exchanged them for a spatial gem with 3 attribute points. Having exhausted her skills for the day, she planned to await tomorrow's refresh. A message appeared on the system panel. Congratulations, your patrol vehicle has acquired the purple attribute, Rampage. Purple, Rampage. When driving the patrol vehicle and colliding with obstacles, impact force is tripled and collision damage is doubled. If an obstacle is launched into the air, it will be rendered immobilized for 5 seconds. Chapter 64. The Giant Zombie and the Team. Upon reading the message, Zhongli could not help but rub her eyes in disbelief. What more could be said? She procured several fine pieces of wood and, with her bare hands, crafted an incense altar. As she silently recited a fusion of Eastern and Western prayers for divine protection, she respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. Zhongli's faith was rather spontaneous, primarily pragmatic in nature. The upgraded purple-tier patrol vehicle was markedly distinct from its ordinary counterpart, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. Particularly striking was the front bumper. When Zhongli struck it with a crowbar, not a single chip of paint was dislodged. Such a vehicle could traverse the world of ordinary zombies with ease, capable of sending entire hordes flying. The following day, after the skills had reset, Zhongli specifically crafted a ring as a new item. The inscription was of the lowest tier, providing only a marginal enhancement to her mental attributes. Regrettably, she lamented the ring's limitations. However, it was chosen for its portability, making it ideal for housing a spatial gem. The white tier item boasted but a single embedding slot. Once the spatial gem was set within, its original 3 cubic meters of capacity tripled, expanding to a remarkable 9 cubic meters of personal space. Zhongli listed the item in the trading zone, extending the public display time to 3 hours. The auction was further prolonged to 5 hours to encourage player participation. The rarity of spatial items ignited a fervor within the trading zone, leading players to engage in animated discussions. Peach doesn't eat peaches. I am utterly fed up with the black market queues. There are always VIPs cutting in line. I was at position 2230 when I made my reservation, and now I find myself at 2561. It seems that unless one spends money, they shall never receive anything. Young master, don't even get me started. I spent 100,000 survival points in the black market, and the customer service informed me that I could only purchase space under 10 cubic meters, as anything larger had been reserved. Sugar Galoo. Who could possibly have more money than Young Master? They must be a distinguished SVIP. Young Master. In any case, I must secure that ring. My funds are ready. As the auction heated up, Zhongli chose to disengage from the chatter and set off in her newly acquired vehicle. Along the way, the resounding thuds of obstacles being struck echoed incessantly as Zhongli, seated in the driver's seat, activated the windshield wipers and confidently navigated the main road. Players by the roadside, eager to evade zombies, gawked at her opulent vehicle, whispering among themselves. This must be an item, they thought. A vehicle with such formidable impact sent ordinary zombies soaring 5 meters into the air, spinning thrice before crashing down. One companion squinted, observing the zombie's descent, and let out a heavy sigh. I see you covet it, but do not hold your breath. This vehicle is clearly of high grade, likely worth a 6-figure sum. The player shook his head, casting one last glance at the patrol car before reluctantly averting his gaze. Such is the way of a true gentleman. Zhongli's destination was a shopping mall, where the inventory surpassed that of the nearby supermarket. Along the way, she entered a pharmacy and cleared the shelves of their medicinal supplies. Upon exiting, she felt a distinct tremor emanating from a street corner 100 meters away. Frowning, she spotted a colossal zombie rounding the corner, pursuing a group of players. A mutated zombie. This behemoth towered 2 stories high, with a waist measuring 3 meters in circumference. Its massive form trampling the road with a noise akin to a bulldozer. Such a creature was clearly ill-suited for a direct confrontation. Fortunately, its formidable size came at the cost of speed. Jiangli hastily boarded her vehicle, just as desperate cries for help reached her ears. The players, upon seeing Jiangli in the patrol car, were spurred by their instinct for survival and raced toward her. However, this also drew the zombie's attention. A girl from the group utilized an item to accelerate, repeatedly teleporting and managing to maintain a distance of several meters, soon appearing at the patrol car's window. "Could you take us with you?" she implored, observing Jiangli's expression for any sign of empathy. Noticing none, she swiftly offered an increased reward. "Our team consists of 5. Each will contribute 1,000 survival points." This seemed fair. One could not expect to embark upon a perilous journey without compensation. Jiangli signaled an okay with her hand, quickly unlocking the doors, though only for the back seat. The patrol car's rear was designed for detaining prisoners, enclosed by iron mesh, rendering it too cramped to accommodate 5 individuals. As the door swung open, the first girl beckoned her teammates. The group comprised 3 women and 2 men. With no time to hesitate, they tacitly allowed the 3 girls to enter first, while the 2 men squeezed themselves into the vehicle, clinging to the door in a desperate attempt to fit. 5 individuals crammed inside, the rear door barely closing. Fortunately, restraints were available, and the girls helped secure the outermost male companion. Jiangli caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, noting the inventive use of the restraints. This team was remarkably efficient. With the zombies drawing too close, Jiangli declared, "Prepare for acceleration." Gripping the steering wheel, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pursuing giant zombie emitted a deafening roar, its grotesque arms swinging violently as it uprooted a lamppost, bringing it down toward the patrol car. The lamppost narrowly missed, grazing the rear of the vehicle and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The car shot forth like an arrow, sending zombies lining the road soaring into the air. The team members clinging to the windows, guns drawn and ready to fire, gaped in awe as zombies were flung into the air like dumplings. In stark contrast, their meager pistols seemed woefully inadequate. As Jiangli distanced herself from the giant zombie, she inquired, "Zombies of this size are rare, aren't they? They could be considered a boss in the game. How did you provoke it?" The girl in middle seat adjusted her glasses, her tone tinged with resignation. "We were originally hunting a mutated zombie as a team when an awakened native attempted to scavenge the spoils. An unfortunate incident ensued, and the native was devoured by the zombie." A male voice interjected with bitterness, "What natives? Do they truly believe they are human? They're nothing but a bunch of NPCs, always causing us trouble. It seems this zombie possesses unique attributes, and upon absorbing other powers, its strength increased dramatically." The bespectacled girl sighed, attempting to soothe her companions with a reassuring glance. Jiangli took note of the situation. In just a few minutes, she had driven several kilometers away, completely leaving the giant zombie behind. She halted the vehicle and extended her transaction card. The girl with glasses transferred 5,000 survival points, and the group huddled together to confer, occasionally glancing in Jiangli's direction. Chapter 65. The team now is not the opportune moment to confront that zombie. Jiangli observed the bespectacled girl approaching and immediately discerned their intentions, outright rejecting them. The patrol vehicle, with its formidable capabilities, could navigate with ease, free from the threat of being besieged by ordinary zombies. Even if the team were unable to vanquish the colossal zombie, they could retreat calmly after probing its defenses. However, Jiangli was skeptical of their plan. The giant zombie towered with an innate advantage in strength. Its skin bore a ghastly bluish-gray hue, and beneath the hardened folds lay a substantial layer of fat. Ordinary bullets would strike its skin like projectiles against steel. Even the armor-piercing white bullets, once they penetrated the outer layer, would become ensnared in the thick subcutaneous fat, gradually losing their momentum. While living beings experience pain and blood loss upon being shot, zombies are driven solely by primal instincts of predation and are impervious to the sensation of pain. With defenses unbreached and the zombie yet to retaliate, players found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Nevertheless, Zhongli did not dismiss the idea entirely. She harbored a keen interest in this matter. A giant zombie of such magnitude posed a daunting challenge, and the rewards promised to be equally bountiful. She shared her nickname with the bespectacled girl to inquire about her team's situation, suggesting they could collaborate when they felt more assured. After conveying her thoughts, Zhongli rolled up the car window and waved goodbye. The bespectacled girl felt a twinge of disappointment as she turned to gaze at the direction of the giant zombie, struggling to suppress her inner impulse. Her teammate called out, "Sister Yi, come quickly, Brother's is injured." Yi Yao snapped back to reality and hurried to her companion's side. She rummaged through a pouch at her waist, retrieving various herbs to concoct a remedy for the injured. As Zhongli drove, she scrutinized the buildings lining the streets. Lacking a map, she relied on the height of the structures to gauge where supplies might be abundant. In the urban area, locales marked by towering edifices usually signified the presence of commercial districts. Indeed, she soon spotted a plaza dominated by a prominent sign for a department store. The scale of this mall far surpassed that of the black market in the wasteland town, boasting 7 stories and occupying a vast expanse. Surrounding the plaza was a commercial street filled with various tea shops and snack stalls, including a Honey X iCity and a Zheng X fried chicken outlet. Had it not been for the zombie catastrophe, this place would have been bustling with life. Longing for the taste of fried chicken, Zhongli parked the patrol vehicle and briskly made her way to the snack shop. Inside, tables and chairs lay askew, while bloodstains marred the walls adorned with cartoonish decor. A zombie wandered behind the counter, sullying the food preparation area. Assessing her surroundings, Zhongli deduced that the outbreak must have originated within the shop. All the patrons likely fled in a panic, only to be repelled back by the indiscriminate attacks of zombies outside, perhaps later escaping through the second-floor windows. With a single shot, Zhongli dispatched the zombie and donned gloves to begin scavenging. The city had been without power for a day and night, and in the sweltering summer heat, much of the stored food had spoiled. After sifting through the remnants, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a solitary freezer, half filled with edible ice and the other half containing packaged, semi-finished products like fried chicken pieces and potato fries. The ice had mostly melted, forming a cold puddle in the freezer, preserving the adjacent ingredients. Zhongli collected the semi-finished food items and also gathered dishes and takeout boxes piled in the kitchen corner. In the adjacent tea shop, she found an abundance of fruits stacked in the back kitchen, seemingly prepared for fruit tea. Gathering everything she could, including the milk tea machine, she continued her scavenging expedition. As she walked, she noticed numerous disordered marks on the walls of the shop's second floors, and the protruding eaves had clearly been trampled. It was not difficult to surmise that the patrons trapped inside had escaped through this very route. The fate of those who fled remained a mystery to Zhongli as she furrowed her brow, glancing at the imposing mall building standing at the center of the square. Disliking interactions with the locals, she pondered that such a vast establishment could not have had all its supplies consumed by the fleeing crowd. Having come this far, it seemed a shame to turn back. This thought seemed to possess an almost magnetic allure, prompting Zhongli to quicken her pace across the plaza. The mall's main entrance was tightly shut, obstructed from within by shelves piled high, while outside, zombies lingered, drawn by the scent of human presence. As she approached, the zombies stirred restlessly. These ordinary zombies posed no threat to her. She dispatched them effortlessly with a single blow. With the main entrance barred, she noticed that windows on the second floor remained open. 2 locals loitered by the window, guzzling free drinks and flaunting gold chains pilfered from the counter. Since zombies could not enter, they acted as if they were immune to danger. One man, his face flushed with alcohol, shouted, "Why should those people inside enjoy themselves while we are left here, guarding the windows?" His companion, munching on peanuts, echoed a sentiment of resentment. "Keep your voice down. Be careful not to get us reported. It's not like they haven't awakened one among them. They're acting so brazenly, just days after the outbreak. Some are already eager to curry favor with the so-called elite. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I will become an awakened one too, and I will reign supreme. Jiang Li, crouched against the outer wall, seized the opportunity when the two became tipsy, slipping into the mall unnoticed. Oblivious to her presence, they continued their drunken revelry. Remembering the information she had just overheard, Jiang Li had no intention of engaging with the awakened one among the locals and made her way directly to the goods section. Inside the vast mall, the variety of products seemed endless, encompassing everything from clothing to daily necessities. As she wandered deeper, she found herself dazzled, swiftly collecting items along with their shelves until her storage space was brimming. Such valuable treasures were impossible to resist. Jiang Li resolved to return home to expand her storage capacity and planned to make several more trips in the future. After all, this place was conveniently close to her residence, making it easy to traverse. Throughout the day, she made repeated trips back and forth, organizing her storage at home. Upon noticing that the auction for the space ring was about to commence, she concluded her preparations and set about making dinner. In the chat room, numerous players eagerly awaited the auction, with several ostentatiously wealthy players declaring their intentions to secure the ring. No need to say anything. We are all brothers. Let me have this one. Fireworks. Let strength speak. If you have the money, just bid. Floral beauty. If you all fight over it like this, I might as well wait for the black market. I can afford to wait for a decade or two. A casual player like me can just lie flat. Casual bystander. You're all fixated on the items. ISNT, anyone curious about where this player named Jiang Xiaobai got all these supplies? Jiang Li, eavesdropping from the sidelines, set down her spatula, her thoughts drifting into contemplation at the words of the casual bystander. Chapter 66. Fishing in troubled waters with the confusion of the ordinary players. Some who had ventured from the desolate town began to echo the sentiment. Wu Yan, I recall this Jiang Xiaobai frequently utilizing items in the novice map, particularly during the final days of the dungeon's settlement. Wu Yan, at that time, our dungeon trial was in a frigid environment, with no chance to venture outside for over 10 days. Even if fortune smiled upon us, someone had to go out and collect it. Hai-Eng, fleeing from master. Could it be that they're a white glove for the black market? Xiaoyi, does the black market even require white gloves? If there's something, everyone simply goes to purchase it from the black market directly. Wu Yan, I wonder how many valuable items such players possess. They can even auction off spatial rings. As the atmosphere of the auction intensified, discussion surrounding Jiang Li proliferated among players, with some betraying hints of jealousy. Just by observing the quantity of items Jiang Li had, one could surmise that her wealth was undoubtedly considerable. Numerous players sent friend requests to Jiang Li, outnumbering even those received when she first acquired the title of junior repairer. Jiang Li declined them all. She examined the player named Wu Yan and found nothing amiss in the publicly available information. Yet this individual consistently stirred the conversation. Every statement made by Wu Yan seemed to guide others, suggesting that she was affluent and possessed supportive talents, implying a lack of combat prowess. Was it mere jealousy or something more sinister? Jiang Li noted down this username and opened the chat window for Yuan Yang, seeking his assistance in discerning the underlying motives. Recently, Yuan Yang had been troubled by a lack of work, only occasionally accepting player commissions. The dungeon was rife with zombies. Ordinary ones were of no value, and he couldn't defeat the mutated ones. Aside from scavenging for supplies, he was holed up in a safe house. Fish, don't worry, my friend. We don't require evidence in our mystical pursuits. Let me see what sort of fiend he truly is. Though he spoke lightly, it wasn't long before Jiang Li's chat notifications began to flash incessantly, all from Yuan Yang. Fish, Fenghua. Fish. My current skills can only ascertain that he is a member of Fenghua. No further information is available. Fish. Why does this broken guild persist? Clearly, Fenghua has little influence in this dungeon, yet a member is still causing trouble. Jiang Li remained unfazed by this outcome. In a city overrun by zombies, it was entirely normal for a few members from the Fenghua guild to be among the 10,000 players. There were only 3 major guilds here: Panda, Snow White, and 13 points. Players in survival games are transient. In any given dungeon, players from the same guild tend to gather, forming what is deemed a major guild. The influence of Fenghua had diminished as its members dispersed into other dungeons, making their presence in the zombie city sparse and ineffectual, thus posing no threat to Zhongli. However, Wuyan should not be allowed to speak indiscriminately on the public screen. The sheer increase in friend requests indicated that many players were harboring greedy intentions, hoping to ascertain Zhang Li's safe house location through friendship requests. After some contemplation, Zhang Li decided to adopt an abstract stance. Zhang Xiaobai, please do not flatter me so. I am merely an ordinary player with a modest fortune in this survival game. I have purchased a 2 million square foot residence, amassed 30 billion survival points, and possess a treasure trove that produces items daily, selling a few for sustenance. Upon this declaration, the chat fell silent for a brief moment. Xiaoyi, ordinary player, salty fish sauce, big shot you, truly are quite abstract. This was clearly an implausible scenario. Zhang Li's self-assertion was akin to a bucket of cold water, humorously awakening some players ensnared in fantasy. How can any player be so wealthy? Yu Wenyang deftly interjected, crafting a statement that appeared credible coming from a bystander. Fish, fish, fish. Isn't this Zhang Xiaobai repair? Which repairer doesn't handle a plethora of items daily? It's hardly surprising to have many items. Fish, fish, fish. Perhaps the owner prefers to remain incognito and has commissioned the repairer to sell on their behalf. Who couldn't stir the pot? Just as Feng Hua had secretly schemed, Yu and Yang could now muddy the waters as well. With their collaboration, they redirected the conversation back to the auction of the spatial ring. As the bid soared, onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, wishing for a stroke of luck to acquire a spatial item someday. Xiaoyi, it's impossible to find items in the zombie city. The game enforces a balance mechanism in dungeons. Ming Yu, this map primarily yields gem materials, along with interactions with the natives and randomly assigned side quest rewards. As the dungeon had only reached its third day, many players had already faced attacks from the Awakened. Subtly, players' attitudes had divided into two factions. One group referred to them as natives, reluctant to befriend them, yet still recognizing them as independent beings. The other group labeled them NPCs, often speaking with disdain. Some players, after suffering harm, would shift their stance, actively attacking unarmed civilians. Zhang Li, observing the messages flashing across the chat, couldn't help but frown. If this continued, the conflict between players and natives would escalate. With the presence of dangerous mutated zombies and the unstable factor of the natives, the game's difficulty was increasingly formidable. Surviving for 100 days was indeed a considerable trial. At this juncture, the auction price for the spatial ring had soared to 30,000 survival points, with many bidding players reluctantly withdrawing. A typical spatial item of about 5 cubic meters commanded over 30,000 survival points, let alone this ring, which boasted 9 cubic meters. They knew their chances were slim, yet still participated with a glimmer of hope. The chat was filled with lamentations, leaving only a small number of players still vying for it. Zhang Li cast a few glances at the rapidly fluctuating numbers, feeling dizzy, and opted to focus on her meal. As time elapsed, the final price settled at 53,690 survival points, claimed by a senior executive of the Snow White Guild. Riding on a wave of excitement, the Snow White Guild flooded the public screen with recruitment advertisements while discreetly sending a private message to Zhang Li by Qiufeng, Master Zhang. If you have more such treasures next time, please consider selling to our guild. I assure you, the price will be to your satisfaction. Zhang Li opened the message, labeled it for future reference, establishing a connection with the Snow White Guild. The generosity of major guilds was unquestionable. After deducting the transaction fees from the auction survival points, Zhang Li allocated 10,000 survival points to further expand her storage, reserving 5,000 for emergencies and converting the remainder into spatial gems. This was currently the swiftest method of earning survival points. Zhang Li contemplated her schedule within the dungeon, planning to utilize her talents to acquire resources and enhance herself with those resources. Chapter 67. The Anomaly in the Underground Garage Scene. Zombie City, Day 4. Earned 50 survival points. Zhang Li opened her eyes, the morning light streaming through the windows of the safe house, illuminating the bedroom. She picked up the thermos beside her bed, twisted it open, and took a couple of sips to moisten her throat. Wang Kai and Fugue lay at the head of the bed, and upon noticing Jiang Li's awakening, they approached with eager yelps. Time to rise and shine. Jiang Li dressed and washed up, retrieving the air fryer she had acquired the previous day, placing semi-finished chicken pieces and fries inside. Nearby, ice cubes clinked against the glass as she added a spoonful of honey to her lemon water. Below, a cacophony of sounds erupted, punctuated by occasional screams. Jiang Li grabbed her binoculars and peered out the window, discovering that the residents of her building were forming a line to exit. The zombies blocking the entrance had been collectively dispatched, led by a middle-aged man awakened with plant abilities. The majority of the group consisted of young adults, each bundled in thick clothing, fully equipped with scarves and gloves. The summer morning was not particularly cool, and such attire was stifling, yet none dared to shed their layers. Perhaps the thicker clothing would prevent zombies from biting through. Jiang Li calculated the time. Many residents were compelled to leave their homes. Most had no habit of stockpiling supplies, as a local supermarket was just a stone's throw away, and takeout was always an option. They had never worried about food until today, and now many in the building were out of provisions. With the awakened leading the call, every household had to contribute labor for the breakout. As Jiang Li gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, she stepped out of the unit door and spotted the Zheng family, grandfather and grandson, engaged in a futile chase with a zombie around a column in the community garden. Grandpa, hit on the head. Strike its head. On my back. Zheng Pinyin, panting heavily, raised a stick and swung it down with all his might, landing a solid blow on the zombie's skull. After striking, he groaned, clutching his back in dismay. Zhang Ranin stepped in to assist, but her small stature and limited strength rendered her efforts ineffective. Jiang Li, somewhat exasperated, approached and kicked the ordinary zombie away, then inquired about the situation. Why are you both down here battling zombies? The duo appeared conspicuously out of place among the able-bodied, resembling a husky lost in a wolf pack. Zheng Ping sighed, expressing his resignation. Every household has to contribute. Otherwise, there will be no food to share. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, questioning, is your family contributing 2 members? It can't be that dire yet. Are elementary school students being recruited as labor now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ranin glanced around, then leaned closer, lowering her voice. Sister, I came down on my own. I awakened. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened, instinctively creating distance as her weapon slid into her grasp. Noticing her reaction, Zhang Ranin looked somewhat aggrieved, casting a helpless glance at Zheng Pinyin. Zheng Pinyin, observing the attention of a nearby middle-aged man, gestured reassuringly before leading Jiang Li to a quieter flower bed. Our building has been surveyed. Only Ranin and that Du Hui on the 8th floor are awakened. Not many know about Ranin's awakening, he explained, keenly watching Jiang Li's expression, which remained guarded, her weapon still poised. Zhang Ranin's voice was bright and lively, characteristic of a spirited young girl. I know you're a player, sister. Uncle Du said you're dangerous, so I should keep my distance. But since you were willing to rescue me from the hotel, you must be a good person, right? The child's innocence was somewhat disconcerting. Jiang Li shook her head. Her motivations for undertaking the side quest were far from altruistic. She retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket, distracting Zhang Ranin before suddenly asking, what does Du Hui intend with the plan to clear zombies from ground? Everyone was sneaking out through the underground garage before, weren't they? A flicker of fear crossed Zheng Ping and Appo's face as he hesitated, then slowly began to speak. The underground garage. There were strange noises last night that frightened a family on the 1st floor, compelling them to wake the residents above. Somehow, someone suggested seeking Du Hui's assistance. Though many were wary of his plant control abilities, they acknowledged his newfound prowess in dispatching zombies with ease. Zheng Ping shivered slightly as he recounted the events. Residents from the lower floors gathered to investigate, their numbers intended to bolster courage. They stood at the threshold of the underground garage, separated by an iron door, facing a sea of heads. As the flashlight illuminated the gaunt forms of zombies, their shadows elongated against the concrete walls, evoking an indescribable dread. Some residents were startled into screams, yet the zombies remained motionless, like lifeless marionettes. Du Hui decisively commanded the crowd to secure the iron door. As dawn broke, he went door to door, requesting manpower to clear the zombies from the community grounds. The situation in the garage was too eerie for anyone to dare approach, leaving them to traverse the surface. Moreover, this morning, we noticed a significant reduction in the number of zombies around the community. We urged everyone to seek food, rallying us to eliminate the zombies in our neighborhood and assist residents from other buildings. So that was it, Zhongli thought, recognizing that the anomaly in the underground garage was likely related to the presence she had sensed earlier. Furthermore, she found herself puzzled by Du Hui's intentions as an awakened individual. He goes door to door, yet neglects the 23rd floor where she resides, perhaps intending to exclude her from participation because she is a player? Most astonishingly, Zhang Ranan and Du Hui, upon awakening, did not contemplate eliminating her. The community, which had been silent for days, suddenly buzzed with activity. Residents actively engaged in clearing the zombies, causing those from other buildings to lean over their balconies for a view. Many waved for help, lamenting their lack of food and water, while others reported zombies lurking in their homes, placing the burden on the resident team to resolve. As the leader, Du Hui was overwhelmed with work. Although he noticed Jiang Li, he refrained from approaching her. It was best to prioritize the residents' issues for now, and perhaps they could have a proper discussion later. Chapter 68. The mission from the awakened Jiang Li stepped out of the community and retrieved the patrol vehicle from the roadside, continuing her journey towards the mall she had visited the previous day. The density of zombies near the community was markedly lower than the day before, seemingly reduced by half. Reflecting on Zheng Ping and Appo's description, she wondered if the vanished zombies had congregated in the dark recesses of the underground parking garage. This anomalous occurrence stirred a sense of unease within her. She had previously harbored suspicions about the underground garage, and her apprehensions were now solidified. The safety of a shelter was contingent upon the residential buildings, and any issues below would inevitably affect Jiang Li. As the vehicle sped along the main road, she glanced towards the street where she had encountered the giant zombie the day before. It had seemingly wandered off, leaving behind a trail of devastation and deep, dark stains in its wake. Approaching the site, as she opened the car door, a foul stench assailed her senses. The dark marks on the ground were layers of viscous slime, splattered with droplets of fresh blood. Scattered along the path were remnants of zombies, as if the giant had savored its prey, leaving behind the scraps. It appeared that this particular zombie had feasted upon its own kind. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Li suppressed the impulse to pursue. Confronting a giant zombie necessitated greater firepower, ideally with the support of a team. Currently, the circumstances were insufficient, and tackling it alone would be exceedingly difficult. The vehicle continued forward until she soon spotted the mall building from which she had procured supplies yesterday, still opting to enter through the second floor. The guards at the windows were inebriated, mumbling incoherently, embodying a carefree attitude of living for the day. In stark contrast to the community residents who were striving to scavenge for food, those hiding within the mall were enjoying a life of comfort, with ample food, drink, and spirits, with no labor required, surrounded by an abundance of goods. Naturally, it would be even better were it not for the awakened individual who wielded their extraordinary power to dominate the crowd. The original inhabitants at the window murmured a few words before slowly succumbing to slumber. After moving several items, Jiang Li found herself weary and decided to rest against the wall in a secluded section of the mall's shelves, retrieving her prepared lunch from her space. A few refreshing glasses of lemonade alleviated the sweltering heat that clung to her. Not far off, she heard footsteps. 3 resident girls were pushing a shopping cart through the mall, selecting snacks for their lunch. Jiang Li peered through the gaps in the shelves, unnoticed by them as they chatted and laughed heartily. Their joyous demeanor evoked a sense of nostalgia within her, reminiscent of her seemingly distant student days. She pondered how long this utopia of the mall could endure, with zombies ever lingering outside. By afternoon, as Jiang Li returned to the community, she discovered that Du Hui had rallied the other residents to barricade all entrances to the underground garage. A crowd had gathered in the largest open area of the community, with Du Hui standing opposite them, a megaphone in hand, calling out loudly. You all witnessed the need to seal off the garage door. The number of dormant zombies inside is staggering, akin to a ticking time bomb. The faces of the onlookers turned pale. Witnessing such a sight would instill fear in anyone. Occasionally, individuals descended from the upper floors to join the crowd, seeking solace in collective strength to dispel their dread. One person, trembling, raised their hand and asked, "Should we perhaps move away?" A nearby individual sighed. Zombies were rampant throughout the city, and mutated ones were no less prevalent, leaving no genuinely safe refuge. Many residents hesitated, questioning whether any external dwelling could offer the comfort of their own home. Noticing the expressions of struggle on their faces, Du Huey's eyes flickered with a predestined weariness. He continued, "Since the majority are unwilling to relocate, in order to protect our home, I propose we register volunteers for patrol duty and supply searches." He had previously discussed this with the tenants of their building, and many had agreed at that time. However, the current residents appeared disheartened, akin to wilted vegetables. "The food we gather should not be distributed to those who do not contribute," shouted a voice from another building, filled with discontent. "Our household consists of the elderly, women, and children. We cannot patrol or venture out." Jiang Li observed the elderly woman speaking, supported by a young man, their posture resembling that of a mother and son. Du Hui, holding the megaphone, rolled his eyes in frustration. His intention was to save the community and motivate everyone to unite against the impending disaster. Yet, he found himself thwarted by those who wished only to eat without laboring for it. With a heavy sigh, he noticed Jiang Li amidst the crowd as he turned to head home. Someone remarked nonchalantly, "The zombies we can see in the community have been dealt with. My home still has some supplies, and I have no desire to venture out for danger." Another chimed in, "And Du Hui, since you are awakened and capable, you should exert more effort for us. Let him go out and find supplies first." Hearing the ongoing discussions, Jiang Li could not restrain herself from retorting. "One monk fetches water, 2 monks carry water, 3 monks have no water to drink. Let them perish of thirst." She turned to leave, the proverb resonating with the current predicament. On the staircase to the 23rd floor, a familiar figure sat on the steps, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts, suggesting a long wait. Jiang Li halted, regarding the individual obstructing her path. The stairwell bore no trace of climbing ivy, nor did it carry the refreshing scent of greenery. It seemed they were not prepared for confrontation. Jiang Li called out, "Is there something you need?" Du Hui did not rush to respond. He finished his cigarette, discarding it only when it burned down to the filter. He wiped his face with a weary hand and quietly asked, "Do you find us, the residents, laughable in your eyes as players?" Reflecting on the residents' earlier behavior, Jiang Li understood Du Huey's disillusionment. Before awakening, he had nearly been cast out by the building's inhabitants to fend for himself. Now, deemed useful, he had been chosen as their leader, bearing the weight of responsibility, yet suffering greatly in the face of human nature. While she comprehended his plight, she also believed that Du Huey's heart was too tender. If only he could emulate the awakened individual within them all, wielding his extraordinary power like a sovereign, perhaps his words would carry more weight. It was not an absurdity. The solution was clear. It merely depended on whether Du Hui could steel himself. After a brief silence, Du Hui coughed, rising to fix his gaze upon Jiang Li. "May I request your assistance, or rather, the help of the players?" As soon as he uttered those words, a side quest notification appeared. Chapter 69. Clearing the Underground Garage. Large side quest. Eternal Safe Zone. Team collaboration available. Quest reward. Stage distribution of linked tasks. Note: quest clues are with the key NPC. Duty. Please explore independently. Jiang Li, upon seeing the keywords large, team, and linked, immediately understood that this side quest was anything but simple. The dungeon possessed a unique balancing mechanism. The more challenging the task, the more substantial the rewards. She accepted the quest. There were no penalties mentioned for declining, so why not seize the opportunity? One might as well gamble and hope for a bicycle to turn into a motorcycle. Do we continue to elaborate? The anomalies in the underground garage may be caused by mutated zombies. I would like to request your assistance in resolving this matter. Eternal Safe Zone. 1. Clear the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the community. Quest reward. Earn 10 survival points for each regular zombie killed. 10,000 survival points for each mutated zombie. Note: teamwork is advised. Rewards are settled instantly. Absolutely, Jiangli nodded in agreement. As long as the budget was sufficient, she could conjure up anything from a safe zone to a sky city. As for the execution, she would outsource it. There would certainly be players willing to take on the task. After dispatching the quest, Du Hui sighed repeatedly, busying himself with comforting and mobilizing the disgruntled residents. Jiangli took a stroll around the perimeter of the garage. Through the gaps in the iron gate, she could glimpse the shadows of zombies mingling with parked private cars. To significantly reduce the wandering zombies in the residential area, a rough estimate suggested that there were no fewer than several thousand zombies congregating in the underground garage. If Jiang Li were to tackle this alone, she might not even complete the first stage of the quest before the dungeon concluded. Fire attacks would be the most expedient. A few barrels of gasoline combined with the explosive power of vehicles could annihilate the zombies, but it would also send the original residents skyward. It was too hellish. Even the devil would retreat at the thought. Jiang Li dismissed that plan and opened the chat interface to begin recruiting. Jiang Xiaobai, looking for teammates for a side quest. The reward is 10 survival points for each regular zombie killed. Limited slots, first come, first served. For players, as long as they were quick and steady. Dealing with regular zombies was not particularly challenging. The individual rewards for each zombie were modest, but the sheer volume made it worthwhile. Killing dozens in a day would accumulate several hundred survival points, and many players were eager to earn this hard-earned money. As soon as Jiang Li's recruitment notice was sent out, active players immediately perked up. Streetlight, pick me. I specialize in zombie hunting, commuting at my own expense. No subsidies needed. Mo Shui. Do you need a healer? My skills include combat and healing. Breeder, how many zombies are there? The Panda Guild team can handle it. Before Jiang Li could respond, a private message from Bai Qiufeng of the Bai Shui Guild arrived. Bai Qiufeng, accepting numerous orders, extremely efficient. Thus, she decided to rely primarily on the battle teams from both guilds, ensuring that the personnel were trustworthy. Jiang Li stipulated that regular zombies were fair game for the players, but any encounters with mutated zombies must be left for her, along with any gems as spoils. After calculating the potential gains, both guilds agreed. Jiang Li scanned the chat and noticed a familiar nickname among the random players, Wu Yan. Did he think she hadn't noticed? He had the audacity to come forward. It was fortuitous, as it saved her the trouble. Unexpected incidents were par for the course when clearing zombies. Jiang Li pointed out a few random players in the chat, including Wu Yan, and called upon the 5-person team she had encountered earlier. Upon receiving the message, Yi Yao and her teammates agreed immediately. The total number of players she had summoned was approximately 70, all seasoned fighters. An hour later, they gathered outside the community and Jiang Li led them to the largest entrance of the underground garage. On the way, the breeder from the Panda Guild and Bai Qiufeng from the Bai Shui Guild introduced their healing players. Including Yi Yao, there were 3 healers in total. Jiang Li casually inquired about the random players, committing Wu Yan's appearance to memory. He appeared deceptively honest and simple-minded, attempting to extract information about which resident had assigned her the side quest, but she deftly evaded his questions. The garage exit was a double-lane road, measuring 10 meters wide, with a security booth outside and retractable barriers on either side. The breeder waved his hand behind him, and 2 team members rushed forward, easily dismantling the barriers. Their large group drew curious glances from the nearby residents, but since Du Hui had informed them in advance, no disturbances ensued. The residents assumed they were sent by Du Hui to deal with the zombies and cheered them on from above. The players worked together to remove the obstacles blocking the entrance, remaining vigilant against any sudden attacks from the zombies. When the conditions of the underground garage were fully revealed, everyone held their breath. The seasoned Bai Qiufeng recalled his team, speaking in a low voice. It is highly likely that we're dealing with mutated zombies capable of mental control, having gathered their kind during their growth. The random players were puzzled. The dungeon has only been active for a few days. Can zombies evolve to this extent? Upon hearing this, Bai Qiufeng offered a wry smile. Zombies are inherently mindless corpses. Mental-type mutated zombies can easily manipulate the bodies of their kind, expending minimal energy. If they were anything but zombies, even a small cat or dog would possess consciousness, requiring a significant expenditure of mental energy to control against the will of their original bodies. Thus, Achieving such remarkable results would be challenging. Now, the zombies were in a dormant state. If they were to awaken, what would the scene look like? Bai Qiufeng shook his head, suspecting they had sensed the presence of living beings and would surge forth like a tide. The breeder scoffed and instructed his teammates to retrieve a heavy machine gun from the truck they had arrived in, positioning it directly opposite the entrance. What's there to hesitate about? Just get it done. The crowd stared at the boxes of ammunition brought down by the Panda Guild, their cold sweat pouring. Can you, Panda, manage to break even? Bai Qiufeng glanced at his own eager team, quickly signaling them not to imitate. The machine gun's power was immense. A sweeping barrage would either blow the zombies' heads off or sever their limbs. The issue was that the quest reward amounted to only 10 survival points for a single regular zombie, while machine gun ammunition cost 5 survival points in the system shop. How could they profit from such an endeavor? It was a complete drain of resources. The breeder pulled over a robust female player, boasting, "Our guild has a gifted player who has mastered the skill. When activated, she never misses. If she aims for a zombie's head, she won't hit its rear." The crowd fell silent. You can shoot straight on, and even with your eyes closed, you wouldn't hit a zombie's rear. Everyone quickly began to act, gathering sandbags to create a diversion at the entrance of the underground garage, preventing the zombies from flooding out all at once. Jiang Li participated in directing the operation, placing the healing players in safer positions on either side, while the 5-person team and she positioned themselves diagonally in front. As for the random players, she gestured to Wu Yin and the others, deliberately arranging them opposite herself. From Jiang Li's perspective, she could observe Wu Yan's every move. Chapter 70. Revenge with Vengeance. As the first gunshot echoed through the underground garage, the zombies lurking in the shadows began to stir. A throng of these mindless creatures emitted unintelligible murmurs, jostling each other as they surged toward the exit. The leading zombie caught the scent of fresh human flesh, instinctively gnashing its teeth, with viscous drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. Jiang Li extended a team invitation to the players present, and upon joining, everyone received the shared quest titled Eternal Safe Zone. Upon seeing the quest name, the 2 guild executives were momentarily taken aback, their faces lighting up with uncontainable joy. The breeder and Bai Qiufeng exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of determination. It was indeed the fabled Safe Zone quest. The term eternal in the quest title was not merely a casual embellishment. It represented a lifeline granted to the natives of this dungeon. Should they manage to establish a system-recognized safe zone within the apocalyptic dungeon, the cataclysmic timeline reset would cease. The safe zone would become a sanctuary for the natives. As players assisting in the completion of such a monumental task, the rewards they would reap were beyond imagination. The breeder opened his friend's list and sent a message. "Breeder, I feel my executive position is about to reach its zenith." Bai Qiufeng, what? Is the higher-ups planning to dismiss you? Breeder, nonsense. I'm on the brink of a promotion. Perhaps I could become the guild leader in the next dungeon. Bai Qiufeng, dream on. You'd merely be the branch leader of a dungeon. Talk to me when you become the guild president. How audacious this fellow was. The position of guild president required a level of prowess far beyond what they, as players with limited dungeon experience, could even contemplate. The breeder shook his head, his gaze returning to the zombies, signaling for a machine gun barrage. The first wave of zombies that charged forth had their heads explode like watermelons in midair, their bodies collapsing to the ground, trampled by the ensuing horde. These humanoid monstrosities felt no fear, only a ravenous desire for flesh as they scattered along the path created by the sandbags. You have slain a common zombie, gaining 10 survival points. You have slain. Notifications continuously popped up on the player's system panels, their survival point balances rising, the jumping numbers bringing them a sense of elation. Jiang Li stood aside, her demeanor relaxed as she fired upon the approaching zombies. Her focus not solely on the mere 10 survival points before her, but on the mutated zombies lurking deeper within. She needed to conserve her stamina and item skills for the most critical moments. Suddenly, Jiang Li's sharp gaze caught a glimpse of a vulnerability among the scattered players. The strength of the scattered players paled in comparison to that of the guild team. Their makeshift partnerships faltered under pressure, and Jiang Li had deliberately positioned them in the front line. As zombies fell one after another, piling up, The sandbags prepared by the players could no longer halt the advancing tide of undead. A player shouted, "We need support at the northeast corner. I can't hold out much longer." Not far off, a member of the Bai Shui Guild furrowed his brow and quickly organized a 5-member team, arming themselves as they rushed toward the northeast corner. However, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. Wu Yin, witnessing the oncoming swarm of zombies, took a step back, contemplating retreating from the defensive line he had established with his teammates. It was this very gap that provided Jiang Li with her opportunity to strike. She discreetly employed her necklace, Venus's Kiss, creating an illusion for Wu Yin. A notification flashed on the system panel, indicating his mental resistance, and the illusion would persist for 5 seconds. Not that she needed that long. Jiang Li wore a barely perceptible smile as she watched Wu Yin momentarily lose his sense of direction. Instead of continuing his retreat like a coward, he stumbled forward into the embrace of the zombies. His teammates were momentarily stunned, about to berate Wu Yin for his cowardice, only to witness him walk to his own demise. The members of the Bai Shui Guild who had rushed over attempted to rescue him. But as he drew nearer to the throng of zombies, countless bony hands dragged him into their midst. The air filled with the scent of blood, and the closest players felt their throats dry, jolted back to reality by the breeder's bellowing command. "What are you waiting for? Do you want to join him in death? Open fire." The sound of gunfire erupted once more, the machine gunners unleashing a barrage that effectively stunted the zombies' advance. Talented players shouted in unison, unleashing their skills in a coordinated attack. Wind and fire surged forth, while water coalesced into ice. Yi Yao quietly remarked, "That player must have taken a wrong turn. He was under mental attack, right?" Upon hearing this, her teammates grew wary. "It must be the mutated zombies attacking us. Yi Jia, keep an eye out from the back. If I fall under control, make sure to pull me back." Jiang Li stood nearby, appearing unfazed, her shooting rhythm unwavering throughout. As time passed, the players expanded their combat perimeter, even managing to take turns resting. The number of approaching zombies dwindled, and the battle at the entrance gradually subsided. The female player operating the machine gun, her eyes bloodshot, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. A satisfied grin plastered across her face. "Breeder, do you know how many survival points I've amassed? It's an impressive total." She gestured with her hand, prompting her guild executives to facepalm in exasperation. "Don't celebrate too soon. You'll have to cover your own ammunition costs, and your teammates will take a cut of the spoils. You'll be docked when we get back." At this remark, the female player's smile faded, replaced with a touch of resentment. Jiang Li shook her numb hands and quickly approached Bai Qiufeng, asking, "Shall we head down to the garage now? If the mutated zombies wouldn't surface, they would have to seek them out." Bai Qiufeng nodded, rallying their team to board their guild's large truck, preparing to drive to the underground garage. Seeing this, 2 talented members from the Panda Guild stepped forward, their skills causing the ground to tremble as they cleared a path wide enough for the truck to pass. The accumulated zombie bodies were pushed aside, releasing a nauseating stench in the sweltering heat. Jiang Li produced 2 patrol cars, driving the one with the purple attribute, Charge, while lending the other ordinary patrol car to her teammate. Her vehicle, of superior quality and agility compared to the trucks from both guilds, positioned her at the forefront of the convoy. The Panda Guild took up the rear, securing a heavy machine gun atop their vehicle to counter any unforeseen events. Once the team was organized, Jiang Li, filled with vigilance, drove into the underground garage. This route was familiar to her from countless traversals in the past few days, but never had she approached it with such trepidation. The psychic mutated zombies were distinctly different from other mutated types. Upon direct confrontation, their attacks were insidious and mindless. Just as she had ensnared Wu Yin, the latter remained oblivious to the peril, lost in the illusion until his demise. The gemstone pendant of Venus's Kiss shimmered faintly, prompting Jiang Li to suddenly lift her head. Chapter 71, Mutation Zombie, Enemy Attack. Jiang Li exclaimed as she noticed zombies emerging from the front and both sides, shadows swirling in the dimly lit garage. The zombies, with their ashen faces pressed against the car windows, their sharp claws scraping ominously against the bulletproof glass. She focused ahead, accelerating the vehicle to clear a path for the players behind her. The space was too narrow. Stray bullets could easily ignite the fuel tank of the private cars, necessitating a push deeper into the garage where space was more ample. Players on the truck worked together to erect barbed wire fences, suppressing the urge to fire their weapons. Using melee arms to prevent the zombies from climbing onto the vehicle, monsters surrounded them, and Zhongli could not discern where the mutated zombies lay hidden. Yet the necklace around her neck radiated warmth, indicating an invisible threat was imminent. Thankfully, the target was her. Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief. The other players lacked the means to resist mental attacks, making them susceptible to chaos. As the patrol vehicle reached a wider area, Zhongli spotted a fire hydrant near a pillar in the garage. An idea sparked in her mind. Instead of halting, she twisted the steering wheel and charged straight towards the hydrant. With a resounding crash, a shield erupted around Zhongli. While the vehicle remained unscathed and the hydrant was shattered, water gushed forth, quickly soaking the ground and filling the air with a mist. The water manipulator among them brightened at the sight, immediately transforming the water into ice without need for commands, freezing nearby zombies in place. More water was needed. They should open additional hydrants. Don't let the zombies climb onto the vehicles. Shouts echoed, and players organized into smaller groups to execute tasks, restoring order amidst the chaos. The executives from both guilds were skilled in command, adeptly managing their members, swiftly bringing the situation under control. The garage's enclosed environment, combined with the rushing water and the viscous blood of slain zombies, rendered the air increasingly foul. Yao shook her pouch of herbs, producing a vial of powder for her teammates to disperse in the wind. The refreshing scent of herbs not only masked the stench but invigorated the players. The caretaker leaped from the truck, whistling midair as a towering shadow materialized behind her. A massive panda, 6 meters tall, emerged from the ethereal form. Bai Qiufeng, seated in the truck's cabin, sighed and muttered, "The Panda Guild's secret technique truly complements the summoner." The panda swung its paw, its tremendous strength sending the zombies before it flying, bulldozing through the throng. Zhongli remained vigilant in the patrol vehicle, her gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The mental assault persisted. The mutated zombies must be lurking nearby. Suddenly, a flash of bright yellow atop a steel beam caught her attention. It was clothing worn by a zombie, a familiar sight. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the figure illuminated by the headlights, recalling the indigenous person she had encountered before. Side quest, skill book, Zhang Tianlei. Regardless of the zombie's former identity, its ambush from the beam was distinctly unusual. This anomaly alone was sufficient for Jiang Li to harbor suspicions. She rolled down the window, slightly, aiming her special bullet-loaded pistol and pulling the trigger. A hit! A piercing scream erupted above, resonating in the players' ears, inducing dizziness as if a heavy hammer struck the back of their heads. The roof of the patrol vehicle was struck by a heavy impact. Jiang Li knew, without looking, that the mutated zombie had leapt from the beam onto the vehicle. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly accelerated, careening through the horde and sharply turning the steering wheel to dislodge the mutated zombie from the roof. At that moment, the mutated zombie revealed its grotesque form. Its limbs contorted and twisted, with a head 3 times the normal size resting on the ground like a crouching spider. Jiang Li raised her gaze, locking eyes with the zombie's bulging, hateful orbs. Despite losing its human memories, the hatred remained intact. The mutated zombie's desire was to shred Jiang Li, the intruder in its lair. Its gaze was unervingly strange. Players who met its eyes felt a wave of nausea. Yet Jiang Li remained steadfast within her vehicle. The necklace's warmth intensified, her mind slightly hazy. If it can be killed once, it can be killed again. Jiang Li managed to smile, shifting gears with her right hand while rolling down the window with her left, releasing her repair hammer into the air. The mutated zombie, seeing the hammer hurtling towards it, leapt up in rage but could not evade the blow. Upon impact, the hammer's electric effect caused the creature to shudder. This zombie possessed a health level exceeding 100 points, rendering it immune to a 3-second stun from the attack. Nevertheless, the electric effect still worked, if only for a fleeting moment. The patrol vehicle's engine roared as it charged at the mutated zombie, colliding with it mid-air, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. Now was the time. Yao scattered her medicinal powder, while Bai Qiufeng expanded her mental domain. All players redirected their weapons, uniting their firepower against the mutated zombie. "Remember to leave the kill for me," Zhongli said with a hint of exasperation, witnessing the creature almost being shredded in midair, and pressed the accelerator. The patrol vehicle rolled over the fallen, mutated zombie, its massive head bursting like a balloon. "You have slain a mutated zombie, gaining 10,000 survival points." Zhongli opened the car door, collecting the silver gem that had exploded forth. Item: Spirit Gem. Type: Material, Quality, Blue. Effect: can be embedded in items, increasing spirit attributes by 20 points, with a permanent enhancement. Remark: a rare material, so scarce that repairers might complain of the game, though the system does not entertain such grievances. Seeing the rare attribute gem, the executives from both guilds looked on with envy, and the caretaker contemplated approaching Jiang Li to negotiate a purchase. However, she recalled that Jiang Li was a repairer herself, and it was unlikely she would part with such valuable materials. With the mutated zombie dispatched, the remaining ordinary zombies lost their coordination, and it took little time to eliminate them. After such an intense battle, everyone felt exhausted, with a dozen players sustaining injuries from zombie attacks. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal for players. Even if infected with the virus, it merely resulted in gradual health loss. Seizing the opportunity, Yao retrieved her healing pills and began selling them to both guilds. Her self-made red potions, crafted through her innate skills, were priced lower than those in the system store, and thus sold well. Zhongli felt a wave of dizziness, taking a moment to compose herself inside the vehicle before finally driving out of the garage. Outside, the sky was dimming, a red moon slowly rising at the edge of the clouds. Chapter 72. Preservation of Supplies After Several Days. Players had come to understand that zombies were enhanced under the glow of the red moon. As the hour grew late, it seemed prudent for everyone to return home and continue their endeavors the following day. Zhongli comprehended the group disbanding on the system panel, stowed away her patrol vehicle, and bid a brief farewell before heading toward the nearby residential complex. Once the players had dispersed, Jiang Li, having changed into a fresh set of clothes, adjusted the brim of her cap, ensuring no one was watching, and quietly slipped into her own community, with numerous neighborhoods in the vicinity unless someone was deliberately tracking her. Locating her safe house would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As she walked, a wave of hunger washed over her after expending considerable energy. The modifications to her physique through potions and rigorous training had significantly increased her appetite, allowing her to consume 5 times the amount of food compared to an average person. While her weight remained largely unchanged, she retrieved a pre-prepared hand-grabbed pancake from her spatial inventory, munching on it while walking to satiate her immediate hunger. Within her spatial tool, time stood still, and the pancake was still warm, with a perfectly runny egg encased inside, greatly enhancing her appetite. The newly acquired psychic gem would have to wait until tomorrow for embedding, as she had already planned her skills for the day. Zhongli also intended to create a spatial item to auction off for some extra funds, while simultaneously redeeming her tricycle from the black market. Given that black market forces were also monitoring the trading area, she needed to find more sources for materials. Otherwise, over time, the attributes of the embedded items would misalign with the source gems, and a simple check of the purchase records by the black market could reveal her anomalies. A few instances of uncertainty might be overlooked, but repeated occurrences could not be easily brushed aside with mere text on the public screen. Reflecting on the black market's exorbitant pricing, Zhongli lamented the unscrupulousness of the resellers. The same gem material, purchased from independent players for merely 7,000 survival points, was sold in the black market for as much as 10,000. The profit margins were staggering, were it not for her urgent need these past few days. In the absence of independent sellers in the trading area, she would not have allowed the black market to reap such profits. With this in mind, Zhongli updated her signature in the chat, offering to repair item durability and recycle gem materials and secondhand items. She echoed the same message on the public screen. Within just a few days, Her high visibility in the trading area had garnered her a noteworthy reputation among players in this instance. Immediately, several players expressed curiosity. Orange soda. What are your recycling rates, Boss Jiang? Surely they can into Oppos. TB is outrageous as the black market? Wind still. Outrageous is an understatement. It's outright highway robbery. The last time I sold a white attack gem, they nearly devalued it to nothing, inundating me with price-cutting tactics. Wind still. I was tempted to just give it away, and the customer service representative actually agreed. Lioli, you're lucky. The last time I sold a damaged item, after a barrage of persuasion, I nearly thought I'd have to pay them. Pear Blossom, next time I have materials to sell, I'll ask you first for a price comparison. Players fervently debated, filling the screen with grievances against the black market. Jiang Li glanced at the chatter, noting that no players had yet contacted her about selling materials. And she felt no urgency. She decided to list her spatial items for auction. As for the psychic gem, she intended to embed it into her necklace, Venus's Kiss. Had it not been for the necklace's mental resistance during today's battle, she might have succumbed to an attack. After dinner, Jiang Li fulfilled the repair requests from clients, simultaneously applying enhancement skills to her safe house. A blue attribute emerged, supply preservation. Upon reviewing its effects, she discovered it would prevent food and supplies stored within her safe house from spoiling due to time and temperature. Even perishables with short shelf lives would remain in pristine condition as long as she refrained from using them. This attribute was a blessing, alleviating Jiang Li's concerns about storing supplies. Unlike the wasteland town, the temperature in the zombie city consistently hovered around 23 degrees Celsius. Fresh meat and frozen foods would gradually deteriorate at room temperature, compelling Jiang Li to seek out a freezer to store these ingredients specifically. This not only occupied space, but also made retrieving supplies cumbersome. Additionally, many of the daily necessities collected in the zombie city had a shelf life of 3 years or less, with some medications having even stricter expiration dates. While items like toothpaste and towels could be used past their expiration, consuming expired medications was a risk she would not take. After a long day, Jiang Li organized her warehouse and carefully packaged the fresh meat and ribs from the freezer. While passing a corner of the warehouse, she noticed the herbs she had previously collected, reminded of the herbalist book she had barely skimmed due to time constraints. She sighed and clicked open the chat with Yi Yao. Following the afternoon's battle, Jiang Li had formed a preliminary understanding of the player's abilities. Yi Yao's talents appeared to be related to herbs, excelling in potion crafting. She wondered if Yi Yao would be interested in purchasing herbal materials, feeling certain that some tasks should be left to the professionals. Not long after sending her message, a reply from Yi Yao arrived. Yao Pool, I can buy them. If you find more herbs later, feel free to sell them to me. I'm currently making a large quantity of potions. Jiang Xiaobai, is this in preparation for that giant zombie? Yao Pool, no rush. Our team's priority is to assist with your requests. Yao Pool, as for the potions, there is a growing number of players in the instance getting injured by zombie bites, suffering from bleeding effects. And red potions are in high demand. Mentioning the giant zombie, Yi Yao shared a photo she had taken during her return journey. Though the distance was great, one could already discern that the zombie's size had grown from 2 stories to 3, its waist now considerably wider. Having enjoyed the spoils of defeating mutated zombies twice, Jiang Li found herself particularly intrigued by the potential rewards of eliminating it. However, the immediate priority was to complete her side quests. Only upon finishing the current task could she unlock the next, and she wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. From the subtle shifts in attitude among the executives of the 2 guilds today, Jiang Li sensed that this safe zone task was anything but ordinary. As night fell, she redeemed her tricycle, washed up, and lay in bed browsing the various goods in the trading area. Approaching midnight, a lively group of Night Owl players continued to converse on the public screen, reigniting discussions about Jiang Li following the recent auction of her spatial items. One player, recalling the gems they had acquired that day, opened a private chat. Bring 2 bottles of Ergo 2. Boss, would you be interested in a green attack gem? It's damaged. Only has 4 points of attribute. Damaged. A 30 discount would apply. Jiang Li yawned, quoted a price, completed the transaction, and promptly retired for the night. Chapter 73. Changes in the community. Sign-in. Zombie City, Day 5, earned 50 survival points. The usage count for talent skills has been refreshed. Zhongli sat by the window, holding a bowl of noodles while observing the happenings below. The loudspeaker downstairs repeatedly urged the residents to gather at the square, as the security team was to distribute supplies. Upon hearing of this fortunate event, the residents, even those on the brink of starvation, hurriedly scrambled out of their homes, fearing they would miss out. The newly appointed captain of the security team, Du Hui, stood with his recruited members scattered around the square, patiently awaiting the arrival of the crowd. These team members were carefully selected by him from the registry, all solitary individuals whose loved ones had perished due to the zombies, each harboring deep-seated resentment. Lacking familial ties made them easier to manage, forming the foundation that Du Hui had meticulously prepared for himself. By firmly controlling the distribution of supplies, he was untroubled by dissent from the other residents. In addition to the security team members, 2 men were bound and forced to kneel on a raised platform in the center. Du Hui understood that the community's residents were disunited. Those with provisions secretly rejoiced, while those without were driven by hunger, prone to malevolent thoughts. Players could clear zombies, but the natives had to rise on their own to create an orderly environment. A knock echoed from outside, and when Zhongli opened the door, she found Zhang Ranran standing in the stairwell, clutching a large plastic bag. "Sister, the security team is collecting food, so I went out and managed to find something to bring you," she said. The bag bore the logo of a high-end snack store, heavy with chocolate and beef jerky. Although Zhongli had enough to eat, she was warmed by Zhang Ranran's earnest demeanor. The little girl, sweet and charming, had not forgotten Zhongli's act of kindness in saving her. Zhongli stepped out to take the bag, setting down 2 small stools in the corridor and bringing over some snacks and tea. Sitting by the door, she inquired about the community's situation. As a rare awakened individual, Zhang Ranran had been kept close by Du Hui these past few days, to prevent her from being deceived or misusing her powers due to her youth. Yesterday, Uncle Du had captured 2 burglars, intending to execute them publicly while announcing new regulations for the community. Zhongli nodded. Du Hui was capable, yet his previous methods had been overly lenient, often considering past neighborly ties. It is said that compassion does not lead an army, especially in these trying times. Executing 2 evildoers served as a warning, conveniently establishing his authority. Residents rushed down to collect supplies, eagerly standing in the square as they received a bottle of mineral water. "What about the compressed biscuits?" one resident asked, rubbing their hands together and swallowing. The security guard rolled his eyes, mildly irritated by the group's sense of entitlement, yet he restrained his frustration, adhering to Du Hui's orders. "You'll receive them after listening to Captain Du's speech. This will be the last time you get food for free. In the future, it will be distributed based on labor." Initially, some residents were puzzled as to why there were bound individuals on the platform. Through whispered inquiries, they learned that a vulnerable elderly resident had been murdered in a food robbery, suffocated with a pillow. Those who had previously boasted of their stockpiles felt a shiver run down their spines, casting wary glances at their neighbors, fearful of malicious intentions. Thankfully, the security team strictly forbade such occurrences, and the brutal fate of the 2 criminals deeply deterred any burgeoning wicked thoughts among the residents. Witnessing the potential for self-preservation, many residents quickly became the most loyal supporters of the security team. As Zhongli descended the stairs, observing the residents joyfully clutching their water and biscuits, her spirits lifted considerably. Fortunately, the release of side quests did not lag behind. Players were eager to engage in rewarding combat, finding the internal affairs of the safe zone tedious. Zhongli arrived early at the designated meeting point, waiting in her vehicle for the 2 guilds and other individuals to arrive. The same team as yesterday was present, with a few injured players opting to withdraw, replaced by new members arranged by the guild. A group invitation was sent out, and many responded eagerly. The system's team panel tracked player numbers and survival statuses, ensuring no one was left unaware of a teammate's demise. As the chat bar appeared, a dedicated group chat emerged for easier communication. The caretaker, still reminiscing about Zhongli's impressive display of driving prowess the previous day, approached to touch the patrol car, tears of envy glistening in his eyes. Can I sit in this car? I could even touch the panda. Nearby, a teammate rolled their eyes, dragging their embarrassment-prone superior away before Jiang Li could respond. Are you talking about the kind of panda that could swat a person away with a single swipe? Jiang Li found herself quite intrigued, realizing an opportunity had slipped away as the caretaker was whisked away. Not far off, Yao arrived in a vehicle, accompanied by two teammates. She jumped out, retrieving a healing potion from her herbal pouch and tossing it to Jiang Li. This is the latest version, containing 12 capsules, each restoring 5 health points. Jiang Li opened the vial and inhaled the refreshing herbal aroma, confirming the system's prompt aligned with Yao's words. Most importantly, it was free. Jiang Li stowed the potion away, noting that only one male and one female player remained behind Yao. 2 members were missing. Upon hearing this, Yao sighed. They lived nearby, and on their way back yesterday, they were attacked by awakened ones. They barely managed to fight back and are now recuperating in the safe house. The mention of awakened individuals darkened the expressions of those around. Groups of awakened ones were now roaming, seeking out isolated players to ambush. Jiang Li glanced at the chat bar, noting the survival count had dropped to 8,963. The dungeon posed no food crisis. Ordinary zombies were hardly a threat, and mutated zombies were rare. As time passed, players with insufficient strength were weeded out, while awakened ones emerged as the greatest threat, possessing extraordinary power and human intellect. They were even more formidable in groups than mutated zombies. Clearing her throat, Jiang Li urged, "Now that everyone is present, let us not waste time. Let us get to work." The players present sprang into action, as the zombies in the underground garage had already been eliminated. Today's objective was to eradicate scattered zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the community. The team divided into several small groups, with pairs choosing a direction to proceed independently. The healers from both guilds stayed close to their leaders, and after making a round, Yao quietly positioned herself in front of Jiang Li. Observing the 3 standing by the vehicle, Jiang Li opened the rear door and gestured for Yao to take the passenger seat. After contemplating for a moment, she chose the most secluded direction and drove off. Chapter 74. The Old World and the New World. Only 4 days have passed since the cataclysmic outbreak, and the once thriving city has swiftly descended into ruin. Zombies roamed the steel jungle, drawn by the deliberate noise created by players, instinctively rushing forth to meet their demise. "Handler, we can't kill them all. It's simply impossible." Jiang Xiaobai, shall I summon more guild members to assist? This open battle differs from yesterday and Oppo's skirmish in the underground garage, where space was limited and too many players found themselves unable to maneuver. In the wilderness, however, the more participants, the better, enhancing efficiency. Jiang Xiaobai, you make the arrangements. What about the Snow White Guild? By Qiufeng. Understood, I will rally them immediately. With several messages dispatched, the idle members of the 2 major guilds sprung into action. The entire zombie city map initially boasted a mere 10,000 players, now dwindling to fewer than 9,000. The simultaneous movement of hundreds was highly conspicuous, quickly catching the attention of other players. One of the 3 major guilds not involved, the 13-Point Guild, contacted both the handler and Bai Qiufeng, eager to glean information. Bai Qiufeng, ever the master of discretion, skillfully delayed the opposing party's information channels. Meanwhile, the handler spun a tall tale, claiming she was engaged in battle with the Snow White Guild, having reduced Bai Qiufeng to begging for mercy. The management of the 13-Point Guild was left puzzled. Who could be unaware of the deep friendship between these 2? They felt as if they were being treated as fools. The 2 guilds, renowned as titans within the zombie city map, effortlessly assembled 2 teams of 100 players each, enticed by the allure of personal rewards for slaying zombies. Jiang Li observed as the player count surged from 80 to 295 in a flurry of notifications on his panel. Such a large-scale assembly had never occurred before. Under the strategy of overwhelming numbers, the ordinary zombies near the residential area were relentlessly harvested, leading to the development of various monster-attracting techniques. Some players brandished gongs and swonas, creating a ruckus by the roadside. while others took on the role of executioners for the zombies lured in. Additionally, homemade meat bait was utilized, with the fastest companions employing kite tactics to draw the zombies out. Many original inhabitants, trapped in their homes due to the zombies lurking below, were moved to tears at the sight of the players. "Help! I'm here. There are zombies in the stairwell. Can someone rescue us?" In a nondescript apartment building, two awakened individuals leaned against a window, observing the unfolding situation. The bearded man took a deep drag from his cigarette, exclaiming in frustration, "Why have so many players suddenly appeared? I can hardly dare to step outside." Beside him, a balding man fidgeted restlessly, his flip-flops slapping against the ground. "How should I know? I heard there's a community nearby gathering survivors. Perhaps it's related to them." "Survivors?" The bearded man snorted disdainfully. As awakened beings, they considered themselves inherently superior to the ignorant commoners. At the moment of awakening, a voice in their minds revealed that by slaying players marked with health bars above their heads, they could earn the right to participate in the survival game. This game promised them an escape from the ravaged old world after 100 days of hardship. As for the commoners, they would perpetually cycle through endless timelines, repeatedly confronting the threat of zombie outbreaks. They are but a bunch of foolish beings struggling in desperation. I yearn only to eliminate players and embrace the wonders of the new world. The two exchanged glances, their imaginations wandering to the bountiful riches and exquisite beauties that awaited them in this new existence, before they could indulge their daydreams. Footsteps echoed in the corridor as players knocked forcefully on their door. "Open up. We're checking for zombies." The balding man leapt from the sofa, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, feigning innocence as he opened the door. "Here I am, good citizen." However, the player, unable to restrain himself, delivered a sharp slap to the balding man's face, the sound resonating clearly. The two could only seethe in silence. Facing 5 players, they dared not reveal their hostility, instead adopting the guise of ordinary survivors as they meekly stepped outside. After a lengthy charade, once the players departed, they began to shake with anxiety. It seems we cannot linger here. We must find another place." I passed by a mall yesterday where I saw awakened individuals claiming the supplies and asserting dominance, even donning royal robes. Perhaps we could align ourselves with them and become esteemed officials. Is it the most famous one in the city? There are storage facilities nearby. When I passed by before, the warehouse was immense. The two awakened gathered their belongings, descended the stairs, and stealthily commandeered a vehicle, heading straight for the mall. The wandering zombies outside were the easiest to dispatch. Those trapped within buildings required a thorough search and systematic elimination. Players assigned to the building area grew increasingly impatient, lamenting their losses compared to their companions, who were wasting precious survival points. Faced with the incessant demands of the original inhabitants, players grumbled within their ranks. "Paper Kite, I am utterly fed up with these natives." "Paper Kite, someone actually asked me for food and shoved a baby at me, begging for some milk. Am I mistaken? I came here to slay zombies, and my knife is still dripping blood." Fortunately, before Jiang Li set out, he had advised Zhang Ranan to enlist more security personnel to assist in guiding the survivors. With the help of security team members, the obstacles faced by the players were significantly alleviated. In a patrol vehicle, 2 players in the back seat fired their weapons through the wire mesh while Yi Yao fiddled with herbs in the passenger seat. Jiang Li, in contrast to the others, found himself in a more relaxed position, merely needing to drive the patrol vehicle recklessly down the main road, delivering several zombies to their demise. Ahead, the outline of a gas station emerged, partially obscured by verdant trees. Jiang Li steered the vehicle closer, swiftly clearing the surrounding zombies alongside his teammates. The gas station was modest in size, featuring only 6 pumps, with single-story buildings flanking either side and a convenience store directly ahead. After filling the patrol vehicle's tank, Jiang Li instructed 2 team members to retrieve square jerry cans from a room marked as a warehouse, aiming to gather as much fuel as possible. Suddenly, faint sounds emanated from within the convenience store, piercing the heavy silence of the environment and capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Li signaled for the team to continue, stealthily approaching the source of the noise. Within the depths of the convenience store, a glimmer of light flickered, and the glass door was securely locked, with scattered snacks littering the counter and aisle. In the open area of the hall, two operational diesel generators hummed quietly. A man hiding in the break room peered out, and upon spotting Jiang Li approaching, he hastily pried open the lock, sensing impending trouble. Fortunately, the three outside were preoccupied with filling fuel cans, leaving only Jiang Li, a lone female, to enter. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of contempt. With a click, the lights went out, plunging the convenience store into darkness. Just as Jiang Li drew closer, the man emerged from the shadows, brandishing a heavy fire axe, swinging it menacingly towards her neck. Chapter 75. The second ring task. It was exceedingly simple. Jiang Li evaded with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant flying 3 meters away. The fire axe clattered to the ground as the man collided with a shelf, subsequently being struck by various items, leaving him groaning and clutching his abdomen, unable to rise. Observing the man's attire, Jiang Li deduced he was not an employee of the convenience store. After circling the store twice, she discovered a corpse dressed in a uniform within the restroom. The true store clerk had sustained wounds on his back, with bruises and knife marks intermingled, clearly a victim of a sneak attack that had led to his brutal demise. Hearing the commotion of battle emanating from the convenience store, Yao furrowed her brow, only to witness Jiang Li dragging a man out with one hand, nonchalantly discarding him onto the ground like refuse. "You mentioned needing a test subject for the new prescription. Can this one be recycled?" Yao glanced over, nodding as she replied, "It will do, but it may only last 2 days." The man on the ground stirred slightly, but was swiftly struck in the face by a pill flicked from Yao's fingers, the capsule exploding into powder, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The group filled all available containers, and Jiang Li utilized her spatial ability to store them away, continuing her search through the convenience store. As midday approached, dark clouds gathered overhead, thickening the air with humidity and creating a stifling atmosphere. Sudden summer storms were common, and Jiang Li reminded the team via their communication channel. Many players, fearing illness from exposure to the rain, chose to temporarily cease their activities. Fortunately, the torrential downpour subsided within 2 hours, leaving the skies clear once more, and players who had sought refuge in nearby buildings became active again. Meanwhile, a comical farce was unfolding in the mall involving a bearded man and a bald individual. An awakened one donned in an emperor's robe sat at the front desk, surveying the indigenous people before him with an air of arrogance. Beside him, a hunched, lanky figure shouted in a shrill voice, "The emperor ascends the throne. You shall all address him as your majesty." As he spoke, the thin man waved a mop head he had just retrieved from the restroom, eliciting bemusement from the nearby natives. The natives wore strained smiles, their eyes reflecting disbelief. By the time the bearded man and the bald individual arrived, the coronation ceremony was nearing its conclusion. They approached to declare their identities as awakened ones, instantly bringing joy to the emperor, who promptly conferred upon them the title of joint kings. They were granted a daily allowance of 20 pounds of food and a special gift of a yellow robe. The bearded man scratched his head, examining the yellow robe emblazoned with the insignia of a delivery rider. Is it truly necessary to immerse ourselves in this farce? He pondered aloud. I thought being an emperor was merely a metaphor, not a literal role. The bald man shared a similarly perplexed expression, questioning whether they had stumbled into a lunatic asylum. Little did they know, the emperor raised his chin, his robe billowing as he coldly declared, "My dear lords, we awakened ones are superior, endowed with remarkable abilities. What is wrong with me playing the role of an emperor?" With a casual gesture, he pointed, and a stainless steel table shattered into fragments. The indigenous people bowed their heads, averting their eyes to conceal their distorted expressions from the emperor. The bearded man and the bald individual exchanged glances, unsure of the emperor's true strength and disinclined to confront him. They hesitantly clasped their hands in appreciation. "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, your majesty." Satisfied by their compliance, the emperor nodded approvingly and instructed a nearby figure dressed as a eunuch to present them with 2 servings of marinated delicacies. After enjoying their meal, the bearded man and the bald individual strolled leisurely through the mall. The indigenous people they passed regarded the two in their yellow robes with expressions that oscillated between amusement and restraint. However, the bearded man was far more interested in the supplies stocked within the mall, intentionally meandering towards the warehouse's location. 3 indigenous individuals were stationed at the warehouse entrance, engrossed in a game of cards, and did not rise to acknowledge the arrival of the lords. One of them casually played a card and remarked, "The iron door to the warehouse has been reinforced by the Emperor's abilities. Only he can unlock it." Upon closer inspection, the bearded man noted the words National Treasury painted in bold letters on the iron door. The bald man glanced around, noticing that the indigenous people were not paying them any mind, and discreetly placed his hand on the heavy iron door. He possessed the power to manipulate metal and sought to create an opening. However, as he infused his ability into the door, it yielded no response whatsoever. Growing anxious, the bald man's face flushed red, yet the door remained unyielding. Clearly, the Emperor possesses considerable power. Together, we may not stand a chance against him. "Let us maintain appearances for now," the bearded man whispered. They both fell silent, quickly accepting their roles as joint kings and began to relish the comforts of the resource-rich mall. The centrally located commercial complex garnered significant attention, drawing numerous survivors who gazed in astonishment at this feudal microcosm. Some chose to join, while others shook their heads in dismay and departed, only to be welcomed by security teams dispatched to scour the neighborhood for supplies. After 3 days of diligent effort, the players had successfully cleared the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius of the community. The survival point rewards were bountiful, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Upon completing the task, Zhongli received an additional reward of 3 random skill books. As per her usual practice, she disbanded the team and, once they had departed, took a circuitous route back to her safe house. Du Hui, who had not slept for several days, sat in the corridor beside Zhang Ranan, both looking particularly dejected. As Zhongli approached, Zhang Ranan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly exclaimed, "Thank you, sister, for your help. The area is finally safe." Zhongli affectionately patted her head, only to see Du Hui extend a key towards her. "The security team and I have repurposed the underground garage into a warehouse. This key grants you access to one of the storage rooms, containing supplies as a token of gratitude from the community residents." The rewards for the first ring task had been calculated, and Du Hui's offering was a delightful surprise. Zhongli graciously accepted the key and inquired, "What was the next task?" She had observed the changes in the community over the past few days. The security team enforced strict regulations, leading the residents to behave more cautiously. Under the pressure of survival, new young adults frequently ventured out to gather supplies alongside the security team, while the elderly and infirm could earn food through labor within the community. Fencing was gradually being erected at the 5-kilometer boundary to deter wandering zombies from encroaching upon their territory. With the zombie threat addressed, a renewed atmosphere emerged, and residents no longer feared stepping outside their doors. Du Hui unfolded the map in Zhang Ranan's hands and pointed towards the commercial complex in the city center. Recently, the security team reported that many new survivors they accepted had passed through the mall, discovering it under the control of a faction of awakened individuals practicing feudalism. "We need the resources and populace from that location." A notification popped up on the system panel. "Eternal Safe Zone. To resolve the threat posed by the dangerous faction near the safe zone. Task reward: 50,000 survival points, 2 random skill books." Chapter 76. Constructing the backyard. Jiang Li returned to her safe house for a brief respite, clutching the key, intent on retrieving her supplies from the underground garage. The garage had undergone a significant transformation. The barricade that had been prepared during the early stages of community construction had partitioned the space into smaller sections. Private vehicles had been cleared out, leaving only a few main thoroughfares for delivery trucks, with parking spaces on either side repurposed for storing supplies. A member of the security team was spreading quicklime for moisture prevention and, upon seeing Zhongli approach, stepped forward to guide her. The walls on either side of the pathway were adorned with luminous strips. After walking for half a minute, the security guard halted and pointed to a storage room marked with chalk. This is the warehouse that Captain Du mentioned. Everything inside belongs to you. Jiangli unlocked the warehouse door, revealing stacks of instant noodles and bottled water. With a wave of her hand, she utilized her spatial abilities to transport the supplies. The security guards' eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder Captain Du had urged them to be particularly courteous. A delivery truck drove into the warehouse, the driver illuminating the cabin lights, halting midway. A distinct odor of poultry wafted from the cargo hold, and Jiangli approached to inspect it. Noticing labels indicating chicks and meat rabbits, the security guard stepped forward to explain. We found these at the breeding facility and plan to distribute them to residents to alleviate food shortages. Upon hearing this, the driver leaned against the window, exclaiming, "Old Wong, it's all been distributed. These are just a few extra crates of chickens, ducks, and rabbits, along with some crop seeds. You can decide how to allocate them." The security guard, puzzled, responded, "But even though the chicks can't be eaten now, they will eventually provide meat. Rabbits grow quickly. Within 3 months, they can weigh 6 pounds. And the chicks are even simpler. Just feed them, and they'll lay eggs in due time." The driver shrugged in resignation. The problem is that what people are receiving is barely enough to stave off hunger. There is no extra food to spare for livestock. To raise cattle and sheep and cultivate vegetables, the green belts outside have been allocated to every household. Besides, now that everyone lives in apartments, keeping chickens and ducks at home, with their incessant clucking and messy droppings, would be unbearable. Recently, Jiangli had found herself in a comfortable position, contemplating the construction of a backyard to raise chickens and grow vegetables. She offered 5 boxes of instant noodles in exchange for the items from the truck, and the two eagerly agreed. Donning gloves, she transported the iron cages back to her safe house, also taking several bags of mixed flour and vegetable seeds. The driver even retrieved a few packets of veterinary medicine and an old book titled Home Breeding Techniques for Chickens and Ducks. Upon returning home, Jiangli activated the construction mode. She expanded her backyard by 100 square meters, creating a semicircular area, and adorned the ceiling with sky wallpaper. The sky wallpaper, priced at 10 survival points per square meter, allowed for the simulation of weather, light, and clouds, providing a visually delightful ceiling experience and the necessary illumination for plant growth. The essence of the room remained within the confines of the safe house, with temperature regulated by the property of as warm as spring, effectively shielding it from external winds and rains. As for the ground, the marketplace offered nutritious soil and sod, making vegetable and flower cultivation feasible. Ordinary vegetable seeds were not rare, and the least expensive nutritious soil would suffice. After placing her order, she chose to utilize the construction mode, and the previously dark backyard transformed into a vibrant expanse of green grass and blue sky. To the left, a chicken coop was fashioned from bamboo fencing. The center designated for a vegetable plot, and a small area on the right reserved for a round table and lounge chairs for relaxation. Jiangli herded the chickens, ducks, and rabbits into their respective enclosures and purchased specialized feed from the marketplace, which was both economical and effective for promoting growth. The poultry, upon catching a whiff of the feed, scampered eagerly to partake. Among the cages were 2 juvenile white geese, honking excitedly. When Jiangli released the geese, one pecked at her hand, but she swiftly grasped its neck. The white goose flapped its wings vigorously, its beady eyes filled with defiance. But it soon learned its place from the 2 dogs that had come to join the fray. Observing the playful antics of Wang Kai and Fuqian, Jiangli paid little mind to the chaotic scene of flapping geese and bounding dogs, focusing instead on which vegetables to plant. The nutritious soil was a deep brown, requiring no watering or fertilization, and it shortened the growth cycle of plants. As long as she scattered the seeds and provided adequate light, the plants would thrive on their own. Jiangli crouched to grasp a handful of nutritious soil, its texture loose and moist, emanating a fresh aroma of green foliage. She had brought back 3 large bags, all filled with packaged seeds, each plastic wrapper adorned with botanical illustrations and instructions for planting on the reverse side. Let us plant some cabbage and scallions. Cucumbers can't be planted alongside tomatoes. Their root secretions inhibit each other. Jiangli pondered for a while, realizing that farming was indeed an art. Fortunately, the advanced technology in the system marketplace had solved most of her concerns. With nutritious soil at her disposal, she could grow seedlings even with her eyes closed. Once she had finished her tasks, Wang Kai and Fu Qian settled down, and she ushered the two goslings into the bamboo enclosure, using her dog's paw to close the bamboo door. The goslings drooped their heads, their feathers ruffled, embodying a defeated demeanor. Nearby, the chickens, ducks, and rabbits had feasted well, while the two geese had been chased about by the dogs and had yet to receive their meal. Returning to the living room, Jiangli brewed herself a pot of cool tea, sipping thoughtfully as she contemplated the second phase of her mission. Unlike the previous rewards for exterminating zombies, this time the total reward amounted to only 50,000 survival points and 2 skill books, with no task rewards available for farming. It was impossible to rally a large group of players as she had done previously. No one would willingly work for free. She could either venture forth alone or hire a few reliable hands. Having been busy for several days without visiting the marketplace, her prior intelligence was already outdated. The flow of residents was rapid, and while the community absorbed more inhabitants, the forces within the marketplace were steadily strengthening. According to the intel compiled by the community, there were now 9 awakened individuals led by an emperor in the marketplace, along with approximately 3,000 ordinary natives. The emperor had elevated the awakened ones to the status of nobles, designating them as the 8 great lords. Furthermore, he had selected 200 able-bodied individuals from the common populace to serve as imperial guards. Holding the documents, Jiangli took a sip of tea to calm her nerves. Flipping to the next page, she read that the emperor was preparing to hold a selection among the natives to enrich his harem. Notably, both genders were to be chosen. Jiangli fell into silence, even rising to pace 3 laps around the living room, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She pondered whether to inquire with Du Hui if the intelligence had been miscommunicated, but such a colossal mistake seemed unlikely. It must be true. An idea struck Jiangli. If she wished to eliminate the faction within the marketplace, the best approach would be to infiltrate the emperor's inner circle. Then, with a decisive strike, she could eliminate the 9 awakened ones. Once the awakened were dealt with, the ordinary natives could be easily integrated into the community, thereby simplifying the completion of the second phase of her mission. With this thought in mind, Jiangli resolved to take action against her teammates. Chapter 77. The selected male talent Jiangli was not so presumptuous as to believe she could stand against 9 adversaries single-handedly. Her strategy was to leverage the selection process to engage with the emperor. As for who would participate, she contemplated Yu Wenyang and Bai Qiufeng. Naturally, she also reached out to the caretaker and Yi Yao, considering the caretaker's role as a spirited leader. It would be quite burdensome to have her participate in the selection as a lowly subordinate. As for Yi Yao, how could a healer risk being in peril? Bai Qiufeng possessed commendable strength, with a talent in the mental domain, allowing him to manipulate enemies with his mental prowess when necessary. Fish, so your assessment of me is that I'm a delicate, weak recipient? What else could it be? Yu Wenyang was gifted in the mystical arts, having recently entered the initial phase of his training, with his first skill being divination and the second skill being the veil of illusion. This illusionary technique could disguise players, obscure their health bars, and would serve him well in approaching the awakened ones. Jiang Xiaobai. I'll pay more, rubbing hands, fish, forget it. That is not necessary. You've already assisted me greatly in the novice dungeon. Even if I have to tread through fire and water, I must repay you well. With the primary participants secured, others gradually consented as well. Members of both guilds, seizing the opportunity presented by Jiangli's mission, tirelessly engaged in combating zombies for several days, significantly enhancing their survival points. The 2 high-ranking officials, indebted to Jiangli, were eager to foster a good relationship with her and naturally did not refuse her request. Yi Yao, upon seeing the proposed survival point reward, replied that she did not lack funds, but requested a few awakened individuals for her experimental trials. Very well, let them contribute to medicine. It could be seen as recycling waste. With the plan finalized, Jiangli scheduled a time and specifically reminded everyone to disguise themselves before heading to the mall. She rummaged through the clutter in the warehouse to find old clothes, applied dark makeup to her skin, slightly altered her eyebrow shape, and tousled her hair, dusting it with a layer of grime. Jiangli gazed into the mirror, ensuring she resembled a refugee fleeing from zombies. Before driving the patrol vehicle to the rendezvous, 2 streets away from the mall, Jiang Li and her companions gathered, reaffirming their disguises. The 5 of them rehearsed their lines, and, as they neared the mall, deliberately drew the zombies to pursue them, stumbling towards the entrance. With the influx of survivors recently, the mall had made preparations, lowering a thick nylon rope from the window. Whether the survivors could climb up would depend on their luck. The caretaker was the first to ascend, gripping the rope and climbing upwards, bursting through the window and shouting at the top of her lungs. "Sister, hurry up. The zombies are right behind us." She even attempted to squeeze out a couple of dry tears, though unsuccessfully. Yi Yao was the second, aided by Jiang Li before being pulled up by the caretaker. Once Jiang Li made it up by Qiufeng, who had been standing near the rope, glanced at Yu Wenyang and discreetly took a step back. "Let this lad climb first. He looks too weak. Better avoid any mishaps." As Yu Wenyang climbed through the window, he feigned a soft knee collapse, sitting down as he raised his head, revealing a delicate and pale profile. Truly a sight that would evoke sympathy. The indigenous guard nearby paused, puzzled, sensing something amiss. Seizing the moment, Jiangli stepped forward and said, "We've come from outside and heard the emperor intends to hold a selection. What do you think of my cousin?" The indigenous guard hesitated before responding. "He appears suitable to be a concubine." That was precisely what they needed. The caretaker, fully embracing her role, grasped the guard's hand and shook it, saying, "When does the selection begin? We are newcomers and quite unaware of many matters. Could you possibly assist us with an introduction?" The usually reticent Yi Yao offered a cigarette, and through a series of tactics, they managed to charm the guard into a cheerful disposition. The guard led them into the mall, midway encountering a royal guard clad in a blue knight-esque coat. After exchanging a few words, they began to point at Yu Wenyang, whispering amongst themselves. "This pretty boy looks quite promising. If you squeeze him into the selection group and he gets chosen, we might bask in his glory." The Blue Knight approached Jiang Li and her companions, inquiring, "You are new survivors, correct? I will take this selected male talent for now. The rest should head to the 3rd floor hall for a meal." He emphasized, "Considering you are related to the selected male, you may attend the evening banquet on the 5th floor, where the emperor will announce the positions for the selection." While they understood the oddity of the situation, they had not anticipated it would be so well orchestrated. The group exchanged glances and nodded, watching Yu Wenyang being led away, waving a farewell in a manner reminiscent of the character Erkan. The caretaker stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into a honking sound, becoming the source of amusement within the team. "Yu Wenyang, laugh all you want. I consulted the oracle before leaving, and my career luck is exceptional. I won to be entangled in any rotten romance." The 4 of them ascended to the 3rd floor, which had originally been the dining area of the mall, where the largest fast food outlet had a long queue. Several cooks busily stirred pots, while others washed and chopped vegetables, and a large iron pot simmered with porridge over an open flame. The aroma of food wafted through the air, causing many indigenous people to salivate anxiously as they waited in line. Anyone attempting to cut in line was promptly seized and beaten by the Blue Knights. Feigning envy, Jiang Li approached the Blue Knight and engaged in conversation, asking, "My cousin has gone for the selection. A gentleman just informed us to attend the banquet on the 5th floor. Is there anything we should be aware of?" The Blue Knight initially had no intention of conversing, but, upon learning of her intention to attend the banquet, regarded her with newfound interest. "What is there to be cautious about? The Emperor and the 8 princes will be seated at the front. Your seats will be quite distant. Just enjoy the banquet, eat well, and witness the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li pointed towards the fast food outlet, indirectly inquiring, "Are the dishes at the banquet prepared by them? It looks like they are accustomed to large-scale cooking." The Blue Knight waved dismissively, stating, "What do you know? The ingredients have long been prepared on the 4th floor, and the cooks are among the finest selected from thousands. Everything has been in preparation. The 4th floor. Yaoqi, I'll head to the 4th floor and see if I can slip them some medicine. By Qiufeng, I'll go too. If we get spotted, I can employ mental suggestion." The 2 of them made their way into the crowd, swiftly disappearing. The mall's public restroom had windows facing the outer wall. Yi Yao and Bai Qiufeng jumped out, scaling the exterior using the railing and air conditioning units. Just as they climbed into the men's restroom on the fourth floor, an indigenous cook who had been using the facility turned and was instantly frightened, trembling in fear. Before he could scream, Bai Qiufeng furrowed his brow, concentrating his mental energy into fine threads to invade the cook's mind. The cook slowly closed his mouth, his eyes glazing over. Before long, within the bustling kitchen, the cook led two individuals through the door. An indigenous person carrying a tray of dishes passed by, urging, "Chef Hao, why are you taking so long in the restroom? Who are these two behind you?" Chef Hao remained dazed, muttering, "They're colleagues I know. The kitchen is too busy. They've come to lend a hand." Chapter 78. The banquet commences in the kitchen, a group of individuals busily engaged in their tasks, the sounds of washing, chopping, frying, and steaming mingling with the distant hum of a commercial generator. Bai Qiufeng was at the helm, guiding Chef Hao when he hesitated about where to position himself, only to notice Yi Yao approaching the counter. The chef's fingernails are dusted with flour, and his sleeves are stained. The trio advanced, finding a freshly awakened dough on the counter. Bai Qiufeng feigned a clumsy grab at the dough, leaving unsightly marks on the pale yellow mass, as though the chef had neglected to wash his hands. It matters not. After all, we are not the ones consuming it. Yi Yao remained calm, instructing her teammates to loiter at the counter while she discreetly made her way to a communal water barrel. With the city's water and electricity cut off, the awakened ones relied on freshly drawn mineral water. Given the large volume needed for cooking, it was impractical to open bottle after bottle. Instead, the kitchen had procured several clean barrels for water storage, surrounded by a cluster of discarded mineral water bottles. Yi Yao imitated others, scooping water from the barrel with a small basin, subtly sprinkling medicinal powder into the water. The drinking water was appropriated for cooking rice and making soup. The colorless, tasteless powder flowed through the hands of the locals. "Are we retreating now?" As Bai Qiufeng wrestled with the dough, he breathed a sigh of relief upon Yi Yao's return. The primary strain lay in maintaining the pretense of Chef Hao's busyness. The two of them departed with their dishes, ultimately prompting Chef Hao to feign a stomachache and dash towards the restroom. The head chef passed by the counter, observing the lack of progress and stamping his foot in frustration. This old Hao is utterly unreliable, faltering in a grand moment. "Quick, someone prepare the pastries. We're awaiting the dishes." Bai Qiufeng stood in the restroom, waiting for Chef Hao to enter, swiftly incapacitating him and leaving him in a secluded spot. He closed the door and noticed a "Do Not Enter" sign nearby, which he casually hung on the door. Jiang Xiao Bai. There's an unoccupied arcade on the southernmost end of the fourth floor. We can hide there until the banquet starts. Jiang Xiao Bai. Everyone but Xiaonan should avoid areas frequented by the awakened. Once discovered, our stealth will have to shift to an all-out attack. Keeper, what about Xiaonan? Fishy fishy. Hold on, don't call me Xiaonan yet. Fishy fishy. Rest assured, I will employ my skill of illusion. Confronting the awakened should pose no issue. In the dimly lit, abandoned arcade, Jiang Li sat behind several machines, retrieving intelligence documents from her space. She activated a mini flashlight, revealing detailed profiles of the awakened individuals in the marketplace. Among them was a bald awakened, one capable of manipulating metal. Another wore gold-rimmed glasses and excelled at hypnotizing foes. It was best to avoid direct eye contact with her. Most notably, caution was warranted around the Emperor, whose awakened abilities remained ambiguous. He could imbue objects with power and employ range attacks. Yi Yao's footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Jiang Li to tap the ground, signaling her position. Before long, Bai Qiufeng and the keeper joined them. The four sat on the floor, consuming a modest meal to satiate their hunger before inspecting their combat gear. Yi Yao reported, "I have laced the banquet ingredients with sedatives. I fear someone might taste the dishes. Taking them alone would be ineffective. Hence, they must be paired with the scent catalyst to activate." Jiang Li glanced at the box of fragrance ointment Yi Yao handed over, directly trading it to Yuan Yuan for preparation before he took the stage. She had gleaned the banquet's opening procedures from the locals, for safety's sake. They would not enter the banquet hall, waiting for the drug's effect to take hold before acting. Time slipped away, and the rooftop was filled with a cacophony of footsteps as numerous temporary servers arranged the venue. The loudspeakers in the corner blared out a square dance tune, much to the supervisor's chagrin, who berated the servers. "What is this? This is a high-end banquet. Change the song." The servers rushed to the control panel, frantically pressing buttons until the music morphed into a lively number, much to the supervisor's dismay. It was already 7 o'clock when the banquet commenced, the hall ablaze with light. Yu Yuan, clad in a sharp new suit, was instructed to unbutton 2 buttons and entered the hall alongside a group of similarly attired companions. Swaying to the square dance rhythm, the local who escorted him leaned in for a closer look, whispering, "Brother, you smell divine." In that moment, a myriad of sarcastic thoughts flashed through Yu Yuan and Appo's mind, eventually distilled into a single sentiment. Fishy fishy. Let us eliminate them. Frustrated, Jiang Xiaobai understood. Yao calculated the onset time for the sedatives, murmuring, "The soporific, the relaxant, the laxative. 7 substances activated by the scent catalyst will take effect in 10 minutes. The keeper's expression turned complicated. Wouldn't he that leave them collapsed, powerless, and prone to vomiting? Jiangli loaded her firearm with enhanced bullets and raised her gaze upon hearing the keeper and Appo's. His question, "Will there be a difference in effect on the awakened?" Yao frowned. "Uncertain. The timing remains unchanged. This is dependent on skill, but the effect may be somewhat diminished on the awakened." Somewhat diminished would still suffice. As the estimated time approached, Yu Yuan alerted the team through their communication channel, and they swiftly ascended to the 5th floor via their predetermined route. Meanwhile, the locals gathered around a round table, slumped into their chairs, the awakened ones at the forefront suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over them. Chopsticks slipped from their grasp, clattering to the ground. A tumultuous sensation surged within their bellies, the dual urges of diarrhea and vomiting striking simultaneously. The emperor, seated upon his grand throne, disregarded the newly appointed beauties, repeatedly shouting for protection. Unfortunately, the personal guards he had selected from the locals had already succumbed, leaving only the awakened to stand their ground. A bearded man attempted to rise, but was overwhelmed, releasing a series of flatulent sounds that made the nearby bald man grimace in disgust. The bald man, having consumed a hearty meal, turned aside and began to retch violently. The scene descended into chaos. Newly crowned as a concubine, Yu Yuan bolted, racing towards his teammates. Jiang Li aimed at an awakened individual, the gunfire echoing as enhanced bullets struck the back of his head, splattering blood. Not every awakened individual possessed extensive combat experience. Many had indulged in a life of luxury since their awakening, relying solely on their extraordinary abilities. In contrast, the players honed their skills daily, their combat awareness surpassing that of the average individual. In the very next moment after Jiang Li fired, a fearsome roar reverberated through the hall as the keeper summoned a gigantic panda to join the fray, its unmatched power sending the nearest enemies flying. The bald man, intent on evading, found his legs weak and unresponsive. In a desperate bid, he conjured a metallic shield to protect himself. The panda's massive paw struck the shield, producing a sound akin to clashing metal, fracturing the barrier. Jiang Li fired again, delivering 2 bullets that sent the bald man to his demise. Chapter 79. Aftermath. The bearded man gazed in horror at the warm corpse of the bald man sprawled before him. The earth trembled. Before he could unleash his abilities, a massive bear paw struck him, shattering bones and tendons in an instant. The emperor, seated at the head of the table, hurled his goblet in fury. In that fleeting moment of conflict, 3 of his 8 royal princes had already fallen. Utterly audacious, with the emperor's bellow, the gravity upon Jiang Li and her companions intensified, rendering their movements sluggish. Yet, this oppressive force was short-lived, swiftly countered by Qiufeng's psychic assault, which turned offense into defense, muddling the emperor's thoughts momentarily. Each of them bore protective artifacts. Jiang Li, shielded from blades and bullets, led the charge, coordinating with her comrades toward the emperor. Yi Yao waved her hand, scattering rejuvenating powder among her allies, invigorating them while gradually restoring their vitality. Only 2 seconds remaining. Qiufeng weakly reminded them. His continuous exertion of psychic energy, attacking the Emperor while fending off the Awakener's hypnosis, was proving excessively draining. A massive fireball hurtled toward Bai Qiufeng, shattering his protective gear. Seeing this, the tamer turned back, shielding Bai Qiufeng with her own body. Yu Wenyuan conjured an illusion, creating the semblance of 17 or 18 foes in the hall's center, blurring the lines of reality for the Awakeners. 1 second left. Jiangli quickened her pace, reaching the Emperor and drawing a reinforced long knife from her spatial storage. The blade gleamed like a silver ribbon, and the blood that splattered was as vibrant as red plum blossoms. The Emperor, his carotid artery severed, awoke to the searing pain, gasping for breath. A young girl among the Awakeners, seated at the farthest end, opened her eyes and hurled her beloved rabbit doll aside, coldly declaring, "You have ruined my puppet before it was complete. Now, you shall be my substitute." Under the illusion's influence, the tamer and her companion struggled to discern the scene in the hall, but Jiang Li's grievous strike against the Emperor was unmistakable. Having succeeded, Jiang Li retreated, but it was too late. As the Emperor sustained a fatal wound, spiderweb-like white threads erupted from his body, ensnaring Jiang Li in an instant. The intricate puppet strings intertwined, attempting to erase her claim over her own body. A necklace embedded with a psychic gem glowed brightly, releasing azure luminescence that severed the puppet strings like a cold, razor-sharp blade. The backlash from her ability caused the young girl to scream, collapsing to the ground in pain. The rabbit doll she had thrown transformed into a 2-meter-tall behemoth, charging at Jiang Li like a rampaging bull. Jiang Li leaped into the air, landing on the doll's head, lifting her long knife high to strike down. The blow missed, sending shards of marble tiles flying and leaving blood streaks across the young girl's face. Jiang Li sheathed her long knife and wielded a repair hammer to strike the girl, triggering a stun effect. Without needing Jiang Li's call, Yao, who had been monitoring the team situation, rushed over and placed a pill in the girl's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and the girl, who had been fiercely controlling the puppet strings, quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Recognizing the precarious situation, the remaining Awakeners attempted to flee, but they were swiftly captured, meeting the same fate of being subdued and unconscious. As darkness enveloped the outside world, nighttime travel became perilous. The 5 of them stood guard at the mall, and the indigenous people who approached, hearing the commotion, saw them as avatars of death and dared not draw near. By dawn, Jiang Li returned to contact Du Hui, instructing him to bring the security team to apprehend the captives. Jiang Li reported the mission, offering each of her assisting teammates 5,000 survival points, but they all declined. Yao pointed at the still deeply unconscious Awakeners, stating, "It was agreed that I would assist, and in return, you would hand over the captives. Is this too much to ask?" Jiang Li drove her patrol vehicle, navigating through numerous turns until they reached a narrow alley where the vehicle could not enter, forcing them to leave the Awakeners on the ground. The two bid farewell. The mall's influence had been established only recently. The survivors had been rendered speechless by the Emperor's reign, but had refrained from voicing their thoughts out of fear of his power. Now, with Awakeners dead or scattered, Du Hui led the security team in a forceful takeover, facing no resistance as they escorted the captives back to the residential community. The issue of population would need to be addressed later. For now, the security team was tasked with managing the mall's stockpile of goods. The supplies stored in Jiang Li's safe house were sufficient for decades, so her urgency was not as pressing. Yet, who would ever complain about having too much? As Jiang Li organized her team to deal with the Awakeners, she ensured that nothing was left out. Even if the resources were excessive, they could be traded for survival points in the trading area, especially in resource-scarce dungeons where food and drink had little market value. To facilitate greater storage capacity for transporting goods, Jiang Li purchased 3 space gems for personal use, embedding them within her close proximity items. Over the next 5 days, she busied herself between the community and the mall's storage, occasionally expanding the warehouse of her safe house. Survival points flowed like water, while the area of her safe house grew larger and the warehouse brimmed with supplies. Player, Jiang Li 15233. Talent, Special Junior Repairer. Health, 100/100. Status, Normal, Safe house durability, 1,000. Survival points, 120,395 points currently. The safe house comprised 6 sections: a 24 square meter living room, a 9 square meter bedroom, a 6 square meter bathroom, a 700 square meter warehouse, a 70 square meter garage, and a 100 square meter backyard. The 3 space gems she had embedded provided an additional 80 cubic meters of space, combined with the space gem embedded in her necklace. She now had a total of 280 cubic meters. Just as she finally found a moment to breathe, Yi Yao, who had been silent for several days, sent her a private message. Yao Qi, I've been engrossed in testing medicines these past few days. The awakeners I took away are nearly exhausted, leaving only the girl with the puppet controlling talent. Yao Qi, how about you take her away? These 2 messages were quite revealing. What did it mean that they were exhausted? It seemed that in the hands of this medical madwoman and lethal poisoner, awakeners had become disposable commodities. Zhangli pondered, recalling the peculiar girl she had seen in the hall, who had indeed displayed an unusual ability, even boasting about turning the emperor into her puppet. Yao Qi, I've developed a potion that can suppress an awakener's abilities, but can only be administered orally or via injection. Controlling her should not pose a challenge. Jiang Xiaobai, all right, prepare the medication, and I will hand her over to the indigenous people directly. Having witnessed Du Hui working alongside Zhang Ranran, he would likely not mind taking in another young girl.